The man looked out into the distance with a melancholy gaze. Wearing nothing but a light leather vest, he seemed unaffected by the brutal, raging cold, staring blankly into the vast white beyond. "What are you doing?" A voice came from behind him. A woman with gray hair, dressed similarly in light attire, tilted her head curiously. "Just admiring the view," the man said. "Why, to calm my mind." "Why do you need to calm your mind?" "Because I'm tired." "Stop asking questions, you clueless barbarian." "Your mind is tired." She cocked her head once more, clearly puzzled. "Why would your mind be tired, not your body?" "I don't get it." Just forget it." The man sighed heavily. "I said I'd take the watch, so why are you here? Is something wrong?" "5 people from our tribe ate the black scorpions. Again, I told them eating those would kill them. It's been less than a week and they ate them again." The man's face twisted in annoyance. "It was a proud challenge. I was impressed." The woman smiled brightly. "Damn it," the man cursed, sighing deeply. "Just leave the bodies alone. I will deal with them when I am back. Don't go snacking on them during the morning rituals and end up all dead." But the woman hesitated. "If you eat them, I'll kill you myself," the man said, clicking his tongue. "All right, I won't eat them, I swear." The woman shivered slightly and darted off quickly. Watching her retreating figure, the man sighed once more and couldn't stop himself from cursing. Damn, ignorant barbarians. Eating the black scorpions didn't scare them, even though it would kill them without a doubt, yet they got scared when he threatened them. Those ignorant, foolish people, the man thought. He trod on, his form fading away into the snowfield. It was snowing. It was a world of pure white, a vast landscape covered entirely in snow. Several carriages made their way across it. Clack, clack, damn, it's freezing. A man escorting the carriage pulled his fur hat down low. The misty breath leaving his lips froze instantly, turning to frost and dropping to the ground. His eyebrows had frozen too, ready to fall off at the slightest touch. "Wrap up in more fur or you'll freeze to death." A man who appeared to be the leader spoke stoically, prompting the others to clutch their collars tighter. "Yes, sir, it's so cold." They replied, teeth clattering. The group pressed forward slowly. Wagon tracks and footprints marked the white snowfield, only to be quickly covered again by the relentless snowfall. One of the men glanced around nervously and spoke up. "Captain, as much as the reward is tempting, this is insane." The captain looked around. Front, back, left, and right, all he saw was white. They were the only color amidst the endless snow. "How are we supposed to cross the white snowfield? This is madness." The man tried to persuade the captain. "Quiet." The captain's voice rang out sharp. "All of you agreed to this." "Well, yes, but—" "Then stay quiet. We're nearing the boundary." "Damn it." With a muttered curse, the subordinate fell silent again. In truth, they didn't have much energy left for idle conversation. Speaking brought icy air into their lungs, which was painful. In the heavy silence, they moved forward once more. Tusk. Inside the carriage they escorted, an elderly man clicked his tongue. The old man, with a long white beard and dressed in elegant attire, wore a worried expression as he asked, "Are you all right, my lady?" "Yes." A young woman nodded, her blue hair swaying. Her dark eyes met his gaze. "I'm fine. It's truly a shame you had to endure this journey personally." The old man let out a deep sigh of worry. "No, I must be here," she said firmly. "It was part of my contract with my father. If you ask me, your father is a bit harsh. He should be more understanding of your efforts to save the family." "Damn it, it's so cold." A voice rang out from outside the carriage. The old man's concerned words were cut off by a disgruntled complaint from outside, and his face soured. "These rude people," the old man complained. "Oh, please don't be too hard on them. They were the only ones willing to escort us across the white snowfield," the young woman said. "Well, that may be true, but— By the way, would it be okay to let them inside? They seem to be suffering from the cold." Creak, creak. The carriage shuddered against the cold, as if groaning under the intense chill. Even with the magic barrier protecting the carriage, it was barely holding up. Imagining the conditions outside, the young woman spoke with concern, but the old man rejected her suggestions sternly. "No, miss, you know what dwells in this snowfield. You mean the monsters." The monsters in the white snowfield were unimaginably horrifying. "While the odds of an encounter are low, we must remain vigilant. That's why we hired these mercenaries as our guards," the old man said. "Okay." But the young woman gazed out the window. All she could see was white, nothing else. "Do you think anyone could survive here? That's only a legend. No human could survive in such a place, but it's a credible legend." "Well, yes, that's true." The old man didn't outright deny the woman's words. Long ago, in an age almost forgotten, an empire once ruled the world, spanning from the edge of the earth to the seas. But it left the white snowfield untouched. This expanse, covering more than half of the world, lay at the heart of the empire. It was a region of hell from which no one returned. Yet the emperor, determined to control the entire world, wished to conquer the white snowfield. He led the strongest warriors and soldiers into it. Years later, when the empire had fallen, and its emperor was all but forgotten, he returned. He had lost countless soldiers and warriors, returning alone, aged beyond his years. He muttered, like a man driven mad, that the white snowfield was home to monsters, white serpents that devoured glaciers, white bears that caused earthquakes, and ugly rats that polluted the sea. But he had said the most dangerous thing in the white snowfield was not the monsters. it was humans. The past emperor said something about barbarians with ash-gray hair and scarred chests, right? The woman asked. Yes, barbarians lived in the white snowfield. It's a mere legend, surely, the old man replied, but the emperor's accounts have been proven correct. Many of the monsters he described were later discovered. After the emperor's death, numerous adventurers entered the white snowfield. Most never returned, but a few survived to share tales that match the emperor's. Yet there has been no report of the barbarians, the old man countered. That's true. In all the accounts, there was no mention of these barbarians. It likely was just a delusion of the emperor, my lady. Nothing for us to concern ourselves with. The young woman fell silent, agreeing with the old man that it was not their concern. That's when a knock sounded. I think we're approaching the boundary, my lady, the old man said. I see, the woman answered. The old man and the woman tensed. Not all areas of the white snowfield were dangerous. Countless sacrifices later, the regions where monsters lurked had been charted. Crossing into those areas increased the likelihood of encountering the monsters. The mercenaries' faces tensed up. Their already quiet footsteps became almost inaudible. Just because we're near the boundary doesn't mean we will encounter anything. The captain spoke calmly to boost the mercenaries' morale. If we're careful, we can move without trouble. Even if we do encounter something, most monsters here can be defeated. But if we meet the ones we can't defeat, doesn't that mean we will all die? One of the subordinates asked. I'm afraid so, but there is still a chance of making it through. Move slowly. Clatter, clatter. The wheels creaked softly as they pressed forward, each member tensing, muscles coiled in anticipation, hoping to avoid any signs of color in the white world. However, fate crushed their hopes. Everyone stop. The captain halted abruptly. Something's here, what is it? It's hard to make out. The intense cold blurred their vision, revealing only a vague shape. There's good news and bad news, the captain said while squinting. Damn it, just tell us. The good news is that it's small. Countless monsters roamed here, some towering as large as mountains. A monster of human size gave them a fighting chance. The bad news is that it's coming toward us. The captain knew that they couldn't avoid the fight. Curses and the sound of drawn weapons filled the air as each mercenary prepared for a battle. Inside the carriage, the old man and young woman clenched their fists. In the biting cold, their foe slowly drew closer, and at last, in the frigid mist, their foe came into view. The captain, poised to strike, hesitated. Huh, what? Inside the carriage, the woman's eyes widened in shock. The figure before them wasn't a monster. A human, the woman said. Ash-gray hair billowed against the white backdrop. The enemy in front of them had a perfectly sculpted physique and an impressive scar across the chest, as if it had burst open. He wore only a light leather vest, unaffected by the bitter cold. A barbarian, someone whispered. The barbarian, watching them in silence, finally spoke. I was just out for a stroll, hoping to avoid going back, but look at my luck. For a moment they doubted their ears. The very symbol of savagery standing before them spoke fluently, his ash-gray eyes meeting theirs. Pleased to meet you, the barbarian said. The barbarian had a fluent, impeccably clean speech in the common tongue, devoid of any dialect. The outsiders were too stunned to respond. He cast a quick glance and saw a total of 8 carriages. Are you merchants? The barbarian asked. Yes, came the stuttered reply. Braving the snowfield, you've chosen a perilous path, he said in his deep, resonating voice. The mercenaries hesitated, gripping their swords. They had expected a monster, but were faced with a barbarian spoken of only in legends. The shock of encountering a barbarian was already enough, but his fluent speech only deepened their astonishment. The barbarian, eyeing the mercenaries' attire, spoke again. You appear to be mercenaries hired to protect the merchants. Correct, answered one of the mercenaries. Anyone living in a civilized society knew the concept of merchants and mercenaries. However, the man in front of them was a Barbariana legendary being who dwelled within this isolated white snowfield. The mercenaries were surprised that a barbarian actually knew the concept of mercenaries and merchants. I would suggest turning back, though I doubt that's an option for you, the barbarian said. He stroked his chin, a tense silence hanging between them. Then, as if reaching a decision, he raised a finger. Your employer is inside one of those carriages, correct? He pointed at a neatly adorned yellow carriage. I would appreciate being hired as well, the barbarian proposed. What did you say? It's not a hard concept. I am offering to help you cross the snowfield. I understand what you're saying, but the captain trailed off. It was a lot to take in. He couldn't believe a legendary barbarian engaging in fluent conversation would suddenly offer his services. However, he managed to collect his thoughts and continued. You have no intention of becoming our enemy. If that were my intention, you'd all be dead already. I see. The captain nodded at the barbarian's nonchalant words. Then he approached the yellow carriage and knocked on the door. Did you hear all that? Yes, the young woman said with a calm voice. The old man inside the carriage was pale, trembling. What on earth is going on? The old man asked. That barbarian seeks to be employed by you. What do you wish to do? The captain asked. The woman inside closed her eyes, paused, and asked softly, if we were to fight, how do you think it would turn out? I wouldn't recommend it. Understood. The woman opened her eyes. Tell that man that we accept his offer. Yes, the captain stepped forward and addressed the barbarian. Your offer has been accepted, barbarian, that's good. The barbarian smiled with satisfaction as he walked toward them. The mercenaries backed away, startled. Do not fear, I am not going to hurt you. You are merely employees. I must speak directly to your employer, the barbarian said, if you try anything. I won't do anything, don't worry. The barbarian responded calmly as he passed the captain. The mercenaries hesitated, unsure if this was a good idea. Captain, is it really wise to let him meet them? Our employer has accepted. Even so, we're mercenaries, shouldn't we stop him? Stop him. The captain let out a bitter laugh. Do you think we can stop him? You must be joking. As the barbarian approached the carriage, the old man's face turned ashen. Lady, this is, he stammered. Calm yourself, the young woman instructed. Knock, knock. A polite tapping sound was heard, unfitting of a barbarian. The juxtaposition was jarring. May I come in? The barbarian asked. Yes, please enter. Creak. As the door opened, the woman felt momentarily overwhelmed. The barbarian wasn't excessively large, standing about 2 heads taller than an average sturdy man. However, it wasn't his size that struck her. Wearing only a leather vest, his bare muscles were fully on display. Every fiber of his body moved with precision, and he appeared less like a living being and more like a sculpture. He was a monster in human form. No, the old man moaned. He had nowhere left to retreat. The carriage felt suffocatingly small for the 3 of them. I hope you will calm yourselves. I mean no harm, the barbarian said. It's a pleasure to meet you, the woman said. And to you. The barbarian smiled, his dark eyes fixed on the woman. It's quite warm in here. Even indoors, maintaining such warmth in this snowfield must be no small feat. Magic, you say? You mean the mysterious power of your people? I've heard of it before. The barbarian's eyes glimmered with interest. Have you? The woman was taken aback. A barbarian embodiment of savagery was standing before her, speaking in a refined, high-level language. It felt akin to conversing with a well-educated noble. You must know this place is dangerous. Those mercenaries stand little chance of making it through safely. Thus I offer to safeguard your lives, the barbarian proposed. What do you want in exchange? The woman asked. Her mind raced. She wondered about what he would demand. Is he going to ask for food or perhaps weapons? Her thoughts raced as she quickly assessed what she could offer. However, what the barbarian said next was unexpected. Nothing grand. It's very simple, actually, he spoke casually. Knowledge. Pardon. Knowledge of the world beyond the snowfield. I want the information that you possess. That's my price. Knowledge and information. That's it. Yes, I think it's a good deal on your part. He smiled slyly. At that moment, the woman nearly lost control of herself. Even his mere smile made her feel like she was standing naked before a predator. All right. She nodded slowly, forcing herself to remain composed. Good. The barbarian grinned in satisfaction. May I know your name? I am Milena of the Akasha family. My name is Kettle. Pleased to have made your acquaintance. Finally, someone I can actually converse with, Kettle thought. He breathed a sigh of relief. Most humans he encountered panicked and brandished their blades at the mere sight of him. He had tried countless times to communicate, but most were too terrified to listen. This one, however, was something he found deeply reassuring. I just wanted a brief stroll. I didn't think I would be this lucky. He couldn't fathom why people willingly entered this cursed snowfield, but those from beyond its borders occasionally made their way inside. Since there was no way out, whatever information he could extract from these outsiders was invaluable. After talking with those ignorant barbarians for so long, speaking with a civilized person feels almost like therapy. Kettle bombarded Milena with questions. He asked about the happenings outside the snowfield, how the nations interacted, and the current affairs of the world. The more questions she answered, the more perplexed she became. For a being said to dwell in legends, the barbarian's questions were far too specific. I see. After hearing Milena's answers, Kettle nodded. So even beyond, peace is elusive. Yes, the empire and kingdom are at war, Milena answered. The world was embroiled in conflict. A powerful empire and the largest kingdom were engaged in a war threatening to consume all. Swordmaster, heroes. Kettle's eyes lit up with interest. Are they strong? Yes, beyond human comprehension, Milena replied. One of them even slew a dragon. A dragon, you say, Kettle murmured. The words swordmaster and dragon all felt like fantasy. He wondered what a real dragon would look like. Would it resemble a serpent or a lizard? I would like to see one, he said longingly. There was a fantastical world beyond the snowfield. He no longer remembered how long he had been trapped in this accursed land. He had only fought to survive, knowing this place was a snowfield in a fantasy world and that escape was impossible. He yearned to see what was beyond the snowfield, a world of fantasy. Milena suddenly shivered and said, Wait, you're not thinking of. She wondered if this barbarian was planning to attack the outside world. She also wondered if that was why he sought information about their strongest figures and their secrets. The thought sent chills down her spine. You are a barbarian, correct? She asked cautiously. So you say, judging by your expression, it seems you know of me. Yes, there are legends about you people. Legends. Milena recounted what she knew. Hearing it, Kettle chuckled. So that's how the story goes. An emperor. That guy was an emperor. I thought he was just a madman, Kettle thought with a chuckle. Come again? Never mind. Kettle shook his head. Your legends may be accurate. There was a man that came here long ago. Is that so? To hear validation from a legend itself left Milena in awe. She missed a key detail in Kettle's words spoke, as if recounting events from thousands of years ago. The longer their conversation went on, the less wary Milena became. She even dared to ask some questions of her own. It seems you know much of our language and knowledge. Long ago, a few tried to cross this snowfield. When I met them, they were all about to die. In exchange for saving them, I learned much about your world. I am not sure if they made it back. Most likely not, Milena said. Had they returned, tales of a knowledgeable barbarian would have spread. That's a shame. But his refined speech and vast knowledge seemed beyond what mere exchanges could explain. Unless he had dedicated himself fully to learning things about the outside world, his expertise felt unattainable. After a pause, Kettle asked, I'm assuming you're trying to transport some sort of a weapon, right? Oh yes, how did you? The carriages give off the unmistakable sound of sharpened steel. I see. Milena was very confused. They were currently in the white snowfield. The harsh winds made it nearly impossible to talk to someone, even if they were right beside each other. Furthermore, the carriages were sealed tight. No sound should have escaped. Judging by the number of carriages, you're carrying quite the load. Why choose this route? He asked. We need the money. Milena bit her lip. Her family, which had traded for generations, was now deep in debt due to recent schemes and disruptions. They were on the brink of collapse. This journey was their desperate bid for survival. Kettle understood her reasoning. You intend to sell weapons to the kingdom at war with the Empire. Milena's eyes widened. She had never mentioned their destination. How did you? There are only two nations that would want such quantities, Kettle spoke nonchalantly. The Empire or the kingdom. But you said the Empire had no supply issues. That leaves only one option. Milena stared at him dumbfounded. Supply and demand. If the supply is scarce, prices rise. I'm not familiar with outside values, but that seems like a worthwhile investment, Kettle said. Milena blinked in astonishment. Since you said you had to cross the snowfield, I can only assume that there is no other route to the kingdom. Does it border the Empire? Kettle asked. Correct. It was a perfect deduction. Even so, it's very dangerous to cross this path. Who are you? Milena asked, beyond shocked. Is he really a barbarian? Before she could ask, the carriage halted, and the roar of a monster echoed outside. It seems we have an uninvited guest, Kettle muttered quietly. Glug, a grotesque sound reached their ears. The mercenaries' faces hardened as they drew their weapons and braced themselves. Hold. The captain raised a hand, halting the mercenaries. Through the harsh cold, a monster emerged. A mass of black, viscous slime came into view. Black slime, Milena whispered, her voice tight with unease. Is that what you people call that monster? Kettle asked. Yes, it's a monster documented in our records. Many people had dared to cross the white snowfield, though few survived. Among those who lived, some had documented the creatures they encountered, and black slime was among the most frequently noted. Are you familiar with it, Kettle? Milena asked. Of course. They are quite chewy and make for a decent snack. You eat them. Milena wondered if she had misheard, but Kettle's expression remained perfectly serious. Would you care to try? I can fetch one for you. And no, Milena quickly shook her head. Glug. The black slime inched closer, its hostility clear, making the mercenaries' nerves tense up. So Kettle, about the black slime, Milena said while turning to him. Yet Kettle remained leaning casually against the carriage, eyes fixed on the window. His lack of intention to move startled Milena. Kettle, I have entered into a contract with you to protect your life, but there is no need for me to intervene when it isn't necessary, Kettle said. Pardon. Your men are more than sufficient for this task, then Kettle murmured quietly. Besides, I want to see how strong the outside people are. Glug, the black slime, lunged forward. Shield up. The captain yelled an order. Yes, sir. A mercenary wielding a two-handed shield stepped forward with forceful resolve, grounding himself with strength in his legs and core as the black slime charged. Thud, the shield bearer was flung backward and rolled across the ground. Another mercenary struck down at the black slime with his sword. Clang, arg, the recoil sent the sword flying back. The mercenary steadied himself, staring at his weapon in disbelief. The blade was chipped where it had struck the black slime. What is this? Glug. The black slime attacked again, forcing the mercenaries to dodge. The captain shouted out more orders. Black slime can only move in a straight line. Circle around it and get ready to counterattack. Why, yes, sir, don't face it head-on. Deflect its attack. Following their captain's orders, the mercenaries quickly adapted their formation, surrounding the creature. Thud, The shield-bearer was pushed back but managed to stay on his feet, twisting his body to absorb the black slime's attack. Simple attacks won't work. Aim for the core hidden somewhere inside. The captain yelled. Understood. The mercenaries fought with all their might. Around 30 minutes had passed. The captain drove his sword deep into a tiny gap in the black slime. Glug. The black slime dissolved into a pool of goo. They had won. The mercenaries erupted into cheers. We did it. We won. Milena clenched her fist inside the carriage, celebrating alongside them. They had defeated a formidable monster of the white snowfield with their own strength. It was an undeniable victory, yet Kettle continued to observe with the same calm expression. I have a question, he asked. Yes, how strong are these mercenaries? They are quite skilled. Taking a job to enter the White Snowfield was no small feat. Only those with the utmost confidence would dare to take on such a mission. They are well known across the continent, Milena replied. I see. Kettle's gaze turned contemplative. They continued their journey, facing more monsters that occasionally blocked their path. The mercenaries fought with all their might, taking down each monster they encountered. They were not sure if it was luck or their abundant records, but the monsters they faced were all known entities. With their precise targeting of the monsters' weaknesses and vital points, they managed to prevail more easily than expected. Is this it? The White Snowfield isn't so bad after all. As the mercenaries gained confidence, their tension gradually eased. Advancing without a single casualty boosted their spirits. This isn't so tough. Don't you think so, Captain? Stay vigilant. We still have more than halfway to go, but we haven't faced any serious issues yet, right? Maybe the dangers of the White Snowfield are exaggerated. One of the mercenaries voiced his skepticism. No official expeditions have entered here since the Emperor's legend, most due to caution and fear. The legend surrounding the Emperor was well known, deterring even the most ambitious from challenging the Snowfield. They knew that the danger of the White Snowfield was undeniable, but it seemed to be exaggerated. The mercenaries began to believe they were capable of conquering it. Their view of the barbarian began to shift as well from a legendary being to just another weak barbarian. Don't you guys think that guy is a bit annoying? One of them muttered. They had been forced to endure the harsh cold outside for the sake of vigilance. Without their magically enhanced coats, they would have frozen to death long ago. Yet the barbarian rested comfortably inside the warm carriage. He even slept soundly in a spare carriage, never once lifting a finger in battle. Though the barbarian was contracted with the same employer, just as they were, his treatment was vastly different from theirs. He was being treated like a noble. It irked them to no end. Is he really that strong? One of the mercenaries asked. Their doubts grew stronger. I don't think that barbarian is that strong. All this talk about legendary barbarians, maybe it's all just tales. Maybe he is clinging to us for survival. Their doubts hardened into near certainty. Enough, the captain said. His terse command silenced the other mercenaries. The employer made this decision. It's not our place to interfere. So you're saying the employer has been fooled? One of the mercenaries narrowed his eyes. At the very least, shouldn't we verify his skills? Don't be ridiculous. The captain dismissed the idea, but the mercenaries' dissatisfaction lingered. Meanwhile, Kettle contentedly bit into an apple, seemingly oblivious to their mutterings. This apple is really good, Kettle said. I'm glad it suits your taste, the old man replied. Storing fresh fruit on such a long journey must be difficult. Did you preserve it with magic? Yes. Magic is truly remarkable. Kettle devoured the apple down to the core, leaving no trace. The old man beside him watched in a mix of awe and revulsion. Kettle licked the juice from his fingers with satisfaction. It had been too long since he last tasted fresh fruit. After subsisting on monster meat, the sweet taste was refreshing. His desire to leave the snowfield grew stronger. As if remembering something, Kettle spoke up. There is something I'm curious about. What is it? Milena asked. Your attire, your posture, and even your manner of speech, they all suggest you are more than a simple representative of a merchant family. Milena's clothing appeared simple at first glance, but upon closer look, its quality was unmistakably high. Milena nodded. I am Milena, daughter of Veliaka, the second wife of Kesak Akesh. Your mother is a consort, so you're the daughter of a consort. Yes, she married into the family for a political alliance, only to be discarded and stripped of any power. I see. Kettle nodded thoughtfully. Milena hesitated before continuing. My mother and I, we are family in name only. In reality, we are little more than servants. She hadn't intended to say so much, but Kettle's seemingly detached interest encouraged her to keep speaking. Didn't you mention your family is in decline? Kettle asked. Yes, aggressive competition from other merchant families has taken away our trade partners. At this rate, we will soon be ruined. Her father, the head of their family, had been paralyzed by fear and hesitated to act, ceding ground until ruin seemed inevitable. This trade mission is critical for our family's survival, she said. Selling their weapons to the kingdom embroiled in war would bring enough capital to revive their household. I see Kettle appeared to understand. But one thing puzzles me. Even if you have no real power, you are still of noble blood. Was it truly necessary for you to undertake this journey personally? This was my choice. Yours? Yes, someone had to set an example by taking on the life-risking journey. My lady. The old man looked at Milena with tear-filled eyes. Her act embodied the true spirit of noblesse. I see. Kettle nodded. You're quite intelligent and ambitious. What, and quite greedy too, might I add. You fool, who do you think you are? The old man yelled. The old man failed to grasp Kettle's words, but Milena's eyes widened. You wait, however, before Milena could finish her sentence, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. The old man slowly rose to open it. What is it? The old man asked. We have a message for the lady. The mercenaries stood waiting outside. What is the matter? Milena asked. I need to confirm something. We mercenaries have signed a formal contract with you and are carrying out this request officially. Is this correct? One of the mercenaries asked. The mission was to cross the white snowfield. All other mercenaries had fled upon hearing the details of the mission. Without these mercenaries, it would have been impossible to even attempt crossing the snowfield. We are risking our lives for this task. I understand that since it's written in our contract, the mercenary said. He narrowed his eyes. But there is one thing that bothers me. It's about that barbarian. His gaze shifted to Kettle. That barbarian received the same request as us, so why is he receiving special treatment? The mercenary asked. Oh, only then did Milena grasp the source of the mercenary's discontent. It was true that the mercenaries and Kettle had accepted the same request. Yet while the barbarian rested comfortably inside the carriage, the mercenaries braved the freezing snowfield, facing monsters. It was inevitable for resentment to build. I am sorry. I didn't consider your position. Milena bowed apologetically. No, it's not something you need to apologize for, my lady. Of course, I understand the special treatment for a legendary figure like the barbarian, but we just need to confirm something. Confirm what? Milena asked. That barbarian has not fought even once, has he? So that's what this is about. Milena's expression hardened. We are faithfully fulfilling the mission we were hired for because we have the skills to do so. But how can we know if that barbarian is actually strong? The mercenaries had started doubting whether the barbarian was merely a being at the bottom of the food chain, surviving this harsh snowfield day by day. They were curious about Kettle's strength and whether he could even kill one monster by himself. That was the essence of their question. So you want to see my skills. How do you intend to confirm how strong I am? Kettle said with a smile. I will be the one to test you. One of the mercenaries patted his chest. He was one of the elites in their group. After discussing with the others, it was decided that he would be the one to test Kettle. Milena looked to the captain, who shook his head regretfully. I tried to dissuade him, but he wouldn't listen. And frankly, he's not wrong, the captain explained. It was a reasonable request to test Kettle's strength. The decision now lay with Kettle. I don't mind fighting you, but it will have to be at another time, Kettle said with a laugh. What? The mercenary's face twisted. Are you going to run away like a coward? I'm not fleeing. Circumstances won't allow me to fight you. Circumstances, my ass. The mercenary was certain that the barbarian was weak and that he was just a worm crawling at the bottom of the food chain in this snowfield. Even Milena was surprised. If Kettle was strong, he had no reason to refuse the fight, so you've been deceiving us all along. Come out, you coward. The mercenary grabbed Kettle's shoulder, intent on dragging him out by force. But as he tightened his grip, his expression stiffened. What? He could not move him. It wasn't merely a matter of weight or resistance. It felt as if he was trying to uproot a tree that had stood unmoved for centuries. Calmly, Kettle stepped out of the carriage on his own. The situation evoked no change in his emotions, just like how no one frets over ants crawling at their feet. The mercenary stepped back nervously. I can't fight you because we have another uninvited guest, Kettle said. What nonsense, the mercenary desperately tried to maintain control. I see that a pitiful assembly of mortals from the outside world has arrived. A thunderous voice echoed across the snowfield. The mercenaries' bodies froze instantly. The deafening sound approached slowly. It was more than a voice, it was as if nature itself moved. I haven't had a rare delicacy in years. A chilling laugh pierced everyone's ears. Their heads turned slowly. The snowstorm parted, revealing the being. It had the shape of a serpent, but it was no ordinary serpent. It was the white serpent. Its scales were lined with black stripes, and it flicked its forked tongue as it stared at them. The serpent's appearance was similar to that of a regular serpent. There was nothing particularly unique about it, except for its size. Its eyes alone were large enough to engulf them all. The length of its body stretched beyond the horizon, hidden by the snowfield. The word large could not fully describe the size of the serpent. It was vast enough to coil around mountains and reach across seas. It's the white serpent, one of the mercenaries murmured. It was the monster from the Emperor's chronicled white serpent that devoured glaciers. Everyone froze. Their limbs refused to move, like mice caught in a predator's gaze. No, one of the mercenaries' pants started to get wet as fear engulfed his mind. Scream for me, mortals. The serpent mocked them. Spill your foul fluids and beg for your lives. Turn tail and flee on trembling legs. Your pitiful struggle will only make the flavor richer. Rumble. The ground started to shake. The serpent's mere motion triggered a quake. Death loomed inevitably. Undeniable truth crushed their spirits as they abandoned hope. Enough, a composed voice rang out. It was calm and unconcerned, as if belonging to someone strolling through a park. These are my guests. The speaker was none other than Kettle. He stepped forward slowly. Return, Serpent, Kettle ordered. The serpent's voice wavered. This embodiment of nature itself trembled before Kettle. Why are you here? That is none of your concern. Kettle advanced with steady steps, causing the enormous serpent to recoil. I have taken on a mission, and the mission is to protect them. So leave, now. Have you forgotten the rules of the snowfield? Once beyond your tribe's land, I told you that's none of your business. Kettle frowned. The serpent hesitated, its tongue flicking nervously. That. The massive serpent, which should have dwarfed the barbarian, visibly cowered before him. It was unmistakable. Even to ordinary humans, monster was afraid. Do not mock me, the serpent roared. It refused to acknowledge its own fear, raising its head fiercely. I am the serpent of the snowfield, you barbarian. How dare you, a mere mortal, command me, a being of eternal power? The serpent charged. Its massive body surged forward toward the group, mouth agape. The frozen earth screamed under its weight, and a tempest rose in its wake. Ah, eek, it was as if a mountain were charging toward them. The mercenaries collapsed in terror, closing their eyes against the oncoming collision. Then I'll have to teach you a lesson. Kettle clenched his fist calmly. He stepped forward, twisted his body, and threw a punch. A tiny fist met the colossal serpent's charge. A shockwave erupted. The mercenaries couldn't even scream. They clamped their hands over their ears as the deafening roar threatened to rupture their eardrums. The shockwave hurled them across the ground. Aya, my lady, even the carriage was not spared. It shook violently as Milena clung desperately to its walls. When the shockwave finally subsided, they cautiously opened their eyes. Their pupils widened in disbelief. The perpetual blizzard of the white snowfield had vanished. The air was clear, revealing the horizon. And there in the sky floated the serpent's head. Reeling as if struck by an immense force, it tumbled through the air before crashing to the ground. Boom! A deep rumble resonated across the snowfield. Why do you always listen after getting beaten up? Kettle dusted off his hands, standing unfazed. Kettle. Give me a moment, I need to finish this. It won't take long. Kettle stomped and the ground split. In an instant, he was a blur, racing toward the serpent's head. Boom! The impact resounded like the world itself was splitting. The mercenaries watched in stunned silence. From that point on, the mercenaries had nothing more to say about the barbarian. Whenever Kettle approached them, they averted their gazes in fear. I am sorry, there is no need. Trusting a stranger isn't easy. I understand, Kettle said. Please spare me. I've committed a grave sin. No matter what Kettle said, they continued to grovel. Unable to hold a conversation, Kettle went back to his carriage, shaking his head. The mercenaries struck down the remaining monsters without saying anything and pressed onward on their journey. After defeating the white serpent, Kettle leisurely rested in the carriage, while the old man volunteered to keep watch outside. Finally, they reached the end of the snowfield. Oh, it's grass. Beyond the snowy expanse, they saw green vegetation. The mercenaries let out cheers. They had conquered the white snowfield. We've arrived, Kettle remarked calmly. What will you do for the return journey? We are going to take the route within the empire. After you sell your weapons, you will be empty-handed. Passing the border won't be too difficult, Kettle remarked. Yes. Kettle saw through everything in an instant. Milena looked at Kettle with a complicated expression. She hesitated for a moment, then said, Kettle, you once said I was clever and ambitious. However, when Kettle said that, a mercenary had interrupted their conversation, so she hadn't heard the full meaning. What did you mean by that? I meant exactly what I said. You are intelligent and ambitious. Kettle casually bit into an unpeeled orange. Her family, once renowned, is now weakened due to a lack of capital. Naturally, the retainer's loyalty has wavered. A merchant family was built on wealth. Without it, they would lose everything. You're on the brink of ruin. Now you have to ask yourself the questions. Will you wait passively for the destruction of your family or take action to carve out a future? Who will your retainers follow? Kettle continued. The answer was obvious to him. Kettle swallowed the orange whole. You said you are the daughter of a concubine. That gives you legitimacy, but also closeness with the lower ranks. Am I wrong? But I lack actual power. Milena's gaze wavered. Power comes from the trust and loyalty of your followers. If you save your family through this journey, you will become its savior. Selling these weapons would bring enough wealth to restore her family's fortune. No. It was a perfect analysis. Milena shivered. It felt like he had read her mind. What else does the barbarian know? I wonder what lays hidden within his thoughts, Milena thought. Right on the mark, Kettle thought. He savored his internal triumph. History was full of stories of those who risked everything to gain power. Kettle had read countless tales, and Milena's situation fit them perfectly. Experiencing it in person was exhilarating. With a grin, Kettle spoke. Even so, risking your life for ambition is honorable. Everything that has happened is because of your own abilities and determination. You should be proud of yourself. Milena narrowed her eyes. Kettle was intelligent, not just a little, but he was far beyond the self-proclaimed clever people with shallow educations. And then there was his strength. He defeated the white serpent without a scratch. The merchant's daughter, Milena, felt greed flash in her eyes. By any chance have you considered leaving the snowfield? From what I've heard, you seem quite curious about the outside world, she proposed. Well, that's true. Kettle had asked Milena many questions about the outside world. His interest was intense, far beyond simple curiosity. If that's the case, how about joining me, she asked. Milena was a merchant, and a merchant could not let an opportunity slip by. I can offer you a lot of knowledge, anything you desire. I can help you taste all the pleasures of the world. That is indeed a very tempting offer. In truth, Kettle was genuinely enticed. He wanted to leave the white snowfield immediately and experience the ordinary fantasy world. He wanted to experience the world of dragons, elves, swords, and magic. The wonder he had always dreamed of was right before him. Yet Kettle shook his head. Sorry, but that's impossible. I still have things to do here, he said. Things to do, yes. I might consider your offer when I've finished everything, but not now, I see. After a moment's hesitation, Milena reached for the back of her neck, pulling out a necklace. She broke it off with a firm tug. Then, please accept this. It had a small wooden carving. If you ever leave the snowfield and seek out the Akasha family, show them this. If it's a gift, I will accept it gladly. Kettle didn't refuse the necklace. The carriages left the snowfield. Kettle silently watched their departure. As they traveled further, Milena turned back for one last glance. The bitter cold of the snowfield had already swallowed the barbarian from sight. Kettle still didn't know what had happened to him or how he had ended up here. When he woke up, he had become a barbarian in the snowfield and had no time to figure out why he was stranded in the white snowfield. The cold was so harsh that his breath turned to frost. Even staying warm was impossible, let alone growing crops. Fires died out almost instantly, extinguished by the relentless freezing winds. That wasn't the end of it, though. The only things that existed here were endlessly strong and terrifying monsters. Nightmarish creatures charged at him, intent on killing and devouring him. Survival was the only priority. There was no room for anything else. He fought desperately to stay alive. He killed monsters and draped himself in their raw hides. He drank the warm blood before it froze. He roamed through various places with his tribe. Once things had stabilized somewhat, he finally had a moment to take in his surroundings. Occasionally, humans from the outside world came and revealed what lay beyond the white snowfield. Through these encounters, he realized that he had indeed arrived in the fantasy world he had always dreamed of and longed for. Beyond this nightmarish snowfield lay a world of wonder and fantasy. He wanted to get out of here immediately, but he couldn't. This cursed expanse of snow imposed a powerful restriction. Until he resolved that restriction, he could not leave. So he gave it his all to get rid of the constraint. On the other side was the fantasy he had longed for. His purpose was clear. His top priority wasn't survival anymore, and he acted decisively, crushing monsters and breaking down the restrictions one by one. In the process, he lived a life that far exceeded the length of his previous one. In the midst of striving for survival and the constant struggle, the past held no significance. Ordinary people would have long forgotten past memories and fully become a barbarian of the snowfield. However, Kettle was different. He had a singular purpose to travel through the world of fantasy. Even as time passed and tried its best to make him forget about his past life, he never lost sight of that goal. Finally, after overcoming all hardships and trials, he was ready. I'm here. Barbarian Kettle stepped onto the green grass. Seeing greenery again after so long nearly brought him to tears. Kettle inhaled deeply. Scents from kilometers around flooded his senses, overwhelming his lungs. The fragrance of grass, the scent of animals, and the smell of rivers were all the things he could never have experienced in the white snowfield. Perfect, just perfect, Kettle said, smiling broadly. He reached out and touched a nearby leaf. The rough texture brought him joy. Ha! He felt almost delirious with happiness. Kettle grabbed a handful of wild grass and stuffed it into his mouth. Common sense told him that most wild plants were poisonous, but he didn't care. Even the venom of a spider that corrupted eternal ice hadn't poisoned him. Wild plants were nothing, as the defense mechanism of ordinary plants posed no threat to him. He chewed on the grass. It was bitter and tasted horrible, but he was still happy. Hee. Laughing, he dug into the earth under a tree. His hand was filled with soil each time he dug the ground. He gnawed at the tree roots without hesitation. If there were another person nearby, they would think that he was insane, but Kettle didn't care. He kept grinning like a madman. Perfect, just perfect. He had escaped that wretched snowy expanse. He had always wanted to leave, but the cursed system had blocked his way. Damn the system, he murmured. He glanced at the space in front of him. There, visible only to him, floated a system window. Quest 784 completed. You have acquired the reward. You have met the condition. You may leave the white snowfield. For ages, he had been trapped by that cursed quest. Any attempt to leave was met by a strange force that stopped him. But now it was over. He had fulfilled every condition. He had escaped the snowfield. Rot in hell, snowfield. I am never coming back, he shouted. He raised his middle finger high toward the snowy mountains. Ha. He couldn't stop laughing. He had heard stories from the occasional visitors to the white snowfield that this was indeed a world of fantasy. It was a place he had dreamed of but thought he could never reach. That fact alone gave him the drive to keep going. Although he was no longer a young boy, his heart was just as excited as if he still were. The starting point wasn't exactly what he dreamed of, but he had persevered and survived. The only thing left now was for him to enjoy this world. There were countless things he wanted to encounter: swords, magic, dragons, and elves. He was planning on enjoying every last bit of this world. Without that longing, he would have died long ago. The white snowfield was akin to hell, where one could not endure with mere survival instincts. Kettle started to walk leisurely. He could rush through a forest like this in an instant, but for now he relished this simple walk. However, even after a long walk, the forest didn't end. How far does it go? He wondered to himself aloud. Even in his freedom, his desire to meet people remained as strong as ever. Finally, he abandoned his leisurely pace and expanded his senses. He began to detect numerous things, such as rustling leaves, wild animals breathing, and fish flicking their fins in a stream. However, what caught his attention was the presence of other humans, many of them. Oh, Kettle felt the presence of a gathering place. He wondered if it was some sort of a village. His face lit up. Will I finally see a civilized village? His companions in the snowfield so far had been crude brutes who dug into the snow for makeshift shelters. He had argued for proper lodging, but the other tribe members stood there with confused expressions, unable to understand. Kettle missed organized human villages. What would be a good first greeting? Should I just say hello, or should I go in a more traditional way and ask what language they speak first? Kettle thought excitedly. Whatever he chose, he resolved to be polite. With anticipation, he moved on. A blue dome of light formed in the forest. Several elves lowered their hands, their expressions relieved. "It's done, Elder," an elf said. "Yes, well done." The elderly elf smiled with satisfaction and called out, "Everyone, this is our new home." Hurrah! The gathered elves erupted in cheers, some even shedding tears. They had fled from slave hunters, constantly evading capture, until they finally arrived here in a remote place untouched by humans. "Settle your belongings and build our dwellings." The elderly elf said. Yes, the elves set to work, weaving branches into homes. The elder watched, eyes filled with contentment. Then a young elf approached cautiously and said, "Sir." "Yes," the elder responded. "Is this place truly safe?" "It is." The elder's voice brimmed with confidence. "This is an extreme wilderness. Humans cannot reach us. We've confirmed there are no traces of human presence." "I understand," but the young elf murmured. He knew the exact reason why there was no human presence nearby. "This place is in close proximity to the white snowfield." The elder chuckled, having realized the source of the young elf's concern. "You're worried about the monsters of the snow, right?" "They're too close," the young elf replied. The white snowfield was a place where the world's most fearsome and powerful creatures gathered. Yet the elf's newly chosen home was just hours away on foot from such a dangerous place. The young elf was understandably afraid. However, the elder shook his head reassuringly. "There is no need to worry. Nothing has come out of the white snowfield for thousands of years, and we have the barrier for added safety." It was a barrier that obscured their presence and made the forest appear ordinary. After months of work, using ancient elven techniques, they had finally created this protective dome. With it in operation, no outsiders could approach. "And even if the monsters come, we have our queen," the elder explained. The young elf felt relieved. It was their rightful queen who appeared after centuries of hardships, a powerful figure who would be etched in the history of the elves. "You're right, she's protecting us." "Yes. No monster, no matter how fierce, can stand against our queen. So worry not," the elder spoke with certainty. "Did I tear something?" Kettle tilted his head in confusion. It felt like he had brushed against something, but he wasn't sure. The sensation had been too subtle. If even his senses found it confusing, it probably wasn't worth worrying about. He shifted his focus. As he approached the source of the human presence he had sensed earlier, he soon saw a figure. Out of habit, Kettle hid his presence. It was an instinct ingrained in him since the white snowfield days. When he approached the figure, his eyes widened. An elf, Kettle thought. The pointed ears were the first thing he noticed and were a dead giveaway. He looked like a human, but Kettle knew he wasn't a human. He had pointed ears, strikingly beautiful facial features, and was wearing simple cloth garments. It definitely was an elf. Kettle exhaled softly, a note of happiness in his breath. Elves were among the most iconic races in any fantasy world. He hadn't expected to meet one so soon. The seemingly lost young elf looked around nervously, his ears twitching like a rabbit's. "Oh wow, it's a real elf," Kettle thought excitedly. Kettle had read so many books on elves, but this was his first time seeing one. Tears pricked at his eyes, moved by the sight. "I'm so glad I survived," Kettle murmured. This single encounter felt like a reward for all his past hardships. The elf hadn't noticed him yet and continued to wander. Kettle slowly closed the distance. "Huh," the young elf muttered. When they were close enough to touch, the elf suddenly tensed, ears twitching again. Then his gaze landed on Kettle. Kettle instinctively grew tense. It was their first encounter. He raised his hand slowly and said, "Hello." The elf stared at him, dumbfounded, craning his neck to look up at him. Then his eyes rolled back and he collapsed. Kettle caught the unconscious elf. He scratched his cheek, not knowing what to do. Kettle was massive and the elf barely reached his knee. From the elf's perspective, such a sudden encounter had to have been terrifying enough to faint. "That's a shame," Kettle said. Kettle's first encounter with an elf hadn't gone as planned. Cradling the elf, Kettle turned toward the village. He decided to think in a more positive way. He could be seen as a kind stranger returning a lost child. Legends varied, but elves were generally known as a peaceful and orderly race. As long as they weren't hostile, he could receive a warm welcome. The thought of elven hospitality was thrilling. With a spring in his steps, Kettle walked toward the village. Kettle soon arrived at the elf village. However, what greeted him was far from what he had anticipated. Ah, there's a human here of all places. No, my baby. Numerous gasps of horror and hostile glares were directed at Kettle. He looked back at them with a bewildered expression. This isn't what I expected. The elves were undoubtedly beautiful. Each one of them was more stunning than anything Kettle had ever seen. Even those with age-lined faces possessed flawless features. Under normal circumstances, he would have been awed and moved, but now was not the time for admiration. The elves were clearly hostile toward him. My baby, a woman cried out with a grief-stricken expression as she saw her child in Kettle's arms. At that moment, Kettle realized their misunderstanding. They thought he was a stranger who had kidnapped the child. The village elder gazed at the child in Kettle's arms with a sorrowful expression. This cannot be, the elder exclaimed. This place was supposed to be an untouched haven, beyond the reach of any human, yet a human was standing before them. Though his build was exceptionally large, there was no doubt he was human. But how? There should have been a barrier, the elder shouted. Elder, the barrier, it has cracks, one of the elves said. Damnation. Their location had been exposed. The elder gritted his teeth. The barrier was created with the secret arts of ancient elves. It was not something that could be breached easily. If it was broken, it meant humans had prepared thoroughly. Since when were they tracking us? No, there is no time to ponder that now, the elder thought. He quickly turned to others to warn them. Where is the queen? Humans will be upon us soon. The queen has briefly left to scout the surrounding area. Of all times, misfortune was piling up on them. Overhearing their conversation, Kettle scratched his cheek. Though they were some distance away, he heard them clearly as if they were speaking right beside him. So they think I'm a kidnapper, Kettle thought. He understood why they were so hostile toward him. They were elves and he was a human. Stories of humans kidnapping elves, bewitched by their beauty, were well known. Holding a young elf in his arms certainly would make him look like a kidnapper. He needed to clear up this misunderstanding. I am not your enemy. I am, however, Kettle was interrupted. You scoundrel, if you do not return the child, we will hunt you to your death, the elder shouted. Kettle's words were cut off without mercy. Whatever he said, they had no intention of listening. In that case, he would have to show them through actions. By now, the child in his arms had awoken and was trembling. Kettle gently set the child down and said, Go on, return to your people. He offered a bright smile. Seeing his face, the child couldn't hold back his tears. Wah, the child cried out and ran toward the village. Kettle felt deeply saddened. Is my face that frightening? Kettle thought. Regardless, he had returned the child. Kettle stood upright and raised his hands. Elves, as you can see, I am not your. He released the hostage. Everyone attack. Without hesitation, the elves released the bowstrings they had been holding taut. Arrows whistled through the air, all aimed at Kettle. Thwack, thwack, thwack. The arrows struck Kettle but bounced off harmlessly. Undeterred, the elves continued to pull their bowstrings. He is wearing some sort of a protective artifact. It must have its limits. Keep attacking. An elf shouted. It wasn't just arrows, no, flaming spheres and blades of water flew at him. Kettle lowered his head, looking dejected. Elves are more savage than I thought. Kettle thought sadly. These elves were far from the peaceful, nature-loving race he had imagined. In reality, the elves were more violent and ruthless than he could have guessed. So this is the true nature of the elves. Of course, it made sense to Kettle. Elves lived in Naturea realm where survival of the fittest was the cardinal rule. Peace was a luxury they couldn't afford. Their ferocity, then, was understandable. Fine. Kettle decided to accept it without prejudice. After all, this was the fantasy world he had always dreamed of. Finding differences from the books would be part of the adventure. An arrow flew toward him, which he caught with his hand. The tip of the arrow shimmered, spinning with a faint wind energy. Elemental magic. Kettle was surprised. Flaming orbs and water blades continued to soar through the air. Kettle's eyes lit up with curiosity. Strange forces like these were well known in the white snowfield he hailed from. However, Kettle was thrilled to see elven elemental magic in person. Watching their attacks with fascination, Kettle made the elves tremble with disbelief. What kind of artifact could possibly deflect all our attacks? The elder thought in disbelief. Even the most robust protective artifact had limits to how much it could withstand. Yet, despite all of their combined efforts, his artifact showed no sign of breaking. Kettle contemplated. While it was somewhat amusing to watch, he wanted to have a real conversation. However, these elves clearly weren't interested in listening. I suppose I need to calm things down first. Kettle raised both arms. The elves, mistaking it for an offensive move, cast protective spells around themselves. Kettle clapped his hands. A wave of air pressure erupted. Boom, the protective spells shattered like fragile glass. Trees bent and leaves scattered, flying far off into the distance. Elves unable to withstand it were thrown to the ground. A single clap was all it took to end the battle. What is this? The elves were dumbfounded. Their opponent didn't use any magic, it was pure physical strength. A clap had created a pressure wave that overturned everything. Oops, Kettle said. He too was taken aback. Did I overdo it? He was used to facing either powerful monsters or pitifully weak ones, so he wasn't quite sure how to control his strength. However, like it or not, things had calmed down. Kettle cleared his throat and began speaking again. I am not your enemy, elves. Just then a sharp wind sound pierced the air. A translucent arrow shot straight for Kettle. It moved beautifully, and Kettle watched entranced. Boom! The arrow struck him and exploded in a burst of flame, engulfing him. An elf descended into the midst of the battlefield. Her golden hair swayed, revealing sharp eyes with blue irises. The elves cheered. Yes, it's the queen. What's going on here? The queen asked calmly. The elder approached her, breathless. A human has attacked us, so it's come to that. The queen's eyes darkened. Nowhere is safe anymore. He is only the vanguard. The main force will soon arrive, the elder said. What? She looked puzzled. I've scouted the entire area. There's no trace of humans. What? The elder was confused. See, this is why a voice emerged from the flames. The elves recoiled. Soon a hand emerged, brushing the fire aside. I'd appreciate it if you would listen. Kettle shook off the flames, unharmed. Impossible, an elf exclaimed. What kind of artifact is he wearing? Another elf joined in. Artifact. The queen's eyes narrowed. Kettle only wore light clothing and axe at his waist. A wooden necklace and a small leather pouch hung at his belt. If there had been a protective artifact, she would have sensed it. He had survived her attack purely on his own strength. Even a strong one like you is targeting us. Humans are truly despicable, the queen said. Again, I'm telling you, I'm not. Kettle tried to explain but failed again. If that's your choice, I will make you regret it. The queen drew her bow. I am the queen of the Autumn Leaf tribe. Pay for your sins, human. Maybe they're just really hard to have a conversation with, Kettle thought. However, they were speaking the same language. The elves didn't refuse to understand, they simply chose to ignore him as if his words were unworthy of attention. Is the relationship between humans and elves that strained? Having heard the tales of the slave hunters abducting young elves to enslave them, he couldn't blame the elves for hating him. Kettle felt dejected. I guess there's no choice then. There was one thing he learned from the white snowfield. Sometimes people only listened after receiving a little persuasion. But he had no intention of using violence. Striking an elf was unthinkable to him. I just need to make them listen. Kettle made up his mind as the queen drew her bowstring taut once more. A translucent arrow formed at the ready. The string released and the arrow shot forth. It moved with blinding speed, faster than the speed of sound, a blur to the naked eye. Just before the arrow struck, Kettle moved his hand. He caught the flying arrow. It immediately erupted, flames roaring around him, threatening to consume him. Kettle muttered. He responded in the simplest way possible. He just clenched his fist. With a soft hissing sound, the flame dissipated. The elf's eyes widened in shock. What? How? The queen was stunned. Her arrows were no ordinary projectiles. They were imbued with the spirits of nature themselves. Each arrow carried the essence of a fire spirit. Blocking it without injury was supposed to be impossible, even for superhuman warriors. Yet the human in front of her had snuffed it out with a mere clench of his hand. Then I will have to try more determined. She drew another arrow, this time with fury in her eyes. Burn. The bow itself ignited. The extreme heat twisted the air around it, creating distortions. Go strike him down, the queen yelled fiercely as she released the arrow. The projectile raced forth, gathering shape and energy. It transformed into a blazing phoenix with radiant wings. Ooh, the elves gasped. This was the queen's ultimate technique, Phoenix Arrow. It was a flame that would not die until the target was reduced to ashes, a technique that had never been stopped before. Amazing, Kettle exclaimed. Then he thought, a flaming phoenix, what a fantastical skill. Thoroughly impressed, he clenched his fist and struck the oncoming arrow. Boom, everything in the punch's trajectory shattered. Branches snapped and dense vegetation was cleared, leaving a vast empty space. The wind pressure forcibly extinguished the unquenchable flames. Ah, the queen screamed. The gust swept over the queen, knocking her violently to the ground. Kettle clicked his tongue with a sheepish expression. Did I use too much strength? The queen, battered and bloodied, realized the gap of power between them. That human was no ordinary opponent. He wasn't just a powerful foe, he was someone far beyond her reach. He is a superhuman, at least. The queen could not fathom why such a powerful being was here. She gritted her teeth in frustration. She had confidence in her own strength. However, there was always another wall beyond the ones that had been overcome. Her opponent had reached a level she could never hope to attain. With a resolute expression, she shouted loudly, "Everyone, retreat immediately." My queen, the elder elf, was shocked. Now understood, realizing what the queen intended, the elder clenched his teeth and echoed the order, "Everyone, fall back." "Yes, sir." The elves fled with urgency. The queen struggled to her feet, swaying slightly. "Human, I acknowledge your strength, but you will never achieve your purpose here. I'm telling you, I just want to talk." Kettle's face was a picture of exasperation as he responded to her desperate words. The queen clasped her hands together, and flames began to gather, taking shape. "I summon you, bearer of the primordial purity. I summon you, scorcher of the pitch-black darkness." It was an incantation. Caught up in the moment, Kettle found himself in awe. He was just delighted to be able to see an actual magic accompanied by an incantation. The sight of true magic left his heart pounding. "Come forth, horned one bearing the flames of purity." "Fiego," the queen continued with the incantation. The flames morphed into a doorway, and from within, a beast leaped forth, a bull of flickering fire. Wow, Kettle gasped. The bull in front of him was magnificent. Its entire body was engulfed in blazing red flames, and without even doing anything, the temperature of the surrounding forest rose. However, the most distinctive feature was the horn protruding from its head. Though the bull itself was formidable, that horn was on a different level. Even Kettle, who had never seen a spirit before, could notice how powerful that horn was. Yes, this is what you call a spirit, and this is what you call a world of fantasy, Kettle thought in delight. The monsters of the white snowfield were grotesque and alien. They were closer to nightmares than embodiments of fantasy. There were a few rare ones, like the cute ones resembling black slimes or the snake-like beings with a touch of fantasy flair, but the majority were detestable in appearance. However, the bull standing in front of him was different. A horned bull blazing with flames was the very embodiment of the fantasy world he dreamed of. While Kettle trembled with awe, the queen caught her breath with a ragged expression. "So you have summoned me." Fiego scratched the ground with an air of annoyance. "I am bound by the king's command to aid you, but entering into contracts has never been worthwhile. It is always nothing but troublesome." Silence. The queen's tone was curt. Fiego, the legendary spirit of fire, wielded a power unmatched by most, and such a being was not easily commanded by its contractor. Just as taming a wild predator was never perfect, spirits, too, resisted absolute control. The more powerful the spirit, the longer it had lived, and with it came an immense pride. Among these, Fiego was the legendary spirit of fire. It embodied the very essence of fire itself, with horns that housed pure flames. Summoning it was a feat even beyond the queen's abilities alone. She had barely managed to form a contract with the aid of other tribe members. "Fulfill the contract, Fiego," the queen said. "Annoying as it may be, a contract is a contract. So the task this time is to kill the human before us." Fiego exhaled with a snort and turned its gaze to the human standing before them. When the bull saw the human's peculiar expression, filled with awe, it blinked in disbelief. Is that truly a human? This thought crossed Fiego's mind because the human was too perfect, like a sculpture. If not for the movement of his chest as he breathed, he could have been mistaken for a statue. The queen nodded. "He is human. He has trespassed upon our land. HMPH, a pitiful human daring to covet the domains of nature. I've made my decision. I shall leave nothing but ashes behind." After Fiego stopped talking, it began to stomp its feet. A fiery storm erupted. Flames emanating from his horns engulfed Kettle in an instant. It was pure fire that incinerated all darkness, illuminating the world with a blinding red glow. Boom, Kettle was swallowed by the flames in an instant. "It's all over," Fiego spoke with calm finality. However, the queen shook her head. "It's not over." "What?" A familiar voice emerged from the flames. Kettle moved his hand around, scattering the fire. He stood as he had at the beginning, unscathed. "It's pretty hot, I'll give you that." Despite his words, his expression was calm. Fiego's flames wavered violently. How? The flames the bull wielded were the purest of fire, a fundamental aspect of nature itself. No matter how strong one was, direct contact with it would inevitably cause damage. Yet here this human stood unharmed. "So you possess the power to covet nature. But that is the end of your strength." Fiego's horns burned even brighter. It bent its forelegs, gathering strength in its hind legs. Like a jet engine, flames erupted behind it. "Be impaled." Boom, the bull charged forward. It lunged to pierce Kettle with its horn. Kettle, however, calmly extended his hand. Boom, an explosion rang out. Being elements of nature, spirits typically could not alter their surroundings with their power. However, the grass and trees around them caught fire, consumed by the overwhelming concept of fire that blanketed them. The queen quickly enveloped herself in protective flames. The strength of a legendary spirit was overwhelming. Even approaching it without sufficient power was perilous. An opponent struck with such a force could not possibly survive unscathed. However, it was different with Kettle. "This is impossible," Fiego cried out in disbelief. Its horn was caught by Kettle's palm. The horn, imbued with pure flame, could not pierce mere human flesh before it. Desperately, Fiego drew upon more power. Kettle became completely engulfed in flames, yet nothing changed. The primordial fire could not scorch his skin. With composure, Kettle clenched his fist. "I'm glad you're in beast form," Kettle said. Slowly he raised his fist. Sensing danger, Fiego tried to pull back, but Kettle's grip held its head firm. "I have no qualms about beating beasts to death," Kettle said. His fist collided with the horn. Crack, goo, the horn, once indestructible and housing pure fire, shattered against the human's fist. Fiego's form exploded and dispersed. In a single strike, it was banished from the mortal realm. The queen was bewildered. She could not comprehend the power of such magnitude. She knew it was over. With Fiego gone, she had no options left. She closed her eyes in quiet surrender, praying that the barbarian might spare her people. She heard calm footsteps. She shuddered but did not flee. The barbarian stopped right in front of her. "Please have mercy on my people," she begged. And to her quiet plea, Kettle placed his hand atop her head. His warm touch was surprisingly gentle. The unexpected gesture caused the queen to open her eyes in surprise. The barbarian spoke softly. I am not your enemy, elf. After much discussion, the queen finally accepted the truth. Kettle was not their enemy. I am sorry, human. We judged you too hastily. The queen bowed her head respectfully. She was ashamed to mistake the one who had brought back their child for an enemy. She felt deeply embarrassed by her actions. Seeing this, Kettle shook his head. It's fine. I heard you fled here because of humans. Even so, it's a bit sad that you never even tried to hear me out. I'm sorry. The queen glanced at Kettle. His hair was a dusty gray, like ash. He was at least 2 heads taller than an average person, so tall that she had to tilt her head all the way back to look at him. And his body was packed with tightly coiled muscles, leaving no space for excess, making him appear more like a statue than a human. However, above all, there was a palpable sense of intimidation. There were no words for it, but it was the feeling of being thrown naked in front of a predator. Elves, being closely attuned to nature, were even more sensitive to such auras than humans. Just as a prey animal instinctively tensed up at the sight of a predator, they instinctively judged Kettle as a threat. Hearing this, Kettle's expression became a bit sour. Is that how it is? I didn't realize it since I've never experienced it before. Are you truly not one of the humans who pursued us? The queen asked. This is my first time seeing elves. There are none in the white snowfield. What? The queen's eyes widened. The white snowfield. Yes, are you the ashen-haired barbarian of the white snowfield? That's what humans who come from outside call me. Strange, you speak far too fluently for such a title. I learned from the humans who occasionally wander in. I never thought a human could survive there, the queen murmured in disbelief. The tales of the emperor were widely known, not just among humans, but also among other races. The queen also knew about the dreadful monsters of the white snowfield, and the most dangerous of all was the ashen-haired barbarian. That very legend now stood before her. If Kettle was indeed the ashen-haired barbarian, then his strength made sense. To withstand Fiego's strike with just his body was beyond the strength of any human she could imagine. Well, I suppose if someone like that appeared in my territory, I wouldn't believe it either. Your suspicion was justified, Kettle said. The conversation had begun to flow more naturally. Feeling more at ease, Kettle observed the queen quietly. She is beautiful, Kettle thought. Her features were perfect. Even if he searched for a greater beauty, he doubted he would find it. He sincerely admired her beauty. The queen averted her gaze. She was used to receiving such looks, but this one felt different. It wasn't a gaze filled with human desire, it was as if he were admiring a work of art. By the way, what about that summoned creature? I'm sorry I broke it in half, Kettle said. But that summoned creature attacked you, the queen murmured, surprised that he was concerned about a being that had tried to kill him. Then she shook her head. There is no need to worry. Spirits are beings of nature. When banished, they simply return to the spirit realm. From there, they continued to exchange small talk. Kettle asked about the elves, and the queen answered cautiously. The more they spoke, the more the queen was surprised. Kettle was incredibly intelligent and gentler. He was reasonable, courteous, and considerate. He seemed more like a scholar than a barbarian. Are all barbarians of the white snowfield like you? The queen asked. No, I'm likely an exception, Kettle answered. I see. If all the barbarians from the white snowfield were like him, that would be even more astonishing. She then grew worried about one thing. You coming out of the white snowfield, does that mean other beings from there could emerge as well? She asked. I doubt it. Not like me anyway. The white snowfield was bound by rules and conditions. Even powerful beings like the white serpent could not break those rules. Kettle had only managed to escape through a forced quest. That is a relief. The queen genuinely felt relieved. Their territory was close to the white snowfield. If another being as strong as Kettle appeared with hostile intent, she had no idea how to defend against it. After speaking more, Kettle rose to his feet. Well, I should be going. Already, the queen asked. You all need to reorganize your territory. My presence would only be a hindrance. Kettle could feel the glances. The elves had warmed up slightly, but they still kept their distance, clearly fearful. It would only be a burden if he stayed longer. The queen bowed deeply, expressing genuine regret. I apologize, it's okay. I'll come back someday. You are always welcome. I will ensure it, the queen said. That's enough for me. The queen gave him a curious look. She had tried to hurt Kettle with unmistakable intent to kill. Even after realizing he was not the enemy, she had resolved to sacrifice herself for her people's safety. It was only natural that hostility had to be repaid in kind. That was the way of the world. Even if it was all a misunderstanding, she had tried to kill Kettle. She had to bear the consequences. Yet Kettle showed little reaction and seemed just glad to have the misunderstanding resolved. The queen could not believe that Kettle could treat her with such kindness after a previous attitude. If there was ever a saint, it could be him. I need to atone. The queen's gaze softened. I told you that's not necessary, Kettle replied. No, I cannot be at peace otherwise. Is there anything you desire? Whatever it is, I shall grant it. No matter what Kettle might ask, she was ready to give it to him. With such determination in her words, Kettle's eyes gleamed. He said, in that case, is it possible for me to make a contract with a spirit? What? The queen was flustered by the unexpected request. Kettle's eyes sparkled like a child's. After staring at him for a moment, the queen shook her head. I'm sorry, but I don't think that's possible. There are humans who are close to nature and can make contracts with spirits, but... So it's difficult for me. Even the elves are frightened of you. Spirits being even closer to nature would be even more so. I see. It seemed forming a contract with a spirit was impossible. Kettle's expression fell. Seeing this, the queen hesitated for a moment before making a decision. If you truly wish to make a contract with a spirit, go to Elfo Sagrado. Elfo Sagrado, Kettle asked. It is the place where our elven god resides. It is the sacred ground of all elves. It's the only place that can make your wish come true. I will tell you its location. Keep it to yourself. The sacred ground of the elves. Would a human like me even be allowed in there? Normally, no, but with my introduction, it should be possible. The sacred ground of the elves, Elfo Sagrado, was a dream destination for anyone studying elves. No elf, no matter how tortured or tempted, had ever revealed its location to another race. However, the queen had made her decision. She reached into the air. Gem of flame manifested as it fell into Kettle's hand. Take this. Even if you reach the vicinity, our god will test you, but you should have no problem, the queen said. I gratefully accept. It was time to go. Kettle rose to leave the forest. The queen bowed again respectfully. I am Marsiria Hashian Karuja, queen of the Autumn Leaf tribe, and your name is, she asked. I am Kettle, just Kettle. Indeed, Kettle, I will never forget this debt. Return to us one day. I will. Kettle smiled, turning away. Marsiria watched quietly until he disappeared. Although he wanted to stay longer, he had no choice but to leave because the other elves feared him. He was still satisfied, though. I even received this, Kettle said to himself, holding a crimson jewel, radiating with a fiery glow. The queen talked about the sacred ground of the elves, Elfo Sagrado. With this jewel, he was allowed to step inside the elves' sacred ground, the place where their god resided. He wondered what sort of place it could be and how many elves would dwell there. He also wondered if spirits of nature would roam freely there. Scenes from various fantasy tales he had read flashed through his mind. Just the thought of going to Elfo Sagrado made his heart race. He wanted to rush there immediately. However, he restrained himself. This was a rare opportunity to experience a fantasy world. Nothing was stopping him anymore, and he could afford to take things slow and enjoy the journey at his leisure. First, I need to meet other people. The elf queen had mentioned a nearby estate. If he went west after leaving the forest, he would come across a fairly large estate. Kettle's heart pounded. He could hardly contain his excitement thinking about meeting new people in this fantasy world. I should pick up the pace, he said. With a strong kick, he sprang forward. The earth cracked beneath him and trees were uprooted. In the blink of an eye, he became a distant dot. Yaeon, the guard at the outer gate, let out a long yawn and looked ahead with sleepy eyes. Nothing but empty plains stretched to the horizon. Hey, rookie. Yes, sir. The fresh-faced guard straightened up and answered briskly. Think it'd be all right if I snuck off for a nap? The senior guard asked. And no, sir, this is our shift. Whatever, nobody ever comes here anyways. But still. Look, just keep quiet, all right. I'm off to rest. You just need to not tell anyone about this. If you do, you're dead to me, the senior guard said. The rookie stammered. The senior guard stretched and was about to head off to his makeshift rest spot. You can rest if you don't mind getting fired. A voice from behind froze the guard in his tracks. The senior guard turned his head with a forced grin. See, Commander, when did you get here? Quit picking on the rookie and do your job. The guard commander smacked him on the head. Rubbing his sore scalp, the senior guard mumbled, Nothing but snowfields to the east, sir. No one ever comes this way. Does standing guard on this post even matter? Quit whining and focus. Word is that the Lord might schedule special training if he hears you've been slacking. The guard's face fell instantly. The commander continued in a flat tone, Trouble doesn't wait for us to be ready. You never know when a dungeon or monster den might appear. Stay alert. But how likely is that? The guard mumbled. Your job is to be ready for that unlikely event. Focus. There are enough unsettling rumors as it is. A long time ago, after the Demon King's defeat by the champion, demons and devils were barred from interfering with the mortal realm. However, now, after thousands of years, the demons were resurfacing. There's talk of the kingdom falling, but news is sparse here. For now, keep watch. The Demon King's army could come over that horizon any moment, the commander said. I doubt that's true, the guard grumbled but straightened up. He had no desire to get hit again. His eyes scanned the horizon. Nothing appeared and nothing was heard. All was peaceful. Though the world might be in turmoil, this was an estate at the edge of the white snowfield, serene and quiet. The guard yawned again and resumed his watch. Minutes, then hours passed. The rookie guard frowned and said, Sir, do you hear something strange? What do you mean? I don't hear anything. It's faint, but it seems to be getting closer. After concentrating, the senior guard heard it too. The sound was faint, but unmistakable, a deep, resounding vibration that seemed to shake the earth itself. Thud. Thud. The noise grew louder and the guards realized that something massive was charging toward their estate. Wait, thud. The sound was now audible to everyone. Even the commander, who had gone inside the castle to handle some affairs, rushed out, alarmed. What's going on? The commander asked. Sir, something's approaching. Thud, the sound grew even louder. Whatever was approaching was close and dangerous. The commander shouted urgently, "Sound the bell. Gather all guards." "Yes, sir. Where's the knight?" "The knight is not in the estate, sir. He is away escorting the young lady to the capital." "Damn it," the commander clenched his teeth. Guards were mustered quickly, and they formed ranks, waiting tensely. Thud, the sound echoed, shaking the entire estate. Civilians crouched in fear. Thud, the vibration approached. Thud, dust rose from the fortress walls, coating the air. Thud, the ground trembled, and the guards felt their feet briefly leave the ground every time the sound echoed. Thud. Shockwaves slammed into them, leaving faces pale and bodies trembling. Panic spread as some guards tried to run away. "Don't you dare run," the commander barked through gritted teeth. "We are the guards of the Barkin estate. Protect your family and friends with your lives." "Why, yes, sir," the guards shouted defiantly, determined to stand their ground. The roaring sound drew impossibly close and then stopped. The periodic thuds ceased. Silence fell, and confusion gripped the guards. "Commander," one of the guards asked. "Hold position," the commander gulped as he ordered the guards. Moments of silence passed. Then a figure appeared beyond the horizon. The guards gripped their spears tightly. The figure approached steadily. The commander's eyes widened, and a single thought crossed his mind: it's small. The figure wasn't the massive threat they had feared. As it neared, its size seemed comparable to their own. Step by step, it drew closer. The guards held their breath. The commander forced himself to stay calm and stepped forward. Footsteps echoed. Finally, the figure came into view. The commander's eyes widened. A barbarian, an ashen-haired barbarian, stood before them, speaking in fluent common tongue. "Greetings," the barbarian said. From Kettle's perspective, the estate was rather sizable. A sturdy outer wall surrounded the land, enclosing a moderately sized castle within. Its architecture was reminiscent of the medieval style, yet something about it felt distinctly different. Perhaps it was the fantastical aura that lent it a unique charm. "That's a good-looking castle," Kettle murmured. He was curious about what lay inside. The thought of exploring the interior filled him with anticipation. With a relaxed pace, he walked forward. The tips of the guards' spears quivered in their hands, betraying their unease. The guard commander gritted his teeth as he stared at Kettle. He thought, "He is enormous." The commander was not accustomed to looking up at others. Yet here, for the first time, he had to crane his neck to see someone who towered over him by at least a head. It wasn't just Kettle's Hate-Thigh's physique was equally imposing. However, it didn't feel excessive or bulky. His body resembled a perfectly sculpted statue. He wore a leather vest, and a scar ran across his chest. An ashen-haired barbarian. The commander's mind flashed to tales of the legendary being. "Don't come any closer," one of the trembling guards shouted, his voice crackling. It was an involuntary cry born out of sheer terror. Kettle's gaze shifted to the guard, and the man's face turned pale as a sheet. "He is going to kill me." The guard thought, frozen in fear. Contrary to expectations, Kettle stopped in his tracks. He said calmly, "I mean no harm. Why, you can talk." The guard stammered. "I have no intention of being your enemy, so there's no need to worry. I'd appreciate it if you could just relax." He's fluent. The guards exchanged dumbfounded murmurs, their disbelief palpable. Kettle frowned and asked, "Is it standard for barbarians in this world to be incapable of speech?" "Well, no," but the guard commander muttered without thinking. Kettle's expression shifted, a hint of intrigue crossing his face. "So there are other barbarians here?" Well, the commander could not answer him. The spear tips still refused to lower, despite Kettle's warm greetings. Remaining composed, Kettle spoke again, "I am not your enemy." Over the course of his travels, most of the people he encountered reacted to him with fear and hostility. Kettle had grown used to it even in the white snowfield. He had seen his share of outsiders panicking and attacking him. By now, it didn't faze him. Calmly, he continued attempting to communicate. Slowly but surely, the trembling spear tips steadied. Once he had judged the situation to be manageable, Kettle addressed the guard commander directly. "You must be the leader here." How did you know?" the commander asked. "It's obvious. Your attire is distinct from the others." "As I've said before, I have no intention of being hostile. What do you want from us?" the commander asked hesitantly. "My goal is simple," Kettle said. He raised a hand, startling the guard, but he ignored their reaction and pointed toward the estate behind them. "I want to visit your estate." Kettle was escorted to the inspection room, where he sat on a chair that groaned under his weight. "We just bought that chair," the guard commander thought uneasily, staring at the chair that was too small for the barbarian. Slowly he asked, "You said you wanted to visit our estate. Is your purpose simply to pass through?" "If possible, I'd like to stay for a while. I'm unsure how long," Kettle responded. "You want to stay here?" the commander sighed. The barbarian in front of him wanted to reside in his estate. The guard commander hesitated. He didn't know whether to refuse or allow him to stay. There were no solid reasons to deny the request. Manuals for such situations existed, outlining proper protocols, and yet the commander couldn't shake the fear he felt toward Kettle in their first encounter. It was a primal instinct, a natural reaction to the presence of such an overwhelming being. Sharing the same territory as this man was the last thing the guard commander wanted. As he wrestled with his thoughts, Kettle spoke again. "I am not your enemy." His words were quiet but carried a weight that calmed the commander's turbulent mind. I am a visitor to your estate. You are the guard commander responsible for managing visitors. That's all this is. Just do your job, Kettle said. All right. The commander finally collected himself. Upon reflection, he realized that they had allowed barbarians to enter their estate before. This wasn't an unprecedented situation. My apologies. It's fine, Kettle responded indifferently. He was long accustomed to such exchanges, so they hardly affected him anymore. With his composure restored, the commander began his duties. His job was to confirm the identity of outsiders and assess potential threats. Carefully, he asked, "What is your name?" "Kettle," he answered. "Kettle, I need to ask about the noise earlier." Noise. As you approached, there was a sound growing louder in regular intervals. Do you know what caused it? Kettle tilted his head. I have no idea. All I did was run. I see, the commander said, gulping. He couldn't imagine the deafening noise to have been caused merely by Kettle running. No, that's impossible, the guard commander thought. He pushed the thought aside. If it wasn't directly related to the barbarian, it was none of his concern. They could investigate later if necessary. Even if it were true, there was no point dwelling on something far beyond his ability to control. Do you have any form of identification or someone who can verify your identity? The commander asked. I don't have anything like that. Kettle suddenly remembered something and held up a necklace. Would this work? What is it? It bears the crest of the Akasha family. I received it from one of their kin. The commander cautiously took the necklace. He knew of the Akasha family as they had passed through their estate to reach the white snowfield several years ago. The commander recalled having an enjoyable conversation with one of their members and remembered them giving him an insignia. The Akasha family, you mean the merchant family from the Denayan kingdom? The commander asked. You know of them. They have been gaining prominence recently. After their head of family changed a few years ago, their influence has grown rapidly. Is that so? It seemed their business ventures were thriving. Examining the insignia, the commander muttered, It doesn't look fake, but it's hard to verify. Is this estate not part of the Denayan kingdom? Kettle asked. No, this is the kingdom of Jehantra. The commander returned the necklace. It's not enough for confirmation, but it helps. To the commander, Kettle didn't seem like a threat. Even if the necklace was a well-crafted forgery, it indicated that the barbarian had the intelligence to fake a family's insignia, which was a quality that could be reasoned with. The truly frightening threats were mindless beasts. Intelligent beings could be bound by laws and agreements. The commander firmly believed this. Fine, you may enter, but there are conditions, the commander said. Oh, Kettle grinned. The moment the commander saw that smile, his confidence wavered like a toppled row of dominoes. Can he really be controlled? From the commander's perspective, Kettle seemed like a powerful beast with intelligence, which seemed more dangerous. Kettle's smile was simply one of delight, but the commander's mind raced with conflicting thoughts. What are the conditions? Kettle asked. We need to verify something, the commander said, forcing himself to remain steady. We need proof that you are not a threat. Hearing the guard commander's explanation, he muttered to himself, a dungeon raid, huh? The commander's explanation had been straightforward. There were 3 others, like Kettle, whose identities were unclear but who also sought entry to the estate. The condition for their entry was to team up and clear a nearby dungeon. Let me make it clear. If you don't accept this condition, you can't enter our estate. This is the minimum requirement, the commander said preemptively. Barbarians typically hated complications and detested fighting alongside warriors they didn't personally acknowledge. A barbarian agreeing to cooperate in a dungeon raid was almost unheard of. Most would soon throw a tantrum, demanding to enter alone. However, Kettle nodded readily. Very well, I accept. You're okay with it, the commander asked. A rule is a rule. If that's what it takes, I will abide by it. I appreciate it. The commander felt a twinge of admiration. He hadn't expected a barbarian to agree to something so cumbersome. In all his dealings with barbarians, this was a first. Of course, Kettle's agreement wasn't born from a sense of duty or respect for rules. Though he kept a calm exterior, his excitement was almost uncontainable. A dungeon raid. Yes, I'm going to a dungeon, Kettle thought. To him, this was one of the ultimate fantasies, and he wasn't doing it inside a virtual game, but in real life. The thrill of it was almost overwhelming, making all the hardships he had endured feel worthwhile. Kettle grinned, and the commander forcibly calmed his trembling body. So forming a party for a dungeon raid is the condition, huh? That seems simple enough, Kettle said. There is one more condition, the commander added. After clearing the dungeon, you will need to report back everything that occurred in the anomalies, unusual events, or noteworthy details. If you meet that requirement, then you will be allowed into the estate. Ah, Kettle said with a nod. So it's a system of mutual observation, isn't it? What, am I wrong? For individuals with unclear identities, their backgrounds need verification. But you can't trust their words outright, Kettle said. Words from an untrustworthy source carried no weight. They offered no assurance. However, if those words come from someone who worked together in a dungeon raid, it's a different story. Though Kettle wasn't entirely sure what a dungeon entailed, he guessed it wouldn't be easy. It would require significant use of his strength. Furthermore, he had to do it with other people cooperating with complete strangers. In such a scenario, anyone who couldn't adapt to the group would quickly stand out. This system forced individuals with ambiguous identities to monitor each other, filtering out troublemakers in the process. While the system had its limits and flaws, it served as an effective sieve. That's impressive. Someone definitely put some thought into this. Did you come up with this? Kettle asked. No, I didn't, the commander admitted with a dumbfounded expression. In regions outside major cities or capitals, there was no reliable method to verify the identities of everyone born there. Many people with unclear backgrounds existed, and not a small number of them caused trouble. However, rejecting all such individuals outright was impossible due to their sheer numbers. To address this, the kingdom's skilled administrators had devised this process after days of deliberation. Weaker individuals were simply allowed entry, while those strong enough to pose a potential threat were forced to form parties and clear dungeons. At first, even the commander had been skeptical about the effectiveness of this method, but when it was implemented, it proved highly successful. Aggressive mercenaries and shady thieves, forced to cooperate, often ended up exposing themselves as threats. In some cases, they even turned on each other inside the dungeon, eliminating themselves. While it wasn't foolproof, it reduced the number of incidents caused by outsiders significantly. Only those capable of maintaining peace and showing consideration for others gained access to the estate. After witnessing the system's effectiveness, the commander had grudgingly acknowledged the value of the taxes funding such administrative brilliance. Yet, Kettle had grasped the concept immediately after hearing it once. Are you really a barbarian? The commander asked, his voice filled with genuine curiosity. I am, regrettably, Kettle replied with a smirk. You're unlike any barbarian I've ever encountered, so there are barbarians here as well. But they're a troublesome lot, the commander said, shaking his head as he stood. Let's get moving. If we add you to the existing party, we can start the dungeon raid immediately. The commander rose, and Kettle followed him with a grin. One last thing, you will be raiding the dungeon with 3 others. Be cautious if anyone dies or gets seriously injured. Your stay here might be jeopardized, the commander explained. Who are the others? Kettle asked. Well, there is a thief to start. Kettle liked that a thief was in his party. Every party needed at least one thief. Next, a warrior who claims to be a paladin, the commander said. Claims to be. What does that mean? It's hard to explain. You will understand when you meet him. Kettle was equally pleased that a warrior was in his party. A frontline companion to share the burden of combat was essential. And lastly, a priest. Kettle was very happy with his party composition. Every party needed a healer after all. The composition was ideal, though there was one thing he found lacking. No mage. Mages are precious resources, tightly managed by the mage tower. Any mages who aren't affiliated with the mage tower are dealt with by the tower, the commander said. I see. The mention of the mage tower intrigued Kettle. It was a fascinating term that made his heart race with anticipation. However, one question remained. Kettle asked, so the priests, are they also of uncertain identity? Priests who served gods typically derived their credibility from their divine affiliation. The commander's expression turned awkward. That's usually the case, but her situation is a bit different. You will understand when you meet her. Fair enough. It was time to meet the party members who would join him in the dungeon raid. The guard commander opened the door. 3 people were gathered in the waiting room. The first was a man with a sharp, agile appearance, dressed in light leather armor and wearing a sly grin thief. The second was a middle-aged man wearing battered, heavily worn armor that emphasized his stubborn nature as warrior. The third was a young, black-haired priestess with an ambiguous smile, her youthful face betraying her inexperience. The warrior let out a heavy sigh, his face etched with a mix of deep disdain and self-loathing. He said, damn it all. The law has left me no choice but to enter a dungeon with a filthy rat who lives off pickpocketing the innocents. It's pathetic. Why are you trying to pick a fight again, old man? The thief retorted, smirking. Still mad about what I said earlier. I have no intention of talking to rats like you, the warrior barked. His voice was rough, filled with contempt. But if the thief was one to take words at face value, he wouldn't be called a thief. He retorted, hey, everything I said was true. You're just mad because a thief swindled you and cleaned you out of your fortune. You filthy little, the warrior's eyes twitched, his anger flaring as the thief grinned wider. Tough break, but let's be real. If you got robbed, that's on you for being an idiot. Why take it out on me, you bastard? The warrior roared, standing abruptly. How dare you insult me? I am Sir Alexandros Tyrannus, a paladin. Paladin, my ass. So that's what they're calling people in shoddy armor these days. The thief's mocking tone cut deep. Although the warrior's armor was technically plate mail, it was riddled with holes and streaked with rust, barely capable of offering any real protection. Let's face it, if you were a real paladin, you wouldn't even be here. A paladin, by definition, was a knight devoted to their deity, a figure of high status. Just their title alone was proof of their rank and station. You're nothing but a self-proclaimed paladin. You're just a wanderer like me, another bug on the ground, and Tyrannus. What kind of ridiculous name is that anyway? The thief sneered. Unable to hold back his fury, the warrior drew his sword. Undeterred, the thief pulled out a dagger from his coat, its blade smeared with green poison. Bring it on, the thief said with a wicked grin. Think that ragged armor will save you. I wish you two would stop, a low voice interrupted them. But neither the thief nor the warrior paid any attention. The priestess sighed deeply. The two had been at each other's throats for hours. She had tried to mediate at first, but it was clear neither would back down. Now she could only resign herself to the hopelessness of the situation. The thought of entering a dungeon with these two gave her a massive headache. We're still waiting on one more person, she thought grimly. The minimum number required for a dungeon raid was 4. If the newcomer was anything like these two, there was no way they could successfully raid the dungeon. I hope this dungeon doesn't turn into our tomb, she muttered. It was very much possible, and the idea left her feeling deeply sorrowful. Amidst the tension, the door suddenly creaked open. The thief and the warrior hastily stashed their weapons, though the damage was already done. The guard commander who entered took one look at the scene and scowled. I hope you understand that you're all being assessed. Hey, I get it, but I'm not so sure about the guy who keeps calling himself a paladin, the thief quipped. You little, the warrior yelled. Is that all you can say, old man? Enough, the commander snapped, ignoring them both. Whether they lived or died in the dungeon wasn't his concern. I just brought in the last member for the dungeon raid. Oh, please let them be normal, the thief muttered under his breath. You can judge for yourself. Come in. And then Kettle entered the room. In that instant, the room fell silent. The three of them, thief, the warrior, and the priestess, instinctively lifted their heads, overwhelmed by his sheer presence. Whoa. So you guys are my party members, Kettle said with a broad grin, raising a hand in greeting. The waiting room, large enough to hold 10 people comfortably, suddenly felt cramped. Kettle's presence alone filled the space, radiating an aura of dominance. The three of them knew that if they picked a fight with the barbarian, they would die. Their instincts screamed the warning, and they all fell silent, their bravado snuffed out like candles. As if expecting this reaction, the guard commander left the room with a short goodbye. Get acquainted. I will return shortly. With a heavy thud, the door closed, leaving the four of them alone. An oppressive silence hung over the room. Let's start with introductions, Kettle said, breaking the silence. My name is Kettle, a barbarian. Despite his invitation, no one answered. This isn't as lively as I expected, Kettle mused, slightly disappointed. A shy bunch, huh? Realizing he had to take the lead, he smiled, trying to appear approachable. Eep, the priestess nearly yelped, trembling under his gaze. Kettle turned to the thief. What's your name? I am Casson Hark, a thief, he stammered, his tongue dry. He had seen barbarians before, dumb, brutish, easy marks, but something about Kettle felt different. This one wasn't a fool. One wrong move and he'd be dead. And you? Kettle asked, shifting his gaze to the warrior. I am Sir Alexandros Tyrannus, a paladin, he declared, defiance flickering in his eyes as he clenched his fists tightly. Thief couldn't help but feel a sliver of admiration for the warrior. Standing firm in front of this barbarian took real guts. Paladin, Kettle tilted his head. Then you wield divine power. Well, I would, but I'm a unique case, so I don't have divine power, the warrior admitted through gritted teeth. I see, Kettle said, letting the topic drop as he turned to the priestess. And you? I am Hayes, priestess of Kaloja, the god of lies and deception, she whispered, her fearful eyes darting toward Kettle. Barbarians were savage beings who denied and mocked the gods. The enmity between barbarians and clergy was infamous. She had heard horror stories from senior priests about barbarians attacking them on sight. Ah, a priestess, it's a pleasure to meet you, Kettle exclaimed, beaming. Hayes blinked, startled. She had braced an attack, but was instead greeted with an almost joyous warmth, as if she were a long-lost ally. The door creaked open again, and the guard commander reappeared. Are you guys done talking? More or less, Kettle replied, and with that, the party set off. The four of them followed the guard commander across the barren plains outside the estate. As they walked, Kettle's curiosity about Hayes grew. Even as a priestess, they're making you go through the dungeon raid. Well, the god I serve is the god of lies and deception, Kaloja, she answered hesitantly, her voice faltering. Many of Kaloja's followers, unfortunately, do not have the best reputations. I see, Kettle replied thoughtfully. Not all gods were benevolent. The god of lies and deception likely had a history of causing trouble, leading to distrust among the people of the estate. But a god of lies and deception, does that mean their divine powers align with those aspects? Kettle asked. Those who devoted themselves wholeheartedly to a god could wield fragments of their divine abilities, and people called these fragments the divine powers. Hayes nodded cautiously and said yes, but as a lower-ranking priestess, I can only use minor powers. What kind of powers? Kettle's curiosity deepened. I can manipulate dice rolls or create illusions to deceive my opponents, she explained, her voice barely above a whisper. I see why people might not think highly of that. Kettle nodded in understanding. She laughed nervously, unsure of what to make of Kettle's unflinching demeanor. His friendliness unsettled her. What's going on? She thought, struggling to make sense of his attitude. Is he planning to convert? The idea of a barbarian, a known godless savage, embracing the greatness of Kaloja and offering his faith was startling. As a priestess, she knew she should welcome the thought of a new follower, especially since her journey was as much about guiding others as it was about her own training, but the idea terrified her. She selfishly wished someone else would take on that responsibility. Shame washed over her for even thinking such a thing. "We've arrived," the guard commander said, halting abruptly. Ahead of them loomed a dark cave. "Oh," Kettle said, his eyes lighting up with anticipation. This was the dungeon. There are 3 floors to this dungeon. The monsters inside are undead. If you work together, the commander trailed off, glancing at Kettle. "You should be able to clear it. Bring back the token once you've completed the dungeon raid. Good luck." The guard commander hesitated briefly, a complicated expression on his face before walking away. Group now stood before the dungeon's entrance. Kettle clapped his hands together, causing the other 3 to flinch. "All right, I'd like to get started. How do we approach this? This is my first time doing anything with other party members, so I will need some guidance," Kettle said, looking at the others. Cassin glanced at Kettle nervously. "Has anyone here cleared a dungeon before?" None of them raised their hands. Cassin cleared his throat and spoke cautiously. "I've got some experience, so I will take the lead. Since it's a standard dungeon, let's follow the usual formation." "And that is?" Kettle asked. "Well, Mr. Kettle, You don't have to call me Mr. We're comrades, after all," Kettle interrupted him. "How was it?" "Got it," Kettle said. He stepped forward and clapped Alexandros on the shoulder, the creak of the battered armor audible. "You and I are on the front line. Let's watch each other's backs." "Okay," Alexandros replied with a resolute nod, despite his obvious tension. With that, Kettle strode confidently into the dungeon, the others reluctantly following behind him. The dungeon air was damp and oppressive. Cassin led the group, carefully inspecting the path ahead for traps, while the others trailed behind him. They had walked some distance when he suddenly raised his hand. "Stop, monsters ahead," Cassin whispered. "I don't see anything," Kettle remarked. "Look at the scattered bones on the ground. Those are monsters called skeletons. Once we get close enough, they will rise and attack us," Cassin explained, pointing to the scattered bones. "Interesting," Kettle said, a smile spreading across his face. Skeletons were a classic type of monster from fantasy worlds. He couldn't help but wonder what they would look like in action. Misinterpreting Kettle's grin, Cassin shuddered. This barbarian must be itching for a fight. Swallowing his unease, he composed himself and spoke. "Skeletons are tough opponents. We will need to prepare properly." Cassin explained further about the skeletons. Even if they were injured, they would keep moving. They would fight relentlessly, even with their limbs severed, and since they were made of bones, their defense was quite high. "This dungeon is harder than I expected," Cassin thought grimly. He had cleared dungeons before, but this one felt like a different level altogether. He glanced at Kettle. "I guess the difficulty is balanced because of him." Even so, they needed to be cautious. "Hayes, ready your divine powers. Alexandros, raise your shield. Kettle, please prepare for the battle as well. I will look for openings during the fight." Cassin instructed the party. "How do we defeat them?" Kettle asked. "You have to target their neck. Their bodies will keep moving no matter where else you hit them, so go for their necks. Their bones are tough, so you'll likely need several strikes to bring them down." "Understood." With everyone prepared, Kettle and Alexandros took the front. As they advanced, the skeletons began to stir, the clattering of bones echoing in the darkness. "Fight," Cassin shouted. Alexandros raised his shield, Hayes began her prayer, and Cassin himself melted into the shadows, waiting for an opening. The first skeleton, now fully risen, brandished its sword. Kettle swung his hand. Crack, the skeleton's skull shattered into powder, and it collapsed into a heap of bones. Bone powder scattered across the dungeon floor like fine sand as the skeleton, now decapitated, collapsed into fragments. What? The party members, who were primed for combat, began to relax a bit. They stared blankly, first at Kettle, then at the pulverized remains of the skeleton's skull. "Oh," Kettle said, his expression one of satisfied curiosity as he studied the now lifeless skeleton. "Cassin, you were right. Once the head is destroyed, it stops moving." "Haha, I told you." Cassin's awkward laughter concealed his unease. "That's not what I meant at all." Cassin had suggested targeting the neck, not obliterating the head into powder. Gulping hard, he glanced at the shattered skeleton, unnerved. Skeletons were monsters made entirely of bone, a naturally hard substance. Even a skilled swordsman would struggle to sever bones without the aid of aura. Moreover, skeletons in dungeons were further reinforced by mana, making their bones significantly tougher than normal. The standard strategy for dealing with skeletons was methodical: aim for the joints in the neck, striking repeatedly until the vertebrae weakened. It was a process akin to chopping down a tree, time-consuming and exhausting. However, Kettle hadn't just severed the neck, he had reduced the skull to dust with a single strike. "Is this guy even human?" Cassin thought. From the moment they had met, Kettle's strength had been evident, but Cassin didn't think he would be this powerful. This was beyond anything he had imagined. Crushing a skeleton's skull into powder with nothing but his palm was something no one would believe without seeing it firsthand. Cassin gulped hard, his gaze fixating on Kettle's hand. He imagined what would happen to his own head if that destructive palm reached his head. He shuddered at the thought, and a similar tremor passed through Alexandros and Hayes. "Let's keep moving," Kettle said with a grin. Only he remained cheerful. "Yes, understood," Casson stammered, his tone noticeably more respectful. With Casson leading once more, the party pressed forward. They hadn't gone far when he raised a hand to signal a stop. "Another monster?" Kettle asked, his eyes lighting up. "And no, it's a trap." Casson corrected him, shaking his head. "I will disable it so we can pass safely." "A trap?" Kettle exclaimed, his enthusiasm growing. "What kind of trap is it?" "If you look closely at the wall here," Casson stammered, pointing to a circular indentation in the stone. He was terrified of Kettle's enthusiasm. "You will see how the trap works. This trap is activated by detecting weight on the floor. Judging by its design, spikes will likely shoot out. I will handle it." Pulling out a thin rod, Casson carefully inserted it into the hole, twisting and prodding until a faint click signaled success. "It's disarmed. We can proceed now," he said. "Is that how you deal with traps?" Kettle asked, intrigued. "Most traps in dungeons are mechanical," Casson explained. "You can disable them by triggering them in a controlled way or by breaking their mechanisms with a blade." "I see," Kettle responded, beaming. Monsters, traps, teamwork, it was everything he had dreamed of in a dungeon. Living this experience was a joy beyond words for him. "Let's move on." "Yes." Casson's reply was less enthusiastic. A little further in, they came across another pile of scattered Bonesonauthor skeleton. Kettle's eyes lit up. He turned to his party members with an earnest expression. "I have a request." What is it?" Casson asked nervously. "Would it be okay if I handled that skeleton by myself? There are some things I'd like to test out." "Well, I'm fine with it," Casson said hesitantly. "Not at all. Please do as you wish," Casson said quickly. No one dared object to a man capable of turning a skeleton's skull to powder. As Kettle approached, the bones began assembling into the familiar humanoid form of a skeleton. Casson watched in silence, unable to predict what Kettle intended to do. Barbarians typically disliked coordinated teamwork. He wondered perhaps Kettle just wanted to fight solo, obliterating the skeleton with a single blow like before. Kettle, however, gazed at the skeleton with genuine interest. Fascinating. What kind of structure allows this? Despite lacking muscles, the skeleton moved with surprising speed, brandishing its sword. Skeletons were a quintessential monster of the fantasy world, composed of nothing but bones. Kettle had read over hundreds of articles and documents about them. In the process, he imagined tens of thousands of scenarios involving skeletons. Now that monster was right before his eyes. Kettle didn't need to imagine the scenarios anymore. The skeleton swung its sword. Kettle moved his hand. Clang, he caught the blade with his fingers, stopping it mid-swing. With a twist of his hand, the sword snapped in two. "What will the skeleton do now?" Kettle murmured to himself, amused. Unfazed, the skeleton advanced and swung its shortened weapon. Kettle dodged effortlessly, laughing as he observed the behavior. That monster is adjusting its attack range after its weapon was broken off. That shows some sort of intelligence. Or is it the dungeon's mana guiding it? Kettle grabbed the skeleton's arm mid-swing. "What will happen if I do this?" Crunch. The arm shattered, the fragments falling to the floor. The skeleton dropped the broken sword but bent down to pick it up with its other hand. Kettle's eyes sparkled with admiration. "You can switch hands. Then what if I destroy the other one?" Crunch. The skeleton's other arm disintegrated, leaving it without a way to wield a weapon. Undeterred, it lunged with its jagged, broken limbs, sharp enough to tear flesh. Incredible. "Can adapt. Its intelligence is surprisingly high," Kettle remarked, grinning as he continued his observations. He was utterly engrossed in studying this monster. He wondered how the skeleton moved and how it could attack without a weapon. He was curious if it still moved even if all of its limbs were destroyed. The fantastical creature he had longed to encounter was right in front of him, and it was only natural for him to want to know everything about it. For Kettle, his actions were entirely justified. However, to the other party members, it was a horrifying spectacle. While Hayes turned pale, stepping back instinctively. Alexandros gripped his sword tighter without realizing it, and Casson gulped hard. To them, it seemed Kettle was toying with the skeleton like a child with a doll, breaking its limbs and smiling all the while. This is a true barbarian, Casson thought, his fear solidifying, toying with a weaker opponent just to satisfy his own curiosity. After an indeterminate amount of time, the skeleton was reduced to a single moving skull, clattering noisily on the floor. Even with just a head, it can still move, so the skull acts as a control hub. "That's fascinating," Kettle mused as he raised his foot and crushed the skull into powder. "Excellent," Kettle muttered, suppressing his laughter. He had learned so much about skeletons in a single encounter. It was exhilarating. "I should get a notebook," Kettle thought. "I need to write this all down." Turning to the group, he said, "Apologies for the delay. No need to apologize. Please take as much time as you like." Casson shouted stiffly, his posture rigid. Kettle tilted his head, puzzled by the thief's reaction, but he didn't dwell on it. He was too content. "Let's move on," he said. "Yes," Casson replied, his voice echoing through the dungeon, sounding far more disciplined than before. With the first floor cleared without issue, the party came upon a staircase leading downward the entrance to the second floor. 1. This must be the second floor, Casson said. Descending the stairs, they found themselves in a wide, open space. Perhaps we should take a short break, Casson suggested carefully to Kettle. While Kettle didn't appear physically tired, having handled most of the combat so far, the mental strain on the party was considerable. That sounds like a good idea. Kettle nodded in agreement. The group sat down to rest, though they kept a noticeable distance from Kettle. The barbarian, staring absent-mindedly at the ceiling, suddenly spoke. Casson, I have a question. Why yes, what would you like to know? Casson replied, startled. What exactly is a dungeon? Casson's eyes widened slightly. You don't know? Embarrassingly, I've had little opportunity for learning, Kettle admitted. A barbarian expressing a desire to learn would have drawn ridicule from his peers, who often dismissed intellectual pursuits as pointless. However, Casson quickly shook his head and said no. Seeking knowledge is admirable. That said, I don't know much about dungeons either. I don't know much myself, Alexandros added hastily. Their eyes turned toward Hayes. As a priestess, don't you receive basic education on such topics? Casson asked her. Well, yes, but she hesitated. Oh, then would you mind answering a few questions? Kettle also chimed in. Of course, Kaloja teaches us never to refuse those who seek knowledge, Hayes said with a strained smile, internally wincing. What would you like to know? This dungeon is quite close to the estate. Isn't that a problem? Kettle inquired. Typically, monsters within a dungeon do not venture outside. While there are exceptions in such cases, we usually detect and address the issue early on, she explained. But there's something odd about this dungeon. How is it still here? Kettle asked, running his hand along the wall. The stone bore the marks of age. If it's been here for so long, surely someone would have dealt with it by now. Oh, this dungeon likely appeared less than a week ago, Hayes said. Less than a week, Kettle repeated, visibly surprised. Hayes nodded. Dungeons form naturally. Sometimes they are caves, other times towers. They often appear near places with high human activity. Ah, so that explains this location, Kettle mused, glancing around. The dungeon was indeed situated close to the estate. When a dungeon appears, the estate assesses its threat level. Outsiders like us, mercenaries or guards, are then dispatched to handle it, Hayes added. I see, Kettle said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Do dungeons ever appear within the estate? No, they always form a certain distance away. Not even once, Kettle pressed. Not as far as I've been taught, she replied. Interesting, Kettle said, a spark of curiosity lighting up his face. If you conquer a dungeon, there must be rewards, right? Yes, usually. Most dungeons have a boss monster on the final floor. Defeating the boss yields various rewards. For a dungeon of this level, the rewards should be quite good, Hayes said, recalling her education. Although she had never cleared a dungeon herself, she understood that encountering skeletons suggested a mid-tier dungeon, not something trivial. Feels like a game, Kettle murmured. A game, Hayes asked, tilting her head. Never mind, I was just talking to myself. I have another question. Go ahead. Who creates these dungeons? Excuse me, Hayes blinked in confusion. Dungeons form naturally. No one creates them. That seems odd, Kettle said. For something supposedly natural, there are too many strange aspects. First, they always appear near densely populated areas, almost as if they're meant to attract attention. It's like they're inviting people to come and claim the rewards within. He gestured toward the walls and ceiling and continued to speak. The way they lure people with treasures, it feels too deliberate to be entirely natural. Now that you mention it, that does sound strange, Hayes admitted, tilting her head in thought. Like most people, she had always accepted the existence of dungeons as a fact of life, akin to birds flying in the sky or fish swimming in water. She had never questioned their origin. She wasn't alone in this. Even Alexandros seemed lost, his eyes darting back and forth as he struggled to follow the conversation. Seeing their reactions, Kettle smiled. This is fascinating. Have we rested enough? Yes, Hayes replied, snapping out of her thoughts. Then let's move on, Kettle said cheerfully, rising to his feet. The others followed, albeit more hesitantly. They continued their exploration and soon came across something in the middle of their path, a treasure chest. 1. Just a quick note that in a dungeon, the floor numbers increase the further we descend. What's that? Kettle's eyes gleamed as he spotted the object. Casson glanced at the treasure chest and answered nonchalantly, it's a treasure chest, one of the rewards you can find in dungeons. If we unlock it, we can take what's inside. Despite his words, Casson didn't show much interest in the treasure chest. Without a proper party, it was nearly impossible for him to unlock it. However, Kettle thought differently. He said with enthusiasm, is that so? In that case, Casson, it's all yours. What? Casson froze. Kettle spoke as though unlocking the chest was the most natural thing to do in the world. That's a treasure chest, and you're a thief, right? Yes, well, it's true that thieves usually handle treasure chests, but Casson hesitated. Then you should be able to unlock it, right? I'll leave it to you, Kettle said, his face alight with curiosity. For him, a thief unlocking a treasure chest was a quintessential moment in the fantasy world he adored. Casson was at a loss for words. Unlocking treasure chests was indeed considered a thief's job, and Kettle wasn't wrong. However, there was one glaring problem. If I could do that, I wouldn't be here in the first place. Dungeon treasure chests were heavily secured, requiring exceptional lockpicking skills. Only experienced thieves certified by their guilds could reliably unlock them. Possessing such skills was proof of one's status, a level far beyond Cassan's abilities. As Cassan lacked certification or skill, he had no chance of opening the chest, but he couldn't admit that. Kettle's eager expression bore down on him, and the thought of disappointing the barbarian filled him with dread. He'd probably think of me as a completely useless thief who can't even manage such easy tasks, Cassan thought dejectedly. The memory of the skeleton's crushed skull flashed in Cassan's mind, and he imagined his own head suffering the same fate. Haha, I'll give it a shot, Cassan said nervously, forcing a smile. Approaching the chest, he pulled out his makeshift lockpicking toolstools meant for breaking into common houses, not something as complex as a dungeon chest. Oh, so that's the kind of equipment you use for lockpicking. That's fascinating, Kettle said from directly behind him, his eyes fixed on every movement. Cassan felt the weight of Kettle's gaze and thought his heart might stop. Suppressing his trembling hands, he carefully inserted the tools into the lock. Think, Cassan. He told himself, recalling the techniques he had seen more skilled thieves perform when he had worked as a porter in his youth. With his life seemingly on the line, Cassan mimicked their methods. Miraculously, the lock clicked open. It worked, Cassan murmured, nearly collapsing in relief. Excellent, Kettle exclaimed. Truly amazing. That's impressive, Hayes added, her eyes wide with surprise. Unlike Kettle, she knew how difficult it was to open dungeon chests without proper skills. How did I even do that? Cassan wondered in utter disbelief. Mimicking something he had observed felt like an impossible feat, yet it had succeeded. Outstanding work, Cassan, Kettle praised him sincerely. Steadying his shaking legs, Cassan opened the chest. Inside were a handful of silver coins and ornate but slightly rusted decorations. There's a lot here, Hayes said excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Inspecting the items, Kettle asked, how valuable is this? A healthy adult could live luxuriously for about a week with this. Cassan estimated. Not bad, Kettle said with a grin. Let's organize the rewards, Cassan, that's your task. Yes, Cassan replied, hurriedly pocketing the items. For a brief moment he considered keeping some for himself, but the image of Kettle's crushing palm banished the thought. The party continued onward, eventually reaching the end of the second floor. There they found the scattered remains of skeletons. 4 skeletons total, Cassan observed. I'll handle 3. The last one is yours, Kettle declared. Understood, the others agreed without protest. As they approached, the skeleton stirred, coming to life. Cassan skillfully lured one away, isolating it from the others. Meanwhile, Kettle observed the party's coordinated battle. Clang! Alexandros raised his shield, blocking an attack with a grunt. Cassan exploited the opening, striking the skeleton's neck with his dagger. When the skeleton turned toward Cassan, he had already retreated to a safe distance. Alexandros then delivered a solid blow to the neck with his sword, weakening the joint further. Hayes contributed as well. Shadow of Deception, disorient them. As she chanted, her magic distorted Alexandros' presence, causing the skeleton to stagger in confusion. Alexandros and Cassan seized the opportunity to strike simultaneously, shattering the skeleton. Watching the battle, Kettle trembled with excitement. The warrior holding the front line, the thief attacking from the shadows, the priestess providing support, it was the textbook definition of a perfect party. The sight filled him with joy. Ordinarily, such seamless coordination would have been impossible. The party was newly formed and lacked personal bonds. Under normal circumstances, their efforts would have been clumsy at best. But this time they were united by a singular thought: the barbarian is watching us. If we show weakness, we might die. Under Kettle's scrutinizing gaze, they achieved flawless teamwork. Soon the skeleton was defeated, and Kettle, who had been merely spectating, clapped his hands in satisfaction. Let's take a short break, Cassan suggested, his voice shaky. Whatever you prefer, Kettle replied amicably. While the others rested, Kettle reflected on the strength of the party. Those men who sought me out in the white snowfield weren't weak after all. With a clearer understanding of the outside world's power dynamics, the party continued deeper into the dungeon. The third floor also housed skeletons, though their numbers increased. Yet with Kettle leading the charge, they pressed forward without issue. At least they arrived at the dungeon's heart, a spacious chamber where a single-armed skeleton awaited. Unlike the others, this skeleton wasn't scattered in pieces. That skeleton knight, Hayes muttered, her voice trembling. Impossible. Why is something that powerful here? How is it different from the other skeletons? Kettle asked. It's strong, extremely strong, she replied with a grim expression. The skeleton knight was a formidable monster, capable of wielding a longsword and shield with precision. Only those with a knight's level or higher could hope to defeat it. For their party, it was far beyond what they could handle. What happens if we decide we can't clear this and retreat? Kettle asked the group. In that case, the estate will send someone to verify the dungeon. If they find our decision justified, there shouldn't be any issues, Hayes explained. Sounds reasonable enough, Kettle said before striding forward without hesitation. The others had no time to stop him. Recognizing Kettle as an intruder, the skeleton knight charged with heavy footfalls. Kettle swung his palm. The skeleton knight raised its shield to block, but the force of Kettle's strike crumpled the shield like paper. His hand continued forward, smashing through the helmet and skull in one blow. Is it over? Kettle asked casually, brushing off his hand. Why yes, Hayes stammered, her face pale. With the boss monster defeated, no more monsters appeared. Before them stood another treasure chest, guarded until now by the skeleton knight. Casson, Kettle called with a big smile on his face. It's impossible, Casson stammered, shaking his head. The chest emanated a red glow, indicating a high-level lock. There is no way I can unlock that. The mechanism is far beyond my skill. That's unfortunate, Kettle said with a sigh. What a shame. Yes, I'm sorry. I think we should just. Before Casson could finish his sentence, Kettle slammed his fist onto the chest, shattering it completely. Silver coins and ornate decorations spilled out. There are more rewards in this chest than the other one, Kettle remarked with a satisfied nod. Casson, take care of it. Yes, Casson replied, walking over with trembling steps. He thought as he suppressed a pang of indignation. Why did he even bother asking me to unlock it if he could just smash it open? With their task complete, they exited the dungeon. Behind them, the entrance began to collapse with a deafening rumble. What's happening? Kettle asked in surprise. When a dungeon is cleared completely, it collapses and disappears. I guess there wasn't a secret room in this one, Hayes explained. A secret room? Those exist too? Kettle asked, intrigued. Yes, though they are rare, she replied. That sounds exciting, Kettle said, laughing heartily. His laughter sent shivers down the spines of his companions. Secretly, they were relieved there had been no hidden chambers in the dungeon. The party returned to the estate's walls, where the guard commander was waiting. How was it? The commander asked. Quite satisfying. I'm just glad we're alive, Kettle replied cheerfully. Clearing the dungeon wasn't the end. Each member had to provide a report, ensuring there were no troublemakers among them. Typically, such debriefings were rife with complaints and accusations, especially when strangers were forced to work together. But this time was different. We didn't have any issues, Hayes, Casson, and Alexandros all said, their responses vague but devoid of complaints. Their exhaustion was palpable. And the barbarian, the commander asked. He is probably fine, they all replied in a similar manner. He doesn't seem like the type to cause trouble. Though Kettle was undeniably monstrous in strength, he hadn't harmed them. On the contrary, in hindsight, he had been quite gentlemanlike, removed from the brutish reputation of barbarians. They had been scared unnecessarily. Kettle, meanwhile, enthusiastically praised his companions. Casson was outstanding, disarming traps and even unlocking a treasure chest. Alexandros held the front line as a reliable warrior. Hayes supported us with her prayers, aiding in every battle. I see, the commander said, surprised by Kettle's glowing review. After some deliberation, he made his decision. Permission granted, but if you cause trouble, you will be banished from the estate. Be careful. Understood, they replied. The commander handed them a pouch. Here's the reward for clearing the dungeon. Distribute it among yourselves. Though it was common for guards to claim the rewards for themselves, the commander decided against it this time. What? Casson asked, startled. No, it's fine, Hayes interjected, alarmed, but Kettle shook his head. We're a party. We share the rewards equally. Do not refuse. Understood, they mumbled reluctantly. Now, how about we celebrate? Let's find a tavern nearby and have a drink, Kettle suggested with a wide grin. What? Casson and the others exclaimed, but Kettle's cheerful demeanor left no room for refusal. They were promptly dragged along, their protests muted by his enthusiasm. Watching them leave, the guard commander sighed. A barbarian capable of defeating a skeleton knight in one blow. Such strength was monstrous, likely at least on par with a knight. Yet Kettle wasn't an ordinary barbarian. He was polite, considerate, and intelligent, a true anomaly. The legendary barbarian, the guard commander muttered. After some thought, he made a decision. He ordered his men, strengthen the watch. Yes, sir, they replied as the commander walked away, heading toward the lord's castle. The guard commander carefully knocked on the clean yet elegant door. A voice promptly invited him to enter. The commander stepped inside, bowing respectfully as he greeted, I am here to see the lord. A middle-aged man was seated in the chair behind his desk. Judging by the scattered documents across the tabletop, he appeared to have been busy processing paperwork. The man, with strands of gray hair starting to show, spoke without looking up. What is it? 4 outsiders have entered the estate, the commander replied. That doesn't seem like something that requires a report. There must be something unusual about them. Yes, my lord. The guard commander nodded before continuing. One of them is a barbarian. The lord's face tightened into a grimace. From what he knew, barbarians were simple-minded, brutish beings who resolved everything through sheer force. The problems they caused were too numerous to count, which was why most estates did not allow them to enter altogether. Did you grant them permission? The lord asked. I deemed it unlikely to cause significant trouble. If you, the guard commander, made that judgment, then so be it. In that case, what's the issue? The barbarian is strong, dangerously so. The guard commander gulped, then continued speaking, strong enough to be a potential problem. How strong are we talking? From what we've confirmed so far, he defeated the Skeleton Knight with a single strike. The Lord's eyes widened in shock. Skeleton Knights were monsters that even seasoned knights struggled to face. He couldn't believe that a powerful monster like that had fallen in a single blow. Are you saying the barbarian is advanced? The Lord asked. That seems very likely. And the possibility of being beyond that, I can't rule it out, sir. The Lord let out a dry chuckle. A barbarian of such caliber brutish beings who believed strength was synonymous with order-posed and even greater headache. As the Lord rubbed his temples in contemplation, the guard commander spoke up again. However, he seems to have a sense of decorum. Decorum, yes, my lord. One might call it etiquette or perhaps refinement. He exhibited a surprising air of dignity. Dignity, that's not something you would expect from a barbarian. Indeed, sir. I thought it was worth reporting. The guard commander watched the Lord closely. The Barkin estate had once been impoverished. Situated at the kingdom's farthest edge and bordered by the white snowfield, it held little appeal to outsiders. It was this very Lord Luke Barkin who had built it up to what it was today. After a moment of thought, Lord Barkin tapped his desk decisively. Summon him. I will see him myself. Are you sure about this? It's unsettling to have someone of such strength roaming the estate unchecked. I will feel better assessing him with my own eyes. It would be dangerous, sir. I have my knight to protect me. Lord Barkin's tone carried absolute confidence. Reminded of the Lord's trusted knight personally trained by the legendary swordmaster the guard commander, felt a measure of reassurance. What do you think? Lord Barkin asked, directing his question toward the shadowed corner of the room. The knight, silent until now, rested a hand on the hilt of his sword. He may possess strength, but at the end of the day, he is still a barbarian. They are brainless brutes. He will be defeated by the swordsmanship honed through millennia of history. Lord Barkin nodded at his knight's confident response. Bring the barbarian. I will speak with him personally. Kettle bit into a chicken leg. The crunching sound echoed as he gnawed through, leaving nothing behind. The sight of him chewing through the bones made his companions grimace in disgust. Kettle, however, laughed heartily, clearly pleased. Delicious. This is a fine establishment. I like how quiet it is. Of course, no tavern was ever truly quiet. The oppressive aura radiating from Kettle was what silenced the drunken patrons, compelling them to keep their mouths shut. You guys eat too. I'm paying, Kettle said, grinning. Kettle began peppering his party members with questions in high spirits. You said you were a paladin, right? Why, yes, Alexandros stammered. Then you must have a god you serve. No, I do not believe in any god, Alexandros replied, shaking his head. Kettle frowned in confusion. How does that work? Paladins draw power from faith, don't they? You're correct. And yet you don't believe in a god. How does that make sense? Hayes interjected softly. The concept of holy power varies. People like me rely on faith in a deity to perform miracles or wield divine authority. Paladins, however, derive their power from belief in themselves. Those who serve a god and use their power are called holy knights. Interesting. So that's the distinction, Kettle mused, his curiosity piqued. In that case, Alexandros, what about your holy power? I don't recall seeing you use it in the dungeon. Ah, well, I'm still in training. My holy power hasn't awakened yet, Alexandros admitted. That's unfortunate. Holy power drawn from self-belief. Kettle thought he wondered if he could achieve it too. The thought amused him, and he entertained the idea briefly before turning to Hayes again. Your god's name is Kaloja, isn't it? Is there a shrine or temple to Kaloja around here? I would like to offer a prayer, Kettle said. I doubt there is one in this region, Hayes answered hesitantly. Kaloja isn't a particularly popular deity. The god of lies and deception, Kaloja, was largely shunned and ostracized by the masses. Perhaps there's a temple dedicated to another god, Hayes added. Oh, really? What kind of god? Kettle asked. Well, Hayes stammered. For a follower of a god to name another deity was considered disrespectful. Hayes avoided answering, her discomfort palpable. Sensing her unease, Kettle raised a hand apologetically. Ah, forgive me, I shouldn't have asked. No, it's fine. The awkward atmosphere lingered as the party continued drinking. None of them wanted to stay sober in such a stifling environment, and the alcohol eventually began to take effect. Emboldened by the liquor, Casson dared to speak up. A Kettle, what is it? Kettle asked, setting down his drink. How strong are you, exactly? The other members of the party, who had been lulled into a daze, suddenly snapped to attention. Kettle's strength was undeniably extraordinary, far beyond their comprehension. They couldn't help but be curious. Kettle, however, shook his head. That's a question I should be asking you. I don't know how this world measures strength. Oh, Casson muttered, realizing his mistake. Kettle was, after all, a Barbariana foreigner unfamiliar with the norms of their society. His flawless use of the common tongue had made them forget. Are there established categories for strength? Kettle asked him. Yes, rightly, Casson replied, gulping before explaining. There are 5 tiers: novice, intermediate, advanced, transcendent, and hero. And where do you all stand? Kettle asked, genuinely curious. We don't even qualify as novice, Casson admitted, his voice tinged with shame. Even novice warriors are considered strong. Achieving that rank isn't easy. The categorization of strength, it seemed, was a mark of rarity and achievement. Even novice warriors were regarded as formidable in smaller estates. Kettle stroked his chin thoughtfully. What about the skeleton knight? You'd need to be at least intermediate to face one. Someone who is advanced like you could take it down with ease. Advanced, Kettle murmured. The label didn't mean much to him. What about those called transcendent and hero? How powerful are they? They are extraordinary, Casson answered immediately. I've never seen one myself, but even if only a fraction of the rumors are true, their power is beyond imagination. Legends spoke of individuals who could cleave the sky, split the earth, part the seas, and shatter mountains. Transcendents and heroes were mythical figures, revered and feared. The champion and the swordmaster are said to dwell in that realm, Casson added. The champion and the swordmaster, Kettle repeated, a grin spreading across his face. The thought clearly entertained him. To Casson, however, that grin seemed ominous. He couldn't shake the suspicion that Kettle intended to challenge such beings someday. Is he smiling because he wants to fight them? Casson thought, a chill running down his spine. As the night wore on, Kettle continued to question them, and they answered reluctantly, each drink loosening their tongues a little more. By the time the tavern began to close, a trembling waiter approached to inform them. Kettle sighed, rising from his seat with regret. So I guess it ends here. Do any of you have plans for tomorrow? Yes, we're very busy. The party members hastily replied in unison. What a shame. I suppose this is goodbye then. Kettle strode away as he waved goodbye. Farewell, my companions. Until we meet again. The party forced smiles and waved back, but their thoughts were unanimous. Let's never meet him again. Phew, this is nice, Kettle said, reclining onto the bed. He had entered a nearby inn without much forethought. Though the innkeeper had trembled visibly, Kettle managed to secure a room without incident. The bed was stuffed haphazardly with straw. Compared to the plush, cotton-filled mattresses of the modern world, it was closer to sleeping in a stable. Yet for Kettle, this was more than sufficient. Barbarians of the white snowfield had no permanent shelters. They wandered the icy expanse, digging shallow holes in the snow to sleep. By comparison, this felt like paradise, truly wonderful, he muttered. He was, after all, in civilization now. He wondered what to do next. The possibilities were endless. There were too many, in fact, to easily narrow down. There were countless things he wanted to experience, learn, and enjoy. During his survival in the white snowfield, Kettle had come to understand one crucial truth: always set a clear objective. A defined goal brought purpose to every action, no matter how small. After some deliberation, he made his decision. I want to go on an adventure. He wanted to travel, to experience and feel everything this world had to offer. He wanted to visit the Mage Tower and the Elves' sacred land. He wanted to explore the royal capital and journey to uncharted territories no one had dared to enter. He wanted to meet the swordsmaster and the champion. Kettle yearned to fully immerse himself in this fantastical world. For now, let's take it slow. I'll savor each moment. Time was abundant. It would be a shame to rush through this world and miss out on the joys it offers. There was no need to hurry, could take his time. With that thought, he drifted off into a restful sleep. The next morning, Kettle woke up, gazing at the ceiling above him. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he realized he had slept in a proper room. His first morning in civilization was a delight. Stretching languidly, he prepared to step outside when a knock interrupted him. Kettle rose slowly and opened the door, finding the guard commander standing there. You're awake, the commander said. What brings you here, commander? Is there a problem? Kettle asked him. There is no issue. The commander assured him, pausing to catch his breath before continuing. The Lord wishes to meet with you. The Lord, Kettle repeated. The guard commander was talking about the Lord of the Estateth, ruler of this land. After a brief moment of thought, Kettle nodded and said, understood. In this world, there existed a significant disparity in status. A lord, a solitary ruler of vast lands, was a figure of immense authority. Meeting such a person intrigued Kettle. Is it all right to go like this? Shouldn't I wear something more appropriate to meet a lord? Kettle asked, glancing at his simple leather vest. Meeting a noble dressed like this struck him as exceedingly rude. There's no need for that. Lord has granted permission, so you may come as you are, the guard commander replied, flustered. Of course, Kettle's observation was correct. Approaching a noble while dressed so plainly could have been seen as an offense worthy of execution. Yet no one had anticipated a barbarian to care about such decorum, so neither the guard commander nor the lord made an issue of it. Good, that's a relief. It's not easy finding clothes that fit me, Kettle said, chuckling. He gestured for the commander to lead the way. Shall we? Yes, this way, the commander replied, guiding Kettle toward the lord's castle. As they walked, Kettle leisurely surveyed his surroundings. Though he had seen the territory briefly upon his nighttime arrival, exploring it properly now was unexpectedly enjoyable. The place is cleaner than I thought, Kettle thought. His perception of medieval settlements had been that they were filthy. There were tales that umbrellas and heeled shoes had been invented to avoid stepping in waste or being soiled on the streets. Given the lack of advanced sanitation concepts, it was understandable. However, this place was different. The streets were spotless, and not a single piece of trash littered the ground. Perhaps the presence of magic and gods made the difference. Kettle observed the area with great interest, his behavior striking the commander as unusual. At first, the guard commander assumed Kettle was merely impressed by the city, but upon closer inspection, it seemed more like he was studying it like a scholar, analyzing his surroundings with keen interest. After some hesitation, the commander shook the thought from his mind. Whatever Kettle's intentions, it would ultimately be the Lord's decision to handle him. Before long they arrived at the castle. The Lord has summoned him. Step aside, the guard commander commanded. Yes, sir. The castle guards, initially startled by Kettle's imposing presence, fumbled nervously but quickly straightened upon recognizing the guard commander. Kettle entered the castle, his gaze roaming with fascination. Maids and servants screamed and scurried away at the sight of him, but he paid them no mind, too engrossed in admiring the castle's interior. When they finally reached the reception room, the guard commander stopped and knocked on the door. He then turned to Kettle. Apologies, but you cannot bring weapons before the Lord. Understood. Kettle handed over his axe without hesitation. Despite its aged appearance, the weapon retained its deadly sharpness. The guard commander's expression wavered as he accepted it. Barbarian willingly handing over his weapon. That's a first. I've brought him, my lord, the commander announced. Let him in, came the response. The door opened, revealing a middle-aged man with streaks of gray in his hair. This was the lord of the estate. Kettle couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. In the past, there had been a saying that nobles had blue blood. This came from the notion that their unblemished skin, untouched by labor, made their veins more visible. It also symbolized the perceived divide between nobles and commoners, as if they were a different species altogether. And now, Kettle was standing before a true noble. The lord approached him, extending a hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, barbarian. I'm Luke Barkan, the lord of this territory. In that moment, a fragment of Kettle's past knowledge surfaced. Having studied mythology, history, and fantasy, he recalled the proper etiquette for meeting a noble in medieval times. Grasping the lord's hand, Kettle returned the greeting with a polite bow. I am Kettle, a barbarian. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Luke Barkan, rightful ruler of the Barkan estate. Kettle bowed respectfully, adhering to proper etiquette. The lord's eyes widened in astonishment. Barbarians never lowered their heads to someone they did not acknowledge. The more aristocratic their opponent, the less likely they were to show any deference. For barbarians, strength was everything. Nobles who relied solely on their lineage to wield power were objects of contempt. Thus, the lord hadn't expected Kettle to display even a semblance of respect. Despite any air of dignity he might possess, he was, after all, still a barbarian. Yet here he was, demonstrating a level of refinement that surpassed even many nobles. As the lord reeled in surprise, Kettle was inwardly thrilled. I actually greeted a real noble. Kettle was meeting an aristocrat, a figure once thought to have different blood coursing through their veins. While some countries still had a noble system, in Kettle's homeland, Korea, such concepts were relics of a distant past. To encounter a noble, shake their hand, and perform a respectful bow as he had learned this entire scenario delighted him. He couldn't suppress the giddy grin creeping onto his face. Lord Barkan, watching Kettle's expression with a mix of amusement and puzzlement, finally spoke. Please have a seat. Fearing his laughter might slip out if he replied, Kettle simply nodded and sat on the sofa in the reception room. The sofa, large enough to seat four, was filled by Kettle alone. Across from him, Lord Barkan turned to a maid and gave an order. Bring us some tea. Yes, my lord, the maid stammered, trembling as she left the room. Kettle suddenly asked, as if a thought had just struck him. Would you prefer I speak formally? No need. You're not a subject of my estate, Lord Barkan replied. Still, I am your guest and a visitor to your land. As such, it's only proper to show my host due respect. It's fine. You can speak casually. I would find it more comfortable, Lord Barkan said, his lips twitching at the idea of a barbarian speaking in a formal tone. The thought alone made his skin crawl. If that's what you want, I won't argue, Kettle replied, leaning back comfortably against the sofa's backrest. His eyes wandered around the room, taking in the decor. The interior boasted luxurious medieval-style furnishings, yet something about them was subtly different from the medieval aesthetics he had studied. It made sense this was a fantasy world, not medieval Europe. Observing these differences was intriguing in its own way. As Kettle's gaze swept the room, it landed on a knight standing behind the lord. The knight's hand rested on the hilt of his sword as he stared at Kettle with a wary, hostile gaze. Clearly, this man was no ally. However, Kettle's eyes lit up in excitement. A knight, Kettle inwardly exclaimed. The knight wore polished, elegant armor. The plate mail glinted as it covered his chest, a sight Kettle found utterly captivating. A real knight, a powerful human wielding a sword on the battlefield, Kettle thought, his passionate gaze fixed on the knight, who instinctively tightened his grip on the sword's handle. He is preparing to attack me. The knight thought, misinterpreting Kettle's enthusiasm as a provocation. Just as the knight was about to make a move, Lord Barkan's voice broke the tension. You've learned proper etiquette, I see. The way Kettle had greeted him earlier was unmistakably the work of someone educated in refined manners. Moreover, it was a particularly sophisticated style. Someone taught me, Kettle admitted. From which kingdom is this etiquette? Lord Barkin noticed subtle differences from local customs. I don't know. I only learned it because the opportunity presented itself, Kettle said while shaking his head. Before Lord Barkin could probe further, the maid returned, pushing a cart with tea. I have brought the tea, she said, her hands trembling as she lifted the teapot. She poured a cup for the Lord first, then approached Kettle. Her face went pale as she neared his imposing frame. Kettle, however, was silently elated. I'm being served tea by a real maid. To him, even this small act was a significant milestone. The maid's body slackened in relief. Her grip on the teapot faltered and it slipped from her hands. Hot tea cascaded toward Kettle. The maid gasped, her face drained of all color. In her mind, she envisioned the worst. The scalded barbarian would lose his temper and her life would be forfeit. As the horrifying scene played out in her head, Kettle moved swiftly. He raised his cup, catching the falling tea with fluid precision. Then, with the other hand, he reached for the teapot. Lord Barkin's eyes widened in disbelief, and the knight's pupils dilated in shock. Kettle, now holding both the teacup and teapot, took a sniff of the tea's aroma and smiled contentedly. The tea smells excellent, he said. Stunned by the near miraculous display, the maid finally regained her senses. She dropped to her knees, bowing repeatedly. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, please forgive me just this once. It's fine. You did nothing wrong, Kettle said nonchalantly, unless the Lord believes otherwise. No, Lord Barkin replied, still marveled at the spectacle he had witnessed. If you've forgiven her, then that's sufficient. Lord Barkin was more astonished by Kettle's demeanor than his remarkable ability. The maid's actions had undoubtedly been disrespectful. Not just barbarians, but most nobles and knights would have punished her harshly, but Kettle had dismissed the matter without a second thought. He is certainly different, Lord Barkin thought. This was no ordinary barbarian. After dismissing the maid, Lord Barkin turned to the matter at hand. I called you here for a simple reason. I want to evaluate you as a person, Lord Barkin said. And have you reached your conclusion? Kettle asked him. Partially, but there are still some questions I'd like to ask, Lord Barkin said, his gaze sharpening. Where are you from? From the coldest place in the world. A land painted white, Kettle replied. Lord Barkin exhaled sharply. Barbarian before him was claiming to hail from the legendary White Snowfield. Is he the legendary barbarian from the White Snowfield? Lord Barkin thought. Somehow it's hard for me to believe that you're telling me the truth, Lord Barkin said. It was a wretched place, Kettle said, shrugging. Believe it or not, that's your choice. Then allow me to reframe my question. Where Kettle hailed from was less important than the strength he possessed. How strong are you? Lord Barkin asked. That's the wrong question, Kettle replied. I don't know the standards of strength in this world. I see. The Lord's gaze shifted to the knight, who gave a small nod. Would you spar with my knight? You will be compensated, of course. A sparring match. Kettle's lips curled into a grin. Yes, it won't be to the death. I trust you both to respect the boundaries. A duel with a knight, Kettle chuckled. I like the sound of that. Lord Barkin instinctively gripped the armrest of his chair. A strange tension filled the room. As expected, a barbarian is still a barbarian. Lord Barkin thought, despite Kettle's dignity and politeness, his eagerness for battle was undeniable. But for Kettle, the reason for his enthusiasm was simple. This was a rare opportunity to face a genuine knight. He was excited to face a true warrior of the fantasy world who used supernatural powers and could wield the power of aura. There was no way he would let such a chance slip by. They moved to the training grounds. The soldiers who had been training there were quickly dismissed, and Kettle was handed his axe once more. Opposite to him, the knight stood, gripping his sword and glaring at him with fierce intensity. Kettle casually stretched, loosening his muscles. Well then, let's begin. I sincerely hope there's no bloodshed, Lord Barkin announced. As soon as the words left his mouth, the knight began to approach, a menacing grin spreading across his face. Consider it an honor, barbarian, to witness my swordsmanship, the knight sneered. I hope that's the case, Kettle replied with a wide grin. He was sincere, but the knight took it as mockery, his expression twitching in anger. HMPH, the knight kicked off the ground, his body hurtling toward Kettle with remarkable speed. Let's see how he attacks, Kettle mused, holding his axe calmly as he observed the knight's movements. Then in an instant, the knight's sword started to move. Kettle noticed a slight flicker at the tip of the blade. However, it wasn't just the blade tip. His eyes widened as he thought he saw the entire sword split. Kettle's pupils dilated as he watched the blade divide into 3 distinct sections. The split blades slashed toward him simultaneously on at his head, the other 2 aimed at his left and right. An illusion? Kettle thought at first, however, it wasn't an illusion. Astonishingly, all 3 blades were real. So this is the swordsmanship he was talking about. Kettle stood in awe, mesmerized by the trajectory of the blades. The knight smirked. As expected, the barbarian was so captivated by his elegant swordsmanship that he was unable to respond. Feeling a rush of superiority, the knight prepared to halt his attack, certain of his victory. Then Kettle moved. Clink. With a mere flick of his fingers, Kettle deflected all 3 blades at once. What? The knight was stunned. What had just happened? Before he could process what was going on, Kettle's finger struck his chest. With a tearing sound, the knight's breastplate crumpled under the impact. The knight was sent flying backward, his body skidding across the ground before coming to a halt. He lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. What? Lord Barkin, who had been silently observing, rushed toward the fallen knight. Though the knight trembled violently, it appeared his life was not in danger. Incredible, Kettle remarked softly, recalling the moment. The knight's sword had truly split into 3, so this is what swordsmanship looks like, he thought, his curiosity bubbling over. Meanwhile, Lord Barkan was utterly shaken. It only took him 1 strike. His knight was by no means weak. He was on the brink of becoming one of the advanced knights, yet Kettle had defeated him with a single blow. Is it over? Kettle asked nonchalantly. Yes, Lord Barkin replied, forcing himself to nod. Afterward, Kettle received permission from the Lord to act freely within the estate and was even rewarded with gold coins before he left the domain. Back in his office, Lord Barkin sat deep in thought. He had just witnessed a barbarian who could take down his knight with a single strike. It was a monstrous level of strength. He has to be at least transcendent, he mused, and that was a conservative estimate. Kettle's true limits remained unknown. A barbarian of such power could potentially disrupt the world's balance. He said he would arrive soon. Lord Barkin thought. A particular figure crossed his mind. He was waiting for the person who mentored his knight of the few in the vast world to hold the title of swordmaster. Will he find this interesting? Lord Barkin asked himself. He knew this man had a keen interest in strong individuals. Surely he would be intrigued. The thought gave Lord Barkin a headache. I need to make preparations. What are you preparing for? A voice suddenly interrupted him. Lord Barkin shot to his feet. He had dismissed all his attendants to organize his thoughts in solitude. No one should have been in the room. Yet a window had been left open and an old man now stood there. The elder stared at Lord Barkin, grinning mischievously. Recognizing him, the Lord relaxed slightly, though he still wore a troubled expression. You never change, do you? Lord Barkin said, exasperated. As I grow older, I find it amusing to tease the younger generation. It seems you were discussing something rather entertaining, the old man replied with a chuckle. Lord Barkin sighed heavily, already anticipating a long day ahead. Bowing respectfully, he addressed the man, greetings, the esteemed swordmaster Kine. It is an honor. The knight lay groaning in pain, his face contorted, revealing the intensity of his pain. Just then the door opened, and Lord Barkin entered the room. How are you feeling? Lord Barkin asked him. I will recover in a few days, my lord. My apologies, the knight replied. You should apologize to me. My foolish disciple was defeated by an unknown barbarian. A voice rang out as an old man appeared from the lord. Master, the knight shouted as his face stiffened. He attempted to rise and pay his respects, but the sudden movement only intensified his pain. Noticing this, the old man, Kine, waved his hand dismissively. Enough, you won't be getting up anyway. Kine scrutinized the knight, who felt as if every part of his body was being thoroughly examined. Your internal organs are damaged, but not severely. You will recover in a few days. Now take off your shirt, Kine said. Why, yes, the knight hesitantly removed his shirt, revealing smooth skin without a single scar. Not even a scratch, Kine murmured, intrigued. He had seen the knight's armor before coming here. It had been utterly wrecked by the barbarian, as if hit by a ballista. The armor's condition was so dire that it wouldn't have been surprising if that knight had died. Yet the knight's body bore no wounds, and his internal injuries were minor enough to heal within days. This isn't just some brute of a barbarian. He controlled his strength with great precision, Kine concluded. Is that so? Lord Barkin said, and there was consideration behind it. Consideration? Yes, it was a duel. If he had wanted, he could have left the knight permanently crippled. Although the duel was supposed to be without injuries, there was no guarantee the agreement would be honored. Yet the barbarian had crushed the armor without leaving any physical damage, ensuring the knight's injuries were superficial. A considerate barbarian, that's hard to believe, Kine remarked. This also meant the barbarian was far beyond the knight's level. He is at least transcendent. Even if his foolish disciple was an advanced knight, the gap in their abilities shouldn't have been so wide that he would fall so easily. Lord Barkin gulped nervously before asking cautiously, forgive me, but could he match someone like you, Master Kine? No matter how strong he is, I am still a swordmaster, Kine replied. A swordmaster was someone who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship, mastering techniques of their own creation. Even a transcendent can never defeat me. I see, Lord Barkin replied. He exhaled in relief. If Kine could handle this unknown factor, it would seem that he could control the barbarian's actions. Still, to wield such power without aura, that's no ordinary feat. Could this be the strength of a barbarian from the white snowfield? Kine muttered to himself. He had heard from the Lord that Kettle claimed to hail from the white snowfield. At first he thought it was a lie, but the evidence now made him reconsider. Kine rubbed his chin, interest flickering in his eyes. Maybe he is an anomaly. I'm sorry, Lord Barkin asked. No, never mind. That's very unlikely. Anomalies wouldn't show consideration toward humans. It must be my imagination. But the white snowfield, why now of all times? Kine shook his head as if the very existence of the white snowfield presented a troublesome issue. Is something wrong? Lord Barkin asked, puzzled. The white snowfield was a desolate, forsaken place. Apart from reckless adventurers, no one paid it any mind. While a few had returned alive, they had brought back no useful information. Even Milena, who encountered Kettle during her clandestine weapons trade in a war-torn nation, had kept that fact hidden. In short, the white snowfield was essentially excluded from human affairs. Yet Kine spoke of it as if it were a significant problem. Kine waved his hand dismissively, something for later. His Majesty, the Emperor, has peculiar interests these days. No need to concern yourself for now. I understand. Lord Barkin gulped nervously. If the Emperor was involved, it was far beyond the concerns of a rural lord. Is the barbarian still in the estate? Kine asked. He mentioned staying for a while, so I believe so. I will need to confirm that myself, Kine said, vanishing from the spot. Kettle stepped out of the Lord's castle, having received his reward. It had been an enjoyable time for him. He had met a noble, been served by a maid, and even fought a knight. He had even witnessed an unusual and fascinating swordsmanship. On top of all that, he received gold coins, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. What do you plan to do now? The guard commander asked. And Kettle stroked his chin at the guard commander's question. I don't have specific plans, but it would be good to establish a recognized identity. I don't plan to leave the estate immediately, but it might become an issue to enter dungeons without it whenever I visit a new estate. Kettle lacked a confirmed identity. Naturally, there were ways to establish one. The guard commander replied, there are several methods for you to confirm your identity, but the simplest is to find a sponsor. If someone of high status acknowledges you, that would serve as proof of your identity. And, alternatively, you could pay a significant sum of money, but the most common route is to become a mercenary. By building a record of accomplishments and gaining recognition from the guild, you can achieve it. However, being a mercenary was typically the last resort for those without backing. Being a mercenary was a troublesome, often thankless job. Unless one reached a certain level, mercenaries were little more than errand runners. Given Kettle's strength, finding a sponsor would have been the most straightforward method. The guard commander was about to suggest asking the Lord to act as his sponsor when Kettle's eyes lit up. A mercenary, Kettle shouted. His excitement was palpable. That's an option too. Taking on quests and slaying monsters as a mercenary was one of the things Kettle wanted to do in this fantasy world. It was the epitome of the fantasy world. Can I register as a mercenary here as well? Kettle asked. Well, there is a guild hall. Then please guide me. Kettle beamed with excitement, leaving the guard commander nodding in a daze. Mercenaries roamed the world, taking on various commissions. For some, they were the stuff of dream-swindling across the world, uncovering its secrets. Tales of young nobles running away from home out of admiration for mercenaries were not uncommon. However, the reality of mercenaries was far from glamorous. They were society's underbelly, no different from the lowest class. Lacking stable jobs or recognition, mercenaries were at the very bottom of the social hierarchy. They were errand runners for all kinds of menial tasks. Even mercenaries with adequate strength often met their end by challenging unknown dungeons. It was expected no one would risk a guard with a confirmed identity in such dangerous work. Mercenaries served as sacrificial pawns. A select few reached the pinnacle of their craft and gained proper recognition, receiving the treatment they deserved. But they were the exception, not the rule. Thus, mercenaries were considered the dregs of society, of course, unruly and noisy. The guild hall where mercenaries gathered was no exception. It was a chaotic place filled with shouting and laughter. In the middle of the day, people were already guzzling alcohol, staggering about in drunken stupors. Broken tables and chairs littered the space. One drunk stumbled into another, who stood with a scowl and delivered a punch to his face. You bastard, how dare you bump into me? Do you want to go? The man who had been struck rose, unwilling to back down. Others joined in, either taking sides or watching the brawl for entertainment. A full-blown fight erupted in no time. Meanwhile, the receptionist calmly sorted through documents, unfazed by the commotion. Rosa, how are the new recruits? They are hopeless. The receptionist named Rosa shook her head, her blonde hair swaying. Even if they're strong, they're all weirdos. One claims to be a paladin, but he's clearly delusional. And there's that thief. The priestess seems decent, but because of her affiliations, no one is going to trust her. Is that so? What a shame. The other receptionist didn't seem too disappointed, as good mercenaries were as rare as benevolent demons. At that moment, a mercenary approached Rosa hesitantly. After some deliberation, he took a deep breath and walked up to her, flashing a toothy grin. It was meant to be charming, but it came across as excessively cringe. Rosa, if you're free tonight, how about the mercenary said. The mercenary slumped away, shoulders drooping. The other receptionist burst out laughing. That's the fifth one, Rosa. Maybe you should at least have dinner with one of them. It's pitiful. No way. Mercenaries are all idiots, Rosa replied, shaking her head in exasperation. She despised mercenaries. They were rude, ignorant, and uneducated. They fought constantly and lacked any foresight for the future. She had even been endangered several times when caught up in their fights. Ah, if only Prince Charming would come and rescue me, Rosa thought. Twisting a strand of her hair, Rosa sighed. She dreamed of a dashing, handsome prince who would take her away from this desk job, fully aware of how unrealistic her fantasies were. But dreaming was the only way she could endure her current reality. The brawl in the Guildhall grew fiercer, and the receptionists began to look concerned. It's about time we stopped this. Should we call the guards? The receptionist asked. Maybe we should, Rosa replied. As she got up to summon the guards, something happened. The door opened with a small sound, and there stood a massive barbarian. This is the Guildhall, the guard commander said. The guard commander watched Kettle for a moment before taking his leave. Well, this is as far as I go. For anything else, just ask the receptionists directly. Understood. The guard commander had tried to dissuade him, suggesting he seek the Lord's recognition instead of becoming a mere mercenary. However, Kettle was adamant wanted to be a mercenary. It was as if the idea of being a mercenary carried an allure, a romantic appeal for him. To the guard commander, it was baffling. Kettle wasn't some naive noble, he was a barbarian. He didn't know why a barbarian would harbor such a notion. In the end, the commander decided to stay silent and let Kettle do his thing. Creak. Kettle stepped into the Guildhall. The already unstable floor groaned under his massive weight, threatening to give way. Thud, thud. His heavy footsteps echoed as he advanced further inside. The commotion and brawling that had dominated the room moments before came to an abrupt halt. Mercenaries were simple and direct. They knew one thing for sure. This barbarian was someone who could crush their heads like ripe fruit if they crossed him. An eerie silence filled the room, unusual for the normally chaotic Guildhall. Weren't mercenaries supposed to be noisy? He thought. Kettle found it odd. I guess mercenaries can be quiet too. Perhaps mercenaries could be polite and refined, contrary to the rough image he had in mind. Deciding to embrace the full spectrum of fantasy life, he noted this observation. Mercenaries can be quiet and polite. Satisfied with his conclusion, he walked up to a trembling mercenary. The man's eyes darted about in panic. Excuse me, may I ask something? Kettle asked him. Why yes, what do you need? The mercenary quickly replied, Where are the receptionists? Tea there, over there. The mercenary hastily pointed toward the reception desk. The mercenary nodded shakily, his face pale. Kettle approached the reception desk. The receptionists instinctively pushed their chairs back until they hit the wall. They began praying silently, Please not me. Let him go to someone else. Thud. Kettle stepped in front of the desk. He said cheerfully, Nice to meet you. Ah, Rosa, the chosen receptionist, went pale. Why me? Rosa lamented internally. She wanted to scream. Is it because I had arrogantly dreamed of Prince Charming rescuing me from my job? I am allowed to dream. However, instead of a prince, here was a barbarian, twice her size, looming over her. The barbarian sat down quietly. The chair creaked under his weight as if crying in protest. Pleasure to meet you, Kettle said with a smile. Rosa squeezed her eyes shut. Kettle noticed her fear. Though he hated to admit it, his appearance was clearly intimidating to others. I don't intend to cause any trouble. You can relax, he said gently. Oh, okay, yes. His calm tone helped Rosa regain a bit of composure. I am a receptionist, a recognized citizen of this estate. If he harms me, he will become the Lord's enemy. He can't touch me. He will become a criminal otherwise, she thought. Rosa clung to this logic, slowly calming herself. Meanwhile, Kettle believed his words had worked wonders. As expected, I am a calming presence. I want to become a mercenary, Kettle stated. A mercenary? Do you have any proof of identity? Rosa asked him. Unfortunately, I do not. I see. Rosa gulped and began the registration process. What's your reason for becoming a mercenary? I have several reasons, but primarily to gain recognition for my identity. I've heard that working as a mercenary can achieve that. Is that true? Yes, but it requires a significant record of achievements. Are you okay with that? That's fine. After several routine questions, Rosa continued, the registration fee is 5 silver coins. Kettle handed over the coins without hesitation. He had more than enough from clearing the dungeon and fighting Lord Barkin's knight. What is your name and age? Rosa asked him. Kettle, just Kettle. As for my age, I'm not sure. I'll make an approximate entry. Rosa finished the registration. Your registration is complete. Here is your mercenary badge. Do not lose it. It symbolizes your status as a mercenary. Kettle received a wooden pendant and hung it around his neck, smiling in satisfaction. Excellent, he was officially a mercenary now. And now, he said, what quests are available? I want to start right away. Q quests. Of course, Rosa picked up the quest board with practiced ease but froze as realization dawned. Her expression stiffened. Kettle waited eagerly, anticipation clear on his face. He wondered what adventures awaited him and what kind of thrilling quests lay ahead. Rosa closed her eyes tightly. You can read, correct. Here are the quests currently available to you. Kettle took the quest list with an excited grin, scanning the contents. His brows furrowed. Is that all? The available quests were all simply collecting herbs outside the village, cleaning the basement, clearing the sewers, etc. There were menial tasks, barely worthy of being called quests. Rosa stammered, there are more quests, but as an F-rank mercenary, these are the ones you're eligible for. Kettle expected this to happen. Anyone could become a mercenary, but true recognition required time and effort. Completing numerous simple tasks, steadily building a record, and eventually climbing the ranks was the only path. Even the current king of mercenaries had started this way. There were no shortcuts in the mercenary world. For now, all Kettle could do were errands. Kettle muttered, stroking his chin. Rosa braced herself for an outburst. How dare you give me such petty tasks? Do you think I'm some errand boy? Many mercenaries from her previous encounters reacted this way, only to be subdued by the guards. However, this time she couldn't rely on the guards. She didn't think any guards could handle someone like Kettle, whose arm was thicker than her waist. However, instead of an outburst, Kettle calmly pointed to one of the quests. This one will do. Excuse me? Rosa blinked. His finger rested on the herb collection quest. Are you sure about this? She asked, surprised. A task is a task, is it not? I see no problem, I see. I understand that I haven't earned your trust yet, Kettle said matter-of-factly. It made sense. They wouldn't entrust important missions to an unknown barbarian. I will start small and earn your trust. Isn't that natural? Kettle asked her. Why, yes, that's true. Rosa was taken aback. His reasoning was logical, almost unnervingly so. Where can I find these herbs? Ah, outside the village. They look like this, Rosa said, showing him a sample. Got it, I'll be off then. With that, Kettle left the guild hall. As the door closed behind him, the tension in the room finally eased. The mercenaries let out sighs of relief and collapsed into their seats. The guards at the outer gate recoiled in shock at the sight of Kettle. He casually pulled out his mercenary badge. I've accepted a quest to gather herbs. They don't grow within the estate, so I will need to step outside. Is that permitted? Why, yes, it is. The guard hastily opened the gate, his demeanor making it clear he wanted to avoid spending another second in the barbarian's presence. I have no intention of causing trouble, so you can relax, Kettle said as he felt a twinge of hurt. Ah, of course, the guard muttered, trying to maintain composure. Kettle stepped outside, greeted by the vibrant green of the fields and the rich brown of the earth. A smile spread across his face. Wonderful, just wonderful. He made his way to the area where the herbs were said to grow. There he found several plants resembling the sample he had been shown. Herbs that help with wounds, fascinating, Kettle mused. Though he wasn't particularly knowledgeable about plants, these herbs were distinctly different from those on Earth. Despite his massive form, Kettle crouched down and carefully began harvesting the herbs. It was a tedious, repetitive task, digging delicately to avoid damaging the roots and ensuring the leaves remained intact. Most would find it dull, but Kettle found it immensely satisfying. Harvesting magical herbs in a fantasy world was an adventure in itself, and the process brought him great joy. After an hour of work, he returned to the guild hall. The previously rowdy space grew silent once more. Here, all done, Kettle announced, placing a large pouch of herbs on the desk. That's a lot. Rosa started in astonishment at the sheer volume of herbs. It was 5 times the amount she had expected. As she inspected them one by one, her surprise only deepened. They're in excellent condition. Harvesting herbs wasn't just yanking them out of the ground. It required careful digging to avoid damaging the roots and gentle handling to keep the leaves pristine. Most mercenaries brought back herbs that were barely usable, their value diminished by careless harvesting. Rosa hadn't expected much from Kettle either. After all, he was a barbarian known for their brute strength and lack of finesse. Surely someone like him wouldn't put effort into carefully harvesting herbs. However, she was wrong. Nearly all the herbs were flawless, with intact roots and leaves. It was as if they had been gathered by a seasoned herbalist. I take pride in my delicate hands, Kettle said proudly. I see, Rosa stammered as she hurriedly processed the herbs and handed over his reward. Here it is. She placed a single silver coin in Kettle's hand. It was 1 silver coin. From what Kettle knew, it was barely enough to cover a cheap meal at a tavern for a day. Considering the vast amount of herbs he'd brought back, it was a meager sum. Yet, Kettle smiled with satisfaction. Completing a mercenary quest and receiving a fitting reward there was a unique sense of accomplishment in this that clearing dungeons couldn't provide. Good, what's the next quest? Kettle asked. You want to do another one? Rosa asked, astonished. Of course, the sun's still high. There's plenty to do. Kettle scanned the quest board and pointed to a new task, clearing a warehouse. I'll take this one. Okay, please do. Does he enjoy cleaning? Rosa wondered, her face pale as she nodded. Cleaning the warehouse turned out to be straightforward. It involved moving heavy objects, which posed no challenge for Kettle. The only hiccup was when the warehouse keeper, terrified at the sight of Kettle, swung a club and begged for his life. Next came a street cleaning quest. With a broom in his hand, Kettle swept the streets. At first, he misjudged his strength, creating a dust storm that engulfed several passers-by. But other than that, he completed the task without major issues. And so, Kettle continued to take on and complete quests, one after another. From the rooftop, Kine watched with confusion. The barbarian had integrated himself into the estate remarkably smoothly. Of course, his massive frame and intimidating appearance made him stand out, and the locals were still terrified of him. But strangely, he wasn't causing any trouble. This incongruity gnawed at Kine. "What is he doing?" he muttered. Based on his disciples' skills, Kettle was at least at the transcendent level of being capable of influencing an entire kingdom if he so desired. With that kind of power, he could demand respect and recognition anywhere he went. And as a barbarian, a race known for their strength-based worldview, such behavior would be expected. Kine had dealt with enough barbarians to know this. Yet here Kettle was, organizing warehouses, picking up trash, and doing menial chores anyone could perform. And he wasn't doing them half-heartedly. He approached each task with earnest dedication. Why is he doing this? Kine wondered. To him, these menial jobs were meaningless and beneath someone of Kettle's power. With just a display of strength, Kettle could command admiration, power, and prestige. But he seemed utterly uninterested in such things, instead contentedly sweeping the streets with a cheerful face. By the end of the day, Kettle had completed 15 quests. He returned to his lodgings with a few silver coins in hand, looking completely satisfied. The next day was Kettle's second day in civilization. He woke up brimming with energy. "Let's get started, shall we?" he exclaimed. Being a mercenary was exhilarating. Just the thought of it made his heart race. However, before diving into work, there was something else he wanted to do. The Barkin estate was a sizable domain, and Kettle had yet to fully explore it. So before heading to the Guildhall, he decided to tour the area kind of sightseeing. Leaving the inn, Kettle strolled through the estate. With no specific destination in mind, he walked aimlessly, enjoying the simple act of moving through the streets. The locals, however, were less enthusiastic. Many hurriedly hid their children and walked in the opposite direction. Kettle paid them no mind, assuming they had suddenly become busy. As he wandered, a food cart caught his eye. Skewers of sizzling meat were being grilled to perfection. "Oh," he murmured. Driven by hunger and curiosity, Kettle approached the cart. The vendor's face turned pale. "How much?" Kettle asked him. "TW 2 copper coins," the vendor replied. It was surprisingly cheap. The skewers were generously seasoned with various spices. "I'll take one." Kettle handed over the coins. The clearly terrified vendor extended the skewer to him while keeping as much distance as possible, as if afraid of breaking under Kettle's touch. Chewing on the skewer, Kettle smiled in satisfaction. "It's delicious." The seasoning was uniquely lightly tangy, mildly sweet, and unlike anything he had ever tasted. Skewer in hand, he continued his leisurely exploration of the estate. During his stroll, he purchased a notebook. This world was vastly different from what he knew. Elves were barbaric, and dungeons held unique characteristics. It felt necessary to document these discoveries. From now on, he planned to organize his findings in the notebook. Satisfied with his purchase, he glanced upward toward a nearby rooftop. "Who is that?" Kettle thought. Since yesterday, he had felt someone's presence watching him. Assuming it was Lord Barkin's spy, he had chosen to ignore it, but the persistent gaze from above was starting to bother him. Still, he decided not to dwell on it. His priority now was to enjoy himself. He walked on, savoring the sights and sounds of the estate. That alone was delightful. While wandering, he saw a building, a library. He thought the sign on the outer wall clearly labeled it as such. Kettle was intrigued by the place filled with books. He entered the library. Welcome, a woman, presumably the librarian, looked up from her book and froze when she saw Kettle. After a brief pause, she screamed shrilly, "Eek!" Kettle was accustomed to people reacting to him with fear. Calm as always, he attempted to reassure her. "I'm a mercenary," he said, showing his mercenary badge. "May I read some books here?" "I have no intention of causing harm, nor will I damage the books. You have my word." "Oh, okay," the librarian nodded hesitantly, her voice trembling. Satisfied that he had convinced her, Kettle walked toward the shelves with a contented smile. "Quite the collection," he muttered. He scanned the titles with keen interest, clearly able to read and comprehend them. Outside the library, Kine, the swordmaster, observed Kettle and frowned. Though the barbarian was out of sight, Kine's heightened senses allowed him to perceive every movement inside. It was baffling to him. A barbarian that can read, Kine thought. Literacy required significant education. While education had become more widespread even among commoners, it was far from universal. However, Kine had never heard of a literate barbarian. Kettle handled the books with practiced ease. He retrieved one, sat down, and began reading with natural familiarity. "He's done this before," Kine thought to himself. Kettle's fast reading suggested he had read hundreds, if not thousands, of books. His demeanor resembled that of a well-educated scholar. Yet Kettle was a Barbariana man from the White Snowfield. According to the Lord, Kettle had only recently entered human civilization. Kine could not comprehend that a barbarian from the harsh White Snowfield could be deeply familiar with books, let alone literate. His mind spun with questions. He wondered if he was the only one who could read, or if all the barbarians from the White Snowfield could read. But regardless of Kine's bewilderment, Kettle remained entirely focused on the book in his hands. He touched its cover, ran his fingers along the pages, and examined it carefully. The librarian, meanwhile, watched him with a nervous expression, as though expecting him to rip the book apart any moment. The material quality is excellent, Kettle thought. His thoughts wandered briefly to the meat skewer he had eaten earlier. It was very similar to the book he was reading. The quality of the meat had been surprisingly high. Perhaps this estate had a better economy than he had initially assumed. At the very least, it was far from resembling Old England, where people survived on nothing but potatoes and coffee. Having satisfied his curiosity about the book's physical properties, Kettle turned his attention to its contents. The book he had chosen was a history of the continent, a comprehensive record of its past events up to the present day. As he skimmed through its pages, his eyes widened. So I guess the Empire won in the end. Milena had once supplied weapons to the kingdom at war with the Empire, and it appeared that the Empire had emerged victorious from the war. As he read further, it became apparent just how powerful the Empire had become. The kingdom to which the Barkan estate belonged was now a vassal state, subordinate to the Empire. The Empire had devoured half of the human world and was advancing aggressively, as though intent on consuming the entire world. World domination, Kettle thought. It was an ambition shared by many conquerors throughout Earth's history. This fantasy world, it seemed, was no different. However, Kettle's interest in human affairs was limited. What truly fascinated him lay elsewhere. He eagerly picked up another book, this one detailing non-human elements of this world. His eyes sparkled as he turned its pages. Reading as though he couldn't afford to miss a single word, he immersed himself in the text. To his delight, the book more than lived up to his expectations. The book contained the dwarven cave of Mantamia, which was filled with the world's greatest ores, such as mithril and adamantium, the fairy village of Pisarapia, which was said to hold every mystery imaginable, and Legemeria, the celestial city that floated in the skies, inhabited by the Celestials. The book also catalogued countless cities and capitals belonging to various non-human races. Kettle couldn't stop grinning. He had read similar accounts before, but those had all mere flights of fancy products of human imagination. This world, however, was different. The fantastical places described in this book actually existed here. The realization filled Kettle with immense joy, almost to the point of losing himself. As he continued to devour the text, another piece of information caught his eye. Elfo Sagrado was a sacred ground for the elves, unapproachable by any race other than elves. Its location was a mystery, zealously protected and sought after by those in power. Even the mightiest rulers had failed to uncover it, yet Kettle had the qualifications to enter. I should try to visit someday, Kettle thought. It would be rude to ignore such an invitation. Still, the world was brimming with too many other wonders to explore first. Kettle was the type to save the best for last. Suppressing his excitement, he turned his focus back to the book and continued reading. The more he read, the more Kettle's curiosity grew. Then something caught his eye again. What's this? His head tilted in confusion. There are other places like the White Snowfield. The book was describing demon realms, regions of chaos and distortion. These were areas entirely unwelcoming to humans, each shrouded in mystery. The descriptions painted vivid pictures in his mind. The silent forest where all sound ceased, leaving unnerving stillness, the abyss, a bottomless chasm that could drag the world itself into its depth, the deep sea, home to mysterious primates unknown to science. There was also an area where it had no name, where existence itself seemed to unravel. Most important of all, the book contained information about the White Snowfield, which Kettle knew all too well. Beyond these were numerous other demon realms, each as alien and unreachable as the next. These mysterious, untouchable regions were staples of the fantasy world, yet Kettle's expression darkened as he considered their implications. Places like the White Snowfield, Kettle thought. His memories of the White Snowfield were far from fond. He had endured endless suffering in that desolate expanse. Without his unwavering thirst for adventure and discovery, he would surely have perished there. The thought of other demon realms that could rival the White Snowfield in harshness didn't inspire him. In fact, it filled him with unease, and he had no intention of visiting such places unless absolutely necessary. Even so, a question naturally arose in his mind. How big is this world anyway? The White Snowfield alone was unimaginably vast. Even after spending years there, he hadn't fully explored it, and now he was learning that this was just one of many such places. Coupled with the lands of humans and those of other races, the sheer scale of this world was overwhelming. It's bigger than Earth, he concluded. That much was certain. Just how much bigger, however, was beyond him. It seemed this world had yet to measure its circumference, leaving its true size a mystery. Well, I think I've learned enough for now, Kettle said, standing up and brushing off his pants. The library wasn't particularly large, so there was little additional information for him to uncover. Still, he felt satisfied with what he had gleaned. You're welcome. The librarian stood and bowed, her tense shoulders relaxing slightly as she realized Kettle was leaving. She breathed a sigh of relief, but her respite was short-lived. I will visit again when I have the chance. I hope to see you again in the future, he said with a grin. Why yes, she stammered weakly, her expression falling as she watched him leave. Kettle arrived at the Guildhall. Just like the day before, the place was quiet. Kettle strode leisurely toward Rosa, who greeted him with a tense expression. Oh, you're here, she said, her voice trembling slightly. Yes, what quest do you have for me today? Kettle asked casually. Here they are. Rosa handed him a quest sheet, her hands a little steadier now. Kettle accepted it with a faint smile. As they conversed quietly, Rosa began to relax. Despite his intimidating appearance, Kettle proved to be surprisingly reasonable. Though there was an instinctual fear of him, it became clear that there was no real need to be terrified. After briefly examining the quest sheet, Kettle raised a finger to indicate his choice. I'll take this one today. Ah, this is an herb collection quest. Here is the sample. Rosa handed him a sample of the herb, and Kettle examined it before heading out. Just like the previous day, he went out to gather the herbs and returned to complete the quest. Afterward, he accepted a new one. All the tasks were trivial menial jobs that anyone could have done. Watching this unfold, Kine felt as though he was going to burst with frustration. Why is he doing this? Kine thought. Kettle was incredibly strong. Even revealing just a fraction of his power would have earned him immediate recognition. There was no reason for him to waste time on such insignificant work. Kine couldn't understand any of this. The sight of someone as extraordinary as Kettle performing mundane tasks felt like watching a priceless gem being used for a child's play. Yet Kettle himself seemed to genuinely enjoy these simple tasks. He is truly peculiar. There was something entirely alien about Kettle. Kine couldn't get a clear sense of who he really was. After mulling it over for a while, Kine made a decision. I will have to meet with him. Observing from a distance was no longer enough. If Kine wanted to gain any meaningful information about this enigmatic barbarian, he would need to speak with him directly. Swordmaster Kine resolved to confront Kettle face to face. Bublicious thoughts. Didn't know they'd drink coffee during that period. Late at night, the estate was illuminated only by the moonlight. Having just completed his quest of patrolling the night, Kettle walked toward his lodging with a satisfied expression. Today, he had resolved more than a dozen quests. Although most of them were minor tasks, completing so many had proven to be quite profitable. The faster he worked, the sooner he could earn recognition as a true mercenary. It had been a productive day. Feeling relaxed, he leisurely made his way to his quarters. Then he saw an old man standing in his path. Half concealed in the shadows, the elderly figure lingered there. In the pitch-black night, illuminated only by moonlight, even a toddler would know it was dangerous to roam about. At this moment, only Kettle and the old man were present on the street. Kettle spoke first. You've been following me all day. What do you want? The old man, Swordmaster Kine, was taken aback, too shocked to respond immediately. He noticed, Kine thought. He hadn't merely been observing from afar. Despite Kettle's inability to use aura, he was undeniably a formidable individual. To conceal his presence, Kine had veiled himself with aura. No matter how sharp Kettle's senses might be, detecting him should have been impossible. Yet Kettle's tone suggested that he was well aware of the pursuit. When the old man failed to answer, Kettle's face darkened. Are you a bandit? He asked, tucking his silver coins securely into his coat. His wary gaze made Kine incredulous. Is he actually scared of encountering a bandit? With that massive body, even seasoned brigands would retreat quietly at the sight of Kettle. However, his expression remained deadly serious. No, Kine started to protest, but closed his mouth. It was difficult to explain who he was. Declaring himself a swordmaster was unlikely to be believed. Moreover, his opponent was a barbarian. Lacking extensive knowledge, he couldn't be sure how to introduce himself effectively. Kettle took Kine's silence as confirmation that he was indeed a bandit. So even at your age, you've resorted to thievery. The economy must truly be in dire straits. What a pity, Kettle said with a chuckle. That laugh made Kine feel unsettled. Why is he laughing about being robbed? Does this barbarian crave bloodshed so much that he looks forward to killing someone? Of course, that wasn't the reason. To Kettle, encountering a bandit was just another adventure, something that added a bit of excitement to his life. If I capture you, it will be another accomplishment on my record, Kettle remarked. No, wait, Kine began, but he stopped himself. Upon reflection, this could be a good opportunity. Kine wasn't here to enjoy a casual tea party with a barbarian. He had shown himself to learn about Kettle's power and identity. Since he was mistaken for a bandit, a direct confrontation could serve his purpose. With that thought, Kine tensed his muscles. A standoff began between a barbarian and the swordmaster. The barbarian initiated the first move. He stomped the ground and his figure vanished in an instant. Kine blinked, momentarily thinking the man had disappeared entirely. When Kettle reappeared, he was directly in front of him. What? Kine's eyes widened in alarm. If he stayed still, the barbarian's hand would grab his neck. He moved instinctively, guided by the survival instincts honed on countless battlefields. Kine drew upon his aura. The mysterious, miraculous power within him surged to life, circulating through his body in an instant. It granted him strength that defied comprehension. Kine stomped on the ground. Boom, the smooth stone pavement shattered as he leaped back at lightning speed. Kettle's hand sliced through empty air. Interesting, Kettle muttered, his face lighting up with intrigue. You're pretty quick. Kine gulped as he barely escaped. If his reflexes had been even slightly slower, Kettle would have caught him. This is absurd, Kine thought. Kettle had bypassed Kine's sensory detection with ease. That alone was astonishing, but something even more shocking gnawed at Kine. I couldn't sense any aura. As a swordmaster, he could naturally perceive the flow of mana used by his opponent. Yet Kettle emitted none, nor could he detect any trace of mana from Kettle. That could only mean one thing. He's moving that fast using only his physical body, Kine wondered. Before he could fully process this revelation, Kettle fixed him with a look of pure excitement. This is getting fun, Kettle murmured. Kine felt a chill run down his spine. I have to give it everything I've got. This was no time for testing. Kine sharpened his senses to their utmost, prepared to detect even the faintest movements, like the flutter of a fly's wings. Kettle moved again, vanishing as his foot hit the ground. With the heightened perception, Kine managed to track Kettle's movement this time. That was how he realized, almost too late, that Kettle had grabbed his arm. What? Even though Kine saw it coming and that his arm was the target, he couldn't react in time. Kettle twisted his arm. It wasn't just a sensation of being grabbed. It felt as though his arm had been pinned to solid rock, and now that rock was dragging his entire body forward. The sheer force was incomprehensible. Kine quickly focused his mana into his arm. The raw, overwhelming strength holding him surpassed the limits of human capability. He tried to break free with all his might. However, it was futile. No matter how much effort a human exerted, it was like trying to hold back a tsunami. The hand gripping Kine's arm was utterly unaffected. What kind of strength is this? Kine thought. It wasn't even a contest. Kine gritted his teeth. Whoosh. Mana surged from within Kine, manifesting into the physical world. His arm, caught in Kettle's grip, began to glow with a faint bluish light. Even in the pitch-black darkness, the mysterious glow emanating from his arm was clearly visible. Oh, Kettle widened his eyes, intrigued. The bluish energy seemed to slip through Kettle's grasp like slick oil, allowing Kine to wrench his arm free. Ho, ho. Kine panted heavily, putting some distance between them while expanding his senses to the limit. Kettle briefly glanced at his hand, then nodded in approval. These days, even bandits have impressive tricks up their sleeves. Bandits, what nonsense is he spouting now? Kine thought. He was utterly exasperated. What he had just done was the manifestation of mana, enveloping his body with it. This was a feat achievable only by those at the pinnacle of their field. Someone at such a high level would never stoop to something as petty as banditry, yet Kettle seemed genuinely convinced that this was some kind of bandit trick. Kine stared incredulously at Kettle's arm, the same one that had gripped him moments ago. His mana manifestation had been reflexive. Normally, manifested mana could tear through even the hardest steel like paper. Something as soft as human flesh would have disintegrated on contact. Yet Kettle's arm was perfectly fine, not even a scratch marring his skin. This realization left Kine even more bewildered. What kind of body is this? The fact that even manifested mana couldn't harm Kettle's bare skin made Kine want to laugh in disbelief. You use some interesting tricks, but they're not that impressive, Kettle remarked casually. Let's wrap this up. With that declaration, Kettle prepared to make good on his words. He moved again, faster than Kine could fully perceive, closing the gap in an instant. Kine's hand instinctively went to the hilt of his sword. His earlier resolve to test Kettle without drawing his weapon was long gone. The only thought that consumed him now was that failing to unsheath his sword would lead to his downfall. However, that decision came far too late. Kine should have drawn the sword the moment he first saw Kettle. Cluck. Kettle's hand pressed lightly against the pommel of Kine's sword. That was all it took to prevent him from drawing it. Kine struggled to resist, but the last thing he saw was Kettle's hand descending toward his head. Then everything went black. Kettle grabbed the unconscious Kine and stood quietly, marveling at the situation. So this is what bandits are like in a fantasy world. Even a mere thief possessed such strange techniques. It truly was a fantasy world. If one couldn't manage at least this level of skill, they wouldn't survive as a bandit here. He is stronger than that knight I fought earlier. This is the true strength of bandits in this fantasy world. Kettle felt thoroughly satisfied. In hindsight, everything that had happened was strange, but he was fully prepared to accept anything in this fantasy world. He lifted Kine's limp body, ensuring his strength was controlled enough to have only knocked him unconscious. Well then, he decided to deal with him the next day. Dragging Kine, he returned to his lodging. What's going on? The guard commander felt as if he were dreaming. Before him stood the extraordinary swordmaster transcendent who had reached the pinnacle of human capability, Kine the swordmaster. Yet this exalted figure was being held captive by a barbarian. Not just captured, he was suspended mid-air in an utterly humiliating position, with the barbarian gripping the back of his neck. To make matters worse, the barbarian was accusing the swordmaster of being a bandit. The guard commander's mind blanked. He didn't know what to say in such a bizarre situation. With great effort, he forced his lips to move. That man is not a bandit. Huh, Kettle looked puzzled. So you know him? A criminal acquaintance perhaps. If he is not a bandit, is he a pickpocket? He's no, never mind. The guard commander gave up on explaining. Instead, he assumed a posture befitting the occasion. Standing straight, he bowed deeply. This was a gesture of respect reserved for those who transcended human limits. I greet you, Sir Kine, the only swordmaster of the kingdom of Jehantra, the one who has reached the apex of the blades, the guard commander said. At those words, the expressions of both the barbarian and the swordmaster shifted. Kine's face twisted further in humiliation. The guard commander realized his blunder. Kine hadn't revealed his identity as a swordmaster. A swordmaster, you say? Kettle looked genuinely flustered. The title carried immense weight. Kettle could not believe that this man he was holding was supposed to be a swordmaster. He was the same person Kettle had accused of being a bandit just a moment ago. That can't be. This man is a bandit. He ambushed me to steal my silver coins. Kettle shouted. No, he is a swordmaster. I wouldn't mistake his face for someone else's. I even recall him promising to visit this estate, the guard commander explained. Perhaps he is a mage skilled enough to alter his appearance. Magic capable of disguising one's entire physique to such perfection. If he were such a high-level mage, he'd be revered as much as the swordmaster. Then maybe. Swordmaster is just another term for bandit. What nonsense are you talking about? It was then that Kettle understood. He's really a swordmaster. Yes, the guard commander replied, HMPH. With an expression that was both bewildered and resigned, Kettle finally released his grip. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Kine straightened his clothing. The entire scene had felt like a surreal dream. The guard commander, who had been watching in a daze, snapped back to his senses. This was a situation far beyond his ability to resolve. I will report this to the Lord. Please wait here for a moment. With that, he hurried off, moving so fast it was as if he couldn't bear to remain there any longer. A sharp pain throbbed in his temples as he ran toward the Lord's castle. Somehow, he had a dreadful feeling that as long as that barbarian remained, his headaches would never cease. Sweating profusely, the guard commander relayed the story to Lord Barkan, who sprang to his feet in shock. Rushing to the scene, Lord Barkan arrived to witness the barbarian and the swordmaster standing before him, his expression frozen in astonishment. Without delay, he led them back to the reception room and desperately attempted to explain the situation to the still confused barbarian. I see, Kettle finally said, realization dawning upon him. He now fully believed that the man was indeed a swordmaster. Speaking carefully, he added, I apologize. I should have listened until the end. No, it's not your fault, Kine replied awkwardly. I should have explained myself earlier. The swordmaster and the barbarian exchanged hesitant words, their discomfort evident. Watching them, Lord Barkan felt a headache creeping in. Kine lost, Lord Barkan thought. The Lord, who had known Kine for a long time, could roughly predict his actions. He had guessed that Kine would seek out the barbarian for a duel, but he had never anticipated Kine losing. Kine had been defeated by a barbarian. The details were unclear, but one fact was undeniable. Kettle was stronger than the swordmaster. Of course, even among swordmasters, there were varying degrees of skill. Kine had only recently reached that level, and among transcendents, his abilities were likely still developing. Yet he was still a swordmaster, a bearer of the title that represented mastery of the blade. For someone to defeat such a figuria barbarian, no less, was unthinkable. It meant this barbarian was an uncontrollable force. Every calculation and contingency Lord Barkan had considered shattered under the weight of this realization. The headache he had been suppressing became unbearable. It seems there was a misunderstanding. I will leave you two to talk things out, Lord Barkan said, standing up. Neither Kettle nor Kine stopped him. Once the reception room door closed, only the barbarian and the swordmaster remained. Kettle looked at Kine with a mixed expression of awkwardness and curiosity. A swordmaster. Kettle thought he was the master of the blade who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Such figures were a staple in fantasy worlds, symbols of unparalleled strength. Kettle had often imagined what such individuals might be like during his time in the White Snowfield. He thought about what weapons they would wield, what mysterious powers they would command, and just how strong they could be. But this was not what he had expected. Kettle was very disappointed. Kine could sense the thoughts reflected in Kettle's gaze. Though deeply humiliating, he couldn't deny them. He had lost, and not just barely, his defeat had been absolute. Beyond the blow of his pride, his spirit felt as tattered as a discarded rag. Let me properly introduce myself. I am Kine the Swordmaster. Now regaining his composure, Kine asked with genuine curiosity, is Swordmaster your surname? When one ascends to the rank of Swordmaster, human family names no longer matter, Kine explained. It was a tradition born of respect for those who transcended human limitations, a recognition that their lineage could no longer bind them. However, after getting defeated by the barbarian, Kine realized these formalities didn't matter. Kine lowered his head in gloom, while Kettle gradually recovered his enthusiasm. Though their meeting had been unconventional, Kettle found himself intrigued. He had always dreamed of meeting someone like this. As Kettle's curiosity grew, Kine began speaking again. I must apologize once more. I heard rumors of a barbarian who emerged from the white snowfield, Kine admitted. Ah, Kettle said. He now understood that Kine had come to test him. Were you satisfied with the results? More than enough, Kine replied with a bitter smile. Far more than I expected. You truly are a being of the demon realm. I thought I understood that place well, but it turns out I was mistaken. Kine's words stirred Kettle's curiosity even further. The mention of the demon realm piqued his interest, especially as it aligned with the strange locations he had read about in the library, including the white snowfield. Before Kettle could ask more, Kine spoke again. What do you think of us? Kettle immediately grasped the question's intent and shook his head. I have no plans to do anything. I am simply enjoying my journey. It may be hard to believe, but I have no reason to lie. I believe you, Kine replied. If you wanted me dead, you would have killed me already. Kettle's choice to subdue rather than kill him had spoken volumes. The tension between them began to ease. Looking at Kine, Kettle felt his curiosity grow even stronger. He asked, was what you showed me earlier also a swordmaster's technique? This, Kine raised his arm, allowing a bluish glow to envelop it entirely. Wow, Kettle exclaimed in awe. Earlier he had dismissed it as a mere bandit's trick, but now that he knew it was a swordmaster's ability, his interest soared. This is the manifestation of mist. It is also known as aura, Kine said. Aura, Kettle's eyes sparkled. So that's what aura is. Why yes, that's correct, Kine stammered, caught off guard by the sudden shift in Kettle's attitude. The barbarian, who had seemed monstrous during their fight, now resembled an excited child. How does one do that? Kettle asked eagerly. Well, essentially it involves controlling mist to manifest it, Kine explained. Mist, what is that? Is it like mana? Kettle probed further. No, mana belongs to mages. Mist is the fundamental unit of the world. Whether it's used as aura or mana depends on the Widerknights, and mages simply take different approaches, Kine said. So mages and knights both manipulate mist, but in different ways. Kettle exclaimed with a bright smile, his earlier ferocity entirely gone. Kine felt a mix of awkwardness and obligation under Kettle's enthusiastic gaze. The barbarian's excitement was contagious. Finally, Kettle couldn't hold back any longer. Can you teach me how to do that? What? Forgive my ignorance, but I am still gathering knowledge. You, however, are a swordmaster Somion who has reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Surely you've taught others before, Kettle pressed. Well, yes, I have. Kine hesitated. He had trained the knight who had ultimately been defeated by Kettle. Barbarian bowed his head sincerely. Please teach me. Kine faltered. I mean, it's not that impressive, but I suppose I could. However, it was more impressive than Kine made it out to be. Countless people would offer fortunes for the opportunity to be taught by a swordmaster. You're stronger than me. Why would you seek my guidance? Kine asked, puzzled. The barbarian standing before him was undoubtedly far more powerful than him. It was peculiar for someone so strong to seek instruction from someone weaker. Kettle shook his head. Embarrassingly, I know nothing about mist or swordsmanship you speak of. I only swing my weapon around mindlessly. Is that so? Kine said, a flicker of relief stirring within him. The fragments of his shattered pride began to piece themselves back together. He was a swordmaster. Being strong wasn't just about raw strength, had attained the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Even if Kettle was physically stronger, that did not diminish Kine's mastery of the blade. That's right. I didn't even draw my sword, Kine thought. During the fight with Kettle, Kine had blacked out while still gripping the hilt of his weapon. Though the defeat was undeniable, it hadn't been a full demonstration of his power. To teach this barbarian swordsmanship, to display the greatness of the blade, this would surely restore his broken self-esteem. With a newfound resolve, Kine made his decision. Very well, he said, nodding. I am a swordsman, a swordmaster, one who has reached the pinnacle of the blade. Without my sword, I am but a cripple. Oh, that explains it, Kettle exclaimed. I thought you were too weak, but it was because you couldn't use your sword. Why, yes, exactly that. Of course, you really were absurdly weak. For someone like that to be called a swordmaster, it made no sense. But if you had wielded your sword, perhaps you could have won. I wasn't that weak, Kine muttered, his voice faltering. He wondered if he could have defeated Kettle even with his sword. The thought didn't fill him with confidence, but with Kettle's eyes gleaming like a child's, Kine found himself unable to say no to the barbarian outright. Will this really help me restore my self-esteem? Kine wondered. Instead, a chilling doubt crept into his mind. What if this only shatters me even further? The thought gnawed at him as the conversation moved forward. Kine first approached Lord Barkin to explain his intentions. He stated that he would teach Kettle about swordsmanship and the concept of aura. The Lord's expression became even more perplexed, but perhaps having resigned himself to the situation, he nodded with a small sigh. Kine and Kettle then moved to the training ground. It's better to start by explaining my swordsmanship. I am Kine the Swordmaster. My technique is the swordsmanship of Kine. Swordsmanship of Kine, is that your school of thought? Kettle asked, intrigued. The swordsmanship I use is my own creation. No one can reach the level of a swordmaster using another's technique. Kind's tone was calm, as though he were merely stating facts. Kettle's excitement grew at that demeanor. It implied that Kind was the founder of his own style. Kettle was here to learn the mysteries of the world. Although he had learned basic swordsmanship on Earth, it was merely for health, as most parents encouraged during childhood. It wasn't anything serious. However, this was true swordsmanship, a mystical fantasy swordsmanship that utilized aura. Kettle's heart raced like an eager child. The thought of experiencing genuine fantasy swordsmanship thrilled him to the point he could barely stay still. Kind unsheathed his sword slowly. The defining characteristic of my swordsmanship is the materialization of the real and the false. I understand you faced one of my disciples. Ah, so that knight was your student? Kettle asked him. Yes. I've heard a bit about the duel. What did you observe? I saw that his sword strikes split into 3. All of them were real attacks. It was astonishing. For most, it would be difficult to deal with such a technique. However, Kettle had already grasped the essence of Kind's swordsmanship, so that's what you mean by materialization. It's a technique that prioritizes skill over raw power. Yes, Kind nodded, though his expression remained subdued. He was impressed by how quickly Kettle understood. He's quick to comprehend. His insight was sharper than most well-educated individuals Kind had met. He couldn't quite discern the nature of the barbarian before him. After a brief pause to gather his thoughts, he continued, "Swordsmanship is the combination of the sword and aura, wielding the mist they create. Those who master it are called swordmasters." Kind emphasized his words, and Kettle stared at him, his heart still pounding. With a crackling sound, a bluish flame engulfed Kind's sword. It looked as though the blade was consumed by blue fire. Whoa, Kettle couldn't suppress his amazement. That's aura. The aura is enveloping the sword. Kettle had always yearned to witness something this fantastical from the world. Tears almost welled up in his eyes. Kind, on the other hand, was taken aback by Kettle's reaction. Why is he acting like this? Kind thought. Coating a sword in aura was a basic skill. Any advanced swordsman could do it. It was certainly not something that should have impressed someone strong enough to overpower him earlier. Bewildered, Kind waved his sword. "You probably can't fully grasp what I mean by the materialization of the real and the false. Let me show you." Gripping his sword with both hands, Kind brought it down in a sweeping strike. The blue flame sliced through the air. In an instant, the sword seemed to split, 2 strikes to the left and 2 to the right. A total of 5 simultaneous sword strikes manifested, cutting sharply through the air and converging on a single point. Whoa, Kettle's pure admiration burst forth. 5 strikes materialized simultaneously. It was clearly a phenomenon impossible to achieve with modern knowledge, a genuine mystery. Kind enjoyed Kettle's reaction as he sheathed his sword. There are many techniques that create illusions using aura, but embedding substance into them is unique to my swordsmanship. Manipulating the real and the false to disrupt perception. Few could counter such a technique. It was the foundation of Kind's rise to the title of Swordmaster. "I will teach you the specifics shortly," Kind said. Well, at last, Kettle felt he was about to learn about the mist. His gratitude ran deep and Kind appeared quite satisfied. Yes, I am a swordmaster, Kind thought. Even if this barbarian was stronger than him, the realm he had reached was lofty and unparalleled. No one could replicate it. He was certain of that. However, Kettle's expression gradually shifted to one of confusion, and he tilted his head. "The technique you demonstrated." "Yes, this is the swordsmanship using mist. What do you think?" Kind asked him. "I feel like I could do it too." "What?" Kind froze. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Kind's face showed a hint of irritation. He had dedicated his life to the sword, pouring his talent and relentless effort into his craft. The result was his unique swordsmanship. To hear that a barbarian thought he could replicate it was unacceptable. "Let me show you," Kettle said, grasping the handle of his axe. Only then did Kind notice the weapon in Kettle's hands, that axe. Kind's eyes widened as he examined the axe. The black gem embedded at the end of the handle, the entirely black shaft and blade, and the ornate carvings along the bandle all suggested it was no ordinary weapon. The axe's ominously gleaming blade seemed capable of splitting the world itself. On the joint between the blade and the handle was a peculiar symbol. "What is that?" Kind thought. The emblem seemed to represent something, though Kind couldn't discern what. The intricacy made it clear that this was no ordinary axe. It was too civilized and expensive for a barbarian to have. "It looks like a weapon from myth," Kind thought. Before he could ponder further, Kettle raised the axe and flexed his muscles. His muscles bulged as he brought the axe down. Kind watched in disbelief as Kettle performed a series of strikes. 1 forward, 2 to the left, and 2 to the right. A total of 5 axe strikes landed simultaneously, accompanied by a blast of air that tore through the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Kettle calmly sheathed his axe. "What do you think?" Kind was at a loss for words. Kettle had reproduced Kind's 5 simultaneous attacks, but there was a significant difference. He did it with brute force. Kind screamed internally. Kettle hadn't used aura to manipulate reality and illusion. He had simply swung his axe downward, then quickly recovered to strike twice on each side. The sheer speed made it appear simultaneous. What kind of absurd method is this? He achieved the 5 strikes with nothing but strength and speed. It was unheard of. Struggling to form words, Kind finally managed to speak. What you did was merely swinging your axe. There was no technique, but the result is the same. Swordsmanship isn't for show, it's for real combat. Isn't that what matters? That's Kind couldn't refute the point. Swordsmanship was ultimately about combat and killing. From that perspective, Kettle's words held merit. Yet accepting that the mist he had painstakingly cultivated could be overcome by brute force alone was something he couldn't stomach. Then how about this? Kind retorted. Gripping his sword once more, he channeled his aura. It surged widely, responding to his rising emotions. Kind went all out. With a powerful advance, he swung his sword. This time it wasn't just his blade that multiplied. His entire body split into 7. He was one entity, yet not one. It was a miracle born from mastering aura to its utmost limit. It was as if a coordinated group launched a storm-like barrage of attacks in perfect unison. To face him now would feel like fighting 7 opponents simultaneously. Try to imitate this, Kind shouted, breathing heavily from the exertion. Without a word, Kettle gripped his axe, and then he swung. The resulting storm was fiercer than anything Kind had produced. It became almost impossible to keep one's eyes open amidst the chaotic gale. However, Kettle's technique was entirely different from Kind's. It wasn't the delicate manipulation of aura to turn afterimages into reality. It was simply speed, pure unadulterated speed that created afterimages due to its intensity. Kind stared in shock as Kettle's movements produced not 7, but 8 simultaneous afterimages. Rumble. As the storm settled, Kettle sheathed his axe calmly. Well, what do you think? Kind stammered, unable to find the words. Kind's lifelong effort's pride, the mist he believed no one else could replicate, had been shattered in the simplest, most brutish way possible. He couldn't bring himself to speak, and Kettle looked equally disheartened. This is not how I wanted things to turn out, Kettle thought, his expression clouded. He had simply swung his axe rapidly. That alone had achieved the same effect as Kind's cherished technique. However, this wasn't a mist or anything special. It was as if a child had seen behind the curtains of a magic show. Kettle's awe for the mist had been extinguished. No, I shouldn't think like that. Kettle shook his head. He endured so much. He had faced death hundreds, thousands of times. The span of his experiences dwarfed the lifetime of any ordinary human. His strength, obtained through relentless struggle, was devoid of aura, mana, or miracles. It was pure, raw power, but it was undeniably overwhelming. And the swordmaster before him had used his unique techniques to reach such heights. Kind's age was unclear, but judging by his appearance, he had honed his skills for more than 40 or 50 years. To think Kind had achieved so much in such a comparatively short time was nothing short of astounding. It only heightened Kettle's respect for the value of the mist. Most importantly, what Kettle had witnessed was only a single technique. There was so much more he wished to learn: magic, more swordsmanship, summoning spirits, alchemy, miracles, divine power, prayers. He yearned to understand and acquire them all. He thought of how the Elven Queen displayed mysterious abilities with spirits that he could never replicate. Judging Kind's worth based on one technique alone would be no different from a frog believing the well it lived in was the entire world. Resolute, Kettle quickly recovered his emotions. Kind, however, was still struggling to regain his composure. Kind muttered incoherently, his mouth hanging open. Hey, Kind, snap out of it. Kettle waved his hand in front of Kind's face, but there was no sign that his mind was returning to reality. Kind just stood there, staring blankly with his mouth slightly open, lost in his own world. A single tear pooled in his eye, as if he were overwhelmed by sorrow. This can't be happening. Kind thought. He reflected on the sheer amount of time and effort it had taken to teach his level. He had abandoned everything except the Swordhigh's loving parents' affection, his fiancée's love. He sacrificed it all, devoting his life entirely to mastering the blade. And yet that technique, his ultimate mastery, had just been shattered. It wasn't by some otherworldly skill, but by raw physical force alone. The cries of his family, begging him to give up the sword and stay with them, echoed in his ears. His fiancée's lament and curses, asking if she meant less to him than a mere blade, resurfaced vividly in his mind. Every painful memory flashed through his head like a reel of film. Kettle stroked his chin, observing Kind thoughtfully. His mental resilience is weaker than I expected. He had assumed that being a swordmaster meant Kind's mind would be as unyielding as his skills, but apparently not. Then again, strength did not necessarily correlate with mental fortitude. After all, many strong individuals in this fantasy world had fragile psyches. Kettle stored that information in his mind for later, planning to jot it down in his notebook. Of course, Kettle was mistaken. A swordsman at Kind's level would usually possess mental strength befitting his process. The only reason his mind had shattered so thoroughly was because Kettle himself was an anomaly, a presence so alien that it crushed even the strongest of wills. Unaware of this, Kettle continued trying to snap Kind out of his stupor. However, his spirit had been completely broken. Simple external stimulus wouldn't be enough. Kettle had seen this kind of breakdown before. The barbarians he fought alongside sometimes displayed a similar state of madness. While their methods differed, they too often discarded reason, surrendering to pure instinct and wildly swinging their weapons. Those types didn't regain their senses until they were utterly subdued, infuriating adversaries, to say the least. And Kettle knew the fastest way to bring such people back to their senses. He fixed his gaze on Kine and made up his mind. I'm going to kill you, Kettle thought. The sheer intent to kill materialized, surging toward Kine like a physical force. Boom, an explosion occurred. Kine reacted instinctively. He drew his sword, enveloping his entire self in aura as a defensive shield, and leaped backward, putting dozens of steps between himself and Kettle. Cold sweat trickled down his face. Are you awake now? Kettle asked, his tone casual. What did you just do? Kine stammered. You seemed half out of it, so I woke you up. Seems like it worked perfectly, Kettle replied with a satisfied nod. Kine's heart pounded in his chest. Just now he had truly felt the presence of death. It wasn't a metaphor or exaggeration. Death itself had brushed against the back of his neck. The fear of that moment brought his shattered mind back together. It was an experience he never wanted to endure again. Kettle spoke calmly. Your swordsmanship is incredible. What? Kine asked, still shaken. All I did was swing my axe quickly. That's it. I could never hope to match the divine technique you demonstrated. Kettle swung his axe in a blur, creating faint afterimages. While it was impressively fast, it wasn't truly simultaneous. It depended on whether the opponent could block the initial strike to generate the illusion. Kine's swordsmanship, however, was on a completely different level. Each of his strikes occurred simultaneously in all directions, forcing opponents to block every attack. It was a godlike feat. Kettle's words began to heal the cracks in Kine's spirits. Gradually, light returned to his eyes. That's right, Kine thought. His swordsmanship wasn't worthless. His unique ability to manifest both emptiness and substance in perfect harmony was something no one else in the world could achieve. Even if it had been partially broken, that didn't diminish its value. Kine pushed away the creeping despair, forcing himself to regain focus. No, it's not me, it's the barbarian who's insane. What kind of lunatic could move fast enough to create tangible afterimages without even using aura? Such a feat was beyond the realm of humanity. Kettle was simply an outlier, an existence far removed from the norm. Kine convinced himself that Kettle was just an exception, safeguarding his mental state. I apologize. I let my emotions get the better of me, Kine said, bowing slightly. It's fine. This has been quite entertaining for me. I apologize if I came across as childish, Kettle replied, a curious smile on his face. Despite his words, the outcomes of their clash couldn't have been more different when examined closely. Once Kettle masters aura, he would be capable of techniques like that as well. It would allow him to launch simultaneous attacks in the truest senses of the word. Kine cleared his throat, organizing his thoughts. Well, let's continue. The important thing in the end is the ability to sense and wield aura. You're talking about the mist, right? Kettle asked. This was the world's most critical secret. Kettle bared his teeth as Kine began to explain slowly. Mist is the foundational element of this world. No mage, swordsman, or witch can reach the pinnacle of their craft without first understanding mist, and the only ones who can truly grasp it are those who have faith in the gods. So divine power is a separate matter? Kettle asked. Yes, miracles come directly from the gods and have no real connection to personal ability. What about paladins? Their power stems from their faith in themselves. It's a difference of approach. The same goes for elementalists. While different in focus, the cornerstone remained the same: mist. Mastering it was the first step. For now, I will explain the basic concepts and levels. Let me know if it gets too dull, Kine said. No, please continue, Kettle said, shaking his head. A discussion of mist, the very thing he had longed to understand, could never bore him. Then let's start with mist itself. As the name suggests, it's the enigmatic power inherent within oneself. How you control it determines everything. Fascinating. Mist was the fundamental unit of this world. To wield aura, harness mana, or interact with elemental spirits, every kind of fantasy power required an understanding of mist as the starting point. There are 5 stages: detection, control, manifestation, domination, and finally, visualization, Kine continued. The most basic stage is the detection of mist. It involves recognizing, understanding, and sensing it. While it doesn't yet allow for active control, it marks the first step toward the height of mastery. Can anyone sense mist? Kettle asked. No, only those with talent can even begin to perceive it. Those who achieve this level are referred to as the novice. To sense mist was to qualify as novice. Kettle recalled something the thief from the first dungeon had said. There are 5 tiers: novice, intermediate, advanced, transcendent, and hero. And where do you all stand? We don't even qualify as novice. Even novice warriors are considered strong. Achieving that rank isn't easy. His party members admitted they were below novice, essentially incapable of sensing mist. The next stage is the control of mist. This is the level where you can harness mist and use it actively. From this point, various powers can be wielded, Kind said. He swung his arm, and the air exploded with force. His movements were beyond what the eye could follow. At this stage, basic physical enhancement becomes possible. Impressive. This is where one can call themselves intermediate. For those who have reached this stage, it's almost impossible to lose someone who hasn't Kind hesitated for a moment and glanced at Kettle, who stared blankly. Well, there are exceptions, but most wouldn't stand a chance. Next is the manifestation of mist. Simply put, it looks like this. Kind raised his sword, and a bluish light flickered along its edge. Kettle let out an exclamation of awe. Ooh, why is he so impressed by this? Kind thought, feeling awkward. Manifestation was certainly a high-level technique, but it wasn't something that warranted such wonder. Still, he pressed on with his explanation. This is the advanced leveled manifestation of mist. At this stage, mist can take tangible forms like aura or mana. Those at this level are recognized as true knights, mages, or elementalists. Aura could tear through steel as though it were soft cheese. Could cut through solid fortress walls effortlessly. Mages at this level could summon massive flames or scatter blades of ice. Reaching the level of manifestation effectively turns someone into a lethal weapon. And then comes domination, Kind said. Domination was the ability to go beyond controlling and manifesting mist to command it absolutely and wield it at will. This is the level of the transcendent. It's where I stand. So swordsmonsters are transcendents? Kettle asked. There are exceptions, but generally, yes. To become transcendent was to earn universal reverence. At this level, one transcendent limits to the point that societal status became irrelevant. Transcendence. The term describes those who have stepped out of the bounds of humanity, Kind explained. Kettle's eyes gleamed. So there are people stronger than you then. There was only one level remaining. Kind nodded, then continued to speak. The final stage is the visualization of mist. Those who can dominate mist so completely that they influence the very concept of the world itself. That is the hero class. Are they stronger than you? Kettle asked. Immeasurably so, Kind answered without hesitation. There was no shame or humiliation in his expression, only a calm acknowledgement of truth. I may be strong, but there are many at my level. Heroes, however, are few and far between. They are monsters. Kind's face showed a mix of awe and fear that he couldn't hide. Fascinating, Kettle murmured, his interest piqued. He wondered how strong these heroes could be and what sort of incredible mists they wielded. I'd like to see for myself someday, Kettle thought, his curiosity burning intensely. Is this barbarian planning to challenge a hero? Kind thought. A shiver ran down his spine, and he quickly redirected the conversation. These classifications are ultimately just for convenience. There's significant variance even within each level, and they don't define things perfectly. Think of them as general guidelines. Understood. However, that was a matter for the future. For now, the mist before him was what mattered most for Kettle. Kind spoke again. Let's begin. The first stage of detecting mist. Finally, the moment had come to truly embrace the mist of the world and wield the fantastical powers within his body. Kettle could barely contain his excitement. He felt an overwhelming urge to shout with joy. However, being a reasonable person, he held back, channeling his exhilaration into a quiet act. Instead, he stomped his foot lightly. Boom. The training grounds quaked and the vibration spread throughout the estate. People screamed and crouched down, mistaking the tremors for an earthquake. Kind, startled, shouted in alarm. What are you doing? Oh, I was just happy. I lost control of my emotions for a moment. My apologies, Kettle replied, his tone calm despite the situation. I see. Kind stammered, still shaken. For a mere stomp to cause tremors resembling an earthquake was absurd. Kind stared at the barbarian with a pale expression, unable to fully grasp the power in front of him. In any case, once you've mastered mist, does it mean you're locked into one path? Can you not become a swordsman while using magic? Kettle asked. Using aura and mana simultaneously isn't possible, Kind responded as he shook his head. Mist is the fundamental unit of this world. How you wield it depends on your abilities, but that also sets a limit. If you choose to channel mist as aura, you will have to rely on aura all the way to the end. Ah, I see, Kettle murmured, nodding in understanding. Unfortunately, it seemed one's path was predetermined by their initial choice. Even so, Kettle's enthusiasm didn't waver. He began to wonder which path would suit him. He wondered if he would wield aura, enhancing his physical body as a knight and charging fearlessly into battle, or wield mana, the true embodiment of fantasy's allure. Magic had always held a special charm, and he had longed to experience it. No matter the direction, the possibilities excited him greatly. No, get comfortable, Kind said. Of course, Kettle replied, grinning widely as he sat down cross-legged. Kind tilted his head in confusion as he observed Kettle's posture. What kind of posture is that? You don't know it. It's the first time I've seen it. It's fascinating but looks uncomfortable. Are you sure you're fine? He doesn't know the cross-legged position. Kettle thought. He realized that it wasn't surprising after all. The posture originated from Buddhist practices. It would have been stranger if people in this world were familiar with it. This is a posture for concentration. It's fairly comfortable, so you don't need to worry, Kettle said. If you say so, then close your eyes and focus your mind. Kettle obediently closed his eyes. At last, it was time to begin sensing mist. The journey to truly learning mist had officially started. Suppressing the pounding excitement in his chest, Kettle began to focus his mind, immersing himself in the moment. Feel everything around you, Kind said calmly. To sense mist is to awaken a new sense that you have never experienced before. Expand your perception as much as you can. Following Kind's instruction, Kettle extended his senses. Feel the sensation of the passing wind, Kind instructed. Kettle began to sense the strength and angle of the wind, how it collided with his body, how its trajectory shifted and flowed around him, noticed it all. The wind brushing against his arms was slightly stronger than elsewhere. He perceived every subtle fluctuation in the gentle breeze. Feel the texture of the earth, Kind instructed again. The floor of the training ground beneath him, pressing against his legs and hips, carried the roughness of countless grains of sand. Kettle discerned the shape of each individual grain, and sensed the distinct feeling hidden within. Kettle pushed his senses further outward. An immeasurable flood of information rushed into Kettle's awareness. Kind, observing this, frowned slightly. Kind instinctively stepped back. For a brief moment, he felt as though his entire body had been scanned. He quickly understood why. Is this just from expanding his senses? Kind was stunned. Kettle hadn't used mist to enhance his perception, had simply expanded his natural senses. Yet even that was enough to produce a change Kind could distinctly feel. What a monster, Kind thought. He wondered how far the barbarian's perception could extend. Perhaps beyond this estate, reaching the outside world. Even Kind, with the refined senses of a swordmaster, couldn't fully grasp its extent. And yet, despite all this, Kettle couldn't wield mist. The thought alone sent chills down Kind's spine. Moments later, Kettle opened his eyes. I feel nothing. Is that so? Kind replied, hastily regaining his composure. For someone of your strength, I thought you'd sense it easily. Though not an absolute rule, those with exceptional physical strength often had a higher likelihood of sensing mist. Yet Kettle seemed to be an exception. Is this another peculiarity of the white snowfield? Kind asked. I wouldn't know. No one around me has ever spoken of something like the mist. The barbarians of the white snowfield, they're unaware of mana or mist. Kind quickly committed the observation to memory and continued. Well, it's not that unusual. Sensing mist isn't easy, especially for beginners. It's like trying to understand the sensation of flying when you've never had wings. It's nearly impossible. So what's next? Kettle asked eagerly. The next step involves someone who can sense mist channeling their power into you, opening the path. Oh, so you'll transmit aura to me, something like that. Kettle was visibly moved by the idea. He had always loved fantasy. But his interest extended beyond fantasy. It encompassed all the mysteries of the world. Naturally, he had also read wuxia novels, which often featured masters passing their qi directly to the disciples. This felt like a quintessential wuxia moment, and Kettle couldn't have been more pleased. Well then, let's get to it, he exclaimed. All right, Kind replied, slightly overwhelmed by Kettle's enthusiasm as he cautiously approached. This time, relax your entire body and focus your senses inward. Feel the aura I channel into you. Without a word, Kettle nodded. Kind slowly placed his hand on Kettle's back and froze in shock. What is this body? Kind thought. Kettle's physique was as solid as marble. It felt unyielding, as though any steel weapon striking it would shatter on impact. It was also heavy, not metaphorically, but in the purest sense. The density of his muscles was beyond anything Kind could imagine. Is this even human? Can someone like this truly be categorized as human? Kind. Kettle's voice snapped him out of his daze. Sorry about that. Let's begin. Kind began channeling his aura. Simply transmitting aura wouldn't accomplish anything by itself. The goal was to awaken the dormant mist within Kettle. The key was finding the path. For Kind, this wasn't particularly challenging. As a swordmaster, he was more than capable of discerning the intricacies of the human body. This was why he was more perplexed than expected. What is going on here? Kind thought. He couldn't locate the path of mist within Kettle, or more accurately, he couldn't even reach it. No matter how far he extended his aura, it touched nothing, saw nothing. It was like drifting aimlessly in an open sea. No, it's more than that. It felt less like a vast ocean and more like swimming in the depths of a dark abyss. Nothing was visible, and the crushing pressure made it seem as if he could be crushed at any moment. Kind withdrew his hand, his expression tense. Kettle titled his head in confusion. Kind, I didn't feel anything unusual. This is not going to work. What? Kettle's expression shifted drastically, as if his entire world was crumbling. He stared at Kind with disbelief. What do you mean it's not going to work? Are you saying I have no talent? No, that's not it. It's just Kind paused, choosing his words carefully before explaining. Simply transferring aura isn't going to be enough. To awaken mist, you need to stir the dormant power within yourself. I already understand that. Transferring aura was similar to blood transfusion. It required finding the proper channels within the body to direct the flow. Simply injecting it randomly wouldn't accomplish anything. The same applied to aura. It wasn't just about channeling it, but also about finding the path of mist. Kine frowned, his tone puzzled. But I can't find your path of mist. Are you saying you can't sense mist at all? Kettle's face hardened, despair threatening to overtake him. But Kine quickly shook his head. No, that's not it. I couldn't even confirm anything. What do you mean? Your body is different. It's alien. Kine regarded Kettle with a look that seemed to pierce through him, as though he were an enigma beyond comprehension. To find the path of mist, aura must be deeply infused into the body. But your body, it's too dense, too heavy. The aura can't penetrate properly. This was an entirely new experience for Kine. Pure physical strength was effectively blocking the flow of aura. So you're saying you don't know what to do? Kettle clarified. Kine grasped the meaning behind his words. Finding veins in an overweight person was harder due to fat obstructing the way. In Kettle's case, it wasn't fat, but an overwhelming density of muscly and extreme version of the same concept. At least for me, it's impossible, Kine replied. Even for a swordmaster, it couldn't be done. Kettle's expression darkened with disappointment. Does that mean I can't awaken the mist within me? I wouldn't say that. I couldn't even confirm if you have the path of mist. After all, Kine replied. He himself didn't know whether the path of mist existed within Kettle. In other words, if someone more skilled in handling aura examined him, Kettle could be able to sense mist. There are others more adept with aura than I am. You could seek out other swordmasters or even visit the Mage Tower. You might also find answers through alchemy. Alchemy, is that a viable option? There have been cases where people used alchemy to artificially awaken mist and ascend to transcendent levels. So yes, it's possible. I see, Kettle replied. It seemed alchemy had significant value in this world. Kettle's face lit up with growing curiosity. Kine shook his head lightly. In any case, I'm afraid I can't help you. I apologize. It's fine, Kettle replied. He was just happy that there was another way for him to sense the mist. The potential was there, and that was enough for him. Besides, he was already interested in Mage Tower and alchemy. He could save those pursuits for later and look forward to them as future adventures. There was no shortage of things to enjoy. This was the fantasy world he had always dreamed of, a land brimming with mystery and wonder. And then may I ask for one favor? Kettle asked. What is it? Kine asked, his expression tinged with a hint of guilt. He felt bad for giving Kettle hope only to admit he couldn't deliver. If Kettle asked for something like money, he was ready to oblige. But Kettle's request took him by surprise. Could you explain how aura moves and how it's used in swordsmanship? Kettle asked. I can, but it likely won't mean much to you since you can't wield aura yet. I'd still like to hear it. I want to understand how that power is used. Well, if that's what you want. Kine nodded reluctantly, his tone hesitant but willing. Kine began his explanation without much thought. What he explained was simple theory, akin to a professor lecturing on history at an academidry and lacking any excitement. Especially since his audience was a barbarian who operated purely on the logic of strength, Kine was certain Kettle would quickly lose interest. However, Kettle listened intently, as though every word Kine uttered was utterly fascinating. Oh, so controlling aura begins with that kind of foundation. Interesting. I will have to try it out later, Kettle said with genuine enthusiasm. Amused by Kettle's reaction, Kine found himself continuing the explanation. Time passed without notice, and eventually night had fallen. A maid sent by Lord Barkin cautiously approached. Excuse me, Swordmaster, it's getting late, the maid said. Oh, look at the time, Kine said, glancing at the darkened sky. Do you have any other appointments? Kettle inquired. Yes, I came here on business, but this has taken more time than I expected. I see. This marked the end of their encounter. Kettle's face reflected a trace of regret. Despite a few unmet expectations, he had thoroughly enjoyed meeting the Swordmaster. Kettle had gained knowledge about aura levels and control, though not swordsmanship itself. If anyone asks who my teacher is, I will proudly name you, Kine the Swordmaster. No, that's not necessary, Kine stammered. The barbarian, who was stronger than most yet unable to wield aura, was willing to call him his teacher. Kine enjoyed enhancing his reputation, but even he understood the danger in Kettle proclaiming him as a master. If Kettle, a monstrous force of nature, went around calling him his teacher, it could invite trouble beyond imagination. I'd appreciate it if you refrained from that. I haven't taught you enough to deserve such a title, Kine said. If that's what you want, Kettle replied with a slight smile. He decided to only mention Kine as his teacher if directly asked. Watching Kettle so easily accept his request, Kine felt a strange emotion. Every barbarian he had encountered so far had been uncontrollable. They lived for booze, violence, and death, rejecting the concept of negotiation. If they desired something, they took it by force. Even the strongest among them were no exception. That was why barbarians were universally shunned. However, the barbarian in front of him was different. This one was controllable. A barbarian this incomprehensibly strong could be reasoned with. A glint of ambition shone in Kine's eyes. Have you considered settling down in this land? Kine asked. What do you mean? Kettle replied, his tone curious. Exactly what I said. Swear loyalty to the kingdom and receive a title. With your strength, you could rise to a prestigious position. I'd personally vouch for you. That does sound intriguing, but... Kettle shook his head. I will have to decline. I have no desire to be bound to anything. A title would grant you many things, gold, treasure, women, kind pressed. But I'd also belong to the kingdom. I wouldn't be free to act as I wish and would have to follow orders, wouldn't I? Well, that's true, but Kine hastily continued, his greed plain to see. If he could bring Kettle into the kingdom's fold, it could be enough to free them from the empire's shadow. His attempt to persuade Kettle was fueled by this ambition. Even so, you'd gain noble status. Surely that's appealing. And Kettle regarded Kine for a moment, noticing his persistence. Then he smiled softly. I will do as I please. A chill ran down Kine's spine. Though Kettle's words carried no malice, the sheer conviction behind them was overwhelming, leaving Kine no room to argue. He nodded slowly, accepting that this was the best response he could give. I see very well. Think of it as repayment for sparing my life, Kine replied. Is that so? Then perhaps we will meet again someday. With a broad grin, Kettle saw Kine off. What an absurd thought I had, Kine thought. He was shocked to think he could control a barbarian like that. Kettle was a being who acted solely according to his own will. While he showed consideration for others and could integrate into a group, that was the extent of it. At his core, his actions were entirely on his own. In that sense, Kettle was even more troublesome than other barbarians, whose intentions, while brutal, were at least predictable. The barbarian of the white snowfield. Kine thought this was the true nature of a being from the demon realm. He sighed deeply. To think we're planning an expedition into the demon realms, what could the Emperor possibly be thinking? Is that so? Lord Barbin let out a sigh in response to Kine's words. So the Emperor desires the conquest of the demon realms, you say? Scouting missions are turning into meaningless sacrifices, Kine replied, clicking his tongue in annoyance. Lord Barkin, his face solemn, asked, Are you serious? I am. No one can stop him now. Perhaps he fancies himself the reincarnation of the old Emperor. Kine shook his head. A long time ago, the Emperor who had claimed dominion over the entire world had ultimately marched to conquer the white snowfield. There he faced defeat and death. That legend was widely known to the public. The white snowfield, Kine murmured. A barbarian from that land resided in this very estate. He smirked bitterly. Well, if anything happens, it's going to happen in the distant future. We haven't even conquered all human territories yet. The white snowfield is the largest and most mysterious one of the demon realms. It's still a long way to go, but... You mean to say it's only a matter of time, Lord Barkin said. Exactly. This estate is part of the Empire as well, so a summons could come at any time. I thought it best to give you advance warning. Kine leaned back against the sofa, rubbing his temple as if dealing with a headache. The world is strange enough as it is, and now the Emperor has half lost his mind. It's maddening. Are the rumors true? They are. The movements of the demons are becoming noticeable, one by one. The frequency of dungeons appearing is irregular. There's even talk that the anomalies of the demon realms are seeping outside. While nothing is confirmed, the rumors persist. Something was happening to the world, and it didn't bode well for humanity. Kine had come to the Barkin estate to deliver this warning. After all, this was his hometown. Seemingly recalling something, he let out a bitter laugh. Well, if you think about it, the strangest thing is already here. You're right. They were talking about the barbarian from the white snowfield, a human who had emerged from the oldest and largest demon realm. Kettle was here. What do you think of him? Kine asked. I don't know, Lord Barkin admitted honestly. He isn't hostile towards us. Beyond that, I can't say. What about you, Kine? I think the same. He is very considerate of others. If left alone, he shouldn't pose a problem. Kine gulped. The smile Kettle had shown him at the end of their encounter still sent shivers down his spine. Is he just playing with us? Kine thought. Though considerate and obedient to order, Kettle was not one to suppress his will. I guess if we let the beast alone, he won't go on a rampage, Kine muttered under his breath. George was a farmer, and it was that time of year to harvest the fruits of his labor. But there was simply too much for one man to handle alone. That was why he hired mercenaries. Every year, George brought in mercenaries to help with the harvest. They were loud, rude, and crass, but they got the job done. Their cheap rates ensured he'd never regretted the decision until this year. Are we harvesting potatoes? Why, yes, George stammered as he replied. Before him stood a man whose arms were larger than his torso. His muscles, carved like a statue, bulged beneath what looked like a leather vest. Kettle stood before him. Ah, the barbarian. George thought he had heard the rumors. A freakishly large barbarian had been spotted in the estate, but as a simple farmer, he had thought it wouldn't concern him. Never in his wildest dreams had he expected that barbarian to respond to his harvest request. George trembled as he shuffled his feet. This way, please. He led Kettle to the potato field. Kettle surveyed the vast expanse and muttered, so big. The field stretched out endlessly, so much so that it would take more than a day to harvest everything, even with constant effort. George forced an awkward smile and said, if it looks like too much, please feel free to rest. I can manage on my own. Usually, George would yell at the complaining mercenaries, cursing and barking orders for them to dig up the potatoes immediately. That was the best way to deal with their brutish attitude. However, he couldn't bring himself to act that way toward Kettle. He feared that a single shouted word might result in his spine being snapped in half. Kettle shook his head. No, I've taken the request, and I intend to fulfill it, I see. Still, digging them up one by one seems inefficient, and Kettle stroked his chin, his gaze fixed on the field. As George watched nervously, Kettle lifted his massive foot. Boom! When his foot slammed down, a thunderous crash reverberated. For a split second, George thought an earthquake had struck. However, the tremor was confined solely to the potato field. Dirt flew in every direction, and potato leaves scattered into the air. George's face turned ghostly pale. What in the world? George shouted. There. The prep work is done. Now we just need to harvest them, Kettle declared as he crouched and began picking up potatoes one by one. At that moment, George realized something astonishing. Wait. Harvesting potatoes was back-breaking labor. Since the potatoes were buried deep in the earth, the process involved digging up the hard soil and carefully extracting each potato. Many farmers ended up with sore backs or worse after a full day of work, but now it was as though the field had been plowed overnight. The entire field had been overturned, and potatoes lay scattered on the surface, ready to be collected. There was no need to dig. All that was left to do was pick them up. What just happened? George stammered. Has that barbarian done this? With just a single stomp of his foot, Kettle had managed to upheave the entire field. A shiver ran down George's spine. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Kettle, still gathering potatoes, tilted his head in confusion. Are you all right? You don't look well. I am fine. Let me help. You're the client. You can leave this to me. No, really, I will help you, George shouted desperately as he hastily began tossing potatoes into a basket. The harvest was completed at a speed several times faster than any year before, but George resolved never to hire Kettle again. The job is done, Kettle said. Yes, I received a message from George. As always, you're incredibly fast. Rosa stared at Kettle with awe. Harvesting the potato field was a task that typically took at least 2 days, but Kettle had finished it in just 2 hours. His speed was nothing short of remarkable. Here's your payment, Rosa said. While reviewing the task slip, Rosa spoke again. Are you planning to take on more jobs? You seem to have plenty of time, so feel free to decide at your leisure. By now, Rosa was somewhat accustomed to dealing with Kettle. It had been a week since he began showing up at the Guildhall daily. Slowly but surely, she was adapting to the presence of this extraordinary barbarian. She wasn't the only one. Other mercenaries were also growing used to the enormous figure of Kettle. While his entrance still silenced the normally bustling Guildhall, it no longer plunged the room into total stillness. Conversations resumed cautiously, ensuring they didn't disturb him. Ordinarily, Kettle would have immediately requested his next task, but this time he simply stared at the silver coins in his hand. Rosa noticed his uncharacteristic behavior and tilted her head in confusion. Before long, Kettle finally spoke. It's very little. Excuse me. For a moment, Rosa's heart seemed to stop, not figuratively, but quite literally. Has this barbarian taken offense to something? She thought. Her face went pale as she stammered. Well, of course, Sir Kettle is an incredible and skilled mercenary, but the payment for this task is already set. While I sympathize, even someone as capable as you cannot expect the compensation to be adjusted arbitrarily. No, I know that. I'm not blaming you, Kettle interjected, shaking his head. Rosa let out a relieved sigh. I see. I just need more money. Are you short on funds? I assumed you'd have plenty saved up. Though individual task rewards were modest, Kettle's sheer volume of completed jobs ensured he wasn't lacking for a comfortable living. No, I have something to spend on, Kettle said. At some point, Kettle began to wonder how much longer he would have to keep wearing this leather vest. Though crafted from the hide of a beast he had slain, and undeniably functional, the vest hardly qualified as civilized clothing. He wondered if the reason people recoiled in fear whenever they saw him was because of his attire. After all, he, too, would hesitate to approach someone walking around in nothing but a leather vest in a modern society. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a pang of regret. How barbaric had he become? After spending so much time among barbarians, even his values had begun to align with theirs. Determined to correct his mistake, he made a decision. He was going to buy new clothes. He sprang into action, stopping a passerby to ask about the nearest clothing store. The citizen kindly provided directions, and Kettle thanked them before heading off. Shopping in a fantasy world was an exciting prospect for him. With anticipation, he opened the door to the shop. The shopkeeper, however, turned pale and immediately called for the guards. Kettle calmly explained the misunderstanding, and order was restored. With that settled, he began browsing the store. It was his first time choosing clothes in this world, so he didn't want to settle for something cheap. Fortunately, the shop was of excellent quality and met his expectations. However, there was one problem. The clothes were too small. Kettle's physique was far larger than that of an average human. Off-the-rack options wouldn't suffice. He needed custom-made clothing, so he inquired about the price. After briefly assessing his measurements, the shopkeeper cautiously provided an estimate. The amount left Kettle stunned. The price far exceeded what he had imagined. It was more than his current funds could cover. He asked if the shopkeeper was trying to swindle him, but the trembling merchant's terrified demeanor convinced him otherwise. The sheer size of his body made crafting suitable clothing inherently expensive. This was the medieval era, after all. Unlike modern times where machines manufactured garments, custom tailoring was a costly endeavor, especially for someone of Kettle's size. Reluctantly, he accepted the explanation. What mattered now was earning more money. After hearing Kettle's predicament, Rosa nodded in understanding. That makes sense. In such cases, it's possible to find yourself short on funds. Even though I'm working hard, it's tough to save enough. Is there any other way? Kettle asked. Rosa pondered for a moment. There was a way to earn more money, but she was hesitant about whether or not she should tell him. After a brief hesitation, she decided to tell him. Kettle was rational and polite, so there was no harm in sharing the information. There's a way to take on higher-paying jobs, she said. What, really? Yes, I heard you cleared a dungeon when you first arrived in this estate. Something similar to that. Kettle, currently ranked as an F-class mercenary, couldn't accept dungeon-related tasks on his own. However, if he formed a party, the situation would change. With a minimum party of 4, you could qualify for higher-tier jobs, including dungeon expeditions. Oh, Kettle's eyes sparkled. When he had first cleared a dungeon, the reward had been significant, even after splitting it 4 ways. More than anything, the idea of venturing into another dungeon thrilled him. Forming a party, taking on roles, and conquering the unknown was one of his happiest experiences since arriving in this world. He still cherished that memory. A 4-person party, huh? So I need to gather a team, Kettle murmured. He turned to face the other mercenaries. Those who had been quietly eavesdropping flinched. They exchanged quick glances before the sound of chairs scraping against the floor filled the hall. Damn, I'm so busy today. Guys, let's get to work. In an instant, the mercenaries scattered, leaving Kettle alone in the guild hall. He murmured with a disappointed look. Everyone seems busy. Haha, Rosa laughed awkwardly. She knew full well that mercenaries who spent their days idling and drinking weren't suddenly busy, but some things were better left unsaid. In truth, Rosa hadn't mentioned this option earlier because she doubted any mercenary would dare form a party with Kettle. Is it impossible without a party? Kettle asked. Well, that's the rule, so. Rules are rules, I suppose. What a shame. As Kettle began brainstorming other solutions, the door creaked open. Both Kettle and Rosa turned toward the entrance. What's going on? The man said. Oh, Kettle's face lit up. Cassin, long time no see. Eek, it was Cassin, the thief, who immediately shrieked in terror. Cassin was a thief and one of Kettle's former dungeon-clearing companions. Kettle strode toward him with his usual towering presence. The closer the barbarian got, the smaller Cassin seemed to shrink. Kettle clapped a heavy hand on Cassin's shoulder. It's been a while. How have you been? Ah, just getting by, Cassin murmured, his voice shaky. Kettle beamed as he continued. So you're a mercenary too. I haven't seen you around before. Ha ha ha. Kettle had never seen him in the guild hall because he had gone out of his way to avoid Kettle. The rumors of the gigantic barbarian had spread throughout the entire estate, and anyone who had heard them knew they referred to Kettle. To avoid an encounter, Cassin had deliberately stayed away from the guild hall during the times Kettle was known to be there. And yet, fate had brought them face to face. Cassin's expression grew gloomier. However, his misfortune didn't end there. As if a brilliant idea had struck him, Kettle clapped his hands together. That's it. This is perfect. Cassin, how about clearing another dungeon with me? What? It's better to partner with someone experienced than someone new, isn't it? This is a great idea. Let's form a party and tackle a dungeon together. Cassin tried to say something, but no words came out. Kettle suddenly grabbed both of Cassin's shoulders. He felt as though his entire body was being crushed under the pressure. Instinctively, he nodded. Kettle grinned widely. Great, Rosa, we've got 1 person. Now we just need 2 more. That's wonderful, Rosa said, forcing a smile. Cassin shot her a desperate look, silently pleading for help. Rosa averted her gaze. In the end, Cassin couldn't bring himself to refuse Kettle's offer, and so he once again became a member of Kettle's party. Rosa, as if she had been waiting for this opportunity, spoke up. Well then, shall we invite those who have partied with you before Kettle? Oh, is that even possible? Kettle asked. Yes, all of them are mercenaries, I see. Since I hadn't seen them around, I thought they had moved on to other work. Cassin could guess why Kettle didn't see them. They probably all avoided the barbarian. It's obvious what would happen if they reunited, but their circumstances didn't concern Rosa at all. Kettle was a capable and exceptional mercenary. Not only that, but he was considerate and polite. To date, there hadn't been a single complaint about his tasks. At first, Kettle had been intimidating, but the more one got to know him, the more likable he became on a personal level. Rosa believed that 3 F-rank mercenaries wouldn't matter as sacrificial lamb. She rose from her seat. Please wait here for a moment. I will bring them over. Not long after, 2 familiar faces walked in through the entrance, much to Kettle's delight. He greeted them with a bright smile and eager steps. Whoa-ho, Alexandros. Hayes, I can't believe it. What a surprise.
God, Leica.
Startled by Kettle's sudden approach, the two bolted back outside. After a minor commotion, the four of them finally gathered together. Kettle was beaming with satisfaction as he had reunited with his old comrades. The party was reassembled. What can be more exciting than this? Kettle thought. He was on cloud nine. In contrast, the other three hung their heads, their faces clouded with gloom. Oblivious to their somber mood, Kettle asked cheerfully, "It's been a while, hasn't it? I heard you've been working as mercenaries. How have you all been? Just taking on small jobs here and there," Hayes replied. The other two nodded along. Kettle studied their faces and muttered, "You don't look well. You are thinner than when I last saw you. This is a bit embarrassing, but I've realized I am not cut out for mercenary work," Hayes said with an awkward smile, scratching her cheek. The others seemed to feel the same. Casson was a thief with no skills or ability to disarm even basic treasure chests. Alexandros was a warrior who called himself a paladin and flew into a rage if anyone questioned his identity. And Hayes was a priestess who served a god of lies and deception. They were all outcasts. It was no wonder they couldn't handle proper jobs. They had barely been scraping by, half-starved. Realizing this, Kettle grinned widely. "Don't worry. This mission will help you get back on your feet. Of course, the rewards will be distributed equally." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Kettle added calmly, "But if you have circumstances or don't feel up to it, you're free to decline my offer. I won't force you. Wait." "We have no intention of refusing." All three shook their heads. Kettle sighed in relief. "That's a relief. It would have been a bit troublesome if you'd said no." "There is no reason to refuse," Hayes replied steadily. It wasn't because they were afraid to reject the barbarian's offer, but there truly was no reason to refuse. Looking at it objectively, the barbarian wasn't violent or rude. On the contrary, he was considerate and respectful toward them. Finding such a courteous mercenary was rare. He wasn't the kind to stir up trouble. Of course, he had his quirks, which were intimidating at times, but those instances were infrequent. Not to mention, Kettle was strong enough to take down the skeleton knight in a single strike. Having such a powerful ally join their party was practically a stroke of luck. This might actually be a good thing, Casson thought to himself. For some reason, Kettle seemed genuinely fond of them. If that were the case, it was better to maintain their current relationship rather than pushing him away as they had been doing. "Good," Kettle said, grinning with satisfaction. "Rosa, can you show me the quest board?" "Okay," she replied. As if she had expected this, she pulled out a prepared quest board. "There are various missions, but you're thinking about dungeons, right?" "That's right." Dungeon exploration was an incredibly thrilling prospect for him. Rosa handed over the request. "Here are the dungeon-related missions. You can review and pick one." "Oh wow," Kettle's eyes sparkled. Even at a glance, the list was extensive. "May I take a look first? I hope you guys don't mind." "Oh, not at all. Feel free to do so." Smiling broadly, Kettle began reviewing the list. Watching this, the other three stepped back with weary expressions. They were a bit scared that someone could enjoy combat this much. A barbarian is a barbarian, after all, they thought. Kettle meticulously reviewed the quests. Various dungeons caught his eye: a lizardman dungeon, a trap-filled dungeon, an undead dungeon, and a goblin dungeon. Each of them was unique and fascinating. He couldn't stop smiling as he kept flipping through the list, and then he found something unusual. "Hey Rosa," Kettle said. "What is it?" She replied. "These entries here don't list a difficulty level." The dungeons were typically categorized with difficulty ratings like E rank or D rank. However, the entries Kettle was looking at lacked such ratings. Rosa glanced over and let out a small noise, realizing her oversight. "Oh, I forgot to write it on the quest board, but these are unexplored dungeons." "Unexplored dungeons?" Kettle asked. "They're dungeons whose difficulty hasn't been assessed yet. Dungeons naturally formed near human settlements. Guard or mercenaries would usually explore these dungeons to roughly determine their difficulty levels. Even if they didn't delve deeply, that was usually enough to estimate the challenge. However, some dungeons remained unmeasured. There were several reasons for this: lack of manpower to explore them, requirements for specific qualifications to enter, or worst of all, dungeons that wouldn't allow a return until they were cleared. "Interesting," Kettle muttered as his lips curled into a smile. His grin sparked a sense of unease in his party members. He leisurely reviewed the unexplored dungeons. One in particular grabbed his attention. "The Finite Maze. What's this?" It's exactly what it sounds like. The dungeon itself is a maze," Rosa replied. "A maze? It's really a maze?" Kettle was ecstatic. The most famous maze in his mind was the Labyrinth of the Minotaur. He loved the Greek myth surrounding it. Mazes were also a staple in most fantasy-related books. Kettle had even cleared multiple maze-themed games from his previous world, mazes that required specific conditions to complete, mazes that constantly changed structure, and mazes that needed riddles to be solved for escape. Each one had been varied and entertaining. Naturally, he had often thought to himself that he wanted to experience a real maze someday, and now that opportunity had come. Kettle made his decision without hesitation. "This one. Let's go with this. This one. Are you sure?" Rosa asked. "Of course. So what do you mean by a dungeon itself being a maze?" "Well, when you're inside, an entity appears. You can then choose whether or not to take on the maze challenge. Beyond that, not much is known, so no one who's challenged it has ever returned. No, perfect. This is the one for me. What do you guys think? Kettle asked his party members as he grinned widely. Casson froze. Is he really thinking of going into an explored dungeon, and one where no one has ever come back? This was practically a death sentence. No one in their right mind would want to go in there. Casson was ready to refuse immediately. Of course, I won't force you. We're comrades. If any of you object, I will choose a different dungeon. But I would really like to go to this one, Kettle said. His eyes burned with enthusiasm as he spoke. Casson muttered. He couldn't answer right away. Kettle was respectful, considerate, and polite. As long as things didn't go off track, he wasn't scary. However, right now, things had gone off track. Casson wanted to refuse. He didn't want to enter an unexplored dungeon, yet he also didn't want to reject Kettle. He wasn't exactly afraid, but he was terrified. I'm fine with it, Casson eventually muttered, shutting his eyes tightly. He prayed with all his might that the other two would refuse. He prayed to a god he had never believed in before from the bottom of his heart. A few minutes later, Kettle exclaimed with excitement, "All right. Let's get going." The other three followed him with faces as pale as death. As they followed Kettle, they thought about why they couldn't just say no. However, they already knew the answer. Rationally, they understood that the barbarian wouldn't harm them even if they refused. But the sheer, overwhelming pressure Kettle exuded had consumed them, leaving logic powerless against it. Regardless of the reasons, the choice had already been made and there was no turning back. Rosa had tried to stop Kettle, but in the end, she failed. Now they had to venture into the Mazia dungeon from which no one had ever returned alongside the barbarian. This is the place, Kettle said. A brick entrance stood a short distance from the estate. In front of it, a sign was planted in the ground. Warning, unexplored dungeon. No survivors. Well then, let's get going, Kettle said. Okay. With pale faces, they followed Kettle into the dungeon. As Rosa had mentioned, there were no traps or monsters in sight, yet this lack of danger only made the party except for Kettle more anxious. It felt as though no minor threats were necessary because something far worse lay in wait ahead. They walked for a while until they saw a single stone monument. Is that it? Kettle said. When he approached the monument, a figure appeared. It was a translucent being like a ghost. Kettle's face lit up with excitement. He had seen a ghost emerging from a monument countless times in stories, and now he was experiencing it firsthand. Are you a challenger of this maze? A low voice echoed. The ghost flinched slightly, seemingly unnerved by Kettle's fascinated gaze, but soon resumed its role with composure. I am the manager of this dungeon, a guide for challengers. Visitors to this dungeon, will you take on the maze that one has yet conquered or retreat like cowards? The party braced themselves, expecting Kettle to shout his intent to challenge it immediately. He had shown an intense interest in the maze from the start. However, instead of nodding, Kettle asked, "What kind of maze is it?" "I cannot answer that," the ghost replied. "What's the size of the maze?" "I cannot answer that." "Does the maze change its structure?" "I cannot answer that." All answers will be revealed within the maze, so there's no information available from the outside. Kettle stroked his chin in thought. And as if concluding, he nodded. The party prepared themselves, thinking Kettle would finally declare his intent to challenge the maze. However, to everyone's surprise, Kettle turned back. "Then let's just head back." The party members were shocked. "Are you giving up?" "That's fine as well," the ghost spoke calmly as if it had expected this. Kettle smiled faintly. "I will be back soon. Wait for me." The party exited the dungeon. Bewildered, Casson asked, "Aren't you going to challenge it?" "What are you talking about?" Kettle looked at Casson as though the question made no sense. That gaze left Casson feeling strangely foolish, as if he were the one missing something. "I came here to gather information. It's a maze, so proper preparation is essential," Kettle said. Preparation. Upon returning to the estate, Kettle immediately visited a food shop. "Do you have dried foods? Something that will last at least a month would be ideal. Also, we need some alcohol. Water spoils, but alcohol doesn't. Oh, and fresh fruits if you have any." Kettle bought all sorts of supplies, mostly long-lasting provisions. However, he didn't stop there. He purchased a simple sleeping bag, a long thread, and anything else he thought necessary. Watching this, Casson finally snapped out of his daze. "What exactly are you doing?" "Preparing for the maze," Kettle replied as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "We don't know the layout or the size of that maze. The only certainty is that no one has ever come back." It was a maze of significant difficulty. It's highly likely to take a considerable amount of time to clear the dungeon. Proper preparation is essential. Casson muttered. Now that he thought about it, Kettle's reasoning made sense. When attempting something with zero information, thorough preparation was indeed the correct approach. But you're a barbarian, Casson thought. He had never heard of a meticulous and well-prepared barbarian. "Judging by your expression, it seems you're not used to proper preparation," Kettle remarked with an understanding nod. "It's better to assume the worst-case scenario than to rely on hope. That increases survival rates. From now on, be thorough in your preparations for anything." Kettle even lectured them on preparation and survival. Casson's head began to spin. Wait, so in the end, Casson thought. Contrary to their assumptions, Kettle wasn't rushing in blindly out of fascination with the maze. He was fully aware of the risk's lack of information, the impossibility of return, and yet he still intended to challenge it. Isn't that even crazier? Cassin revised his evaluation of the barbarian. He went from seeing Kettle as a reasonable yet eccentric barbarian to realizing he was just outright insane. Kettle continued his preparations. He shopped for nearly an hour, even purchasing an expensive rope. It's costly but cheaper than the price of a life. This should do, Kettle said. I see Hayes looked exhausted as well. Being dragged around for an hour was enough to tire anyone. Kettle gathered all the supplies he had bought. Massive bundle, larger than a human torso, was effortlessly lifted by him as if it were an inflated balloon. Well then, everything's ready. Let's head out, he said. Okay, they returned to the dungeon. Upon seeing them, the ghost reappeared and spoke in a tone that hinted at disbelief. You've returned and well prepared at that, the ghost said. It's a maze no one has returned from. There is no harm in being thoroughly prepared, Kettle replied. I see. The ghost's expression seemed to convey how unbarbaric Kettle was. The party silently agreed. No matter. So will you now challenge the maze or retreat once more? The ghost asked. We'll challenge it, Kettle declared. Reluctantly, the rest of the party followed suit. I'll challenge it. Damn it, I will challenge it too. I'll challenge it. Very well, the ghost replied. Creak, with their acceptance, the ghost waved its hand. The dungeon began to twist and distort with an eerie sound. Enter now. Within the finite maze, if you succeed in clearing it, you will gain everything the maze possesses, the ghost said. Those words, I'll hold you to them, Kettle said, grinning. For a moment the ghost shuddered, but quickly resumed its duties. Boom, a tremendous sound rang out. The dungeon began to collapse here, so it seemed. Rather than a collapse, it looked like an elaborate facade crumbling to reveal its true form. Walls opened and floors fell away. The sight of what seemed like a world disintegrating left the party panicking in fear. Meanwhile, Kettle's eyes sparkled with excitement as he smiled. Oh ho. The dungeon transformed as its structure shifted, mingling with magic, shaking and morphing. It was pure fantasy. Kettle's gaze was intense, as though he wouldn't miss a single detail of the spectacle. All creation seemed to crumble. The party covered their heads or rushed to parts of the dungeon that hadn't yet collapsed. But Kettle alone stood still, unmoving, as if he were part of a different world. He seemed detached, standing apart from reality. For a moment the ghost stared blankly at him. Finally, the transformation ended, and they arrived at the maze. So this is it, Kettle murmured as he smiled. The party, on the other hand, sighed in relief, reassured by the solidity of the ground beneath them. I'm getting motion sickness. The sudden collapse and restructuring of the ground had shaken their brains, leaving them nauseous. Are you all right? Kettle asked. Yes, I think I'll be fine after a short rest, Hayes replied. Then rest while I take a look around. Kettle raised his head. He saw smooth steel walls surrounding them on either side. The width between the walls was about 5 meters wide, enough to move comfortably. The ceiling was about 10 meters high, with dimly glowing torches affixed to the walls, serving as guideposts in the pitch darkness. So it's really a maze, Kettle thought. It was one of those classic mazes he had read about. He couldn't help but smile. He couldn't believe that he was finally in a maze. He suppressed the laughter threatening to burst out. Hayes murmured, still nauseous. Damn it, if the ground's going to collapse, at least give us a warning first, Cassin shouted. The party members, their nausea subsiding, began assessing their surroundings, but their reactions were the complete opposite of Kettle's. Despair and fear painted their faces. Looking around, Hayes turned pale. Ah, that over there. The other party members turned pale as they followed Hayes's gaze. There was a corpse. They didn't know how long it had been there, but it was perfectly skeletal, with not a scrap of flesh remaining. At its base, a phrase was inscribed, "Abandon all hope." It felt as though they were looking at their own future. The party members were gripped with fear. Only Kettle approached the corpse with a calm demeanor. After examining it, he said, "It's fake." What? A skeleton this clean would mean the body has been here for at least several months. If this place is sealed, it could be even longer. But has this dungeon existed for that long? And where are the clothes? Oh, the other party members finally realized that the skeleton was completely bare. Alexandros hesitantly suggested, could they have stripped in despair at the end? If so, the clothes should be somewhere nearby. And look, the floor here is made of steel. To etch those words onto it, they would need some kind of tool or weapon, Kettle replied. He continued his examination of the skeleton. And the bones are too clean. There are no signs of fractures or cracks. It looks like a model skeleton. Realizing what Kettle meant, Hayes muttered, is it a setup to scare us? It's not certain, but that seems likely. Still, if by any chance this is a real corpse, we should at least pay our respects. Kettle closed his eyes and solemnly offered a prayer. Watching this, the other party members came to a renewed understanding of Kettle. This barbarian was strong but not ignorant. He could calmly assess situations and discern their true nature. With this barbarian, they were beginning to think they would even escape the maze. Their despair began to fade slowly. We've faced life-threatening situations many times during our travels. This isn't anything new, Alexandros said. They were mercenaries, and before that, adventurers wandering the world. As Alexandros mentioned, they had encountered mortal perils many times. Even if we're teleported into the demon realm, as long as we stay grounded, we will survive, right? Alexandros continued. Is that a proverb from this world? Kettle murmured, amused. As Alexandros began exploring the maze, Hayes cried out in alarm, wait, don't move carelessly. Huh? Alexandros froze mid-step, turning around stiffly. This is a maze. Since we don't know what kind, we need to assess everything carefully first. Hayes said. You're right, my mistake, Alexandros muttered, retreating sheepishly. Under normal circumstances, Casson might have mocked him, but not this time. If Alexandros hadn't moved, Casson might have gone first. The party began to analyze the area within their line of sight. Kettle, meanwhile, ran his hand along the walls. The walls are solid, Kettle thought. The steel walls were as tough as they appeared. When he knocked on them, a deep, heaving sound echoed, indicating significant thickness. Kettle closed his eyes, extending his senses. Even with his heightened awareness, he couldn't detect an exit. The maze is vast. Kettle withdrew his senses. Walking through the entire area would take considerable time. He wondered how this large space could fit within the small dungeon. So this too is the power of magic. Kettle thought about what a dungeon was and what lay at its end. His curiosity surged. Meanwhile, the party discovered writing on the wall. Kettle, come here, Hayes shouted. Oh, is there an explanation? Kettle looked at the wall with an intrigued expression. 1. This maze is finite. 2. This location is the center of the maze. 3. The maze is square-shaped. 4. The maze has only one floor. 5. The exit is located at the edge. 6. There is no time limit. 7. There are no riddles or special methods to escape the maze. 8. The maze does not change. 9. There are no direct threats to adventurers in the maze. It really is a maze, Kettle muttered. They read each line carefully, trying to extract any useful information. Hayes summarized, so we're in the center of the maze and the exit is on the edge. Also, it only has one floor. They racked their brains, searching for hints. There's just not enough information here, Casson remarked. If only there were more hints, Hayes said. Isn't this enough? Kettle chimed in, surprising them. He looked at his comrades with a puzzled expression. What do you mean there's enough? Hayes asked. If we take the writing at face value, this maze doesn't change and there are no puzzles or special methods. That means it's a very straightforward maze, right? So we just need to approach it using standard maze-solving methods. There's no need to overthink it. Standard method. Hayes wondered what standard methods Kettle was talking about. As simple mercenaries, they had no idea how to navigate a maze properly. Then she suddenly exclaimed as if she had realized something. I know how to solve it. What, you know how? Kettle asked. I learned about this once. Hayes was a priestess, a woman educated in the teachings of the divine. Because her role involved missionary work, she had received extensive training. Among the many lessons, there had been one about mazes. Hesitantly, she placed her hand against the steel wall. You just need to keep your hand on the maze's wall and move along. Huh, Alexandros said. What's the method of solving this maze? That doesn't make sense at all, Casson replied. The two of them looked baffled. Solving a maze by merely keeping one's hand on the wall didn't make sense logically. However, Kettle nodded as though he understood what Hayes was talking about. You're talking about the hand-on-wall rule, right? Oh, you've heard of it, Hayes said. It's not a complicated concept. The hand-on-wall rule was not complicated at all, at least not for Kettle. When Hayes first learned about it, she had struggled for hours to understand, racking her brain the entire time. Yet the barbarian appeared to grasp the concept effortlessly. Momentarily startled, Hayes cleared her throat and began explaining. Think about it, a maze is ultimately a connected structure. A connected structure, Casson asked. Alexandros muttered. The two of them still looked confused. It was difficult to explain with words alone, so Hayes picked up a tagger. She intended to draw a maze on the floor to demonstrate. Screech. However, the steel floor didn't even get scratched by her dagger. She was utterly surprised. No matter how many times she tried, all she achieved was dulling the blade. Watching quietly, Kettle raised his axe. Let me try. Unlike her dagger, the floor split smoothly under the blade of his axe as if it were made of clay. I was going to explain how to draw it, Hayes's voice trailed off. At the tip of Kettle's axe, the shape of the maze began to take form. It was a quintessential Amazino inconsistencies, no unnecessary complexity, and with a clean, logical structure. How is this possible? Hayes was stunned. Creating a proper maze was one of the most challenging tasks imaginable. Sure, even a 3-year-old child could draw a simple maze, but such attempts would be riddled with contradictions and irregularities. A textbook maze required a precise structure and clear rules. It demanded adherence to these principles and a deep understanding of their intricacies. Merely being intelligent wasn't enough to create a functional maze. It required extensive education and a grasp of spatial concepts, which was an advanced field of study. It wasn't something a barbarian could ever be expected to learn. Yet it was a different story for Kettle. Have you ever studied mazes before? Hayes asked cautiously. The idea that a barbarian could have received such education seemed ludicrous, yet the circumstances forced her to ask. Kettle shook his head. Not formally. I've never received any specific education about them. His understanding of mazes stemmed from personal curiosity rather than formal instruction. More importantly, most of his knowledge was from Earth, which was from a different world, so it was difficult to explain. Hayes's shock only deepened. I see. Is drawing a maze really such a big deal? Alexandros looked puzzled, as did Casson. To them, designing such an ordinary maze seemed like a task anyone could accomplish. However, Hayes, who had studied these concepts extensively, couldn't agree. She knew how many intricate rules were embedded in something that appeared so simple. Among her fellow students, many had failed to create a functional maze even after numerous practical sessions. And yet this barbarian had grasped the concept effortlessly through mere observation and thought. Is he a genius? Hayes thought. Was this barbarian truly a genius, someone who defied all my preconceptions? The idea of associating the words barbarian and genius made her head spin. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. It wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. The pressing question was whether they could escape this maze or not. If Kettle understood the concept, his knowledge could be their key to survival. With a determined shift in her focus, Hayes said, "Let's concentrate on what's in front of us." Kettle nodded. Understood, Casson and Alexandros said in unison as they turned their attention to the maze drawn on the ground by Kettle's axe. Pointing to its center with her slender finger, Hayes began to explain, "Let's assume this is where we are. By placing one hand on the left wall and following it, we can explore the entire maze." Initially, Alexandros and Casson exchanged uncertain glances. But as Hayes traced her finger along the maze's walls, their expressions shifted to astonishment. Her finger glided continuously, navigating the entire layout. This actually works," Casson stammered. "All the walls in this maze are connected," she explained. "By keeping one hand on either the left or the right wall, you will eventually find the exit." The two men were amazed. That such a simple method existed had never crossed their minds. Hayes continued calmly, "This maze is a classic example of its kind. If the design holds true to form, the method will work. So if we keep our hands on the wall and keep moving, will we escape eventually?" Alexandros asked eagerly. "There is a good chance of it. Though the maze might be large, Kettle brought plenty of supplies," Hayes replied. "With provisions sufficient for at least a month, and possibly longer if rationed carefully, they had the resources they needed." Alexandros and Casson's faces lit up with hope. "We can escape. This is incredible. I never would have thought of this." Their relief was palpable, and Hayes shared in their optimism. If the maze adhered to its classic structure, there was no need to fear. However, Kettle wore a more ambiguous expression. "Do you really think it'll be that simple?" "What? It's nothing. Let's give it a try. No sense in hesitating when time is limited," Kettle said, shrugging off his doubt. "You're right, we only have a finite amount of supplies," Hayes replied. The group agreed. With Hayes leading, they placed their hands on the wall and prepared to move forward. "Let's go," Hayes ordered, her voice steady but laced with apprehension. Walking in single file, their hands firmly pressed against the wall, they moved through the maze. Though their formation might have looked absurd, none of them dared laugh. They clung to the wall as though letting go would cast them into some abyss. Their progress was slow and tense. The first fork in the path loomed ahead. "What do we do now?" Casson asked. "Nothing changes. Keep your hand on the wall and continue forward," Hayes replied firmly. They pressed on, following her advice. Each fork they encountered was met with the same resolve, and they never let go of the wall. As they advanced, Kettle observed something unusual. "There's a torch at every intersection." "What?" Hayes replied. Torches were evenly spaced throughout the maze. Hayes assumed they were simply there to illuminate the dark and didn't give them much thought. However, Kettle observed the torches with interest, as though he found something intriguing about them. Hayes was curious about his reaction, but decided that advancing through the maze was more urgent. They continued forward, gradually losing their sense of time and even forgetting how far they had traveled. The tension was suffocating, making it feel as though they could collapse at any moment. Despite losing track of time and distance in the oppressive silence, they continued until finally, they arrived at the starting point where they discovered the skeleton. "What?" Casson shouted. The group stared in disbelief. They had returned to their starting point. Despite keeping their hands on the wall and methodically navigating the maze, they had ended up back where they began. Even Casson and Alexandros, who didn't fully grasp the concept, could sense that something had gone terribly wrong. "Hayes, what's going on?" Alexandros asked. Hayes, however, was the most flustered of them all. "Why are we back here? It shouldn't have been possible. If we kept one hand on the wall while moving, we weren't supposed to end up in a palace we had already visited. Looks like it's not as simple as that," Kettle remarked with a knowing expression. "What do you mean?" Hayes asked. "It's not that complicated. The structure of the maze is just a little different," Kettle said casually as he knelt and began to redraw the maze on the ground. The new diagram resembled the one he had drawn earlier, but there was a subtle difference. "The maze I drew before assumed that the walls were connected. But what if there are inner walls that aren't connected to the outer ones?" Hayes's face turned pale. Kettle traced a section of the maze with his finger, moving it along a circular path. The route endlessly spiraled back on itself, trapping them in a loop. The method you mentioned at keeping a hand on the wall can work, but not in this case, Kettle said. That can't be. The idea of disconnected inner walls had never occurred to Hayes. She had never been taught such a concept. The realization that their escape method was useless drained the color from Cassin and Alexandros' faces as well. Then what are we supposed to do now? Cassin asked. I don't know. This is all I've learned, Hayes replied. A brief exchange of panic shouts led to a single conclusion. Their only escape method didn't work in this maze. They couldn't get out. Hope turned to despair, and the group sank to the floor, overwhelmed by fear of death, all except for Kettle, who looked intrigued. So it's a bit more complicated than we thought. Well, it would have been too easy if the hand-on-wall rule alone could solve it, he said with a smirk. Hayes's frustration boiled over. Though she was usually intimidated by the barbarian, the dire circumstances emboldened her. How can you say that so calmly? Our only escape method has failed. We are all going to die like this. Of course, even her boldness amounted to little more than an exasperated voice. What are you talking about? Kettle responded with a puzzled look. There's a way out. What? Hayes asked. Are you serious? The despairing Cassin shot to his feet, his eyes wide with hope. Kettle nodded nonchalantly. There is. It's a much more reliable method than the one we just tried. Then why didn't you tell us earlier? Hayes asked. Kettle answered nonchalantly. It's the first time I've tried using the hand-on-wall rule. I wanted to see how it worked in practice. It was fun. He had known about the inefficiency of the rule, but in the modern world there were no mazes to test them in, so he had been curious and wanted to experience it for himself. He even confirmed how the method failed when inner walls existed. It was quite satisfying for Kettle. You put us through that for your own amusement, Hayes asked. Exactly. Kettle grinned brightly, his expression brimming with joy. Hayes and the others were dumbfounded, but deep down they understood that this barbarian was the kind of person who prioritized his curiosity above all else. After 2 party missions with him, they had learned that much. Still, the important thing now was that he knew a way out. What is it? I've never heard of any other method, Hayes said. Really? You don't know? Kettle stroked his chin thoughtfully. While the hand-on-wall rule was widely known, the technique he had in mind wasn't. In fact, it hadn't been formalized until the 1800s, even though mazes had existed in myths for centuries. Principles that seemed simple in hindsight often took ages to become established theories. Well, the method I'm thinking of would work for escaping, but it would take quite a bit of time, Kettle said. This maze was enormous, and his method would require significant effort. It was possible, but there was no need to resort to such a tedious approach. I've had my fun. Let's go with the fastest method now. Kettle raised his fist. The others instinctively sensed what he was about to do and panicked, scrambling to get away. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as debris exploded in every direction. Ah! Oh my God! The party members screamed and crouched to protect themselves. When the dust finally settled and they dared to look up, the scene before them left them utterly shocked. The impossibly thick wall, which could have withstood a cannonball, was gone obliterated so thoroughly that even the floor beneath it was destroyed. This is the fastest way, Kettle said cheerfully. Well, I guess it is, Hayes admitted, her face pale with disbelief. The maze's exit, where no one had ever reached, the ghost resided. Behind it stood a massive treasure chest, its size promising a reward far beyond modest means. But the fruit that hung too high to be grasped held no meaning. Since the dungeon's creation, no one had ever conquered the maze. The ghost let out a long, weary sigh. Whoever created me, I wish they'd placed me in a more reasonable place. The ghost didn't know where this palace was. Bound to the dungeon, it had no knowledge of the world outside. However, it could gauge the general level of those who entered the dungeon. They were all simple, brutish individuals, those lacking intellect or composure, seeking quick riches. None of them had ever been worthy of clearing this maze. Ah, how sorrowful. When would someone capable of clearing this maze finally appear? The ghost thought its sole purpose for existing was to offer praise and reward to the one who overcame the maze. That was all. However, it didn't know when that purpose would be filled. There were some adventurers that came into the dungeon, the ghost murmured. It thought of the barbarian, the thief, the priestess, and the warrior that entered the maze. The party members were pretty standard, and there was nothing particularly notable about them. Yet, the barbarian was peculiar. The ghost didn't know how to describe it, but there was something different about him compared to the other fools who had entered this place. However, at the end of the day, he was still just a barbarian. Rumble. A rumbling sound echoes through the maze. Though faint and far away, it was distinct. The ghost ignored it. Adventurers causing commotions while failing to navigate the maze was a common occurrence. Rumble. However, the sound grew louder, steadily drawing closer enough to demand the ghost's attention. It was then that the ghost realized something was approaching, and that something was likely the adventurers that ventured into the dungeon. Wait, the ghost murmured. They hadn't been in the maze for long. Could they have already found the exit? No, impossible. That's absurd. Not even an archmage's detection magic or a swordmaster's sensory abilities could locate the exit. The maze was simply too vast. Well, technically it is possible, the ghost thought. If they were of the hero class, they could clear the dungeon. Though bound to the dungeon, the ghost held a general understanding of the world. This knowledge had been embedded in its existence as a ghost. Heroes were monsters in their own right. Even this sprawling maze could be fully mapped by their senses. However, even for a hero, reaching the exit so quickly was impossible. Detection and navigation were entirely different matters, yet the growing rumble was now right at its doorstep. The ghost finally grasped the nature of the sound and was struck with shock. What in the world? The ghost murmured, "This is impossible. Not even a hero could manage this. This was the cardinal rule of this world, a fundamental concept of the world that should not be broken. So it couldn't be happening." Rumble. That denial shattered in an instant. The door guarding the exit exploded into fragments, debris scattering in all directions. Beyond the obliterated door, white teeth gleamed. "Oh, we've arrived," the barbarian said as he stepped out of the maze. "It is nice to see you again." Kettle flashed a sly grin. The ghost could only stare at him blankly, unable to utter a single word. Soon after, the sound of several footsteps echoed, and 3 figures came into view. "Huff, huff." "Kettle, you're too fast," Hayes complained. "I thought I was going slow enough." "My apologies," Kettle replied casually. Catching their breath, the party lifted their eyes to scan the area. They stood in a spacious chamber where the ghost hovered near a treasure chest at the center. Realizing this was likely the end of the maze, their faces lit up with excitement. Kettle spoke slowly. "This must be the end of the maze, wouldn't you agree? We've cleared it, ghost." "You finally," the ghost spoke, its tone trembling as if it was still reeling from the shock. "What have you done?" Although it already suspected the answer, the ghost couldn't help but ask. "I broke the wall. I knew the exit was along the perimeter, so I took a 1 in 4 chance. I didn't expect to succeed on the first try," Kettle answered with nonchalance. He smiled smugly as he added, "There are many ways to clear a maze, but the most practical one is breaking its walls." A maze, after all, was just a square grid enclosed by walls. Remove the walls, and finding a path would be a breeze. So he broke through the walls, shattering the integrity of the maze itself. "It's a simple but effective solution," Kettle said. "Wow," Hayes murmured in amazement. "Incredible," Alexandros agreed, and Casson nodded in admiration. They marveled at Kettle's ingenious method and his decisive action, a testament to his barbarian prowess. Meanwhile, the ghost was flabbergasted. It wanted to scream, "That's impossible." Adventurers in the past had entertained the idea of breaking the walls, but none had ever succeeded. The reason was straightforward: the maze was designed so that such an approach wouldn't work. "You're speaking nonsense. The maze's walls cannot be broken. They are governed by immutable rules," the ghost said. "Ah, so that's what it meant," Kettle muttered as if understanding something. He recalled the inscription detailing the maze's properties. One line had stood out. 8. The maze does not change. Kettle pondered the phrase. He wondered if it meant the maze's layout was static, or if it also blocked external interference. Judging by the ghost's reaction, it seemed to imply the latter. "I thought it was odd how easy it was to leave marks on the maze floor. Turns out I was right, but as you can see, the wall did break. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Kettle tilted his head inquisitively. "No, I'm not mistaken. The maze's walls cannot be altered. It's a fundamental rule," the ghost replied, "but I broke them." Kettle's confusion was genuine. The ghost faltered, unable to respond. These walls were not merely physical barriers, they were the embodiment of a concept, an unbreakable law of the dungeon. Yet the barbarian had clearly shattered them. "If that's the case, then I must have broken the rule itself," Kettle said lightly. "So the walls were designed to be indestructible, huh? Makes sense. That would have been too easy otherwise." Kettle laughed, but the ghost retorted sharply. "No, breaking the rule is impossible." "And why is that?" Kettle asked. "Because it is a dungeon rule. No matter how strong you are, you cannot break it." Kettle's lips curved into a curious smile. "You say dungeon rules cannot be broken. How are you so sure? It's simple. It's the law of this place. I'm not asking for a theory. I'm asking for proof. You're a ghost bound to this dungeon, are you not?" "Yes," the ghost admitted as much. Its knowledge was limited to this dungeon alone. It had neither seen the outside world nor encountered its mightiest beings. "So all your certainty is based on this relatively small, well, perhaps not that small dungeon. You don't know about other dungeons, nor about the strongest wings in the world. How can you be so certain then?" Kettle asked. "Well, because it's a rule and unbreakable concept." The ghost thought, however, Kettle wasn't questioning the concept itself. He was questioning the ghost's first-hand experience. He was asking if it truly had verified that the rule was absolute. The ghost had no answer. Its understanding of the law stemmed from the knowledge imprinted on it upon its creation. It knew nothing of the world beyond the maze. Birds flying in the sky and fish swimming in the water were one of the many truths the ghost had learned, but never seen with its own eyes. "I cannot be certain," the ghost replied. In the end, it had no choice but to admit its uncertainty. Kettle stroked his chin, intrigued by the ghost's inner turmoil. "You say some fascinating things," he remarked, finding the ghost's predicament both amusing and thought-provoking. Though shackled to the dungeon, the ghost had spoken with surprising detail about the outside world, albeit based on incorrect assumptions about the maze. This implied someone had fed the ghost this information. Kettle's curiosity deepened. After gathering its thoughts, the ghost spoke again. Very well. You have succeeded in reaching the maze's exit. I acknowledge that. Woohoo! Kettle's companions erupted in cheers. However, I cannot grant you a reward. Their jubilant expressions froze. The ghost continued in a calm, steady voice. Although you've reached the exit, your method did not adhere to the maze's rules. I made it clear. You would receive a reward only if you cleared the maze following its intended guidelines. Clearing the maze using an exploit could not be considered a legitimate conquest. Thus, there would be no reward. Despair clouded the faces of Kettle's party members. After coming so close to death, they were about to walk away with nothing. Kettle, however, seemed entirely unfazed, as though he had expected this outcome. In that case, if I present a method of clearing the maze that adheres to the rules, would we then be eligible for the reward? Kettle asked. What? The ghost was shocked. Of course, we couldn't actually implement it now since the maze is already in ruins. But if I can provide a method that you, as the maze's overseer, deem to be in accordance with its rules, would that suffice? It would, the ghost answered after pondering for a moment. The party had already reached the exit. If Kettle could describe a solution that aligned with the maze's principles, there was no reason to deny it. However, the ghost assumed that there was no way this brute barbarian, who had demolished the maze walls with sheer force, knew the proper way to clear the maze. Its gaze grew skeptical as it silently urged Kettle to explain. The moment Kettle opened his mouth, however, the ghost's expression froze. This maze has torches, Kettle began explaining. Torches were positioned at regular intervals throughout the maze, providing illumination to guide adventurers through the dark passages. They're always spaced evenly except at intersections, Kettle continued. At the intersections, there is always a torch in each direction, including the one leading back to where we came from. So here's the strategy. Extinguish the torches in the direction you came from and the one for the path you wish to take. That's the solution. The ghost was stunned into silence, but Kettle could feel the shock and awe from its expression. Hayes, who had been listening quietly, tilted her head in confusion. That's the strategy. She asked, skeptical. Extinguishing torches seemed too simple for such a complex and challenging maze. A maze is essentially a system of countless paths, but only one leads to the correct exit. All other routes are dead ends, Kettle replied. The moment you enter a path, you leave a trace indicating it's been traversed. If that path turns out to be a dead end, those traces become markers to eliminate it as an option. Hayes still looked puzzled. Kettle shrugged lightly and said, you don't need to overthink it. Imagine you're sealing off blocked paths. The torches are just a tool for doing that. It does not have to be torches. String or breadcrumbs could work, though they'd require more resources. Hayes mumbled, racking her brain. It took her a while, but as realization dawned on her, her expression shifted to one of sheer astonishment. It is possible. Following Kettle's method, even a maze with internal barriers could eventually be solved. It was a simple yet brilliant concept. Still in shock, Hayes stammered, how did you? I just find these things interesting, Kettle replied casually, though Hayes found it impossible to accept his nonchalant explanation. What Kettle had described wasn't just a method, it was a theoretical framework for maze solving that encapsulated countless trials and errors. For a maze like this, Kettle's method was universally applicable. It didn't even require significant resource, just small markers left at intersections. It was incredibly straightforward, yet something few would think of on their own. Hayes herself only understood it after Kettle explained it, and Alexandros and Casson still looked thoroughly bewildered. This barbarian, she thought, he's a genius. Kettle noticed her awestruck gaze and offered a faint smile. He had a sense of what she was thinking, but he knew he was no genius. He simply knew a lot. What he had described was the Tremox algorithm, a maze-solving theory established in the 1800s. It was a logical method that included practices like dragging a thread or dropping breadcrumbs to systematically explore a maze. Kettle only knew it because it was knowledge he had learned. He knew many things that his comrades didn't, not because he was extraordinary, but because he was from a modern world. He was privy to countless stories and theories accumulated by millions over centuries. He understood strategies and concepts developed by brilliant minds and simplified into rules even ordinary people could grasp. All of this was knowledge shared and refined in the modern era. However, Kettle couldn't explain that to them, so he simply smiled. Meanwhile, the ghost pondered over Kettle's solution. It wondered if the maze could truly be cleared using this method. The answer was clear as it could. Although the maze was vast and the process would take considerable time, the correct path would inevitably be discovered. That was how this maze was designed. In the end, the ghost had no choice but to concede. This barbarian could indeed clear the maze. Very well, it finally said. The ghost could see hope returning to the faces of Kettle's companions. You have described a viable solution for clearing the maze, and it is indeed possible. Thus, you have successfully cleared it. That's wonderful news, Kettle replied with a grin. Challengers, you have triumphed over this dreadful maze. You are the first and likely the last to do so. Reap the rewards befitting your accomplishment. As the ghost finished speaking, the treasure chest burst open, revealing its contents. "Oh, ooh," the party members let out wild cheers, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they rushed to the treasure chest. Upon inspecting its content up close, they screamed in disbelief, "My God, it's gold, real gold." Inside the chest were a significant number of gold coins, countless silver coins, intricately crafted ornaments that seemed to radiate artistic value, and small gemstones glinting under the light. "This is unbelievable," the party members exclaimed. Even Hayes, who should have been above greed, couldn't hide her excitement. The treasure was simply too overwhelming. Casson, unsurprisingly, was even more affected. His eyes practically bulged out of their sockets as he greedily examined each piece of wealth, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of riches that defied easy calculation. "Oh my," Kettle approached the chest with an amused expression. Picking up a gold coin, he flicked it into the air. The coin spun in a glittering arc before landing squarely in Kettle's hand. "Casson, how much do you think this is worth? I can't calculate it right now. My God, a reward of this magnitude. So that much, huh?" Judging by the reaction, the treasure seemed to be an abundant and overflowing reward. Though the material wealth intrigued Kettle, his interest lay elsewhere. "What should I call you?" Kettle asked, his gaze fixed on the ghost. "You may call me whatever you wish." "Administrator, manager, ghost, it matters not." "Then I'll just call you Ghost." "Is this all there is for the reward?" Kettle asked. "For now, yes. Is there something more you desire?" "It's nothing major. I'd just like to ask a few questions." "Questions, you say?" The ghost looked momentarily flustered. It was unusual for an adventurer to ask for something other than treasure after clearing a dungeon. Regaining its composure, the ghost replied calmly, "Clearing the maze means everything here is your reward. If you wish to ask questions, you may. I will answer what I can." "That's a generous offer," Kettle said with a grin. "What happens to you once the maze is cleared?" "I disappear," the ghost answered indifferently. "I am the manager of the dungeon. Once the maze is cleared, I serve no purpose. I will vanish alongside the maze. That will be the end of me, I see." Kettle stroked his chin, his narrowed eyes scrutinizing the ghost. It was a sentient being, intelligent enough to rival any human. He could not believe such a being could exist solely as a mere tool for the dungeon. After organizing his thoughts, Kettle asked, "Were you born with the dungeon?" "Yes," the ghost replied. "As the dungeon's manager, I assume you cannot leave it." "That is correct. But that's odd. You claimed even a hero couldn't break the laws of the maze. That's information you shouldn't know unless you had knowledge of the outside world." The ghost explained matter-of-factly, "I possess general knowledge of the outside world. It has been with me since the moment I came into existence. So the one who created you must have had a fundamental understanding of this world's principles and concepts," Kettle concluded. "That would seem to be the case." The ghost appeared momentarily startled, as if it had never considered the nature of its creator. Kettle studied it with a growing sense of intrigue. "Who could your creator be, I wonder?" It had to be someone capable of crafting such an intelligent being as merely a dungeon manager, someone knowledgeable about the world beyond. Kettle wondered whether perhaps this creator had a hand in designing every dungeon in existence. "This world just keeps getting more fascinating," Kettle said with a delighted laugh. With the dungeon cleared, Kettle and his party returned to the guild hall, laden with treasures. Mercenaries and guild staff were dumbfounded. News of Kettle venturing into the unexplored dungeon had spread quickly, and most had assumed they would never see him again. The phrase unexplored dungeon carried a heavy weight. The dungeon Kettle had targeted had existed for decades, and no one had ever returned alive. However, Kettle had returned victorious, with a trove of wealth to prove it. Rosa hesitated as she inspected the hall. Incredible, such quantity and quality. Even assessing it took considerable time. During that period, Rosa listened as Kettle recounted his experience in the unexplored dungeon. As their name implied, unexplored dungeons were dungeons whose information remained unknown. The details Kettle provided were invaluable. After hearing his account, Rosa nodded thoughtfully. "I see from your description, it seems to be a fairly standard dungeon. In that case, clearing it shouldn't be impossible for advanced adventurers. I'd say it's around the level of an A-rank dungeon." "Do sentient entities usually appear in A-rank dungeons?" Kettle asked. "They're rare but not unheard of. As you mentioned, sentient beings occasionally appear in A-rank dungeons or higher, though they're still exceptionally uncommon." Listening to Kettle's account, the dungeon seemed like a textbook example of an A-rank dungeon. A highly skilled individual, such as an advanced adventurer, could use mist to detect a wide area and navigate the maze efficiently. While the lack of prior information posed a challenge, a well-prepared advanced adventurer should theoretically be able to clear it. However, there was one issue. "You said you destroyed the maze's walls, right?" "That's a bit concerning," Rosa said. This point raised uncertainty. If the maze's walls could indeed be destroyed, an advanced adventurer could easily manage to clear the dungeon. However, if they were indestructible, the difficulty would increase dramatically. According to what the ghost has said, altering the maze's structure was impossible, and that included destroying its walls. Yet Kettle claimed he had broken through them to solve the maze. There was no problem breaking the walls. The ghost must have misunderstood something, Kettle stated confidently. And that could be it. I have heard of sentient entities deceiving mercenaries before, so it might be one of those cases, Rosa replied thoughtfully. The notion of breaking the dungeon's laws was unheard of. Most likely, wall destruction didn't fall under the category of alteration. With that reasoning, Rosa concluded her assessment. The unexplored dungeon was now classified as an A-ranked dungeon. Finally, the calculation of the rewards was completed. The treasure was worth enough for an average person to live comfortably for several years. Kettle divided the sum into 4 equal portions and distributed them to his companions. Casson panicked and waved his hands in protest. And no. I can't accept all of this. We didn't contribute at all. From beginning to end, Kettle had cleared the dungeon on his own. The others felt too ashamed to take a share. We're comrades, aren't we? It's true that you didn't accomplish much in this dungeon, but we're still part of the same party. I see no need to distinguish between us, Kettle replied. Kettle, their faces were filled with emotion. Even so, their conscience wouldn't allow them to accept a full quarter of the treasure. After much refusal, they settled for taking only 10%. I wouldn't mind keeping my full share, Alexandros muttered quietly, only to fall silent under the glares of Casson and Hayes. Let's meet again next time, Kettle said. Yes, they replied. There was no longer any hesitation or discomfort toward the barbarian. Kettle was genuinely kind and noble-hearted. While some might dismiss such behavior as naive or exploitable, they couldn't help but be moved by his sincerity. If you ever find yourself interested in our god, please visit our holy sanctuary, Hayes said earnestly as she made a determined expression. Oh, are you sure? Kettle asked. Yes, as a priestess of Kaloja, I grant you permission to enter. The holy sanctuary was a place restricted even among clergy, with only a select few allowed access. Granting Kettle permission was the greatest gesture of gratitude Hayes could offer. Please accept this. Hayes handed Kettle a decorative object, an intricately designed ornament of curious form. She smiled warmly. With this, you will be permitted entry to our holy sanctuary. Though Kaloja is not widely welcomed, if you're willing, we would be honored to have you. Receiving permission from one who serves a god, this is a rare privilege, Kettle said with a broad smile, bowing respectfully as he accepted the ornament. His sincerity left Hayes deeply touched. Casson hesitated for a moment before pulling something from his pocket. Kettle, please accept this as well. What is this? Kettle asked. It's a pass to the Thieves' Guild. With this, you will be allowed into the guild halls of the Thieves' Guild. Wow, is that true? Alexandros and Hayes exclaimed in surprise. The Thieves' Guild was notoriously secretive. Its guild halls were unknown even to most adventurers, and even those aware of their existence required permission to enter. The Thieves' Guild was a true enigma, its activities shrouded in mystery. While many falsely claimed association with the guild, genuine members were exceedingly rare. Thus, Casson's revelation left the others stunned. I'll gladly accept, Kettle replied, taking the ornament with a smile. All eyes then turned to Alexandros. Noticing their gazes, he stammered nervously and spoke in rapid succession. I'd like to give you something too, but unfortunately, I'm currently in training and can't afford to give anything to anyone. I'm truly sorry. No need to worry. It's understandable, Kettle said reassuringly, smiling as though it didn't bother him at all. Alexandros lowered his head in dejection. Well then, everyone, let's meet again. Hopefully in the near future, Kettle said. Yes, unlike before, they parted ways with cheerful expressions. Kettle took his newfound wealth and headed straight to commission a set of clothes. After an extended session of taking measurements, the tailor finally provided an estimate. It required a significant amount of money, but that didn't concern Kettle. Once he accepted the price, the tailor informed him that creating the clothes would take a fair amount of time. The wait will be part of the joy, Kettle thought as he cheerfully finalized the reservation. Even after ordering the clothes, a substantial amount of money remained. Contemplating how to spend it, Kettle came to a decision. I should save it for now. This was a fantasy world full of uncertainties. He didn't know what rare and valuable items could become available for him in the near future. Running out of funds at a critical moment could spell disaster. Being prudent seemed like the wisest choice for now. I wonder if there's a black market around here, he mused. A market filled with rare and exotic goods was a staple of fantasy settings, and it seemed plausible that such a place could exist. He thought perhaps asking Kine or Lord Barkin would yield some answers. With a sense of excitement, he moved on. Rosa had mentioned that a promotion review was underway following his successful dungeon clearance. The results were expected to be announced later that day. Will I finally be promoted to E rank? He wondered. This world never failed to surprise him, not even for a single day. As he walked with anticipation and delight, something caught his eye. Bending down, he picked up a small object from the ground and examined it with interest. It was a small, jet-black orb that shimmered with an enchanting brilliance. What's this? Kettle muttered to himself. The surface of the orb was smooth to the touch. Upon closer inspection, it was a perfect sphere. This was a fantasy world devoid of machinery. Even shaping an orb into such a flawless sphere would require considerable skill, yet here it was lying on the ground. Could it be a gemstone? He thought. It didn't quite seem like one. Kettle stared at the orb curiously. Inside the sphere, something seemed to ripple, a dense, black substance swirling within. After examining it for a moment, Kettle slipped the orb into his pocket. He then made his way to the Guildhall, where Rosa greeted him with exciting news. Kettle, congratulations. You've been promoted from F-rank mercenary to E-rank mercenary. Oh, really? Kettle's face lit up with joy, his emotions clear for all to see. Rosa couldn't help but smile at his enthusiasm. Yes, congratulations. So what changes now? Kettle asked eagerly. I'll explain everything, but first, here's your new mercenary badge, Rosa said, handing him the upgraded badge. It was far more intricately designed and polished than the previous one. With a serious expression, she began her explanation. Becoming E-rank increases the number of requests you can take. From now on, you will be permitted to explore certain dungeons alone up to a specific rank. Oh, Kettle said, pleased. Finally, he could officially clear dungeons by himself. That alone was satisfying news. Rosa continued her explanation. With your E-rank badge, you will gain access to most locations. While restricted areas like the royal capital or major churches remain off limits, you should find very few obstacles in your path. An E-rank mercenary was a certified individual, backed by the Mercenary Guild itself, a clear acknowledgement of Kettle's trustworthiness. Rosa, however, sounded a bit regretful as she added, honestly, considering you cleared an unexplored dungeon, you should have been promoted even higher. After all, Kettle had cleared an A-rank dungeon. From the accounts of his party members, it was effectively a solo accomplishment. That alone warranted a higher rank. Kettle, however, shrugged it off as if it were only natural. That's a matter of trust, not skill. It can't be helped. You're absolutely right, Rosa replied, nodding, but she couldn't help marveling at him. This barbarian is incredibly sharp. Though he looked like a barbarian, he was more intelligent than anyone she had ever met. Perhaps, she wondered, if anyone could become the guild's first A-rank mercenary, it could just be Kettle. Yet she found the thought oddly unappealing. An exceptional mercenary reflected well on the guild leader, and Rosa had no love for her current boss. Still, she asked cautiously, what are your plans now? As an E-rank mercenary, you're no longer bound to this estate. That's true, Kettle replied thoughtfully. With his new rank, he could enter other estates freely, avoiding bureaucratic hassles simply by presenting his badge. He stroked his chin, considering his options. The only estate he knew was this one. Exploring others intrigued him. He wondered what they would be like and how they would differ from here. But for now, I think I'll stay a bit longer. I haven't fully enjoyed everything this place has to offer yet, Kettle said. Is that so? Well, do as you please. You're a free man now, Rosa said. That's right, I'm free, he replied cheerfully. As their conversation neared its end, he seemed to remember something. Oh, can I ask you a question? Of course. What is it? Kettle pulled the black orb from his pocket. Do you know what this is? Rosa carefully took the orb and examined it carefully. It doesn't look like a gemstone. Judging by its smooth surface, it's been crafted by someone. There's no name or marking, but it seems quite valuable, as she muttered to herself. Her eyes gradually grew vacant. Her expression turned dazed, as though she were entranced by the orb itself. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Kettle created a loud sound that startled her out of her stupor. Rosa jolted and looked at him in confusion. Are you all right? Kettle asked. Why, what's going on? Rosa replied, bewildered. I should be asking you that. You seemed mesmerized by the orb. Was I? I don't recall. Rosa looked genuinely confused, seemingly unaware she had been entranced. Kettle studied her for a moment before shaking his head. Never mind. Well, identifying this orb is going to be difficult. It feels like it has an unusual aura, but I'm not sure. Should I have it appraised? As you wish. There's no problem with that, Rosa replied. Now then, could I see the quest board? I need to pick a job for today. Surely there are new assignments for an E-rank mercenary like me. Kettle's face brimmed with anticipation as Rosa smiled and brought out the quest board. Kettle handled the jobs given to E-rank mercenaries, finding each one fresh and engaging. He thoroughly enjoyed them. Late at night, after completing his tasks, he returned to his lodging. The innkeeper greeted him with a familiar smile, having grown accustomed to his presence. Once back in his room, Kettle retrieved the orb from his pocket. What could this be? He mused. The orb shimmered with a dark, rippling light. It wasn't a gemstone, nor did anyone seem to know who had crafted it. He was wondering why something that appeared valuable enough to command attention had been discarded on the ground like trash. Rosa seemed mesmerized by it, he muttered. Does it have some kind of function? Kettle fiddled with the orb, turning it over in his hands. Then, without warning, a voice echoed in the air. Come. Kettle was startled. Come to me. The voice was deep and resonant, striking a chord within his very soul. It carried a sinister tone, like a breath laden with malice, intent on unsettling the mind. Most people, like Rosa, would have fallen under the orb's spell, moving mindlessly in accordance with its command. Why is this orb talking to me? Kettle said aloud, tilting his head in curiosity, yet the voice seemed to have no effect on him. He simply stared at the orb, puzzled. Come to me. The voice persisted, but Kettle remained unaffected. What is this thing? Along with the voice, an image of a location formed in Kettle's mind. Come to me, the voice continued its insistent plea. Is it asking me to go there? Kettle asked himself. He studied the orb for a moment, his expression shifting into one of intrigue. An artifact, maybe. Come to me. The orb repeated its call and even provided the exact location in his mind as though guiding him. Kettle's curiosity deepened. I guess I'll check it out. He then got up to his feet. He left the estate behind, walking swiftly with the location fixed in his mind, the voice continuing its chant. Come to me. I'm on my way, so shut it, Kettle muttered irritably. With swift and purposeful strides, he arrived at his destination. So this is it. It appeared to be an ordinary thicket, but Kettle's keen eyes noticed something hidden within. He stepped forward, and as he did, the camouflage faded, revealing the entrance. It was a cave. From the outside, it looked like nothing more than a typical, unremarkable cavern. Had he stumbled upon it during his travels, he might have dismissed it without a second thought. But now his expression lit with interest. A hidden dungeon, perhaps. Come to me. All right, I'm here, he replied brusquely. Without hesitation, he stepped into the cave. Deep within the cave, a being became aware of an intruder's presence. He clacked his jaw together and laughed. Another sacrificial lamb has wandered in. Clack, clack. The sound of bone striking bone echoed. This was no ordinary skeleton. His body was entirely devoid of flesh, made up solely of bones. From the hollow sockets of his skull burned an intense blue flame made of pure mana. This was a licha being attainable only by the mightiest of mages. Through the glow of the flame, the Lich saw the cave's entrance and the figure of a massive barbarian walking in with an amused expression. A foolhardy barbarian. Judging by his size, he will make a fine offering, the Lich mused with glee, the flames in his sockets flaring in response to his emotions. 10 now, it's so close. Soon I will be reborn. The Lich had once been a notorious mage, infamous for his mastery of sinister magic that manipulated emotions and disrupted minds. With his spells, he had dominated multiple kingdoms, controlling the minds of kings to incite wars that led to countless lives lost and nations obliterated. Eventually, his heinous deeds crossed the line and he was hunted down by heroes. But the Lich had foreseen his eventual downfall. Being a mage of great power, he had created a phylactery in advance, ensuring his resurrection as a Lich. However, the heroes struck faster than he had anticipated, and disaster struck. The core of his mana was destroyed, leaving him entirely drained of power. Normally, such a blow would have reduced him to an ordinary skeleton, aimlessly roaming the land in obscurity. If not for this, I'd have been doomed, the Lich muttered. On his staff sat a translucent gray cube, an artifact acquired during his conquest of a ruined kingdom. The artifact stored mana independently, allowing its wielder to cast spells even without their own reserves. To achieve this, he needed a significant number of lives. Thus, he settled near an isolated estate, far from prying eyes but close enough to a population to gather sacrifices. He scattered enchanted orbs throughout the area, each capable of alluring people into his lair. One by one, his victims came, drawn by the orb's spell. He would capture them and drain their vitality and souls, adding their essence to his own. Slowly but surely, his mana returned. He was nearing the culmination of his plan, poised to reclaim his power and once again dominate the world. But a barbarian, what is one doing here? The Lich was puzzled. This cave was near a remote estate, chosen precisely to avoid attention. The presence of a barbarian, a rare sight outside the northern regions, was unexpected. Coming all the way from the north, I see. No matter his size makes him an excellent offering, the Lich murmured, pleased as he observed the barbarian's movements. But after a moment of watching, the Lich frowned. His gait is far too steady. Those ensnared by the orb's magic typically moved sluggishly, their expressions vacant, as if their minds were elsewhere. Yet the barbarian walked briskly and with purpose, his face even showing hints of a smile. Could he have resisted the orb's allure? The Lich thought. He briefly entertained the thought but dismissed it quickly. The orb had a failsafe. It would not activate for individuals attuned to the mist of the world. Only those ignorant of mist could be influenced by its magic. In the end, this barbarian was no more than an ordinary man, unversed in the mist. Any signs of resistance were merely coincidental. Come forth, barbarian, the Lich intoned. From the depths of the cavern, the lurking evil issued a declaration of his approaching prey. Become the cornerstone of my grand resurrection. His mocking voice reverberated through the hollow chamber, filled with a chilling menace. Kettle strolled leisurely, his steps measured. He could sense a location that appeared to be an exit. Have I arrived? He murmured, a flicker of excitement crossing his face once more. He pushed against the door, barring his path, and with a grating creak it swung open, revealing the interior. It was a vast chamber. Grotesque decorations made of bones adorned the room, and at its center stood a throne constructed entirely of skulls. Sitting upon it was a skeleton with glowing blue eye sockets. In the lick's bony grasp were a spellbook and a staff clear indicators of his identity. Kettle's eyes gleamed with recognition. "It's a lick," he exclaimed. "A lick, a genuine lick." The lick was a being that marked the pinnacle of a mage's craft, a soul infused into a phylactery, granting him immortality as long as the vessel remained intact. He was a staple figure among the villains of fantasy worlds. Though in recent stories, liches often appeared in more neutral roles or even as allies to the protagonist, they remained quintessential figures of fantasy lore. Kettle trembled with excitement. He had come here on a whim, driven by curiosity, and never imagined he would encounter a lick. It was as if he had struck gold in the most unexpected place. He was ecstatic. "What are you?" the lick demanded, perplexed. Kettle's expression overflowed with joy as he observed the monster. His focused gaze and coherent response suggested he hadn't lost his sanity. The lick's voice carried a note of suspicion. "You are unaffected by the orb's enchantment." "Ah, so that's how you bring people here," Kettle said, nodding as understanding dawned. The lick's glowing eye sockets flared. "What's going on?" The lick thought he could sense the mana of the orb emanating from Keta, which meant the orb had led him here. Yet he remained unaffected by its hypnotic power. There was no indication that Kettle possessed any extraordinary abilities. He appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary barbarian. The situation defied comprehension. After a brief silence, the lick spoke again. "You possess an artifact that shields your mind." And not just any artifact, it had to be an epic artifact, so advanced that even the lick had failed to detect it. How a barbarian could come to possess such an artifact was beyond his understanding. Still, there was no other explanation. It doesn't seem like he came here deliberately, the lick thought. If that was the case, the barbarian had to have stumbled upon the artifact by sheer luck. Kettle titled his head, puzzled. "I don't have anything like that. Do you think you can fool me?" The lick scoffed. "No matter. I accounted for unforeseen variables." The lick waved his staff, and a gray artifact glowed in response. Immediately, the scattered bone fragments in the chamber began to rise and assemble themselves. As a master of magic, the lick was adept at anticipating and neutralizing variables. He had prepared for this scenario long before it occurred. If you had succumbed to the orb's enchantment, you would have passed on painlessly. "But since that isn't the case, I will crush you with brute force." Minions, attack. With a rattling clatter, the skeletons lunged toward Kettle. "I see what's going on here," Kettle murmured with a smirk. This was no ordinary dungeon. It was the lair of an evil lich, a sinister place designed to lure curious wanderers using enchanted orbs, only to turn them into sacrifices. While the orbs weren't merely objects of curiosity, but true vessels of seductive allure, Kettle wasn't aware of their full power. "You're skinnier than I thought," Kettle said. "Let's see if that tongue of yours can still wag after I've severed your limbs." "You only need to stay alive, if that's all that matters. Cut him down." With that command, the skeletons charged forward, rusty swords in hand. These were no ordinary skeletons found in dungeons. They were crafted by the lick himself, stronger and deadlier than anything a typical barbarian should be able to face. 5 of these skeletons surged toward Kettle. The lick was confident they would tear him apart, leaving him a writhing, screaming mess. The thought of the barbarian's anguished cries brought a sadistic smile to the lick's face. And Kettle clenched his fist as the first skeleton approached, its rusted blade raised high. With a single decisive punch, he obliterated the skeleton's skull. The headless creature crumbled instantly, its bones scattering across the floor. What?" The lick froze in shock. Kettle nodded, almost as if approving of his own work. "It's nothing special. If you take out the head, they're done." The remaining skeletons rushed him, weapons ready to strike. Kettle dodged nimbly, grabbing one by the arm. Crack, the bone snapped like a dry twig. Kettle swung the severed arm like a club, smashing it against another skeleton's head, shattering the skull into pieces. He stepped forward, flicking his fingers as though giving a playful tap, but the force crushed a skeleton's skull into fine dust. "Oops," Kettle said. He sidestepped another blade aimed at his back, effortlessly catching it before slicing through the attacking skeleton's neck. The lifeless bones clattered to the floor. Casson's right. Once their heads are off, they stop moving, Kettle muttered, satisfied. He swung his fist and the remaining skeleton shattered under the sheer force of motion. "You wretch," the lick reeled in disbelief. He could not believe a barbarian with no apparent magical abilities could take down his minions so effortlessly. Kettle gave him a disappointed look. "Just skeletons. I expected more from a lick, maybe a death knight or other undead monsters." "You insolent." The lick bristled with rage, raising his staff. The glowing artifact in his hand flared to life. Arise, clatter. The fallen bones on the ground stirred once more, assembling themselves not into ordinary skeletons, but into a warrior clad in bone-crafted armor and wielding a shield and a sword. It was the Skeleton Knights, a rare undead monster capable of challenging intermediate fighters. "Kill him," the lick shouted. The Skeleton Knight charged. Kettle tilted his head, his expression one of curiosity. armor and shield made of bones. They look quite sturdy, Kettle mused. I wonder how sturdy. He swung his fist. Crack! The shield shattered under the impact, the armor crumbled, and half of the skeleton knight's upper body was blown away in an instant, yet the creature didn't fall. Even with only half a torso, it continued its relentless attack. Oh, it's tougher than the last one, Kettle said, mildly impressed. He grabbed the skeleton knight's arm and snapped it clean off, reducing it to bone dust. Then with a kick, he sent the monster sprawling, its lower body falling apart. The remaining upper half crawled toward him, jaw clacking furiously as it tried to attack. Such loyalty to your master's command. That's admirable, Kettle remarked with a nod. He raised his foot and brought it down with a sickening crunch. The skeleton knight's skull was crushed to powder. It's tougher, but not by much, Kettle said cheerfully, turning his gaze back to the lick. Is that all you've got? I wouldn't mind seeing something more impressive. What are you? The lick's voice trembled as it spoke. He couldn't sense any mana from Kettle. A barbarian like him should not possess such strength unless aided by a powerful artifact. And yet his minions had fallen purely to brute force. Did he really defeat the skeleton knight with physical strength alone? The lick, who had lived for centuries, found himself at a loss. You are extraordinary, the lick finally admitted, his eyes blazing brighter as he rose from his throne. Very well, I shall face you myself. Consider it an honor. Darkness erupted from the lick's staff, engulfing the chamber and turning it into a shadowy void. The walls were swallowed in an impenetrable gloom, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Oh, Kettle shivered not in fear, but in awe. It was like a scene straight out of a movie. Are you afraid? The lick asked. Misinterpreting Kettle's reaction, he let out a satisfied laugh. Yes, fear me, barbarian. You dared trespass in my sanctuary. Now you shall pay the price for your insolence. I mean, I only came because the orbs summoned me. Aren't you the one who scattered them? The lick didn't have a counterargument for that. Everyone who had entered this place had been drawn by his enchanted orbs. This barbarian was no exception. Silence, barbarian. The lick bellowed, his voice echoing in the darkness. Clearly flustered, he tried to cover his earlier lapse. Rising to his full height, he waved his staff dramatically. I am the great and mighty mage who once laid waste to 5 kingdoms and stood against legendary heroes. I am Cardos Branier's Keijas. You shall become the cornerstone of my resurrection, wretched barbarian. Cardos raised his staff, and from the cube at its tip, black flames erupted, swirling hypnotically in a mesmerizing display. The flames danced, ensnaring the viewer's gaze, casting an irresistible spell of enchantment. Kettle stared blankly at the flickering fire as the magic began to consume him. It was a spell designed to dominate emotions, pulling forth negative feelings, which in turn bred even darker ones. The cascading despair would eventually drown the victim's mind, leaving them paralyzed and lost in madness. This spell was Cardos's original creation, exceptionally powerful despite its low mana cost. As he observed Kettle's vacant expression, the lick felt certain his magic had succeeded. A mere barbarian incapable of wielding the mist, utterly powerless before my great magic, Cardos mused, a satisfied grin spreading across his skeletal face. He tapped his jawbone twice with a finger. Now what shall I do with you? Ordinarily, he would have used Kettle as raw material to fuel his mana reserves, but something about this barbarian was different. He doesn't appear to be wearing any artifact, Cardos thought. Initially, he had assumed otherwise, but now he was sure. If Kettle had been using an artifact of such power, it would have radiated a detectable energy signature. This meant only one thing. Kettle had defeated the skeleton knight with nothing but sheer physical strength. And he had done so with a single blow. It was incomprehensible for Cardos. As he pondered the implications, a thought struck him. Could he be a vessel for heroism? In this world, there existed beings known as heroes, exceptional individuals born with unparalleled strength and abilities. Their talents and powers defied explanation, placing them beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Heroes were forces of nature, beings that challenged the limits of understanding. Cardos knew firsthand of their unbelievable power. In his past, during his reign of terror, he had faced a hero. Despite all his preparations, he had been soundly defeated without mounting a proper defense. People called those with the potential to become heroes vessels of heroism. He might be one such vessel. No, he has to be. The lick thought otherwise. How could he have destroyed the skeleton knight with mere physical prowess, without even a hint of mistraining? That's impossible. Very well, I will take him back and study him, Cardos said. He snapped his fingers. Fragments of bone scattered around the room stirred to life, rising and advancing toward Kettle. With his emotions completely dominated, Cardos knew Kettle would remain immobile, unable to resist. However, just as the skeletal pieces came within reach of Kettle, something happened. Crunch, the bones disintegrated into dust. Startled, Cardos froze. What? Kettle nonchalantly brushed the powdered bones off his hands as if nothing had happened. How is this possible? Cardos thought. The spell should have completely subdued his emotions. However, Kettle looked at him with an expression of sheer disappointment. His voice carried the tone of someone utterly unimpressed, as if Cardos's magic didn't work at all. So all that show was just to send skeletons after me again. That's boring, Kettle said. You insolent fool. Furious, Cardos swung his staff wildly, unleashing the emotional manipulation spell once more. The dark magic surged toward Kettle like a tidal wave. You're definitely doing something, Kettle said, tilting his head, but I just don't quite get it. Kettle's calm and utterly indifferent attitude left Cardos speechless. The Lick's mind reeled. How could this barbarian remain so unaffected? Humans were beings driven by emotion. Even a saint could not completely suppress the negative feelings that lurked in the depths of their heart. No matter how superhumanly strong one could be, if struck directly by Cardos's magic, they would waver. The only way to resist was to shield one's mind with an impenetrable barrier created by mist. In other words, a barbarian who lacked an understanding of the mist would be utterly defenseless, swallowed whole by the spell. Yet, Kettle remained unchanged. He only stared at Cardos with a puzzled expression. This can't be happening, Cardos thought. Of course, Cardos wasn't at his full strength. After all, he had been defeated by a hero and revived as a Lick, with his skills diminished to less than a quarter of his prime. His mana, too, depended heavily on artifacts. Even so, it should have been effortless to dominate the barbarian who couldn't wield the mist. A distorted cry of frustration escaped Cardos. Arg, magic flared once more. An unseen torrent of mana surged into Kettle's mind, tearing through it with brutal force. It was a spell so potent that even an enlightened master would have succumbed, their mind breaking and their spirit drowning in despair. However, Kettle simply stood there, staring blankly at Cardos. What are you doing? He asked. Only then did Kettle realize that Cardos was not merely flailing his staff but casting some kind of spell on him. Yet, it didn't resonate with him. There was no sensation, no tangible effect. To Kettle, it merely looked like Cardos was waving his staff around aimlessly. Disappointment slowly crept across his face. A more straightforward spell would be nice, something like Fireball or Magic Missile. Can't you use those? Kettle asked. What? Cardos stammered in shock. Fireball, Magic Missile. Cardos seethed with unbearable humiliation. How dare you, comparing my magic to such lowly spells, he cried. Cardos devoted his life to developing his own magic, a craft that focused on manipulating emotions. The structure of his spells was a masterpiece, one that only he could wield at its peak. And yet, here was someone comparing his work to Magic Missile, a spell even a mere intermediate mage could cast. Shaking with indignation and disgrace, he raised his staff to cast another spell. I know you're doing something, Kettle remarked, but I can't tell exactly what. The result was the same as before, nothing. Cardos, now beyond disbelief, let out a hollow laugh. Even the hero who had defeated him in the past had prepared countermeasures specifically for his magic. After all, a spell that could rattle one's emotions was terrifying in its own right. However, this barbarian was different. The magic simply didn't work. Never before had the Lick encountered such an opponent. The blue flames in Cardos's eyes dimmed. Even so, he was still a mageon who had reached the pinnacle of magic through his unparalleled abilities. He forced himself to analyze the situation calmly. Nothing's working, Cardos thought. The barbarian was undeniably incapable of wielding the mist. That much was certain. A mage's eyes could not be deceived. Yet his magic, which affected emotions, had no impact on this man. Cardos' mind raced, and he quickly came up with a conclusion. I see now, Cardos murmured, his jaw clattering. You came here knowing exactly who I am. Huh, yes, that's it. Ha ha ha, the Empire fears me that much, huh? I must admit, I'm impressed by how well they can gather information. You found my location so swiftly. The Lick bellowed with laughter, but it won't matter. I will resurrect once more, shattering your blades and reclaiming my dominion over the world. What are you talking about? Kettle tilted his head. Cardos seemed lost in his own delusions, talking to himself and laughing widely. The Lick's jaw opened wide and his demeanor changed. He no longer underestimated his opponent. This barbarian, he concluded, was an assassin sent by the Empire to destroy him. Though the barbarian had concealed himself well, the Empire's vast and intricate intelligence network clearly left no room for escape. It was futile to avoid detection. Now that he thought about it, Cardos recalled rumors about the Empire's human farms places where they raised extraordinary individuals. The barbarian had to have been one of them, bred solely to kill him, a human weapon sharpened to perfection for a singular purpose. How potable you are, barbarian. A pawn raised by humans, wielded like a weapon, it's laughable. If you strike me down, your very purpose will vanish. In a way, we are comrades, you and I, Cardos shouted. I told you that's not it, Kettle interjected, shaking his head. Regardless, I am Cardos Branier as Keijas. The Lick brandished his staff with fervor. I will kill you and overturn the Empire. The creatures of this world don't really communicate well, Kettle muttered to himself, drawing his own conclusions after mulling over the situation. The elves had been poor conversationalists, and the Lick wasn't any better. But the Empire, Cardos seemed convinced that the Empire had the capability to track him down. In other words, the Empire possessed considerable power. Maybe I should pay it a visit later, Kettle said. His carefree remark, entirely inappropriate for the situation, floated in the air. Come forth, Cardos shouted. He raised his staff high. Mana surged into the cube atop it, coalescing into a tremendous force. Even if this attack delayed his resurrection by a century, it didn't matter. He poured every ounce of mana the cube held into the spell, a quantity of mana so immense it was almost tangible to the physical world. A dense, dark energy began forming at the tip of the staff. At last, something visible caught Kettle's attention. This was the first magic he could actually see. The Lick swung his staff violently toward Kettle. Gather, O torrential tide, become form without substance, a wave that engulfs the world and plunges the unseen into chaos. The dark, dense energy surged forward, transforming into a massive wave that filled the room, churning furiously. Though the wave had a discernible form, it was not made of any physical substance. It left the material world untouched, its effects influencing only intangible emotions. Ooh, Kettle let out an exclamation of admiration. The swirling dark torrent seemed ready to consume the world itself. It was a truly spectacular sight. So this is real magic, Kettle thought. He stared at the phenomenon in awe, completely transfixed. The black torrent swallowed him whole. Ha 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 ha, Cardos burst into mad laughter. Victory is mine. The barbarian had clearly been altered to resist mental interference, likely due to experiments done by the Empire. But in the end, he was still just a barbarian who couldn't wield the mist. By overwhelming Kettle with sheer mana, the Lick had crushed his mind and broken him completely. Cardos was confident in his victory. Soon, Kettle would collapse under the weight of his attack. Huff huff, Cardos panted. The blue flames in his eye sockets flickered weakly, as though they might go out. This spell was far beyond his current capabilities. He had expended all the mana he had, except for what was needed to animate his skeletal body. Still, he had shattered the Empire's weapon and outmaneuvered their schemes. Cardos chuckled dryly as the torrent of darkness began to dissipate, but then his non-existent pupils widened in shock. Kettle stood there utterly unchanged, looking exactly as he had before. Impressive, Kettle said, his voice filled with genuine admiration. But is that all? It had been a spectacular sight, but he had felt no effects whatsoever. His words sent a chill of fear through Cardos. It didn't work, Carthos thought. He let out a guttural scream as Kettle hefted his axe. What are you? Cardos' skeletal body crumbled to the ground, but his soul surged toward Kettle in a desperate bid to take over the barbarian's body. This was an incredibly dangerous move. Cardos' soul would need to perfectly harmonize with the host body, and if it failed, he would be forced to use that body for the rest of his existence, unable to revert to his Lick form. However, he had no choice. This was his last resort. The translucent soul entered Kettle. To Cardos' surprise, there was no resistance. The soul settled into the barbarian's flesh. Your body is mine. The Lick's voice echoed as his soul raced through Kettle's mind, attempting to devour his emotions and claim the body as his own. However, as Cardos delved deeper, he realized something was wrong. What is this? It was a sight unlike anything he had ever encountered. The very act of perceiving this place was enough to corrupt his mind and shatter his sanity. This isn't the Empire's doing, Cardos thought. Even the Empire couldn't create such a being. Ah. For a moment, Cardos' formidable mental strength allowed him to endure, but his strength, the very trait that made him a master of mind control, became his downfall. The more he held on, the more he was forced to comprehend the incomprehensible. That was the Lick's final utterance. His soul dissolved within Kettle's mind, leaving no trace. Kettle blinked. What was that? Before him lay a pile of broken bones. The Lick, after his dramatic display, had simply collapsed on his own. The dark torrent had been impressive, but it ultimately amounted to nothing. I guess the liches in this world aren't very impressive. Kettle had been so excited, thinking a Lick was the final evolution of a mage. He had eagerly anticipated what kind of magic the Lick would use, but in the end it had been underwhelming. His disappointment was palpable. A goblin dungeon would have been more entertaining, Kettle murmured. With that, he pulled a notebook from his pocket and began writing. Lick, I thought they were the ultimate evolution of a mage, but they don't seem all that impressive. When you think about it, the idea of a being reduced to mere bones being extraordinary is strange. Perhaps liches are failed mages who couldn't give up on their dreams of magic. Kettle carefully jotted down what he had seen and felt. This notebook was something he had purchased to record information about the fantasy world he was experiencing. He scribbled down his observations on the Lick and tucked the notebook back into his pocket. Well, I've cleared the cave, so I should grab my rewards. A dungeon run by a Lick probably won't have anything amazing, but I should take what I can get, right? He muttered to himself. He began collecting the loot, starting with the Lick's staff. Inside the staff, he found an urn that seemed to be a phylactery. So this is what lets him resurrect, huh? For a moment, Kettle considered smashing it to prevent Cardos' return, but given his unimpressive level of strength, he decided it wasn't worth the effort. He pocketed the phylactery as well. There was something else to collect. This thing was glowing when he cast spells, wasn't it? On top of the staff rested a translucent gray cube. Every time Cardos cast a spell, a peculiar light had emanated from the cube. It seemed as if the cube was aiding his magic. Does this help with casting magic? Kettle thought. Is it a magical artifact? If so, maybe I could use magic with this too. He grinned widely as he grabbed the artifact. After looting, he looked around and discovered a hidden chamber. A single tap of his finger caused the stone wall to crumble into dust. Kettle exclaimed. Inside, he saw 9 people standing motionless. Hello, he called out, but there was no response. They seemed completely dazed, as if their minds had been sealed. What am I supposed to do with them? He muttered to himself. It appeared the lick had used magic to lock their minds. Now that the lick was gone, they would likely recover in a few hours, but Kettle had no way of knowing that. After pondering for a moment, he decided to head back to Barkin Estate. This lick is gone anyway. If I explain what had happened, someone will come and take care of them, he thought. Once he returned to the estate, he explained everything. He explained about a lick named Cardoz that was camping out near their estate. His report caused an uproar throughout the estate. Early in the morning, the receptionists at the Guildhall had started their day and were working. Do we really need to start this early? Rosa murmured in a dazed tone, clearly still half asleep. Mercenaries tended to have late mornings. They usually wandered into the Guildhall lazily by midday. Until then, the staff often had little to do. Our guild leader doesn't like seeing us idling around, the other receptionist answered. The Guildhall in the neighboring estate is supposedly so relaxed. Why did we have to end up in this one of all places? While they chatted away about mundane things and prepared for the mercenaries to arrive, the door suddenly swung open. Rosa, startled by the sight, spoke up. Kettle, you're here early today. The jobs haven't all been prepared yet. Compared to other mercenaries, Kettle was already known for arriving earlier than usual, but this time, even he had arrived exceptionally early. Kettle responded briefly. Something came up. Something like that. It's nothing too major. It's about that orb I showed you yesterday. Kettle explained casually about what had happened to him yesterday. He told Rosa about how the orb had called him, and when he followed its call, he found a hidden dungeon. He even told her about the lick inside it. His tone was incredibly nonchalant, as though he were recounting a simple stroll through the neighborhood. Rosa stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. You're quite the joker today. I'm not joking. Come on, there's no way a lick would appear in such a backwater area. A lick was a being so rare that only a handful existed in the entire world, each of them revered or feared far beyond the stature of kings. That one could appear near this estate was an unthinkable notion. Rosa concluded Kettle was simply joking because of his unusually early visit and played along. So how did you defeat this lick? They're supposed to be so powerful they could topple kingdoms, Rosa said playfully. It wasn't much. The lick got caught up in his own foolishness and self-destructed. Yeah, it's all taken care of now, no need to worry. Kettle then pulled out a jar, holding it out for Rosa to see. Oh, and I brought back what seems to be his phylactery. Could you have it appraised? Wait, what? Rosa's eyes widened as Kettle showed her the jar. Oh, she quickly took it from him, examining it closely. Even someone as untrained as Rosa could sense the sinister energy emanating from the jar. Wait a second, are you really not joking? She asked. I've been telling you I'm not joking this entire time, Kettle replied, his expression practically screaming, why wouldn't you believe me? Rosa fell silent, her mind racing. What is this? What on earth happened? Any trace of sleep was gone from her face, but there was no time for her to sort through her thoughts. Oh, and there were about 9 people inside, Kettle said. Roughly 9. I thought about bringing them back, but their souls seemed shattered, so I left them there for now. I'd recommend sending people from your guild to retrieve them. 9 people, Rosa gasped in horror. Judging from Kettle's story, this wasn't just any dungeon. Those 9 were likely not adventurers or mercenaries, but ordinary citizens. Come to think of it, Rosa thought. She recalled rumors about people disappearing in the estate. People asked the guild to find the missing people, but no successful rescues had ever been reported. If those disappearances were tied to the lick, then this is big news. She thought, and I think the lick's name was Cardoz or something. Do you know of him? Kettle asked. What? No, I've never heard of that name, Rosa replied. She wasn't particularly knowledgeable about history or famous figures, so the name Cardoz didn't ring any bells. He must have been bluffing, Kettle murmured. The lick had told him that he was capable of destroying kingdoms, but from his experience, Cardoz was not powerful enough to destroy anything, let alone a kingdom. Kettle shook his head as he spoke. It's nothing to worry about. It's all over now. Just focus on rescuing those people. Oh, and I brought some other things from the dungeon. Could you handle those as well? It'd be nice to get a reward if possible. Rosa's head spun. A lick wasn't the kind of creature that should be dismissed so lightly. She steadied herself and began to speak with great effort. Please hold on. I need to call someone. This was beyond her capabilities. She dashed out of the Guildhall. Not long after, the guard commander arrived, panting heavily, his face pale with disbelief. What's this about the lick? The guard commander asked. Nice to see you, Kettle said cheerfully, waving. No big deal. It's all handled. What are you talking about? Kettle gave the commander a brief rundown of what happened. When the name of the lick was mentioned, the commander's eyes widened in shock. You mean Cardos Branierus Kijas? Oh yes, I think that was his full name. Do you know him? Of course I do. The commander shouted involuntarily. Cardos Branierus Kijas was a mage who wreaked havoc on the world a century ago. He had created magic that manipulated emotions, plunging countless nations into chaos. Trusted retainers turned traitorous, wise kings were driven mad. Until a hero finally rose to defeat him, several kingdoms had fallen under his spell. And now, that very being had reappeared into this world as a lick. The commander thought, is this true? Yeah, but it wasn't a big deal. He got caught up in his own madness and self-destructed, Kettle replied. What on earth are you saying? The commander struggled to process this, his body trembling from sheer disbelief that a mage of Cardos's caliber had self-destructed. Could you explain this in a bit more detail? I just can't wrap my head around it. I already told you everything, Kettle replied, visibly perplexed by the commander's reaction. The commander felt an overwhelming sense of dizziness but managed to hold himself together. Wait here, I must inform the Lord immediately. You mean Lord Barkin? Isn't that a bit excessive? Kettle asked. It's not excessive at all, the guard commander thought. Suppressing his desire to argue, he ran off toward the Lord's residence. Lord Barkin doubted his ears upon hearing the story. He could not believe that a lick was found near his estate, and not just any lick, but one that had shaken the world a century ago. At first, Lord Barkin laughed, dismissing it as a joke. It was an absurd notion impossible to comprehend. However, seeing the desperate expression on the guard commander, he realized it wasn't just a joke. He immediately dispatched a search party to confirm the situation. They headed toward the dungeon the barbarian had mentioned. The dungeon, now bereft of its master, was slowly collapsing. Breaking through the maze like walls as they progressed, the search party eventually found a vast chamber decorated with countless bones. In a hidden room within the chamber, they found individuals who had been reported missing, many of whom held significant influence in the estate. It was then that Lord Barkin understood what was going on. Something sinister had been lurking near the estate all along. After rescuing all the survivors, Lord Barkin began assessing the situation. What on earth happened? The thought of a lick existing so close to his estate was a nightmare for him. He clung to a sliver of hope and asked, maybe he was just a simple skeleton mage or perhaps some kind of illusionary monster. He wondered if the barbarian might have been mistaken. However, the guard commander shook his head. Unfortunately, that seems unlikely. Among the rescued individuals, some have regained their senses. They all reported the same thing. They described a skeletal figure declaring that his name was Cardos Branierus Kijas and that they were all sacrifices for his resurrection. Then that same skeletal figure swung his staff. That was their last memory. There are no contradictions in their accounts. Furthermore, we have an item to substantiate their claims, the commander said. You mean the phylactery? Yes, my lord. Lord Barkin asked to examine the item, and it was handed over without hesitation. He rubbed his temples. Did you verify it? I've heard that a phylactery reveals its true essence inherently. We couldn't confirm much, the commander admitted. Lacking the necessary knowledge to identify the item precisely, the commander could only rely on his intuition. However, it doesn't seem fake. Even the commander, who wasn't attuned to magic, could sense the ominous power emanating from the phylactery, a faint remnant of its original owner's overwhelming might. Lord Barkin let out a bitter chuckle. This is maddening. This was no minor issue. Even a lesser lick would have been a significant threat. The fact that such a being had secretly established himself near the estate was reason enough for the kingdom to launch an immediate investigation. If it truly was Cardos Branierus Kijas, the situation was even direr. Cardos was a mage who had opposed the Empire, a single individual who had destroyed countless kingdoms and enslaved heroes with his mind-controlling magic. If his identity was confirmed, the Empire itself might intervene. No, they're definitely going to intervene, Lord Barkin thought. Elite forces from the Empire would inevitably arrive at this small estate, and the aftermath of such an event was unfathomable. Lord Barkin's head throbbed. However, he couldn't sit idle. This was not a matter a rural lord could handle alone. Of all times for him to be away. Lord Barkin was thinking about Swordmaster Kine. If he were here, this ordeal would have been much easier to manage. However, Kine, who had been vacationing in the estate for several days, had left just 2 days prior. Lord Barkin let out a sigh of frustration and gave an order, prepare to send word to the kingdom. Secure the phylactery with utmost caution. Yes, my lord, the commander replied with a nod. Lord Barkin gave a faint smile. Well, I suppose we were fortunate. Indeed. Had the barbarian not discovered it, this estate would have been the first sacrifice. If Cardos had truly been preparing for his resurrection, this estate would have gone down in history as just another victim of an evil mage's revival. In that sense, Kettle's actions had been monumental. But if he truly defeated the lick alone, just how strong is he? Lord Barkin murmured. To defeat a being that even heroes had to face collectively, and to do so in mere hours. Lord Barkin already knew Kettle was powerful after witnessing him overpower the Swordmaster Kine, but this was beyond comprehension. Cardos was reportedly defeated by a hero a century ago. He must have been in a weakened state while preparing for his resurrection, the commander speculated. That's likely. Even so, his feat is remarkable. We will have to reward him appropriately, though I'm not sure if this estate can offer enough, Lord Barkin murmured to himself. Late that night, as the world slept, Lord Barkin tried to do the same. He needed to clear his mind and devise a plan. The following morning, he was awakened by the sound of urgent knocking. My lord, I'm awake. You may enter," Lord Barkin replied irritably as he rose from his bed. A maid entered, her face pale. Seeing her expression, the lord instinctively knew that things had grown more complicated. The Inquisitor of the Sun God, Lady Aquez, has arrived in the estate, the maid said, and Lord Barkin closed his eyes tightly. A woman was seated in the reception, prepared to greet guests. Her hair, shining like silver, cascaded softly over her shoulders, while her crimson eyes sparkled with a striking brilliance. She was a stunningly beautiful woman, dressed simply in the robes of a priestess. Her sacred aura alone seemed enough to make one kneel before her without even realizing it. If there was one flaw, it was her expressionless face like that of a doll. She seemed devoid of emotion, almost mechanical. Lord Barkin, sitting before her, gulped hard. "It is an honor to meet you, Inquisitor. I am Luke Barkin, Lord of the Barkin estate." Her demeanor was exceedingly polite, yet Lord Barkin could not lower his guard. Inquisitors were those who stood against the enemies of the church. They were key figures in the church's hierarchy, wielding enough power to obliterate a small village on their own judgment and authority. And the woman before him was no ordinary inquisitor. She was the Inquisitor of the Sun God. The Sun God's church was currently the most dominant religious order on the continent, so influential that even the empire was forced to yield and make concessions to them. An Inquisitor of the Sun God wielded power far surpassing that of a typical noble lord, and Aquez was someone even Lord Barkin had heard of. She was the youngest Inquisitor in history, a prodigy among prodigies, capable of executing heretical judgments single-handedly. She was the one who single-handedly defeated 7 dark mages who had made contracts with demons and halted a massive ritual. Why is she here? Lord Barkin wondered. Why would such a powerful person come to this small estate? His lips grew dry. Depending on her mood, the fate of the estate could change entirely. The Inquisitor of the Sun God, Aquez, slowly parted her crimson lips. There seems to have been some unrest in the estate. Is everything all right? Do you not know what happened? Lord Barkin asked. I visited the church within the estate before coming directly to you, so I am not aware of the details. I see, the Lord replied, observing her expression. Her face remained emotionless, making it difficult to discern her thoughts, but she didn't appear to be lying. After deliberating for a moment, Lord Barkin finally spoke. There was a minor issue at a dungeon. It has been resolved now. Is that so? That is a relief, Aquez said calmly, her expression as indifferent as ever. Her demeanor gave the Lord confidence. She's not here because of the lick, he thought. Thinking back, even Lord Barkin had only learned of the lick the day before. It was unlikely for someone to travel to such a remote estate within a single day. In that case, there had to be another reason for her visit. May I ask what brings you to our humble estate? If she wasn't here because of the lick, there had to be some other purpose. Inquisitors were not known to move without a clear and compelling reason. Lord Barkin's mind raced, trying to grasp what it could be. Aquez remained silent. The weight of her silence made the Lord increasingly uneasy. Could it be related to a divine oracle? Lord Barkin asked. Aquez did not respond, but her silence was as good as confirmation. The Lord felt faint. A divine oracle here. He thought this was no small matter. Depending on the oracle's message, the sun god's forces could descend upon the estate. Why is this happening to me? I'm just a lord of a small estate. His emotions had to have been evident on his face, prompting Aquez to finally speak. I can share the contents of the oracle with you. At the very least, there is no need to worry on that front. Really? The Lord let out a small sigh of relief. There were 2 types of oracles, those that could not be revealed to anyone outside the faithful, and those that could be shared openly with the world. If it was the latter, there was little risk of major trouble. Aquez continued, before I share the oracle's contents, may I first confirm what has happened in the estate? Do you believe it could be related? I cannot be certain, she replied. Her words suggested that it was a possibility. Lord Barkin hesitated. He wondered if it would be wise to mention the lick to a servant of the sun god. His deliberation didn't last long. Seeking aid from the church was the better option. He detested the idea of imperial intervention. The Church of the Sun God was powerful enough that even the Empire couldn't ignore them. If the Inquisitor resolved the matter, the Empire would have no grounds to interfere. The Lord, having made his decision, explained the incident. The Inquisitor's previously emotionless eyes widened. A lick, Aquez asked. Yes, and it could possibly be Cardos Braniera's Keijas. What, are you saying that being was here? I understand that this lick has ties to your church as well, Lord Barkin added. That's correct. Aquez's brow furrowed slightly. Cardos had a penchant for toying with the devout, corrupting them and tarnishing the church's honor. Among his victims were not a few of the faithful who worshipped the sun god. He was one of the enemies the church had declared a heretic and relentlessly pursued. Lord Barkin shook his head. This is an extremely troublesome situation. It's far beyond the capabilities of a small rural lord like me to handle. Mishandled, it might even prompt intervention from the Empire. Are you asking for assistance in dealing with this matter? Aquez asked. As expected, she grasped his intent immediately. The Lord quickly continued, surely resolving such a matter would bring great honor to the sun god's church. Cardos was a long-dead, infamous mage who once plunged the world into chaos. If the sun god's church played a role in preventing his resurrection, their reputation would rise even further. That is irrelevant. What matters is faith. That alone is paramount, Aquez said bluntly. Realizing his words were unnecessary, Lord Barkin shut his mouth. After a brief moment of thought, Aquez spoke. Verification is necessary. You mean to confirm if the lick truly is Cardos? Yes, please wait a moment. Lord Barkin rang a bell beneath the table. Before long, a trembling maid brought in the phylactery. Aquez's eyes widened as she examined it. The phylactery is intact. Ah, is there a problem? Lord Barkin asked. The phylactery is the core of a lick. It holds their soul. As long as it remains unbroken, the lick can continue to revive. What? Lord Barkin was aghast. Does this mean Cardos hadn't truly perished? However, as Aquez inspected the phylactery more closely, her expression twisted into a frown. But I can't sense a soul within it. What in the world is going on here? Her face, usually composed, now showed a mix of confusion, as though she were witnessing the impossible. After carefully analyzing the phylactery, she finally arrived at a conclusion. It is as I suspected. Do you mean, this phylactery belongs to Cardos Branier's Keijas? That accursed being, from what I've heard, a hero defeated him long ago, but it seems he siphoned his soul into this phylactery in an attempt to revive as a lick. Good heavens, Lord Barkin let out a sound of disbelief. This was truly Cardos' infamous mage. A figure only spoken of in history books had been right next to his estate. Why would he come to such a remote area? He likely needed time to regain his strength. This is certainly a problem, Aquez muttered. The idea that a mage thought to be extinguished was scheming a resurrection as a lick was no trivial matter. A thorough investigation would be necessary. We will handle this matter. The Empire will have no grounds to intervene, Aquez declared. However, Aquez's expression remained conflicted. After some thought, she asked, This estate is the homeland of a swordmaster, is it not? Has he been here recently? Yes, he visited us briefly not long ago. I see. If it were him, he could potentially defeat Cardos, she mused. Cardos was a mage who once shook the foundation of kingdoms. His power surpassed even that of a transcendent. A single swordmaster alone would not be enough to face him. However, Cardos had been defeated by a hero in the past. While his soul had been preserved in the phylactery, he likely hadn't been in peak condition when he tried to revive as a lick. In that case, the swordmaster kind could have been able to handle him. Still, this is, Aquez muttered. The phylactery was intact. That meant the lick's soul had been utterly destroyed, something even a swordmaster shouldn't have been able to accomplish. Would it be possible for me to meet with Swordmaster Kine? I'm curious to know how this was handled. Ah, it wasn't done by Sir Kine. What? Aquez's eyes widened in surprise. Then who defeated Cardos, a barbarian? What? A stunned voice escaped her lips. For the first time, emotion seeped into Aquez's mechanical tone. The Lord found her reaction oddly amusing. There's a barbarian in the estate, she asked. Yes, a barbarian arrived here recently and has been staying with us. Is that not a problem? Barbarians were known to revere strength and disregard order or law, often causing untold issues wherever they went. It was only natural for Aquez to ask this. Lord Barkin nodded. Surprisingly, he is a very reasonable barbarian. Reasonable, that's not a word typically associated with barbarians. True enough, the Lord replied with a wry smile. He thought of how Kettle acted around his estate. He was indeed polite and possessed common sense. Now that he had grown used to Kettle's presence, the Lord could accept it, but in hindsight, it was an extraordinary and unusual notion. This barbarian defeated Cardos. Is that even possible? Aquez asked. It is possible, the Lord replied confidently. At least there was no doubting that part. Even Sir Kine lost to him. Aquez's eyes widened further. Which tribe does this barbarian hail from? I don't know. He bears no marks or tattoos indicating his tribe. What is his name? Aquez asked. Kettle. Aquez closed her eyes, likely shifting through her knowledge of barbarians. Shortly after, she opened them again. I've never heard of him. There are barbarians capable of defeating Swordmaster Kine, but their names do not match and they would have no reason to be here. A new powerhouse, it seems. Aquez realized there was a new powerful individual capable of defeating a swordmaster and erasing Cardos' soul. Her gaze suddenly sharpened. A chill ran down Lord Barkin's spine as he asked, Is there something wrong? The barbarian may very well be the reason I am here, she replied. What? The Lord was stunned. Aquez continued, Would it be possible for me to meet this barbarian? What did you say? Lord Barkin's eyes widened in disbelief. I wonder what this could be. Lying on the bed in his lodgings, Kettle stared curiously at the translucent gray cube in his hand. Inside, a strange light shimmered and flickered. It was obvious to anyone that this was no ordinary object. It was likely some kind of magical artifact. When explaining the situation to Lord Barkan, Kettle had deliberately refrained from mentioning the cube. He figured that if he brought it up, the Lord would likely confiscate it, and his judgment had been correct. An artifact connected to Cardo's was undeniably dangerous. There was a high chance that it would be seized and never returned to him. How does this thing work? Kettle thought. He had noticed that the cube glowed whenever Cardo's used magic. It appeared to function as a magical amplifier or enhancer. If I have this, could I use magic too? The thought sent a thrill through him. For now, he decided to hold on to it. Perhaps he could ask a mage about its use when he encountered one in the future. Well, time to get moving. He rose from the bed with a cheerful grin. The excitement on his face had little to do with the artifact he had acquired. It was for an entirely different reason. After all, today he was finally going to visit a fantasy world church. The day after he had explained everything to the Lord and handed over the phylactery, the guard commander had come to see him. The commander had informed him that an inquisitor of the sun god had arrived in the estate and wished to meet with him. While Kettle had encountered a priestess before, this was his first time meeting an inquisitor. The meeting place was the church, and he had no reason to decline. He accepted the invitation without hesitation. Seeing Kettle walking along with such a light-hearted smile, the guard commander, his face wrought with unease, spoke cautiously. Remember, you will be meeting the inquisitor of the sun god. Please, I beg you, don't do anything disrespectful. I'm really asking this as a favor. Though his words bordered on groveling, it was understandable from the commander's perspective. If Kettle caused any offense, it could spell disaster for the entire estate. Kettle chuckled heartily. Don't worry, have I ever been rude to anyone? Well, no, you haven't. Even when dealing with the priestess who worshipped the god of lies and deception, Kettle had maintained perfect decorum. Since there had been no problem clearing the dungeon, meeting the inquisitor of the sun god should be no different. This barbarian was certainly not like the others of his kind. The commander remained silent as they walked. They soon arrived at their destination, the sun god's church, located in a quiet corner of the estate. This is the place, the commander said. I see, Kettle exclaimed in wonder. In this world, gods existed. They granted power directly and at times even descended upon the mortal realm. The church was a place where those who served such deities gathered. Kettle wondered what a fantasy world church would be like. He had known about the sun god's church in the estate for some time. The moment he had learned of it, he had wanted to visit. However, he hadn't been able to. The reason was simple. Only worshippers of the sun god were allowed to enter the church. Technically, non-worshippers could enter with special permission, but the nuns had vehemently opposed allowing a barbarian inside. However, this time, Aquez herself had requested to meet Kettle at the church. Kettle couldn't hide his delight. This is more than enough reward, he said with a grin. Please, I beg you, behave yourself, the commander pleaded again. The door opened slowly and several women greeted him. Welcome, Mr. Kettle, one of the nuns stammered, her voice trembling. They were visibly nervous. Kettle felt a small pang of emotion. Although Hayes, a priestess Kettle had encountered before, also served a god, her attire had been practical and comfortable for travel. These nuns, however, wore traditional, elegant habits exuding refinement and grace. At his smile, one of the nuns wavered, nearly collapsing. Another nun quickly caught her before she fell. Are you okay? Kettle asked, stepping forward only for the nun to flinch and move away as though startled. I'm fine. Please, there is no need to help me, she exclaimed, retreating hastily. Her reaction was a clear rejection, and Kettle felt a small sting of hurt in his heart. The other nuns, visibly uneasy, began to retreat as well, trembling as they moved away. Lady Aquez is waiting for you inside. Please go on ahead, one of them said before the group quickly fled. Now alone, Kettle rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Am I not supposed to smile? It seemed that every time he smiled, things got worse, but going expressionless could make him look even scarier. Though saddened by the nuns' reactions, Kettle brushed it off. He had endured far worse and wasn't going to let this bother him. Let's just enjoy the moment, he thought, stepping inside the church. Rows of pews lined the space, facing a table at the front where the priest presumably gave sermons. The design wasn't so different from the churches on Earth. The only noticeable difference was the lack of stained glass. It seemed glass wasn't yet common in this world. Behind the table stood a statuette depiction of a robust man holding a spear raised high into the sky and a round shield, radiating an aura of majesty and authority. Is this their god, the sun god? He thought. He could not believe he was in front of a statue of an actual god, one who granted power and delivered divine revelations. He started at the statue, a mix of thoughts and emotions stirring within him. After a moment of quiet reflection, he knelt down and clasped his hands together. He started praying. Aquez, who had been silently observing him, was startled. The reverence in Kettle's posture was unmistakable. He exuded a sense of profound devotion that rivaled that of the most devout priests. For a moment, Aquez found herself captivated, unable to look away. His posture was so sincere that she hesitated to interrupt him. But just as she was debating what to do, Kettle stood and, as though he had been aware of her presence all along, turned to face her. Their eyes met. His hair ashen gray, hers shimmering with silver. "You must be Aquez," he said. "It is an honor to meet you," Aquez replied, regaining her composure and offering a polite bow. "I am Aquez, Inquisitor of the Sun God, and I am Kettle, a barbarian. It's a pleasure to meet you," he said with a wide grin. Aquez led Kettle to the church's reception room. They sat facing each other, silently observing each other's demeanor. Aquez was a beautiful woman, but Kettle couldn't shake the thought that her hands had to be stained with the blood of many. It gave him a peculiar feeling. Inquisitors existed in his own world as well, or more precisely, they used to exist. In the distant past, when religion wielded extraordinary power, there were those tasked with judging heresy. Though their traces had faded in the modern world, history books described them as real and significant figures. Unlike mages or swordmasters, Aquez was fascinating in a different way. It felt as though he were sitting face to face with a piece of living history. On her part, Aquez's mind was equally unsettled. Her initial plan had been to press Kettle for answers, to interrogate him, and forcibly extract the truth. However, witnessing his prayer filled with sincere reverence earlier had changed her mind. In the end, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you believe in our God?" "No, I don't believe in any particular God," Kettle answered. The response was expected, so she wasn't surprised. However, it left her with a question. "Then why did you offer a prayer to our God?" "I may not believe in your God, but I was invited into your church, was I not?" Kettle replied calmly. Even if the invitation wasn't an entirely welcoming one, it was still an invitation. And so, it's only proper to show respect. Of course, as a non-believer, I cannot offer the reverence of the heart. That would be the height of disrespect to your God. But at the very least, I can offer respect with my conduct, if not my faith. Even if he didn't believe, he could act with decorum and follow the appropriate gestures of respect. Aquez's expression went blank, caught off guard by his reasoning. Seeing her silent, Kettle asked hesitantly, "Was that disrespectful? If so, I apologize." "No, not at all." Aquez hurriedly shook her head. "You're absolutely correct. Even without faith, one can still offer respect in form. You've expressed it perfectly." Aquez's face showed a trace of admiration. There's nothing more disrespectful than the insincerity of a non-believer's heart, but at the very least, one can show respect of the body, she thought. Kettle's words resonated with her. In truth, Aquez was exhausted. As an inquisitor, she constantly dealt with those who rejected or mocked her faith. They hurled insults at her and her God, and while she made sure they paid the appropriate price, the endless encounters had taken a toll on her. Yet now a barbarian who should have been a symbol of unbelief was speaking such inspiring words. Her impression of the man in front of her improved significantly. The coldness in her eyes softened, replaced with a faint warmth. Seemingly struck by a sudden thought, Kettle's face took on an awkward expression. Should I be burned at the stake for saying this? Now that I think about it, speaking words of unbelief in front of a devout follower must be incredibly rude. What? No, not at all. As long as you don't directly insult our God, simply being a non-believer isn't an offense, Aquez said, quickly shaking her head again. In ancient times, there were cases where disbelief alone was enough to warrant punishment, but in the current era, such practices would cause serious problems. Inquisitors now only dealt with those who directly insulted their God or those corrupted by evil. "I see. That's a relief," Kettle said with a small laugh. It seemed this wasn't as harsh an era as the days of religious wars back on Earth. "Now then, let's get to the main topic. You must have had a reason to summon me here," Kettle said, smiling quietly. His smile was predatory, like that of a beast. "It's about the recent dungeon, isn't it?" "Yes," Aquez replied. "He's sharper than he lets on," she thought. This man was far removed from the stereotypical barbarian. Aquez continued, "The one you claim to have defeated, Cardos, was a former mage who committed great atrocities against the world a century ago. Many transcendents sought to bring him down, but none succeeded. In the end, it had taken a hero to finally defeat him." Kettle leaned back in his chair. "Even so, it doesn't mean much to me." He had heard plenty of the same talk the day before. To him, Cardos was nothing more than a lick who had floundered on his own and self-destructed. "You don't believe me, and I can only trust my own eyes." "We're at an impasse," Kettle said. "That's true," Aquez admitted, "but our God possesses the power to resolve such an impasse." Oh, Kettle's curiosity was piqued. "By invoking the name of the God I serve, and with you pledging your honor, we can ensure that only the truth is spoken here. Shall we apply that rule? A rule implies compulsion, doesn't it?" Kettle said with a grin, baring his teeth. "Is this divine power?" "Yes, the Sun God will directly oversee our conversation. If it makes you uncomfortable, you are free to decline," Aquez explained, narrowing her eyes slightly. She didn't expect him to accept. Even if he was different from a typical barbarian, he was still a non-believer. No one would willingly expose themselves to the gaze of a god they did not worship. Her goal was to understand Kettle. She assumed that his refusal would be the starting point to learn more about him, giving her insights into his character and motivations. But to her surprise, Kettle burst into a bright smile. Refuse? Why would I? What? Aquez was genuinely surprised. For Kettle, this was an opportunity to experience the sun god's divine authority firsthand. He was visibly excited, almost giddy. The lick had been a disappointment, but a god was bound to be different. He was certain the sun god's power would leave him in awe. Are you certain about this? Aquez asked, startled. Of course, let's begin immediately. Kettle exclaimed enthusiastically. It was Aquez who found herself unsettled. To anyone not devoted to the sun god, being directly observed by him should have been daunting. However, Kettle's visible excitement, as though the act of witnessing divine power was his main goal, left her utterly baffled. What's going on? She thought it felt as if the roles had reversed. Instead of Aquez testing Kettle by invoking divine power, it seemed as though Kettle was testing the power of the sun god. Aren't you uncomfortable? Aquez asked. What do you mean? Kettle replied. Our god will be watching you. Why would that be uncomfortable? Kettle asked with a curious tone. I have nothing to hide. I have no shame. After all, he hadn't told a single lie. Even if bound by divine rules, it posed no disadvantage to him. To put it simply, it's just like a lie detector, isn't it? Kettle thought. There was no need to overthink it. On the contrary, it was intriguing for him. Unlike the lie detectors of the real world where he was from, this one was flawless, free from any margin of error. It was nothing short of fascinating. However, Aquez felt differently. In this world, the concept of being watched by a god held profound significance. It meant being exposed entirely to a towering, transcendent being laying bare every hidden corner of oneself. It was akin to a confessional. Those with even a sliver of shame in their lives would instinctively recoil at the idea. However, the barbarian before her boldly claimed otherwise. He said he was unashamed. He said he had no regrets, no guilt. Kettle's declaration meant that he believed he had lived a life so upright that even if he were to stand before the divine, he would have no cause for shame. Aquez wondered how many could make such a claim. Even the most devout believers often trembled under the gaze of the gods. Aquez was overwhelmed with awe. She began to question whether the being standing before her was truly a barbarian. His composure seemed almost saintly. You are remarkable, she said. Of course, Kettle hadn't thought that deeply about it. To him, the god's gaze was merely equivalent to a lie detector. He found Aquez's reverent gaze puzzling. Then shall we begin? She closed her eyes, clasping her hands together in prayer. My God, you who dwell in the highest of places, the great being who observes the radiant sun. I beseech you with your divine gaze, expose the impurities that lie hidden here. It was a prayer, a plea for divine intervention. In response to the believer's invocation, the power of the god was set into motion. A resonating hum filled the air. A pillar of light descended. Though the church's ceiling was supposed to block the heavens, the blinding light tore through, as though nothing could hinder its descent. It struck with violent force, enveloping them. Startled by the sudden pillar of divine light, the people in the estate cried out. Some even knelt, overwhelmed by its sanctity. Oh wow, Kettle was moved. It felt as if the god himself had descended. The pillar of light enveloped him entirely. Looking beyond the pillar, he saw something. There was a presence on the other side. The barbarian and the otherworldly being sensed each other and met. Oh, Kettle chuckled softly. The presence is immense. No, the word immense is not doing it justice. This was something beyond the confines of human language, beyond human comprehension. The presence on the other side gazed at Kettle, and he felt its emotions through its gaze. He could distinctly feel the presence was confused and bewildered. Aquez, unaware of this silent exchange of gazes, simply stared at Kettle. No signs of deception, she thought. Her eyes softened, and she slowly began to speak. Then let us proceed. Within this pillar, no lies can be spoken. I understand, Kettle replied. Aquez began questioning Kettle about the process of clearing the dungeon. Kettle answered as he had before, without any variation. As he had claimed, he had never spoken a lie. Aquez pieced together the puzzle in her mind. Cardos had been in the midst of his resurrection, so he didn't possess his full power. This barbarian was extraordinarily strong. Cardos couldn't have been an easy opponent even in that weakened state. It seemed that Cardos had overexerted himself to defeat the barbarian, only to succumb to his own overwhelming mana in the end. How fortunate, Aquez thought. Had Cardos been able to use his magic properly, this barbarian would not have been standing here now. His magic, capable of dominating emotions, was incredibly powerful. Have your doubts been resolved? Kettle asked. Though the matter was concluded, the pillar of light did not dissipate. Aquez continued to gaze at Kettle, who tilted his head curiously. Is it over? He asked. There are a few more things I'd like to confirm. These are personal questions. You are free to refuse to answer. The only thing you cannot do here is lie. Kettle stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then let's make it fair, a trade, so to speak. Excuse me, for every question you ask, I will ask one in return. Fair, isn't it? Oh yes, I will answer anything I'm able to. Aquez agreed without much hesitation. Then my first question, where are you from? From the coldest place in the world. A place untouched by human feet, Kettle said with a shrug. The place you call the White Snowfield. What? Aqua's eyes widened. You're saying you came from there? Kettle nodded. The pillar of light remained unchanged, a testament to his honesty. Then it's my turn. Ah, yes. Kettle began asking about the myths, legends, and historical records surrounding the sun god. Under normal circumstances, Aquas might have found his questions peculiar, was interrogating her with the meticulousness of someone preparing to join a faith. Yet she was so absorbed in his words that the thought didn't even cross his mind. She gave him a brief explanation in response to his questions before immediately asking her own. What is there in that place? She was visibly excited. Although she was an inquisitor, she was also a seeker of knowledge. The thrill of uncovering the unknown gave her immense satisfaction. The White Snowfield was a mysterious land shrouded in enigma, and now, standing before her was someone who had come from that very place, potentially holding the answers to those mysteries. Do monsters truly exist there? Are there other barbarians like you as well? She asked. Kettle hesitated, his words trailing off. There was a noticeable discomfort in his face. I'm sorry, but may I refuse to answer? I'd rather not think about that place again. Oh, I see. Though deeply disappointed, Aquas knew she couldn't press him any further. The unease etched on Kettle's expression was unmistakable. She chose her next words carefully. In that case, could you at least confirm one thing, the legend of the Emperor? Long ago, an emperor who had once ruled the world ventured into the White Snowfield. He returned defeated and spoke of horrific monsters dwelling there. Do those beings truly exist? She asked. She was talking about the white serpents that devoured glaciers, white bears that caused earthquakes, and ugly rats that polluted the sea. Kettle nodded solemnly. They exist. I encountered them often. I see. Aquas was overwhelmed. She had found confirmation of the ancient legend. She wanted to ask more how he survived, how many barbarian tribes existed there, but before she could continue, Kettle spoke first. Then it's my turn to ask a question. Why have you come to this estate? Oh, I had business here. It's a personal matter, Aquas replied vaguely, intending to shift the conversation back to the White Snowfield. However, before she could ask her next question, Kettle interjected. Is this personal matter perhaps to determine if I am an impure being? Aquas's heart stopped cold. The excitement that fueled her moments ago vanished entirely. With great difficulty, she forced her lips to move. What do you mean by that? Was I wrong? I thought it was a logical assumption. Kettle leaned back leisurely against the sofa. You introduced yourself as an inquisitor. While I don't know the details, it's clear you are not an ordinary priestess. And yet, here you are, personally visiting this remote estate. At first, Kettle had thought her objective was Cardo's, but after their conversation, it became clear that wasn't the case. Aquas had shown little interest in Cardo's. In other words, you came here with a purpose unrelated to the lick. And when you prayed earlier, you didn't ask for falsehoods to be revealed, but rather for impurities to be exposed, Kettle said. It was a subtle play on words, but one that entirely changed the meaning of the prayer. And then there's the gaze of the god. While I don't fully understand, it seems to me that having a god directly look upon something isn't a trivial event. Using such a thing merely to detect lies seems excessive. It must have been intended to uncover something deeper. Kettle smiled faintly, then continued, so wasn't your purpose here in summoning me to determine if I am an impure being? Aquas's frozen heart still refused to beat. She wanted to deny it, but the god was watching. In this sacred light, no falsehoods could exist. Eventually, she opened her mouth, her words slow and reluctant. Yes, that's correct. Oh, so I was right. Kettle began to whistle, evidently pleased by his deduction. It had been a guess born of mere curiosity, but the fact that it was correct amused him. He felt nothing more, nothing less. However, for Aquas, it was a completely different story. Her lips felt dry as if all moisture had been drained from them. She had thought she had deftly fooled the barbarian, but the truth was the exact opposite. He had known her intentions from the very beginning. What a foolish mistake, she thought. She had prayed to uncover impurity. She had called upon the gaze of the god just to determine if someone was lying. A moment's thought would have revealed how absurd her actions were. Yet she had acted without hesitation because he was just a barbarian. She had unconsciously clung to the stereotype that barbarians were simple-minded beings who forgot everything once they were taught something new. Even though Lord Barkin had already warned her that this was no ordinary barbarian, her ingrained preconceptions had blinded her. Now, as regret filled her, a thought surfaced. If this barbarian had known everything, does that mean he was doing everything willingly? Then I'm curious, Kettle said, his tone calm. Was I your objective from the beginning? No, Aquas replied, shaking her head. She could not lie, nor did it make any sense to refuse now. All she could do was try not to offend him further. That wasn't it. A divine oracle was delivered. My purpose was to confirm whether you were the subject of that oracle. As you can see, you're not. The barbarian was not the subject of the oracle. Aquas bowed her head. I apologize. I concealed my intentions and deceived you. Under normal circumstances, Kettle would have had every right to be furious. Barbarians despise deception above all else. It doesn't matter. I had my fun. To her surprise, Kettle only laughed. It wasn't forgiveness, it was simply the truth that Aquas's actions had amused him. In that laughter there was something transcendent, something beyond the mortal realm. Aquas couldn't help but ask, "Are you truly human?" "I am human," Kettle replied. The pillar of light surrounding them remained unchanged, affirming his words. "Then, as a form of atonement, if I may, let me ask one more thing. What was the content of the oracle?" Kettle asked. Under normal circumstances, revealing the content of a divine oracle to a barbarian would have been unthinkable. Oracles were to be shared only with those deemed trustworthy. However, she couldn't refuse. She had deceived the barbarian, and now she owed him. Could he have planned this from the beginning? She thought, did he make me incur a debt so he could learn the oracle's message? Doubts flooded her mind, her thoughts spiraling. But eventually she began to talk. She recited the oracle to Kettle. As he listened, his eyes gleamed with intense curiosity. Aquas leaned back against the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. She felt drained. It had been a long time since she had felt this exhausted. Her unshaken mind, which had resisted countless curses, hatred, words of apostasy, and even demonic whispers, had finally reached its limit after less than an hour of conversation with the barbarian. The barbarian from the white snowfield, even the thought of it made her head spin. She found herself wishing that he had simply been the subject of the divine oracle. "You seem troubled," Lord Barkin remarked, sitting across from her. He was chuckling lightly as he lifted his teacup. He was deeply intimidated by Aquas, the inquisitor of the Sun God, a figure of great renown and countless accomplishments. While her individual strength might not rival Swordmaster Kyne's, she carried the unique status of a devout servant of the divine. Moreover, as an inquisitor, she was a tool of her god, someone who had executed and dealt with countless heretics. To Lord Barkin, Aquas appeared less like a fellow human and more like a transcendent being. However, seeing her react to the barbarian in a way similar to his own gave him a sense of shared humanity. Aquas finally spoke. "Who is he?" "I've confirmed it. While I couldn't gather detailed information about the white snowfield, I can say with certainty that he is a barbarian from the snowfield." "Are you sure?" The Lord's eyes widened. Though Kettle had said so himself, Lord Barkin hadn't fully believed him. After all, barbarians from the white snowfield were the stuff of legends. However, now Aquas, a trusted authority, had confirmed it. It meant that the existence of the white snowfield and its habitant was real. If this becomes known, the world will erupt in chaos. Lord Barkin muttered. The white snowfield was a land many sought to explore, especially the Emperor, who wished to conquer the world, including the demon realms. If the Emperor were to move on this discovery, the scale of the ensuing chaos would be unimaginable. Just thinking about it gave the Lord a headache. "You needn't worry about that. Cardos will be handled by my side, and we plan to keep the matter of the barbarian from reaching the public," Aquas said. "That's a relief." "Are all the barbarians from the white snowfield like him?" "Probably not. That barbarian must be an exception. If they were all like him, they would have left the snowfield and conquered the world by now." Though Lord Barkin spoke as if joking, it was no jest. There were many barbarians in the world, even if they weren't from the white snowfield. Their strength was formidable. As a group, they ranked among the strongest. While their strength was undeniable, they were also foolisher rather, not quite foolish but simple-minded, though the distinction hardly mattered. It was an inherent limitation of their nature. Lord Barkin suddenly recalled something. "Now that I think about it, I heard that the king of the barbarians is different from other barbarians. They say he has both strength and intelligence." "Oh, you mean the king of all barbarians. I've met him once." "He was certainly unlike any other barbarian I've encountered," Aquas replied. "Is that so? It would be interesting if Kettle and the king of all barbarians were to meet." "I wouldn't say the same," Aquas replied with a wry smile. The relationship between barbarians and the followers of the sun god was far from amicable. To Aquas, the idea of their power growing stronger was no laughing matter. Lord Barkin sipped his tea lightly. "Whatever you may be concerned about, from what I've observed, there is nothing to worry about. Kettle is a good person, remarkably so. Kettle handled tasks no one wanted to take on, solving them with a smile. He split the rewards of the unexplored dungeon with his party members without hesitation. Kettle had never once acted in a way that caused harm to others. In fact, he was the most polite and kind person the Lord had ever encountered. Swordmaster Kyne once said that as long as you don't provoke a beast that's lying still, there's nothing to worry about," Lord Barkin remarked. If Swordmaster Kyne said so, then it must be true, but Aquas bit her lip. In her eyes, the barbarian was intelligent and rational. He was considerate of others and didn't seem like the type to cause trouble on his own. However, that was only because he had no reason to do so. It was a matter of pure indifference. Had no reason to care, so he was considerate. Even beasts, when full, did not bother hunting prey. But what if an external factor placed restrictions on Kettle's actions? What if something sparked his interest? Aquas thought. She knew that if that were to happen, Kettle would do anything to destroy everything that hindered his way. Barbarians were that kind of being. It seems many changes are on the horizon, Aquas thought. Just thinking about the chaos and ripples Kettle might cause already gave Aquas a headache. By the way, were you able to accomplish what you came here for? Lord Barkin asked, trying to lighten the mood. Aquas nodded. Yes, there were no issues on that front. I'm curious. What was the oracle about that necessitated meeting with Kettle one-on-one? I needed confirmation. Confirmation. I needed to see whether he was a pure human or something mimicking humanity. What could the oracle possibly be? A brief silence fell. Lord Barkin gulped nervously as Aquas began to speak. His eyes widened in shock at her words. A day later, Kettle visited the Lord's castle. We meet again, Lord Barkin said, waiting in the reception room. Kettle entered with a cheerful grin and extended his hand. How have you been? Well enough. And you? The Lord asked with a faint smile. I'm glad to hear that, the Lord replied, somewhat awkwardly. Kettle sat on the sofa across from him. So, what's the reason for this meeting? Lord Barkin had invited him into his castle without telling him the details of the meeting. As the lord of this estate, there's something I need to tell you, he said, bowing his head slightly. I must express my gratitude. You saved this estate. He was talking about Cardos. If the Lick had been resurrected as he planned, this small estate would have been reduced to ruins in an instant. The barbarian was nothing short of the estate's savior. Did I? Kettle asked, his expression genuinely puzzled. Aquas told me as much, but honestly I don't quite understand. Even if my party members had gone to the dungeon, they would have resolved it without issue. You mean the warrior, the thief, and the priestess of the god of lies and deception? Lord Barkin asked. Exactly. They're all exceptional individuals. For what? I need to inform you that you defeating Cardos will not be made public. Lord Barkin's face was tinged with deep unease. Defeating Cardos was a remarkable achievement. If the news spread, Kettle's name would become known across the entire continent. However, that couldn't be allowed to happen. If word got out, the Emperor himself would take notice. Ultimately, this meant that Kettle would not receive the recognition he deserved. While key figures in the kingdom and the Sun God's church would know of his feat, it would still result in considerable disadvantages for him. Is that so? As long as my freedom isn't hindered, it doesn't matter much to me, Kettle replied nonchalantly. He had little interest in fame. However, from the Lord's perspective, it was as though he had deprived Kettle of something he was entitled to, and so felt obligated to compensate him appropriately. It might not be much of an apology, but you saved the estate. I must reward you for that. Lord Barkin took out an item from his belongings, a luxurious leather pouch. This is for you. A leather pouch. It's no ordinary leather pouch. See for yourself. Oh, Kettle's expression lit up with curiosity as he took the pouch. The material was clearly of high quality, and upon closer inspection, it was adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns. Is this what I think it is? Check inside, Lord Barkin said with a grin. Kettle opened the pouch, and what he saw exceeded his expectations. The pouch itself wasn't very large, just big enough to hold a few gold or silver coins. However, its interior was incredibly spacious. Even with a cursory glance, Kettle could tell it was large enough to hold the equivalent of an entire room. He looked at Lord Barkin, excited. This is incredible. It's an artifact, a fairly high-grade one at that. Consider it a reward for saving the estate and for keeping certain matters confidential. I hope you find it satisfactory. Satisfactory? It's perfect, Kettle exclaimed. He had just received an artifact, a genuine magical item. It was his first time seeing one in person. The Lord smiled. It doesn't have any particularly extravagant effects. It's just a space expansion artifact, nothing more. That's more than enough. Kettle recalled the hassle of carrying all his supplies during his recent expedition into the unexplored dungeon. With this pouch, such inconveniences would no longer be an issue. The space inside is roughly equivalent to the size of this reception room. Items larger than the pouch's opening will still fit inside, Lord Barkin explained. Really? To test it, Kettle picked up his axe. The weapon was too large to fit into the pouch under normal circumstances, yet as soon as he placed the axe near the opening, it seemed to be sucked inside effortlessly. Kettle's eyes grew even wider. Ooh, to retrieve an item, simply reach in and think of the object you want. Kettle reached into the pouch, picturing his axe. Instantly, the weapon was drawn into his hand, seemingly pulled out by an invisible force. Ooh, Kettle was ecstatic. It's a genuine artifact, a staple of fantasy tales, and a pouch-shaped artifact no less. It was the kind of item protagonists always acquired first in such stories. To have it in his hands felt almost unreal. The sheer joy made his mind spin. Seeing Kettle's elation, Lord Barkin laughed. Even though it was something he had to give as compensation, seeing Kettle so genuinely pleased made him feel good. I went to great lengths to acquire that. I'm glad you like it, Lord Barkin said. It's perfect, both its practicality and personal satisfaction were unparalleled for Kettle. But I'm curious, how did you acquire such an item? It doesn't seem like the kind of thing you'd come by easily. Did you buy it from the Mage Tower or somewhere similar? No, not from them, the Lord replied. I got it from one of the wandering merchants. Wandering merchants? Kettle asked. Have you never heard of them? They appear out of nowhere, selling all sorts of peculiar items. I purchased this from them. They're not human, are they? Who knows? They always wear strange ornaments, so their true identity is impossible to discern. They ask for payment, and if you pay, they give you the item. That's all I know. Interesting. Kettle's eyes gleamed with intrigue. If you travel enough, you're bound to encounter them someday. They appear suddenly and unpredictably, so it's all up to chance. That sounds exciting, Kettle said with a wide grin. After asking a few more questions about the wandering merchants, Kettle left the castle. Alone in the reception room, Lord Barkin leaned back into the sofa and pressed a hand to his forehead. At least this issue is resolved, he muttered. He was relieved that Kettle had accepted the artifact without complaint. It was an exceptionally rare item. The goods sold by wandering merchants were notoriously scarce, and their quality was often unmatched. This particular artifact had been a meaningful gift from Swordmaster Kine when Lord Barkin became a lord. However, as valuable as the artifact was, Kettle was a man driven by curiosity. The possibility that he might refuse had loomed large, but fortunately the worst-case scenario had been avoided. Still, the matter was far from over. A much greater problem remained. The oracle, the lord murmured with a bitter smile. What on earth is happening in this remote estate? Kine had said something was stirring in the world. He had come to the estate to warn Lord Barkin. I just wish Kine had been a bit more specific, the lord thought, quietly grumbling in his heart. Aquez's words about the divine oracle echoed in his mind. Evil will descend, she had said. The great evil. It will come here and spread across the world. The Barkin estate consisted of numerous villages spread around the city. Traveling merchants roamed among these villages, selling goods that were in short supply. Like most regions, these villages formed an interwoven network, maintaining regular communication with one another. Then one day, contact with one of the villages suddenly ceased. At first, no one found it odd. There were times when merchants failed to arrive or, by chance, no one ventured out of the village, causing a temporary lack of communication. However, several days passed and the village still did not send word. Concerned, people from a nearby village went to investigate, but they never returned. Those who went looking for them also failed to come back. Alarmed, they notified the lord. After hearing the situation, the lord sent a tax collector to confirm what was happening. The tax collector did not return, either. Realizing the severity of the matter, the lord assembled a squad of 10 fully armed guards and dispatched them. Sometimes a village refused to pay taxes and either fled or barricaded themselves in, so he wanted to check if that was the case. Ordinary farmers stood no chance against such a well-armed force. However, the guards did not return either. Only then did the lord realize that something dire was happening. Kettle arrived at the Guildhall early in the morning, just as he always did, and asked, "What kind of request do you have for me today?" However, instead of handing him the request board, Rosa spoke in a calm voice. "Today we have an emergency request. It's from the lord himself." A look of intrigue flickered across Kettle's face. "What is it about?" "It's to investigate a village that has stopped sending word." Rosa explained that contact with a particular village had been severed a few days ago, and Lord Barkin had asked them to find out why. It's essentially a simple dispatch request, but the payment is unusually high. Interesting. Kettle grinned in a peculiar way, then nodded. "Let's accept it." Rosa, as though expecting that response, gave a small smile. Kettle then headed toward the departure point. There he was greeted with a familiar face. He recognized her right away and walked up with a delighted expression. "Hayes, you came as well." "Ah, Kettle, hello," she replied. Hayes, the priestess who served Kaloja, the god of lies and deception, lowered her head politely. "Did you accept this request too?" Kettle asked. "Of course I did. I could hardly pass up such an intriguing job." Hayes smiled. She knew from experience that this barbarian would never ignore a request that stirred his curiosity. Kettle glanced around Hayes as though noticing something. "Are you alone? Where are the other party members?" They had cleared an unexplored dungeon together. Even though the other party member only received 10% of the total reward, it was still enough money that they could afford to take it easy for quite a while. Kettle tilted his head. "Then why are you here? Don't you have enough to last you a while?" "I have to send money back to my church, so I can't spend frivolously like they do." As a follower of the Church of Kalosia, deity viewed with distrust served a faith that struggled financially. Hayes always sent all her income to the church, keeping only enough for bare necessities. "That must be rough." "Hang in there," Kettle said. "No need to thank me. We're in the same party, aren't we?" Kettle replied with a grin. Hayes no longer found his smile intimidating. "How have you been, Kettle?" "I've been the same as always. I've just been completing smaller requests here and there." "I see," Hayes said. She had no idea that Kettle had already defeated Cardos. Since Aquez and the Lord had kept it a secret, hardly anyone in the estate knew Cardos had ever existed. Hayes simply nodded at Kettle's words. Kettle tapped the leather pouch on his belt. "I received this as part of a reward too." Hayes let out a small, confused laugh. "That looks high quality. It must have cost a lot." She never imagined that the leather pouch was actually an artifact. Artifacts were extremely rare, usually obtainable only in the capital city, and even then reserved for those of noble status. so she just thought that the pouch was an ordinary yet expensive pouch. Congratulations, Hayes said with a smile. Do you like it? Hayes chuckled softly. She thought this barbarian had a childlike quality to him. He reacted enthusiastically to even small things, and he knew how to show pure joy. At first, she had been terrified of him, but she had grown accustomed to his nature and even found it charming. They passed some time chatting idly. Soon, other mercenaries who had accepted the request began to gather. Kettle counted their numbers and stroked his chin. There aren't as many as I expected. It was a simple mission with a big reward, so he had assumed more people would show up. In total, however, they hadn't even reached 10. Hayes gave an awkward smile. To be honest, this request is a bit risky. Really, the request itself seemed pretty straightforward. It is straightforward, but the reward is too generous. All they had to do was travel to the village. Anyone could do that, yet the pay was far higher than the job warranted, which suggested the situation might be more than it seemed. There's also a rumor going around that none of the dispatch guards ever came back. This probably isn't as simple as it sounds, Hayes explained. Is that so? Are you fine with that? It might be dangerous. I have no reason to be afraid. My God protects me, Hayes said calmly. Her faith was unshakable, and Kettle nodded in agreement. I see, replied. Also, Hayes trailed off and glanced at Kettle. She had known he would accept the request. Given her experiences with him, it was hard to imagine much truly threatening them if Kettle was present. Still, Kettle mused. I expected at least 10 people. This is a big job with good pay. Hayes let out a sheepish laugh. There's also another rumor that's been spreading. What rumor? Haha. Hayes let out an awkward laugh and subtly averted his gaze. Her gaze shifted to a silver-haired woman standing nearby. She was strikingly beautiful, but her expression was utterly unreadable. Her commanding presence caught everyone's attention, yet no one dared to approach her. Aquez, the Inquisitor of Sun God. Why is she here? Hayes muttered to herself. Apparently word had spread that Aquez was in the estate and would be working alongside anyone who took the request. There were not many mercenaries bold enough to risk being around the Inquisitor of the Sun God. She's not planning to split my head open, is she? Hayes asked, her tone half joking but laced with genuine concern. As someone who served another god, she could technically be labeled as a heretic. Kettle shook his head. She won't do that. She's very polite and kind. Hayes's eyes grew wide. Are you acquainted with Aquez? Of course, we're friends. Hayes felt dizzy at the notion that a barbarian and an inquisitor were on friendly terms. Kettle looked ready to prove it, striding over to Aquez in long, confident steps. Kettle, Hayes called after him. It's fine, he assured her over his shoulder. He approached Aquez and greeted her. It's good to see you again. I don't recall ever becoming friends with you, Aquez replied. Oh, you heard me, Kettle said with a chuckle. Then how about we start being friends now? Aquez remained silent, finding him difficult to deal with for many reasons. So are you really planning to crack open anyone's head? He asked. We do not deny other gods. In the distant past, there were holy wars, but we no longer commit such acts. Interesting. Is that priestess also a follower of another god? Aquez asked, glancing in Hayes's direction. She's a priestess that serves the god of lies and deception. She's a good friend of mine. You mean Kaloja? Aquez said, her voice calm but tinged with subtle surprise. Oh, so you're familiar, Kettle remarked, intrigued. I am aware of all the great beings that exist in this world, Aquez replied evenly, though a flicker of curiosity crossed her face. So she's a priestess of Kaloja. That's what I've been told. Is there an issue? Kettle asked. No, I was just under the impression that Kaloja's followers were in a period of dormancy. As far as I know, only those in very high-ranking positions are able to act during such times. It's nothing. I don't claim to know every detail about every religious order. Perhaps it's my mistake, Aquez replied, shaking her head. Kettle stroked his chin thoughtfully before speaking again. So the fact that you're here, does that mean it's time you know about the divine oracle? That I cannot say. The divine has not revealed the exact timing to us. This request may simply be a case of losing contact with the village. This uncertainty was precisely why Lord Barkin had been preparing for all possibilities, assembling the guards and hiring mercenaries to send as a task force. But the possibility still exists, Kettle pressed. Aquez did not deny it, and Kettle's expression turned even more intrigued. The great evil, is it? Kettle asked. The term itself brought to mind a certain kind of being, one Kettle could imagine without much difficulty. Soon after, the guard commander arrived, leading his men. He scanned the gathered mercenaries before his eyes landed on Kettle. His expression immediately shifted to one of resigned acknowledgement. Of course you're here, the commander said. Why would I pass up on something that sounds this interesting? Kettle replied with a grin. It's not as exciting as you think. But regardless, you're welcome, the commander said without much concern. Despite the unusual circumstances, his demeanor remained calm. The reason for his composure was simple, the presence of Aquez, the Inquisitor of the Sun God. The commander felt reassured knowing such a powerful figure was on their side. He was certain no challenge would remain unsolved. He held no doubt about Aquez's ability to handle anything that came their way. Let's get moving, the commander ordered. The guards and mercenaries began gathering and organizing themselves. Kettle observed the scene with satisfaction. Good, he murmured. Moving as a group wasn't an unfamiliar concept to him. In the White Snowfield, he had hunted monsters alongside his comrades on several occasions, but that was limited to the White Snowfield, a place that could hardly be called a part of this fantastical world, and his comrades, the terrifying barbarians of the Snowfield, could hardly form anything resembling a cohesive unit. This, however, was a true group: mercenaries, a priestess, a barbarian, and an inquisitor. It felt like a raid party from one of the epic stories he had heard about. Kettle found the current situation immensely satisfying, a smile spreading across his face. The guard commander, noticing Kettle's odd expression, spoke up. "Follow us. Lady Aquez, we're counting on you as well." Aquez nodded silently, and the group began their journey toward the troubled village. The group left the estate and began their journey toward the troubled village. The distance wasn't short; it would take them half a day even if they walked continuously. So when they reached the halfway point, the guard commander suggested taking a break. The guards loosened their armor and began to rest. Kettle also sat down by a tree, closed his eyes, and leisurely enjoyed the scent of grass and the gentle breeze. At that moment, he sensed someone approaching him. Presence hesitated, fidgeting as if uncertain, before cautiously moving closer. It wasn't a familiar presence. It was the first time a stranger had approached him first. Kettle opened his eyes. Eek! The sudden gaze startled the man, causing him to let out a shrill cry. "Hello, greetings," Kettle replied. The man had an intelligent-looking face. Gathering his courage, he carefully spoke. "Are you, Kettle, by any chance?" "Yes, I am." Kettle tilted his head, puzzled. The man continued, speaking cautiously. "About the recent dungeon incident." "Ah," Kettle exclaimed as realization dawned on him. Cardos had taken about 9 people hostage. The man in front of him was one of them. Upon closer look, Kettle vaguely remembered his face, though at the time, the man's expression had been vacant and unrecognizable. "You were one of the captives. I'm glad you're safe," Kettle said. The man bowed deeply again. If not for Kettle, he would have been killed and turned into a plaything of the lick. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was alive today because of Kettle. Kettle felt equally pleased. Knowing that his actions had saved someone's life filled him with great joy. "By the way, what should I call you?" Kettle asked. "Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet," the man replied, straightening his modest attire. "My name is Guration. I am a mage. Well, technically an apprentice mage, since I haven't officially earned the title yet." "A mage, you say?" Kettle's eyes widened in interest. The man flinched under his gaze. "Did I say something unnecessary?" Guration thought nervously. Barbarians and mages didn't get along well. Barbarians despised mages, viewing them as weaklings who relied on tricks, while mages mocked barbarians as ignorant brutes. However, Kettle was the one who had saved him. Guration had thought it necessary to explain himself, but now he regretted it. However, instead of disdain, Kettle leaned in with a curious expression. "So you can use magic?" "And no, not yet. I am still just an apprentice." "An apprentice," Kettle said, intrigued. Guration began to explain. He had been an ordinary village youth until a passing mage recognized his potential to wield mana. The mage had granted him permission to pursue the path of magic, accepting him as a temporary apprentice. "Oh, I didn't know that was possible," Kettle mused. "It's rare, but apparently there are cases like mine. They say magical talent sometimes manifests out of nowhere." "Then does that mean you already knew about the mist?" Kettle asked. "Not exactly, but the mage said that I showed potential to manifest mist, and that potential led me to the path of magic." "What an interesting journey," Kettle said, impressed. It was the quintessential fantasy tale, yet at the same time it stirred a sense of melancholy within him. "I haven't even had the chance to check if I have that kind of talent," Kettle thought. He quickly brushed away the fleeting gloom. A village boy being chosen by a wandering masterate was practically a protagonist's story. Naturally, Kettle's curiosity grew. "So why are you here?" he asked. "My master's first command was to reach the magic tower on my own," Guration replied. "The mage tower." Kettle's eyes sparkled. Among the knowledge he had gleaned from the library, there had been mentions of the mage tower, a place where the greatest number of mages in the world resided. It was the hub of diverse schools of magic and home to many archmages conducting their research. "The mage tower," Kettle repeated. "So you're on your way there?" "Yes. Unfortunately, I got caught up in that mess with Cardos along the way." Guration shuddered, recalling the horrific experience. He now had another complaint to share with his master. "I'd love to visit the mage tower someday," Kettle said. "Excuse me?" Guration looked at him in surprise. Barbarian visiting the mage tower was appearing as unlikely as a fish living out of water, but Kettle's expression was utterly serious. Guration cautiously responded. "If you ever come to the mage tower, mention the School of Shadows in my name, Guration. I am just an apprentice, so I might not be of much help, but I will welcome you as best as I can." "I'll remember that," Kettle said with a grin. However, Guration didn't dwell on it too much. Realistically, the idea of a barbarian setting foot in the mage tower was absurd. "So this commission is to fund your journey to the mage tower?" Kettle asked. Yes, the task is simple and the pay is good. I saw no reason to refuse. There are ominous rumors about this job, Kettle noted. I've heard them too, but come on. The worst thing that could happen has already happened to me. What are the chances of that happening twice in a row? Guration shook his head, laughing lightly. Kettle merely smiled in silence. A few hours later, they arrived at the village as dusk began to fall, with the sun dipping below the horizon. The world was painted in a crimson hue as the group entered the village, their faces tense, weapons gripped tightly in anticipation. What do you think? The guard commander asked. I don't sense any presence, Aquas replied quietly. Then it's possible they simply fled, the frowned commander remarked, gesturing sharply. The guards quickly began to search the village. Mercenaries, it's your turn. Look for any signs or traces, the commander ordered. Yes, yes, understood. Kettle scanned the village. It wasn't large, barely big enough to house around 100 people, yet it wasn't a number that could vanish without leaving a trace. The guard commander was certain they would find something, even if it was small. However, the more they searched, the stranger things became. One of the guards approached with a bewildered expression. There's food left behind. Could be from people fleeing in a hurry, the commander explained. No, that's not what I mean, sir. There's freshly cooked food still warm, the guard clarified. What? The commander's face hardened. Show me. The guard led him to a small house. Inside, a table was set with steaming potatoes and coffee. The rising steam indicated the food had been cooked just moments before their arrival. The commander's face twisted in confusion. What is this? Contact with the village had been lost several days ago. Since then, numerous groups had come but never returned. The commander considered two possibilities. Either the village had been overtaken and its occupants subdued, or as Aquas had suggested, some form of evil had descended upon the village. Yet both possibilities seemed to be disproven. If evil truly existed here, there wouldn't be freshly cooked food. And if someone had turned the village into a base, there should have been people around, but the village was deserted. Were there any traces of humans? The commander asked. None, sir, the guard replied, shaking his head in disbelief. There's no evidence of anyone leaving or hitting, not even a single footprint. The final possibility that someone had fled in a rush after spotting their approach was also ruled out. Just continue searching, the commander ordered. Yes, sir. The others were equally perplexed. There were signs of life everywhere, freshly cooked food, untouched belongings, but not a single person was present. It was as though the village had been abandoned in an instant, leaving behind an eerie feeling. The searchers felt a growing sense of unease. An hour later, the entire group gathered in the village square. What's the situation? The commander asked. It's the same everywhere, sir, one of the guards reported. There's evidence people were here moments ago, but no sign of anyone now. No tracks either. Aquas, do you have any insights? The commander asked. I don't know. Aquas admitted, visibly unsettled. If evil had descended upon this place, the land itself should have been shrouded in darkness. Yet the village felt entirely ordinary, as if nothing had happened. And yet the strange circumstances were too unnatural to dismiss as coincidence. The group murmured anxiously, but even Aquas could not provide an answer. As the guard commander bit his lip in frustration, his gaze landed on Kettle. Do you know anything? Kettle, who had once defeated a swordmaster, was a man of extraordinary strength. If anyone could uncover something, it would be him. However, Kettle also shook his head. I didn't find anything unusual either. There are signs of life, but no evidence of anyone leaving the village. I can't sense any presence either. This is maddening, the commander groaned. Even with two transcendent-level individuals in their midst, they had found nothing. As the commander wrestled with his thoughts, Kettle suddenly spoke. Instead of driving ourselves crazy, why not ask someone who might know? He asked. Aquas doesn't know either, the commander replied. I wasn't talking about her. There's someone else, isn't there? Kettle replied casually. What? The commander's eyes widened. Kettle tilted his head as though surprised. What, you didn't notice? Wait, what are you talking about? The commander stammered. Exactly what I said. Didn't you find someone here in the village? The commander froze, his mind racing. He scanned the faces around him, and then he saw her. There was a woman, a face he hadn't seen when they started their journey. She was so seamlessly blended among the group that no one had noticed her arrival. Or rather, it should have been impossible not to notice her. She was breathtakingly beautiful, to the point of being unnatural. The commander could not believe such an exquisite woman suddenly appeared without anyone realizing it. Except for Kettle, no one else had noticed her presence. The woman looked at Kettle with curiosity. How interesting. My disguise was perfect. How did you notice me? When the numbers suddenly increase and a new face appears, it's impossible not to notice, Kettle said bluntly. No, that's not what I mean. You shouldn't have been able to perceive that fact at all. Even the great inquisitor of the sun god couldn't detect me, she said with a sly smile, her eyes brimming with intrigue as she stared at Kettle. You don't seem like someone who's awakened to the mist. Who are you? You're an unexpected discovery. Everyone. Step back, the guard commander shouted, snapping out of his daze. The group scrambled to distance themselves from the woman, forming a wide circle around her. Aquas, the commander asked urgently. I didn't feel her presence either. Aquas whispered, her voice tinged with dread. Aquas, an inquisitor of the sun god, was among the best in detecting evil and demonic presence. The fact that she couldn't sense anything meant one of two things. Either this woman wasn't evil or demonic, or she was such a high-level being that even Aquas couldn't perceive her. The woman sighed in boredom. Ah, what a shame. I wanted to tag along and visit your estate. Sorry, but I can't allow that, Kettle said firmly. No, it's fine. This is amusing enough, so I will let it slide, the woman replied with a chuckle. As she laughed, her form began to melt away like an insect shedding its skin. Her human shape crumbled, and something far more sinister emerged. A massive, overwhelming presence of evil filled the air, and the mercenaries and guards' faces turned pale. Aquas's face reflected pure horror. I've made my decision. A voice rumbled, shaking their minds and gnawing at their consciousness. It was the voice of an overwhelming evil. Amusing barbarian, I will take you as my slave to hell. I think I'll enjoy that journey, Kettle replied, laughing heartily, only one unshaken. Evil seeped into the world, dark and vile. Filthy shadows descended upon the mortal realm, filling the air with a nauseating stench that spread in all directions. The people were horrified. This place was no longer part of the mortal plane. It had become a land corrupted by evil. Aquas shouted desperately, "Everyone, run!" Even before her words registered, the group had already begun to flee. However, the moment they reached the village's outskirts, they collided with an invisible barrier. Ah, no. This can't be happening. Let us out. Open it up. They banged their fists against the violet barrier, but it stood unyielding like an impregnable wall. Meanwhile, the demon laughed gleefully. This village is my domain. None of you will escape. You are all my prey. And then the demon revealed her true form. Her twisted horns resembled those of a vile, violet lamb. Her eyes, with black sclerae and stark white pupils, were deeply unsettling. Her attire was provocative, exposing bronzed skin that gleamed as if kissed by sunlight. Hayes screamed as if to dispel her disbelief. A demon? No, this is impossible. How could a demon appear here? Is that really a demon? Kettle asked. Yes, Hayes cried out, panic clear in her voice. And not just any demona named demon. Oh, great Kaloja, please save me. Protect me from the taint of this vile evil. She fell to her knees, frantically praying, her words a blur of desperation. Kettle stepped forward and placed his large hand on her head. Calm yourself, Hayes. I am here with you. Ah, Hayes stammered, her trembling subsiding under the weight of Kettle's reassuring hand. Her wide, fearful eyes slowly began to regain clarity as she stood unsteadily. Kettle tilted his head slightly, curiosity sparking in his gaze. I have a question. What does it mean for a demon to have a name? Hayes gulped, her words faltering as she explained it. It means exactly what it sounds like. In this world, there were countless beings referred to as demons. However, not all of them were powerful. Some were so weak that even an ordinary woodcutter could defeat them with a bit of luck. These entities, often misnamed as demons, were simply fragments of darkness and malevolent energy. But the ones who could truly be called demons, those were different. A true demon was born in the cradle of darkness, without a mother, and claimed a name through sheer will. Even the weakest of demons with a name had the power to shake an entire kingdom to their core. Kettle furrowed his brow thoughtfully. Are the kingdoms of this world that fragile? This is the second time I've encountered beings capable of such destruction. What do you mean by that? Hayes stammered. Nothing, just thinking out loud, Kettle replied dismissively. So that demon has a name then? Why, yes. Hayes confirmed, her gaze locked fearfully on the demon. From the shape of her horns, that demon must be Ashishiar. She appeared centuries ago. But why? Why would such an entity manifest in this remote corner of the world? Yet, regardless of the reason, the reality was undeniable. Ashishiar had descended upon this land. The barrier trapped them, leaving no way to escape. Kettle mused, staring at the violet barrier with a fascinated expression. Is this unbreakable? Yes, this place is already part of the demon's domain. Unless someone aids us from the outside, there's no way to breach it. The only way to escape is to defeat the demon, Hayes explained. I see. Kettle's tone was calm, as if contemplating something mundane. O mighty Kaloja, please forgive me for placing my faith in someone who serves another god, Hayes muttered to herself. Aquas, the inquisitor of the sun god, stood silently, her piercing eyes locked onto Ashishiar. The group's survival depended on her ability to defeat the demon. Kettle, meanwhile, casually approached the barrier and tapped it lightly, almost as if knocking on a door. Crack. The barrier fractured, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward from the point of contact. The people, too preoccupied with fear to watch, kept their eyes shut tightly. Oh dear, Kettle muttered, hurriedly withdrawing his hand. Deciding to stay in the moment, Kettle shifted his attention to the standoff between the demon and the Inquisitor. His eyes sparkled with interest. This was a battle between divine light and infernal darkness, a tale as old as time itself. This should be fun, Kettle remarked with a grin. Aquas stared coldly at the demon, while Ashishiar dismissed her gaze with a mocking smile. Demon, so you've been playing tricks, Aquas said. What did you think? Wasn't it fun? Didn't it ignite your desire to investigate? Ashishiar replied, her tone laced with amusement. Disgusting antics, Aquas muttered, narrowing her eyes. The traces in the villager remnants that looked as though people had just been there made sense. The demon had staged it all, purely for her amusement. How did a being like you descend into this world? Aquas asked, her tone sharp. A named demon's summoning required an enormous sacrifice. The population of this small village wouldn't have been sufficient. Establishing her domain in such a remote area without drawing attention was equally impossible. The very idea was utterly implausible. Do you think I'd tell you? Ashishiar asked, her lips curving into a sly smile. Her mocking laughter filled the air, and Aquas's expression twisted in revulsion. How dare such a vile demon pollute this land? Vile, impure. Ashishiar bared her teeth, a scornful grin spreading across her face. That's just a standard you gods came up with, that judgment you imposed on us without any basis. Her laughter erupted again, filled with malice. The sound was so oppressive that the people around her covered their ears in agony. Ha ha ha, yes, we lost to you. We handed over this world and were cast into that wretched hell of yours. Long ago, gods and humans joined forces in a great clash against the demons. The victors were the gods and humans, and the demons were banished from the world. But not anymore, Ashishiar declared. The world is fracturing. This world no longer belongs solely to you. Aquas fell silent, her mind racing to process the demon's ominous words, but there was no time to dwell on them. Ashishiar bowed gracefully, her movements disturbingly elegant. I am Ashishiar, the demon of oppression, she introduced herself, her greedy eyes locking onto Aquas. Great and noble inquisitor of the sun god, I wonder what would your flesh taste like? Ashishiar grinned wickedly, revealing shark-like teeth. Disgusting creature. Aquas spat, her face etched with disdain. Return to where you belong. This world belongs to us and the gods. Raising her hand toward the sky, Aquas murmured a short prayer. Descend upon me. Boom. A pillar of light cracked down from above, enveloping Aquas in radiant energy. Slowly, the divine light began to infuse her body. The demon watched silently, her lips curling into a smirk. Meanwhile, Kettle's eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, the demon is not attacking during the transformation phase. Even in fantasy, that rule applies. What are you talking about? That makes no sense, Hayes shouted incredulously. Aquas wasn't transforming in the way Kettle imagined. She was borrowing the divine power from her Goda process, so concentrated with holy energy that any interference would likely backfire. That was why Ashishiar observed without intervening. It wasn't some unspoken rule about transformations. Kettle nodded knowingly. I see, so that's how it works here. Makes sense. What are you even talking about? Hayes exclaimed, her face a mixture of confusion and frustration. As the divine pillar faded, Aquas's appearance had completely transformed. She now donned golden armor that gleamed with divine radiance. In her hands, she wielded a massive mace and a towering shield. She silently adjusted her stance, her expression calm yet resolute. Ashishiar, still grinning, extended her hand into the air. The shadows blanketing the ground rose and coalesced into her hand, forming a weapon, a hammer shaped from pure darkness. Let's see what you've got, dog of the gods, Ashishiar sneered. Before her words had even fully registered, Aquas lunged forward, her feet digging into the ground with such force that dirt exploded around her. In an instant, she was directly in front of the demon. Aquas raised her mace, and Ashishiar, laughing gleefully, swung her dark hammer to meet the attack. Clang! Golden light and darkness collided violently, sending distorted shockwaves rippling through the air. The sheer force of the clash caused the surrounding people to cry out in pain. The oppressive mix of divine energy and malevolence was unbearable for ordinary humans. Only Kettle watched the battle with a delighted expression, as if it were a grand spectacle. Thud! Aquas slammed her massive rectangular shield into the ground and charged forward like a raging boar. Ashishiar smirked, her mocking tone cutting through the tension. Fighting without grace, don't you even know the art of combat, you mindless dog? In sync with her words, Ashishiar spun her hammer elegantly, creating a swirling motion that obscured her form. Her graceful movements belied the immense power she wielded. Aquas's charge struck only empty earth. Up here, Ashishiar said with a sing-song tone. The demon reappeared directly above Aquas, her hammer raised. Aquas quickly brought up her shield, preparing for the inevitable strike. But instead of attacking, Ashishiar gently pressed her hand against the shield. Be crushed. Crunch. Darkness poured from Ashishiar's hand, pressing down on the shield with a crushing force. The overwhelming pressure bore down on Aquas as if an enormous boulder were pinning her in place. Aquas groaned, her voice strained in pain. The weight of the darkness was immense, carrying tangible physical force. Ashishiar grinned, channeling even more energy into her attack. Slowly, Aquas's knees began to buckle under the pressure. But then, Aquas's lips parted, and she whispered. Seeing light gathered into Aquas's mace as she gripped it tightly. With newfound determination, she charged forward once more. Ashishiar's expression turned serious as she swung her hammer to meet the attack. Boom! The clash of light and darkness grew fiercer. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air, forcing people to the ground, unable to remain standing. The collision of these two opposing forces shook the earth and made the air tremble. Waves of energy spread out in every direction. The proximity to such a battle between light and darkness was unbearable for ordinary people. Some coughed up blood and collapsed unconscious, unable to endure the overwhelming clash of divine and malevolent forces. Only Kettle watched the scene with wide-eyed excitement. "Ooh, how magnificent!" he exclaimed. "Eek!" Hayes screamed from behind him, unable to suppress her terror. She couldn't fathom Kettle's calm demeanor. The sheer intensity of the divine and demonic forces was enough to shake her body and mind, making it nearly impossible to stay conscious. Yet here he was, standing nonchalantly as if enjoying a spectacle. The battle raged on. Little by little, the demon was being pushed back. Hayes's eyes glimmered with a faint sense of hope. "I knew it," she whispered. Aquas wasn't just an inquisitor of the sun god, she was regarded as a prodigy even among her peers. If anyone could defeat the demon, it was her. However, the gap in power between them wasn't overwhelming. Hayes realized they could confidently win the battle if someone else helped out Aquas, and standing there was someone capable of providing that assistance. "Kettle, can't you help Lady Aquas?" Hayes asked desperately. Kettle was strong. From what she had discerned, he was at least above advanced level. While she couldn't gauge the full extent of his power, the fact that he was completely unaffected by the battle's shockwaves suggested he could meaningfully influence the fight. Kettle nodded, acknowledging her words. "It's possible. Then could you? But why should I?" Kettle interrupted. Hayes looked up at him, startled. Kettle's eyes remained glued to the battle, his face alight with childlike wonder. "I've been longing to witness such a grand fight," he said with a grin. A servant of a god and a demon were two beings that represented the most irreconcilable forces in a fantasy world, and the two of them were clashing in front of him, denying each other's existence and wielding their powers in an epic battle. It was a spectacle he had dreamed of even in his sleep. "Why would I interfere and ruin the fight?" he asked. What?" Hayes stammered. "Of course, I do have the desire to fight a demon myself," Kettle admitted. "But more than that, I want to watch this battle." Hayes was at a loss for words. Does the scripture itself grant them power, or is it just a way to channel their god's blessing? Kettle mused to himself, his tone more curious than serious. "If so, could I do that too?" "No, that's probably not how it works. It's likely a blessing granted to those who serve the gods. So does that mean I could receive such a blessing if I pledged myself to the sun god?" Kettle's face lit up with excitement as he muttered to himself, lost in thought. Hayes could do nothing but stare at him in stunned silence. Hayes thought she knew Kettle well enough. Having cleared 2 dungeons together, she believed she had a grasp of what kind of person he was. He was peculiar and highly curious, but fundamentally he was a good person. He showed consideration for others and carried himself with courtesy. Deep down, she had assumed the barbarian was a unique yet ordinary being surviving in this world. However, something felt off right now. There was an alien quality to him. He was not someone who shared her values. She realized this unsettling truth. Hayes suddenly felt that the barbarian had grown distant. Boom! Amidst these thoughts, the battle raged on. Light and darkness clashed, their shockwaves sweeping across the battlefield. Clang! Ashashiar violently struck her hammer against Aquas's shield and staggered back. Her hammer had the remnants of the golden divine light, which she shook off swiftly. As expected of the dog of the gods, Ashashiar thought. She knew her power was superior to Aqua's. The gap between them was undeniable, so big that she would win all 100 times if they fought that many battles. Yet their compatibility wasn't favorable. In this world, magic could never overcome the power of the gods. Moreover, Aquas could recite scriptures. The scriptures were the words of the gods, and reading them allowed one to channel divine power more directly. At this rate, the battle would stretch on endlessly, and there was even a chance she could lose. Ashashiar needed to seize the upper hand. She swung her hammer, confusing Aquas for a moment, as she wasn't the target. However, her expression quickly shifted. With a thunderous stomp, Aquas surged forward, raising her shield before the others. Boom! Darkness collided with her shield and exploded. Screams erupted from the mercenaries and the guards behind her. Had she failed to block Ashashiar's attack, they would have been torn apart by the darkness. "You vile creature," Aquas said. "Did you honestly expect fairness from a demon?" Ashashiar mocked her. Aquas's expression didn't falter. No demon would have allowed others into their domain just to let them spectate the battle. Attacking the others was clearly a ploy to hinder her. Knowing this, Aquas spoke calmly. A golden sanctuary unfolded, a divine domain no evil could penetrate. "Everyone, come here," she commanded. The people scrambled into the protective zone Aquas had created. Ashashiar laughed mockingly. "Are you sure you can afford to waste such a precious scripture?" "Shut up," Aquas snapped, charging at her fiercely. Ashashiar retaliated with her hammer. Boom! The battle took a sharp turn. Aquas's divine aura began to wane, and she could no longer perfectly block Ashashiar's attacks. The scriptures embodied the words of the gods. Reciting them granted overwhelming power, but the cost was equally steep. It wasn't a force one could wield freely. Aquas's disadvantage quickly became evident. Watching her struggle, Ashashiar cackled. "How foolish. Sacrificing your strength and heading toward defeat just to save a handful of insignificant mortals. Pathetic." Aquas didn't respond, instead swinging her mace. Ashashiar intercepted the blow with her hammer. The sun god's divine energy no longer corroded her weapon. Clang. As their bodies closed in, Ashishiar whispered coldly, "Death means nothing. It's just death. No one will remember your noble sacrifice. If Aqua's lost here, everyone trapped in the domain of darkness would die." And Ashishiar would reveal herself to the world. Aqua's defeat would be known, and with it the shame of her god. The first dog of the sun god is going to die here. You will tarnish both your own and your god's honor. But if you strike me down, everyone will sing your praises and your god's influence will grow. For that to happen, Aquas would need to give her all, which meant abandoning the people here. Ashishiar smiled faintly. It's very simple. Withdraw the sanctuary protecting them. They're non-believers who don't worship your god heretics. Aquas was an inquisitor, one who judged heretics. If taking their lives troubles you, don't worry. Leave it to me. All you have to do is close your eyes and block your ears. Ashishiar continued. Shut up. As if the words weren't worth acknowledging, Aquas gripped her shield tightly and charged. The ground shattered, sending Ashishiar flying. Ashishiar smirked. Are you choosing to die here and insult your god? Instead of replying, Aquas slammed her foot down and swung her glowing mace. Clang. Ashishiar blocked it but was visibly startled. Usually, humans cornered to this extent would give up on those they protected. They would utter hollow promises of vengeance for the fallen. Ashishiar enjoyed mocking their contradictions, their selfish desire to survive. However, Aquas was genuinely unwilling to abandon the people. Ashishiar's gaze flickered. Is that virtue what captivated your god? Then die as a martyr. Boom. Ashishiar's attacks intensified, darkness enveloping Aquas. Her overwhelming speed disoriented Aquas, throwing her off balance. Enough. Before Aquas could finish, Ashishiar clamped her hand over her mouth. I've heard enough of your god's words. Boom. She slammed Aquas into the ground and raised her hammer for a final strike. Aquas barely managed to lift her shide. Crash. The hammer shattered the shield. With a snap of Ashishiar's fingers, darkness engulfed Aquas entirely. Aquas stammered. The battle was over. The golden sanctuary protecting the people vanished. No, no, despairing cries erupted. The Inquisitor had lost to the demon. They were all doomed. Ashishiar reveled in their screams. I'll savor you as dessert later. But first, let's see what the sun god's precious dog tastes like. She opened her mouth, revealing sharp, shark-like teeth. Aquas didn't close her eyes. With unwavering resolve, she glared at the evil threatening her. Annoyed, Ashishiar sneered. Such pretty eyes. I want to see them twisted in agony. As she leaned in to bite, a voice interrupted. That's far enough. Kettle had seized Ashishiar's shoulder. What? She was stunned. How? Ashishiar thought. She hadn't sensed any movement. Before she could process it, an immense force flung her backward. She collided with her own barrier. Boom. That was an interesting fight, Kettle remarked casually, brushing his hands off. But she is my friend. I won't let her die. He extended a hand toward the fallen Aquas and said, Are you all right? Aquas stared at him blankly. Aquas had used every means at her disposal, yet she was defeated. She had resigned herself to death. Because of this, she had momentarily forgotten Kettle's existence. He was the one who had defeated Swordmaster Kaina, Transcendent Swordsman. He possessed the ability to intervene in their battle and change the course of the fight. You, Ashishiar, who had been slammed into her own barrier, staggered to her feet. Her expression portrayed her irritation, as though someone had ruined their feast. You insolent barbarian, how dare you interrupt my meal? My apologies, but she is my friend. I cannot let her die, Kettle replied calmly. I was planning to let you live, even as a toy, Ashishiar sneered. Unfortunately, I have no intention of being used by anyone. Is that so? Ashishiar smirked as darkness coalesced, forming a hammer in her hands. In that case, you will die here today. Step back. Aquas exclaimed, struggling to her feet. You cannot defeat a demon. I think I'm stronger than you might think, Kettle said with a nonchalant shrug. No, Aquas insisted, her voice resolute. Anyone who does not wield divine power cannot defeat a demon. It wasn't a matter of strength. Only divine power could banish a named demon from this world. Any other force would be futile. This was a law established since the beginning, when gods and demons came into existence. Moreover, this was the demon's domain. No stroke of luck could be expected. Barbarian stood no chance of defeating the demon. At Aquas's words, Kettle stroked his chin thoughtfully, as if intrigued. So only gods can stand against demons. What an interesting concept. Step aside, I will handle this, Aquas insisted. Even if you say that, Kettle replied, glancing at her, you don't look like you're in any condition to fight. Her once golden armor had been tainted and corroded by the darkness. Her shield was shattered, and the hand holding her mace trembled uncontrollably. The outcome was clear. Aquas had lost, and yet the Inquisitor's eyes still burned with determination. This is my duty. I serve the sun god. It is my purpose to stand against evil, she said. But no matter her resolve, her body betrayed her, swaying unsteadily. So this is what it means to be a believer. Impressive. Kettle grinned, amused. He was satisfied about what he had witnessed today. This Inquisitor truly possessed the faith and heart worthy of one who served the god. I've seen something remarkable from you, but leave the rest to me. I've always wanted to see what it's like to fight a demon, Kettle said with a faint smile. You foolish barbarian, you don't understand, do you? You cannot defeat me, Ashishiar mocked. Judging by that strength earlier, you're strong, I'll give you that, but that's it. You cannot wield divine power, so you will never be able to bring me down. Shall we put that to the test? Kettle asked, smiling serenely. Ashishiar's grin turned sadistic. One of her greatest joys was breaking those who overestimated their own strength and devouring them afterward. I want to see your eyes contort in agony, Ashishiar said. As soon as the words left her lips, she vanished. Darkness parted as she reappeared directly in front of Kettle. It was a leap through space, not a simple movement, leaving no time for reaction. Even Aquas, with her divine sense, wouldn't have been able to detect the attack in time. Shadow silently reached for Kettle's neck. No. Aquas whispered weakly, envisioning Kettle's broken form in her mind. However, something very different had happened. Crack, Ashishiar's head shattered. Aquas's eyes widened. What? The headless body of Ashishiar staggered and then collapsed. Kettle glanced at his fist and gave a small nod. She's not as resilient as I expected. Huh, Aquas muttered blankly. Kettle's attack was so fast that it was completely invisible to her naked eye. The last thing she remembered was Ashishiar's hammer descending toward Kettle's head. Yet in the blink of an eye, Ashishiar's head had been destroyed. Kettle was brushing off his fist casually. Did he crush her head with his fist? Aquas wondered. At a speed beyond her perception, he had smashed a demon's head with nothing more than his bare hand. How is that even possible? Her thoughts swirled in a chaotic mix of confusion and horror. Meanwhile, Kettle calmly observed the headless body. Suddenly, the fallen body began to fade, the ground darkened, and shadows rose from a distance. Ashishiar emerged from the darkness, intact once more. So, even if your head is destroyed, you regenerate. You're quite different from those skeleton monsters, Kettle mused, clearly intrigued. Ashishiar's expression mirrored Aquas's confusion. What just happened? She couldn't see Kettle's attack either. She thought her hammer was about to strike, yet it was her head that had been obliterated. What are you? Ashishiar asked. I'm just a simple barbarian, Kettle replied nonchalantly. Don't lie to me. Ashishiar narrowed her eyes. The dark energy around her seemed to fixate on Kettle. I don't see any trace of magic or aura. Kettle wasn't using any magic, aura, or any other discernible energy. That realization only deepened her frustration. Determined to get answers, she pushed her doubts aside, grabbed her hammer, and vanished into the shadows. Clang, she reappeared right beside Kettle, her hammer swinging fiercely as she gouged the earth. Kettle watched her silently, almost leisurely. Her human form is a bit unnerving. She was a striking beauty, not quite on the level of the elf queen, but still captivating enough to turn heads. But then again, Kettle thought, she's still a demon. There is no reason for me to hold back. Crack. A massive hole appeared in her chest. Unable to withstand the impact, Ashishiar was flung backward, colliding with her own barrier. Ashishiar staggered to her feet, the gaping hole in her chest rapidly filling with darkness. Kettle let out a soft whistle of intrigue. You're regenerating immediately. That's interesting. I wonder how it works. Ashishiar fell silent. The shock was evident in her eyes. It was nothing but a punch, no aura, no magical enhancement. It was just a raw, physical punch. It was simply so fast and so powerful that she couldn't even perceive it. Kettle stroked his chin thoughtfully, then nodded as if he had made a decision. He moved and his figure vanished. When he reappeared, he was directly in front of Ashishiar. Ashishiar attempted to raise her hammer in panic, but Kettle was faster. His hand shot out. Allah, she shouted. Kettle grabbed her arm and slammed her into the ground, the earth shattering with a deafening crash. Before she could react, Kettle raised his foot and stomped her head. Her head was severed from her body. Ashishiar's form dissolved into shadows once again, reforming at a distance. So if your head is destroyed or severed, you regenerate completely. Otherwise, you simply heal. I'm assuming the core is located in your head, Kettle muttered, his tone analytical. Ashishiar's face twisted in rage at his detached analysis. She felt like nothing more than a plaything under his scrutiny. You think brute strength is enough to defeat me? This barbarian didn't use aura, magic, or any special powers. He was simply fast and overwhelmingly strong. That was all there was to him, and that fact enraged her even more. I am Ashishiar, demon of oppression. Do you think mere human strength can defy me? Even so, Kettle shrugged indifferently. You don't seem particularly impressive. Overwhelmed with fury, Ashishiar raised her hammer, dark energy coalescing around it, growing denser and heavier. She charged directly at him, however it was pointless. The hammer stopped, caught by Kettle's fingers. A massive shockwave rippled outward, yet Kettle's stance didn't waver. Kettle nodded, impressed. It's quite heavy. Crash. Kettle tightened his grip, and Ashishiar's hammer shattered into fragments. Before she could react, his fist slammed into her face, obliterating her head once more. As her head regenerated, she ground her teeth in fury. This is absurd. How is this even possible? She was the demon of oppression. The darkness she commanded was imbued with a weight that defied the limits of matter and physical laws. In her domain, though not as powerful as in Helsh, could still draw significant strength. At full power, she could infuse her hammer with the weight of an entire fortress. And yet, this barbarian had stopped her hammer with his bare fingers. He was just a mere human without even a trace of mist. This is impossible, she screamed in denial. Kettle simply smiled and raised his fist. The darkness swirled and trembled around him, but his fist tore through it all, shattering everything in its path. Boom, the battle was one-sided. It remained completely in Kettle's favor. Aquez watched the scene in stunned silence. What am I even witnessing right now? Ashishiar was a demon who, centuries ago, had single-handedly brought down an entire kingdom. Even Aquez, empowered by divine scriptures, had struggled just to hold her at bay. Yet here was Ashishiar, being pummeled by nothing more than Kettle's fists. A demon of Ashishiar's caliber, whose power embodied crushing physical force, was being physically overpowered. The fight was surreal, as if she were watching a human playing with an ant. Boom, Kettle tore Ashishiar's limbs apart, but she reappeared moments later, fully regenerated. You really don't die, Kettle remarked. He crushed her neck, broke her spine, tore her limbs, and punctured her torso. And still, she returned unscathed. There were beings in the white snowfield that could not be killed either, but they were fundamentally different. The white snowfield's immortals existed because the concept of death was twisted for them. This demon, however, seemed to exist beyond the reach of death itself. So pure physical force can't kill you, Kettle murmured. It felt like facing an endlessly respawning monster. Still, it's not a big deal. An endlessly respawning ant was still just an ant. Aquez, who had been watching in disbelief, snapped out of her daze. She couldn't afford to stand idle any longer. No matter how strong Kettle was, his strength was purely physical. He couldn't defeat a demon. She knew that her divine miracle was needed. She began to pray quietly, and a small flicker of divine light started gathering within her. Crack. Meanwhile, Ashishiar continued to be destroyed over and over again. At some point, she began laughing. It was a hollow, defeated laugh. Ha-ha, ha-ha-ha. The fury she had felt earlier had vanished entirely. Being treated like a mere plaything left her with nothing but laughter. She couldn't deny it anymore. The barbarian before her was overwhelmingly strong, far stronger than her. And with that realization came a single burning question. What are you?" she asked. Her disbelief and curiosity burned in her eyes as she stared at Kettle. As the demon of oppression, she was being utterly crushed by pure strength. It felt as though she were up against a god of power. "I'm just a barbarian," Kettle answered simply. "Ridiculous," she muttered, narrowing her eyes. But then a twisted smile spread across her face. Her eyes gleamed as she spoke. "Well, this is refreshing. There's just one thing I want to try. I will test you, with my full power." The darkness of her domain trembled ominously. It grew denser, compressing into a thin, deadly barrier. Aquez, still gathering divine energy, froze. The suffocating darkness was terrifyingly thick, far more concentrated than anything she had seen before. "This is dangerous," she thought. Realizing the severity of the situation, she hastened her prayer, accelerating the recovery of her divine strength. Kettle, on the other hand, looked intrigued. So this is a demon's full power. As if accepting the challenge, he lifted his axe. The compressed darkness erupted with force as Ashishiar unleashed her power. "Pierce him, impale him," she screamed. Crack. The barrier exploded, releasing thousands upon thousands of razor-sharp spikes that shot toward Kettle. Each spike carried the destructive power of a ballista. Even the sturdiest fortress walls would crumble before this onslaught. And yet Kettle just stood there, smiling. The spikes shattered and scattered as they struck him, failing to leave even the smallest scratch on his body. With a mighty swing of his axe and a powerful stomp, he sent the shattered fragments flying into the air like confetti. Ashishiar let out a breathless, incredulous sigh. "What kind of monster are you?" Boom! Kettle appeared in front of Ashishiar in an instant. Behind him, Aquez's voice rang out. A brilliant golden light enveloped Kettle's axe. His eyes glimmered with excitement. "Oh," Kettle exclaimed. Even he could sense the sacred power emanating from the light. "So this is the power of the sun god. What are you waiting for? Strike her down." Aquez shouted urgently at Kettle, who was gazing silently at his axe, not attacking the demon in front of him. Kettle shrugged, finally gripping the axe tightly. "I'd like to observe a little longer, but I suppose this is enough." "It's been fun, demon." Crunch, the axe buried itself deep into Ashishiar's chest. Divine energy surged into her, invading her core. Darkness evaporated under the holy light, and Ashishiar's presence began to rapidly fade. "I've lost," she murmured softly. "Well, that was fun, haha," Kettle said, his laugh hearty and carefree. It had been a deeply satisfying experience witnessing a fight between a demon and an inquisitor, battling the demon himself, and even wielding divine power in his axe. He couldn't have asked for more. Curiously, Ashishiar's expression also seemed strangely content. Being banished back to hell is disappointing, but this hasn't been without its rewards. "At least I've confirmed that someone as powerful as you exists in the mortal realm," Ashishiar remarked, her pale, pupil-less eyes fixed on Kettle. "Still, this wasn't the best matchup for me. A different demon would have put up a better fight against you. Her abilities were rooted in absolute dominance through overwhelming force, as was her nature. However, this time it had been different. Kettle was an opponent she could never overpower." "What is your name, barbarian?" Ashishiar asked. Kettle. "Just Kettle, a simple barbarian." "No, don't," Aquez shouted, frantic with alarm. She thought the fight was over, but she forgot about the most important thing. However, her cry came too late. Ashishiar grinned, baring her sharp teeth. Kettle, good, hear me, all who dwell in hell. Her voice boomed, shaking the space around them. It wasn't a shout directed at the mortal realm, but a proclamation to her homeland, abyss of hell itself. There is a barbarian named Kettle in the mortal realm. Let all beings of hell remember the name Kettle. Feast upon my memories and know him. Engrave the existence of Kettle in your minds. No, no, Aquas cried out in despair. At the same moment, tendrils of darkness surged toward Kettle. The shadows coiled around him, reaching deep within, attempting to brand his very soul. Ashishiar laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, barbarian, now you are ours. We will make good use of your corpse later. The darkness raced across Kettle, seeking to engulf him entirely, a suffocating, all-consuming force that would have utterly corrupted any ordinary human. However, it did not affect Kettle at all. What did you do? Kettle asked, his tone calm and unbothered. Nothing had happened. The darkness writhed and twisted across his form, unable to find purchase. It stopped short, failing to touch his soul. Ashishiar's expression froze. What? The darkness had indeed tried to mark the barbarian, to etch his name into the abyss, but it had achieved nothing. Ah, I understand now. Realization dawned on Kettle's face. He nodded to himself, as if piecing together a puzzle. So this is what a demon's lie looks like. A decent trick for buying time, but it seems there's no one left to save you. Wait. Crunch, Kettle's axe came down mercilessly. Ashishiar's body dissolved into shadows, scattering into the void, leaving nothing behind. Silence fell. Left behind were Aquas, staring at Kettle with wide eyes, and Kettle himself, stretching as if he had just finished a refreshing workout. The group who had left to confirm the situation of the troubled village returned to the estate. They reported everything they had seen and experienced, and the estate descended into chaos. They reported that a demon had occupied the village, and not just any demon, it was Ashishiar, the demon of oppression. It was a demon with a name known well enough to be recorded in history books. Being whose descent alone would cause the entire continent to tremble had appeared in the village under the estate's jurisdiction. The guard commander clutched his stomach, claiming severe pain, while Lord Barkin buried his face in his hands. The Lord wondered why such a trial had come to his small estate. He wanted to curse even the gods in his despair. However, amidst this misfortune, there was a sliver of luck. The Inquisitor of the Sun God had successfully defeated the demon and banished it back to hell. Those who had left on the mission bore some injuries from the aftershocks of the battle, but miraculously, none of them had died. Of course, the corrupted village had been completely destroyed, resulting in the loss of more than 100 lives. However, considering the alternative of sacrificing countless lives to defeat the demon, losing one village seemed like a minimal cost. Had the demon chosen to move beyond the village and wreak havoc on the world, the toll would have easily reached thousands. With the news of the named demon's descent and her defeat, the estate was abuzz with rumors. News spread quickly, and Lord Barkin began pondering how to deal with the aftermath. Meanwhile, the individuals at the center of the rumors were gathered in the Sun God's church within the estate. It's quite noisy out there, Kettle remarked. It's no small matter, Aquas replied. The Lord must have a headache trying to sort all this out. The room they were in was a simple, austere chamber, likely a place where the nuns usually rested. In the modest room sat the Inquisitor of the Sun God and a barbarian who didn't believe in gods. Kettle broke the silence again. Are you really planning to leave right away? I think you should rest properly before setting out. Aquas, lying on the bed, didn't look well. It hadn't even been a full day since the battle with the demon, and the time was far too short for her to recover from the aftermath. Yet her pale face held a firm determination. I cannot delay any longer, Aquas said, biting her lip. This has to be reported to the Holy Sanctum immediately. If that's your wish, so be it. I am the Inquisitor of the Sun God. Are you certain you wish to establish a friendship with someone like me? Aquas asked, her expression conflicted. Why wouldn't I? It's not that it's impossible, but… Then that's settled, Kettle said with a hearty laugh. Aquas gave him a strange look. Someone like Kettle treating her with such familiarity was both perplexing and uncomfortable for her. Yet there was a certain warmth to it she didn't entirely dislike. As you wish. I would not refuse the goodwill of my savior, she replied softly. Good, I had fun too, so it's fine. So that's what a demon is like. It was. Different to say the least. Different, you say, Aquas muttered. To Kettle, crushing Ashishiar, the demon of oppression, seemed as trivial as squashing an insect. Aquas couldn't help but let out a bitter chuckle. What kind of barbarian is he? By the way, there's something I am curious about, Kettle said suddenly. What is it? Aquas asked, startled out of her thoughts. She quickly composed herself. What happens when you give a demon your name? Your reaction back then suggested it wasn't just a ploy to buy time. Initially, Kettle had thought the demon's threats about names were lies. Nothing seemed to happen, and he didn't feel any effects. However, Aquas's horrified reaction back then told a different story. It hadn't been mere deception. She had truly been alarmed. Aquas finally opened her mouth to explain. It's called branding. Branding? Kettle asked. A name is a fundamental part of one's existence. By giving a demon your name, they can etch a brand deep into your soul with their darkness. Once you're branded, it's impossible to remove it without a sacred blessing. The branding was like a beacon for malevolent beings, drawing them in like prey to a fragrant spice. Throughout history, those who were branded faced only two possible futures. Either they received a blessing and were saved by the gods, or they spent the rest of their lives being hunted by evil until they were inevitably killed. Kettle murmured, his curiosity piqued. So have I been branded too? No, you haven't, Aquas replied hesitantly. There was, of course, a way to block branding. By wielding mist to fortify the soul, one could protect themselves. For those with sufficient power, it was entirely possible to resist a demon's branding. However, Kettle's situation didn't seem to fit the description. It wasn't even accurate to say that he blocked the branding. It was closer to the idea that it simply didn't touch him. It's a bit unclear, Aquas admitted. It's certain that your name has been announced in hell, Kettle. However, since the branding didn't occur, they cannot pinpoint your location. In this peculiar state, the denizens of hell were aware of Kettle's existence, but they had no means of tracking him. Unless the forces of evil directly descend into this world to pursue you, there shouldn't be any issues, Aquas murmured thoughtfully. Kettle's expression turned wry. So, there's a bounty on me. That's one way to look at it, she replied. But you don't need to worry. Unless you encounter evil again, there won't be any problems. In this world, direct descents of demonic entities were exceedingly rare. Aquas firmly believed that Kettle would likely never encounter another demon. Well, if that's the case, Kettle said, shrugging. Still, demons are fascinating. I couldn't kill her. That's their nature, she replied. If I had been defeated and you weren't there, it would have taken the mightiest warriors of the continent to stop Ashishiar. At the very least, this estate would have been completely destroyed. The defeat of an inquisitor would have caused an emergency among the various religious orders. However, mobilizing reinforcements would have taken time, and in that time, Ashishiar could have obliterated several estates. Had it not been for Kettle, this catastrophic scenario could have become a reality. However, Kettle frowned. She didn't seem that strong to me. Honestly, she was weaker than I expected. Aquas fell silent. She held back the words she wanted to say. She wanted to explain just how terrifying Ashishiar truly was. However, seeing how Kettle had toyed with her as if she were a mere plaything, she found herself at a loss for words. The barbarian of the White Snowfield, Aquas thought. Among the many mysterious regions in the world, the White Snowfield was the largest and least understood. It was an extreme, uncharted territory unreachable by most humans. The fact that Kettle hailed from such a place finally began to make sense to her. Well, I suppose it makes sense if she couldn't be killed. Is divine power the only way to defeat a demon? Kettle asked. Sort of, Aquas replied. Strictly speaking, it's not about killing them, it's about banishing them. If a demon made a space into their domain, it becomes nearly indistinguishable from hell itself. Without a divine miracle, defeating them is impossible. That does sound like a pain, Kettle muttered. Without the power of the gods, defeating a demon wasn't even a question of strength, it was an impossibility. Essentially, if not for Aquas's presence, the estate would have been utterly defenseless. Do demons like that show up often? This world is starting to seem pretty dangerous, Kettle remarked. No, not at all, Aquas reassured him. The descent of a named demon is exceedingly rare, and for them to create a domain, even more so. Creating their domain required numerous sacrifices and an extended period of preparation. Usually, such preparations would be discovered by divine entities and thwarted long before completion. However, this time, things had been different. Without anyone noticing, Ashishiar had turned an entire village into her domain without even the aid of a dark mage. By the time Aquas received the divine oracle about the situation, Ashishiar had already prepared to create her domain. How could this have happened? Aquas murmured, her face clouded with doubt. This was an anomaly, something that should have been impossible, and yet it had happened. The world was changing in strange ways. Aquas shook her head to clear her thoughts. Still, if the demon didn't create her domain, you could have defeated her easily, Kettle. For a regular descent, aura can be used to banish them. But I don't use aura, Kettle replied casually. What? Her eyes widened in shock. Are you a mage then? Nope, I can't use mana either. Then. Are you a spirit summoner? No, I think you're misunderstanding something. I don't use mist at all, note currently anyway. Kettle emphasized his last words, his tone deliberate. Aquas's expression turned into pure disbelief. No mist at all. I spoke to Kine about this, Kettle explained. He said my body is a bit unusual, making it difficult to follow the path of mist. Wait, Aquas stammered, raising her hand to halt him. Taking a moment to gather her thoughts, she stared at him in utter astonishment. She thought back to what happened in the village. Kettle had blocked the demon of oppression's attacks with a single finger, shattered thousands of spikes with his bare body, and charged forward without hesitation. She wondered if all of that was purely from his physical prowess. Is that even possible? She stared at Kettle as if trying to determine whether he was a real human. Kettle, meanwhile, stroked his chin thoughtfully. So without creating a domain, demons can be banished with something like aura or another force created by mist. Why yes, Aquaz stuttered, still trying to process her thoughts. Highly concentrated mist could banish them. And what about inside the domain? Do you think a hero can banish them inside it? Kettle asked. Impossible, Aquaz answered firmly. Without a divine miracle, no one can defeat a demon within their domain. Her voice carried a sense of finality, as if stating immutable truth. Kettle's curiosity deepened. So someone like me who can't use mist could never defeat a demon. You might be able to stop their summoning, but once they're summoned, you would need someone like me, a follower of a god, or a strong ally capable of wielding divine power to defeat them. Kettle leaned forward slightly, intrigued. It makes me wonder. What exactly is a demon? Demons were beings that could only be defeated with the power of the gods. If humans can't defeat them without divine intervention, why do such creatures exist? Kettle asked. Aquaz froze at the question, momentarily caught off guard. Kettle tilted his head slightly. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine, Aquaz said quickly. I just didn't expect such a question from you. Kettle's question struck at the very roots of good and evil, of gods and demons. It was the kind of question pondered by scholars and theologians who spent their lives studying divine truths. Yet here was a barbarian, someone Aquaz assumed to be unfamiliar with such matters, asking such a profound question. She steadied herself and responded, I can explain, but it might take some time. Would that be okay? I don't mind. It sounds like it will be interesting, Kettle said, a spark of excitement in his eyes. I see, Aquaz replied, still slightly hesitant. Barbarians were known for disliking explanations or lengthy discussions, preferring direct physical confrontation over intellectual debates. However, Kettle was different. He genuinely wanted to learn, to gain knowledge. He was, without a doubt, unique. He felt less like a barbarian and more like a scholar driven by curiosity. Well then, Aquaz said after taking a moment to organize her thoughts. She began her explanation, and Kettle listened intently, his expression filled with keen interest. Very long time ago, the great gods created humans. Humans were foolish and ignorant, acting purely on instinct without intelligence. They were no different from animals. The gods did not intervene, allowing humans to live freely. However, entities from beyond this realm took an interest in the mortal realm. These beings crossed into the mortal realm, toying with humans as though they were mere playthings, slaughtering them for amusement. The gods, unable to bear such sights, descended upon the world. They designated these beings as demons, declaring them as entities unfit to exist in this world. After countless clashes between the gods and the demons, they finally succeeded in banishing the demons from this realm. The humans revered the great gods who had saved them. They remembered their names and began worshipping them. Communities of these worshippers eventually formed religious orders. Under the gods' guidance, humanity achieved unprecedented progress. After many centuries had passed, the story reached the present. I see. Kettle stroked his chin as if he found the story intriguing. His reaction surprised Aquaz. The tale she had just shared was an ancient mython so tedious that children would often doze off during lessons in the church. Yet Kettle listened intently, his expression filled with curiosity. Touched by this unexpected reaction, Aquaz continued her explanation. The demons were banished from the mortal realm. The Great Ones erected barriers to prevent the demons from residing here. However, the pathways from hell had already opened. No matter how strong the barriers were, the demons could still interfere with the mortal realm. Though divine aid was required, the gods could not continuously monitor the mortal realm. Therefore, they chose among their worshippers, granting them a portion of their divine power. These chosen humans wielded miracles from the gods. Through this, the church gained even greater influence, eventually spreading its power across the entire continent. I think I understand, Kettle murmured, summarizing the historical narrative told by the worshippers of this world. Is it impossible to kill these beings because they originate from another dimension? Yes, Aquaz affirmed. They do not belong in this world, and thus, the concepts of this realm cannot eliminate them. But through the divine miracles of the gods, such demons can be defeated. Aquaz's eyes gleamed with fervent belief, her expression radiating unwavering faith. I see, Kettle smiled. In that case, I have a question. Divine miracles can overpower demons, yes. They also hold an elemental advantage over them. Correct, she said, nodding. Then do these divine miracles also hold superiority over mist? Without hesitation, Aquaz nodded again. The great gods' miracles surpass all human capabilities. They are supreme over all forms of power humans wield. Interesting. Kettle's interest visibly deepened. The sun god whom I serve stands at the pinnacle among the many gods. Though not entirely true, it was a small, innocent exaggeration from a devoted believer. There were countless gods, some far stronger than the sun god. Yet the sun god was indeed a powerful deity, one of the few that exerted significant influence over the mortal realm. I see. Kettle's face reflected fascination. His reaction sparked an idea in Aquaz's mind. Maybe I can convert this barbarian into the sun god's faith, Aquaz wondered. Unlike other barbarians, Kettle seemed to harbor no resistance toward gods. On the contrary, he appeared genuinely intrigued by even the dullest of historical stories. For a devout follower of the sun god like her, converting a barbarian would bring boundless joy. While she cared little for politics, the sun god's church would also gain tremendous benefit. Having someone capable of single-handedly overwhelming demons join their ranks would strengthen the church's influence significantly. If you ever wish to join, please do not hesitate to let me know. I will personally guide you through the process, Aquez offered warmly. Kettle's interest piqued further, though for a reason different from Aquez's hopes. If I were to join, would I also be able to wield divine miracles? Well, no. Aquez quickly shook her head. Only those chosen by the sun god can perform miracles. I cannot say more than that. I see. I'll think about it, Kettle replied casually. Yes, Aquez beamed, nodding enthusiastically. The mere thought that Kettle could seriously consider joining filled her with excitement. She sincerely wished to share the teachings of the sun god with him. Of course, Kettle's thoughts were elsewhere. He didn't believe Aquez's words. He assumed the part about gods creating humans was likely a fabrication meant to enhance the god's majesty. However, he believed the conflict between gods and demons to be true. Demons had been defeated by the gods and banished. Demons are beings from another dimension, Kettle thought. They were entities that did not originally belong to this world. Because of that, if they were to fully manifest, the powers of this world would be unable to defeat them. However, the power of the gods could. And divine power held an inherent superiority over the forces of this world. If so, wouldn't it be possible that the gods themselves shared the same origins as demons? He thought. He didn't voice such thoughts aloud. To deny the foundation of the gods would be blasphemy. Aquez could very well take up her mace and strike him dead on the spot. Instead, Kettle steered the conversation toward a different, less controversial topic of interest. Divine power, you say, is the ability to wield the gods' strength. Yes, it is the manifestation of their great miracles, Aquez confirmed. And the scripture you wield, does it also fall under that category? That is correct, Aquez nodded. The scripture was a holy text and account of the sun god's deeds as witnessed by those who had directly observed his descent to the mortal realm. It was a sacred relic, so valuable that only a select few within the church were permitted to read it. Had it not been for the scripture, I would not have been able to stand against the demon as I did, Aquez admitted. In truth, she had been on the defensive against Ashishiar at the beginning of the battle. It was only after she invoked the scripture that she began to gain the upper hand. The scripture recounts the journeys of the sun god. By reciting it, I can channel his miracles directly. Being granted permission to read the scripture is a testament to the sun god's acknowledgement of my faith. It was an immense blessing. She added, of course, it came with risks. Receiving divine power directly placed great strain on both body and mind. Even Aquez, hailed as a prodigy, struggled to recite more than 5 passages at a time. A book chronicling a journey, Kettle murmured, intrigued. He had read all the scriptures from his own world. I'd like to read it for myself. Haha, that would be difficult, Aquez replied with a sheepish laugh. Even within the church, only a handful are granted access. I was only allowed because the saintess took a liking to me. I understand. It's merely a curiosity, Kettle said with a wave of his hand. That being said, I'm also curious about the demon. Her name was Ashishiar, right? Is she the strongest of her kind? She is not, Aquez shook her head. A demon with a name was a being that had reached a certain level of power. However, there were countless demons far stronger than those who bore names. Ashishiar is among the weakest of the named demons, she clarified. Oh, Kettle's interest deepened. So there are demons even stronger than her. Yes, demons also have ranks and hierarchies. Ashishiar holds no official rank, she is merely an ordinary demon. Even so, a named demon was no small threat. Only a transcendent, someone capable of wielding aura, could face such an entity. In other words, if such a warrior wasn't present, there would be no way to deal with a named demon, for such a powerful being to appear in these remote regions. This world is quite dangerous, Kettle remarked. Well, not really, Aquez countered. Under normal circumstances, a named demon shouldn't be able to manifest so easily. Their summoning requires immense sacrifices and time. Moreover, the church is usually forewarned through divine oracles. Most dark mages who attempt to summon demons are caught and fail under the scrutiny of the god's gaze. Named demons appearing was an event so rare it occurred perhaps once every decade, and each instance mobilized entire continents. If such beings could manifest this easily, the world would already belong to demons. But this time was different, Aquez said grimly. Even though the gods issued an oracle, it arrived late. By the time Aquez arrived, the demon had already descended, and there was no sign of the dark mage who had summoned her. It was as though the demon had manifested by her own power. To make matters worse, she was capable of creating her own domain so quickly, which was considered impossible. Something is happening to this world, Aquez said, biting her lip. This wasn't the first anomaly. Strange disturbances had begun occurring across the world, all to humanity's detriment. Realms that should have remained sealed are starting to affect the world. Dungeons are forming at an abnormal rate, and countless malicious entities are creeping into the open, she continued. The changes had begun a year ago. A year ago, Kettle tilted his head. A year ago marked the time he was completing his final quest, but that had been in the White Snowfield, a place entirely separate from this fantasy world. She straightened, her voice sincere. Without you, I would have become a mere pawn of darkness. I will not forget this grace. Should you ever visit the Sun God's church, we will welcome you warmly. That sounds good, Kettle said with a broad grin. Several hours later, Aquez found herself seated in a carriage. Her entire body still ached and creaked from exhaustion, but she couldn't afford to delay any longer. She needed to return to the holy sanctuary as quickly as possible. She had already informed Lord Barkin about what had occurred. It was now his responsibility to address the matter. Her priority was to relay this critical information to the sanctuary without delay. I must report this to the Saintess, Aquez thought. The Saintess of the Sun God was the mortal closest to the divine being. She wondered how the Saintess might perceive this situation. A faint, bitter smile crossed her lips. Still, a single, nagging question lingered in her mind. The divine gaze of the Sun God was said to observe this world with clarity. It was through this omniscience that evil could be detected before it descended, allowing action to be taken in advance. This time, the Sun God's oracle had arrived accurately. The fault lay in her inability to act swiftly, not in the oracle itself. Usually, such oracles also included information about potential allies. They often spoke of someone who could be found Somyeon who would pave the way to defeating the forces of evil. In this recent battle, Kettle had played an irreplaceable role in defeating the demon. Without him, she doubted she would have succeeded. This left Aquez puzzled. Why then did the Sun God not deliver a prophecy about that barbarian? Swordmaster Kine was walking down a vast corridor with an exhausted expression. Meeting with His Majesty always leaves me drained. He had just finished a private audience with the Emperor, reporting on the results of his latest mission. As he trudged down the empty corridor, someone called out to him, "You look like you've had a hard time." The speaker was a figure dressed in extravagant attire. The garments were adorned with an array of gemstones, so luxurious that even a royal prince would envy them. It was the kind of attire befitting the ruler of the world, or at least someone who fancied themselves as such. Kine, however, spoke bluntly, his expression unamused. "What are you trying to pull off this time? You're usually wrapped in rags." I wanted to stick to my usual style, but my damned apprentices insisted I dress properly in front of the Emperor. The man chuckled, the sound of bones clattering echoing faintly. It's not like mages cared about etiquette. It was a sound judgment. If you'd shown up before His Majesty wearing rags, you'd have been lucky to escape with just your head displayed in the square. In fact, didn't the royal guards glare daggers at you the entire time? Kine spoke dryly. If you weren't the master of the Mage Tower, I imagine your head would have been displayed at least 10 times over. The Mage Tower was where all the world's mages and scholars gathered. The man standing before Kine was the master of that tower. "So what brings you here this time?" Kine asked. "Just my regular check-ins. My apprentices kept nagging me to take on a few duties myself, so here I am," the man said, grumbling. Kine smirked wryly. "Meeting the Emperor isn't exactly an enjoyable task. And what about you? What brings you here?" "I was reporting the results of my mission." "Ah, you've been working hard. There are plenty of people stronger than me. Why does it always have to be me getting called in?" Kine said. He was a swordmaster, a transcendent individual. However, he wasn't particularly exceptional among his peers. If anything, he leaned toward the weaker side. Many were far stronger than him. The tower master chuckled. "That's because the truly powerful ones are usually untethered. Not even the Emperor can command them easily. But you're different. You're still bound to your kingdom. You have abandoned your family, love, and life, yet you can't seem to let go of your loyalty to your homeland. Mind your own business," Kine snapped, his face darkening. The man's words were accurate. Kine's homeland was a vassal state of the Empire. If he disobeyed the Emperor's orders, his homeland would suffer. Most transcendent individuals had no such ties. Concepts like loyalty and patriotism meant nothing to them. However, it was a different story for Kine. He had cast away everything except for his patriotism, the one thing he couldn't discard. And so, the Emperor exploited his unwavering loyalty without a second thought. "Damn it," Kine thought. He cursed under his breath. The old man was as irksome as ever. "Why don't you focus on running the Mage Tower instead of meddling in my affairs?" Kine asked. "The Mage Tower runs just fine without me. It's time for an old man like me to retire and find some hobbies. And those hobbies include tormenting me. Your reactions are entertaining." "Get lost," Kine said flatly. The tower master laughed, clearly amused. "Don't get so upset. Teasing you is one of my few joys. Someone like you so fixated on something is fascinating and has great value. Anyway, how did it go?" "It went as it always does, well enough. You were in the Silent Forest this time, weren't you?" "Yes, how was it?" "It's a maddening place. The rules of this world don't apply there. It's horrific." Kine shook his head, visibly exasperated. His mission, assigned by the Emperor, had been to scout one of the demon realms. There was no sound. Not even when I shouted, there wasn't even an echo. I couldn't even properly detect the mist either. I'd come to my senses only to realize a few soldiers had disappeared. I nearly died several times. I never want to go back there, Kine continued. It must have been dreadful. Why does His Majesty insist on conquering the demon realms? Maybe he wants to conquer the world. Who knows what goes on in the minds of rulers? Kine smirked bitterly. Speaking ill of the Emperor right outside the palace was a dangerous game. Were the Tower Master anyone else, they'd be dismembered on the spot. Still, the demon realms are fascinating places. I admit I'm curious about them, the Tower Master said. Please leave me out of it. I prefer a simple life, Kine replied. Do you? The Tower Master's voice shifted, and he snapped his fingers. The sound of bones striking echoed, followed by the hum of a barrier forming. A magical barrier now separated them from the outside world. Though the place was heavily enchanted against magic, such measures meant little to the Tower Master. Kine looked at him, puzzled. What's this about? Nothing important, but there's no need to broadcast it either. The Tower Master chuckled as he stepped closer to Kine. You encountered someone remarkable, didn't you? Kine's face twisted in irritation. Damn that eye of observation. When did you plant it on me again? I planted it the last time we met. Watching young people is one of my few remaining hobbies. Go to hell, come now, don't be so harsh. I'll send a few artifacts to your kingdom to make it up to you. That should ease your anger. The Tower Master coaxed Kine gently. Kine stayed silent, begrudgingly accepting. After all, the rewards he received from the Tower Master were often too valuable to reject. Kine sighed, resigned. You have already seen everything with your cursed eye. What more do you want? I want your perspective. The barbarian of the white snowfieldits like something out of legend. It's not certain yet, it could be a lie. The Tower Master chuckled softly. A barbarian who defeated Swordmaster Kine and defeated Cardos like an insect, and he was found at the edge of the white snowfield. The possibility seems high. Cardos? Are you saying he defeated Cardos? Kine's eyes widened. Oh, you didn't know? Well, I suppose the news hasn't spread far yet, the Tower Master explained. It's still a rumor within the Mage Tower. Cardos, the mage who once shook the continent, tried to resurrect himself in the outskirts of the Empire and was defeated. The Mage Tower, being the hub of all magical knowledge, was always the first to catch wind of such stories. I even mourned for Cardos. The Tower Master tapped his jawbone thoughtfully, the gemstones on his luxurious attire glinting faintly. The man beneath the extravagant clothing was nothing but a skeleton, glowing blue lights flickering in his empty eye sockets. A shame, really. He was one of the few liches I called a friend. You had friends? Kine asked dryly. Of course. Living through countless years teaches you the value of companionship, but enough about that. I suppose there's no news of any artifacts from Cardos's lair. I thought all the artifacts were recovered when Cardos was killed, Kine replied. Cardos hoarded countless relics from the kingdoms he destroyed. While most were recovered, the most precious one remains missing. The Tower Master clicked his tongue in frustration. But let's return to the point. What did you think of him, the barbarian? Do you really think he defeated the Lich? I think it's possible, Kine admitted. He believed that Kettle was powerful enough to defeat Cardos. Having met Kettle himself, he wasn't entirely surprised. You didn't tell the Emperor about the barbarian, did you? Why would I? I dislike the Emperor and the Empire, Kine scoffed, now speaking openly within the confines of the barrier. That madman of an emperor, his obsession with ruling the world sacrifices countless lives. I can't bring myself to like him. What does he even want? Kine couldn't understand how the Emperor was so recklessly throwing away valuable lives in his pursuit of the demon realms. The Tower Master chuckled. I'd like to know what goes on in his head too. In all my years, I have never seen someone like him. Regardless, I won't give the Emperor what he wants. Besides, if that barbarian confronts the Emperor, a clash is inevitable. Conflict was certain between a barbarian who acted according to his own will and an Emperor who sought to seize everything in his grasp. Kine had no reason to inform the Emperor. That's interesting. The blue light in the Tower Master's hollow sockets flickered. You believe a single barbarian could challenge the Emperor and cause problems. The Emperor was so mighty that even the Tower Master couldn't entirely defy him. And yet here Kine was, suggesting that one barbarian could oppose the Emperor's will. After a moment of silence, Kine spoke. I don't know. I can't fully grasp his strength, but I felt something. Kine looked at the Tower Master, the pinnacle of magical power and wisdom. When I looked at the barbarian, I felt the same way I feel when I look at you, Kine admitted. The Tower Master scratched his jawbone, intrigued. Are you saying he is as powerful as a hero? I'm not qualified to make that judgment. But you felt it, the barbarian from the white snowfield. The blue light in the Tower Master's eyes glowed with interest. He is valuable beyond measure. You wouldn't, Kine muttered, his face twisting in concern. Even after defeating a demon, Kettle's life hadn't changed. He continued resolving minor requests and enjoying the peaceful scenery of the estate. A few days later, Lord Barkin called for Kettle. It seemed like the Lord had finished taking care of the aftermath of the village incident. Early in the morning, Kettle rose and headed for Lord Barkin's castle. As he walked leisurely, a woman approached from the opposite direction. Judging by the vegetables piled in her arms, she had likely been out shopping at the market. Kettle barely paid her any mind because up until now, everyone in the estate who had seen him froze in their tracks and quickly stepped aside to clear his path. He assumed this time would be no different, walking on without much thought. The woman saw Kettle and froze momentarily. However, what happened next was unexpected. After staring at Kettle for a brief moment, the woman resumed walking straight ahead. She didn't avoid him. Kettle's eyes widened slightly in surprise. No one had ever failed to step aside upon seeing him. A bit flustered, he continued walking, passing the woman. "Ah," the woman shouted. At that moment, she tripped over a rock and stumbled forward. Instinctively, Kettle moved to catch her. "Are you all right?" he asked. He grabbed her arm, preventing her from falling. The woman looked at Kettle's hand as he held her steady. Kettle released her arm, fully expecting what always happened next, a scream, followed by the person fleeing in terror. Even in rare cases when he had helped someone, the reaction was invariably the same. Kettle nodded absent-mindedly, still processing her reaction. The woman scurried away with hurried steps. Kettle couldn't immediately grasp what had just happened. He expected the woman to scream and run away, but nothing of the sort happened. Staring blankly in the direction the woman had departed, he eventually resumed his walk toward Lord Barkin's castle. It was early morning, and people were slowly beginning to appear. They noticed Kettle as he made his way forward. Whenever he appeared in such situations in the past, the people of the estate would shrink back in fear, avoid his gaze, or hastily move away from him. However, this time it was different. While some still trembled or quickly averted their gazes, the emotions behind their actions were no longer the same. The looks directed at Kettle no longer carried the pure terror of before. There was still some fear, but it was overshadowed by a mixture of curiosity and reluctant admiration. "Is that him?" one of the citizens asked. "I think it is," the other replied. Kettle caught snippets of their whispers. Though they spoke in a hushed tone, as if trying to avoid being overheard, it was pointless to someone like Kettle. "Is that barbarian really the demon slayer? You mean the one who protected Lady Aquez?" "What's going on?" Kettle thought. The murmurs he overheard were strikingly different from anything he had heard before. He couldn't make sense of it. He wondered what exactly had happened to bring about such a change. Still perplexed, he entered the Lord's castle. The atmosphere there was no exception. While one of the maids initially shrieked at the sight of him, she quickly calmed down and dutifully guided him. Her demeanor was worlds apart from the trembling, pale-faced reactions he had grown accustomed to. In the reception room, he met Lord Barkin, who had been waiting for him. "I didn't want to stand by and watch people die," Kettle responded calmly. "I only did what was necessary." Lord Barkin studied Kettle for a moment, his expression unreadable. "Are you okay? I heard that the demon tried to brand you. There's no issue. Frankly, I don't even fully understand what Ashishiar was trying to do to me." "I see." Lord Barkin's face betrayed a hint of unease. Even the mere mention of the demon's name, recorded in history books, sent shivers down his spine. When he first learned from Aquez that such a demon had appeared near his estate, he had nearly leapt from his chair in terror. His initial reaction had been frustration. Why did such calamities repeatedly befall his small estate? But upon hearing that Kettle had single-handedly defeated the demon, his shock turned to awe. "I knew he was strong, but this," Lord Barkin thought. Treat Ashishiar, the demon who was toying with Aquez, as though she was nothing more than a toy was unthinkable. Even ignoring the demon's branding without any apparent precautions was beyond reckless. The sheer extent of Kettle's power was unimaginable. Despite having Kine, a transcendent swordsman, by his side and a general sense of their capabilities, Lord Barkin could not begin to comprehend the true scope of Kettle's strength. "But something seems to have changed around me," Kettle said. "What do you mean?" "The people of the estate, for one." Lord Barkin said, nodding as though understanding. "Rumors about you have spread. The surviving guards and mercenaries had been talking non-stop. The news of a named demon descending upon the village and the life-and-death battle that ensued had spread like wildfire. For these men, this was a tale they would recount for the rest of their lives, making silence an impossibility. During the Cardo's incident, the number of witnesses had been small enough to suppress the story, but this time, the numbers were too great. Moreover, an entire village had been destroyed, making it impossible to keep the matter under wraps. Lord Barkin had anticipated that the rumors would spread. However, there was one unexpected twist. The witnesses who had accompanied them had all lost consciousness during the battle. The clash between divine power and pure evil was not something ordinary individuals could endure. Most of them fainted before Aquez even had the chance to use the scripture. And during the direct confrontation between Kettle and Ashishiar, everyone but one person had fallen unconscious. By the time they regained consciousness, the battle was already over. Left with no first-hand accounts, they could only speculate. Naturally, they arrived at a single conclusion. What they had last seen was Aquez's defeat and the last bit of Kettle's battle. When they regained consciousness, Kettle's axe was glowing with a mysterious light. The people speculated that Aquez had lost to Ashishiar, but not entirely had kept a trump card. Kettle had bought time for that final move, and in the end, Aquas had used her power to imbue Kettle with divine strength. With that power, Kettle had defeated Ashishiar. This was the rumor spreading throughout the estate. Kettle stroked his chin with interest. So that's how it spread. I apologize. I tried to correct the story, but by the time I realized it had already spread too far and started to distort. At this point, no matter what we say, no one will believe it. Besides, I thought it best to hear your opinion first, Lord Barkin said. From the Lord's perspective, it could look like Kettle's rightful recognition had been taken away. It wasn't that he had held on until Aqua's gathered power. Kettle had single-handedly overwhelmed the demon, with Aqua's merely assisting with the final blow. However, Kettle didn't seem to care much. It doesn't matter. If that's what people choose to believe, then that's the truth. Kettle spoke up again, so I'm being called the Demon Slayer now. Yes, that's what's already being said across the estate. Everyone knows you as the Demon Slayer. Fame. Kettle scratched his chin. In truth, he had no particular interest in fame. The only thing he sought was his own enjoyment. Everything else was irrelevant to him. Is this why people aren't afraid of me anymore? Kettle asked. I can't say for sure, but I'd assume so. Of course, they still wouldn't approach Kettle casually. Their instinctual fear would persist, but at least the people of the estate would no longer flee at the sight of him. Fame, huh? Kettle muttered to himself. Finishing the conversation, he left the castle. Now a fair number of people had gathered in the streets. They flinched when they saw him, and some instinctively stepped back. However, that was all. No one attempted to run away as they had before. Now that he understood the situation better, Kettle could more clearly see the emotions in their eyes. They weren't looking at him as if he were a monster. Instead, their gazes resembled those directed at a hero or someone extraordinary. Not bad, Kettle muttered. Until now, people had always rejected him. No matter what he did, they had been afraid, screamed, and avoided him. Perhaps it was because of his appearance. It hadn't felt good. In truth, it had made him sad. He wanted to enjoy the fantasy world, to live among these people. Yet their rejection had left him feeling disheartened. He had always thought that if he worked hard, took on various tasks, and gradually approached them, they would eventually accept him. It would take a long time, but he was willing to be patient. However, that long and arduous process had been resolved with a single battle, so this is what fame is like. The way people looked at him had completely changed. He had only defeated a single demon, and yet this newfound recognition felt incredible. Yes, I knew it. He thought to himself, my appearance wasn't the problem. Looking back, it made sense. This was a fantasy world, akin to a medieval era from Earth. Although this estate was in a remote area of the continent, the further from civilization, the stronger the hostility toward outsiders. Even in modern rural villages, strangers were often treated with suspicion or outright ignored. If such attitudes persisted in an advanced world like Earth, they would undoubtedly be more pronounced in a medieval one like this fantasy world. After all, one couldn't even enter this estate without first clearing one of the surrounding dungeons. It wasn't because he was a barbarian. It wasn't because of his size or the aura of intimidation he exuded. It was simply because he was an outsider. Of course, the prejudice against barbarians likely played a role, but the fact that he was an outsider was the greater factor. If fear of barbarians were the sole issue, the rumor that he had merely endured against the demon wouldn't have been enough to change people's attitudes so drastically. It was because the people understood that an outsider had fought for the estate that they now accepted him. Naturally, Kettle's assumption was incorrect. Contrary to his belief, a named demon like Ashishiar held significant weight. To have endured against such a being was a monumental feat in itself. Moreover, Kettle had protected Aquas, the inquisitor of the sun god. The sun god was one of the most prominent religions in this world, and the kingdom of Jahantra had a large number of followers. Even this small estate had a church dedicated to the sun god. Protecting the inquisitor of such a powerful deity inevitably changed people's perceptions of Kettle. In fact, the lingering fear in people's gazes despite this extraordinary achievement only highlighted the inherent bias against barbarians. However, Kettle was unaware of these nuances. Instead, he concluded that his rejection stemmed solely from being an outsider. Fine, he thought, smiling brightly. If this is what it takes for them to accept me, I will just keep doing what I'm doing. Cheerful laugh, he continued on his way. He arrived at the guild hall, which hadn't changed much. From the guild's perspective, the troubled village incident wasn't a big issue. All the mercenaries who had left with him had returned alive. Aside from reporting the demon's appearance to the higher-ups, there wasn't much else to be done. When she saw Kettle, Rosa brought some welcome news to him. Oh, Mr. Kettle, your rank has been upgraded. You're now a C-rank mercenary. Really? Kettle's eyes widened. C-rank? That's 2 levels up. Why? Well, you did accomplish something incredible. The story circulating was that Kettle had endured against a demon alongside the Inquisitor of the Sun God. Even if it was merely enduring, it was still a remarkable feat. It's just hard to reach E-rank, but after that, as long as you have the skills, you can climb the ranks fairly quickly, Rosa explained. Becoming an E-rank mercenary signified trustworthiness. From there, building a record of accomplishments allowed for swift advancement. However, it is rare for someone to jump from E rank to C rank. In the past 10 years, Rosa couldn't recall a single case like Kettle's. That's great, Kettle said, smiling, clearly pleased. Rosa, after a brief chuckle, began to explain further. Starting from E rank, you can call yourself a mercenary, but true recognition as a mercenary begins at C rank. E-rank mercenaries were little more than errand runners, handling odd and easy jobs. However, C-rank was different. C-rank is where you become a true mercenary, Rosa continued to explain. It wasn't just a rank endorsed by the Mercenary Guild, it was a level of recognition that had to be earned. From this point on, Kettle would be able to do much more than before. You will also get a new mercenary badge, Mr. Kettle. Since it will be custom-made exclusively for you, it might take some time, Rosa explained. Oh, a badge made just for me? Kettle asked with curiosity. Yes, starting from C rank, mercenaries are treated as true professionals. It comes with its perks. For starters, you will now have access to most places. With this new rank, Kettle would experience far fewer restrictions. He would even be able to enter the capitals of most kingdoms after a proper inspection. The Mercenary Guild, a massive organization, was essentially vouching for him. Depending on the religious order, most churches will also accept you without issue. However, the capital of the empire is an exception, Rosa continued to explain. Is the empire that's strict? Ordinary citizens aren't allowed there at all. Only those granted permission by the imperial nobility can set foot in the capital. Skill alone wasn't enough to gain entry. Only recognition from someone truly noble could open the gates to the empire's capital. Rosa lowered her voice as if sharing something dangerous. To be honest, no one really knows what's inside the imperial capital. All we hear are ominous rumors. Is it that bad? Still, people live there, so there must be some exchange with the outside world, right? Kettle asked. No. Rosa shook her head firmly. The people who live there rarely leave. Even if they do, they never speak of the capital. Frankly, there's less information about it than about the demon realm. Kettle stroked his chin, intrigued. Rosa coughed awkwardly and shifted the topic with a cheerful tone. And many more requests are now open to you. At C rank, you can take on practically any request. You could even tackle a ranked dungeons, as long as you form a party. Dungeon expeditions, exploring unexplored dungeons, and a variety of other requests, all of it was now accessible. Rosa scratched her head, looking a bit embarrassed. But since Lord Barkin's estate is located in a remote area, there aren't many high-level requests here. Aren't there unexplored dungeons nearby? Kettle asked. There are, but their difficulty is likely low. They're unexplored not because the dungeons are too dangerous, but because there hasn't been enough manpower to investigate them. The unexplored dungeon Kettle had cleared before was an unusual case. A ranked dungeons rarely appeared in a remote territory like this. Still, it meant there were no dungeons in the area that Kettle couldn't access. So now I'm curious. How do you advance beyond C rank? Kettle asked. He knew that the ranks above C were B, A, and finally S. There were still 3 levels left. Rosa began explaining. To be honest, there's not much difference in skill between C rank and B rank. The key difference is who vouches for you. What do you mean? Isn't that what the Mercenary Guild provides? Not really, Rosa said, scratching her cheek awkwardly. To put it bluntly, mercenaries aren't exactly a highly esteemed profession. Until E rank, mercenaries were little more than errand runners handling menial tasks. Even D rank wasn't much different, it was simply the level reached after accumulating enough experience as an E rank mercenary. C rank, however, marked the point where a mercenary gained official recognition as a professional, but even that had its limits. Due to the nature of mercenaries, the guild often included individuals whose identities weren't entirely clear. If they proved their skills, they could reach C rank, but they wouldn't necessarily earn the trust of nobles or religious orders. No matter how much the Mercenary Guild vouched for someone, nobles and clergy still regarded it as an outside institution. To those who considered themselves inherently superior, such as nobles or clergy, personal vouches mattered more than skill alone. Some mercenaries formed alliances with noble families or religious orders, earning their recognition and favor. Those were the individuals who advanced to B rank. I see. Kettle nodded in understanding. So it's like a second filter, something like that. Unlike C rank, B rank mercenaries can accept requests directly tied to nobles or religious orders. That's the key difference, though there aren't many such requests to begin with. In most cases, once a mercenary gained the favor of a noble, they joined that noble's household. It was far more convenient to serve under someone else's banner than to live like a wandering mercenary. For this reason, only a few rare eccentrics remained at B rank. And how about a rank? Are they the true elite of the Mercenary Guild? Kettle asked. Exactly. They don't need anyone's recognition, just their skills. Whether it was exploration, alchemy, deciphering mazes, or pure combat prowess, a rank mercenaries had mastered a specific field to its extreme. Even within the Mercenary Guild, their numbers were scarce. Rosa's eyes sparkled as she spread her arms. Some of them are even transcendents. Is that so? Kettle muttered indifferently. Rosa flinched at his lack of reaction. T transcendent level. Do you not hear what I'm saying? Transcendent was a rare and exalted rank even within the kingdom. For such individuals to work as mercenaries was indeed remarkable. Of course, Kettle remained unimpressed. So there are more transcendents than I thought. Disappointed by his lukewarm response, Rosa pouted momentarily before regaining her composure and continuing. Becoming a rank naturally comes with honor. You will even be able to take on requests from nobles. At that level, the mercenaries' abilities served as their certification. They no longer needed anyone to vouch for them. Of course, there are some unique individuals even among ranks, but that's generally how it works. And the biggest perks of being in a rank mercenary, they gain the right to challenge S-rank dungeons. Rosa explained. S-rank, Kettle's eyes gleamed with interest. What are those? They are the most difficult dungeons. No one has ever cleared them. Across the entire world, there are only about a dozen. Unexplored dungeons were typically left unexplored due to manpower shortages, not their inherent difficulty. However, S-rank dungeons were a different matter. Even with all the resources thrown at them, no one had reached their end. S-rank dungeon exploration is entirely at your own risk, Rosa said solemnly. Neither the guild nor any institution takes responsibility for your survival. If you go missing, you're simply presumed dead. Kettle stroked his chin. The most famous example is the Tower of Secrets. It's an S-rank dungeon, a massive tower. No one has reached its peak. Many rank mercenaries have attempted it, but none have succeeded. Some even went missing entirely. I see Kettle's lips curled into a faint smile. This world truly brought him joy. That night, for the first time in a while, Kettle arranged a drinking party. The attendees were his former party members, the thief, the self-proclaimed paladin, and the priestess. The purpose of the gathering was to celebrate Kettle's promotion to C rank. This time, Kettle himself had invited them. Since much of the initial discomfort toward him had faded after clearing the unexplored dungeon together, the group accepted without much resistance. Alexandros, upon hearing about the confrontation with the demon, murmured with a grave expression. Wow, I didn't even know such an event occurred. Was everything resolved without an issue? The demon had been defeated. Inquisitor personally confirmed that there's nothing to worry about, Kettle replied calmly. I see, that's a relief. Alexandros' face clearly reflected his sense of relief, so much so that it was obvious to anyone. He soon cleared his throat loudly and raised his voice. It's unfortunate. If only this paladin could have been there to smite the evil with my own hands. Don't kid yourself, Casson quipped, smirking as he looked at Hayes. You must have had a hard time witnessing the clash with the demon. Ah, yes. Hayes flinched and nodded, her demeanor nervous. Her reaction seemed slightly unusual, but Casson didn't pay it much mind. Still, holding your ground against a demon. That's incredible, Casson said, his eyes filled with genuine amazement as he looked at Kettle. Holding one's ground against a demon was no small feat. Even with the presence of the Inquisitor of the Sun God, it was an extraordinary accomplishment. I knew he was strong, Casson thought, but not to this extent. It truly felt like Kettle came from another world. You must have had a hard time too. Standing against a named demon is no easy feat, Kettle, Casson said with respect. It was simply something I had to do, Kettle replied matter-of-factly. Even so, defeating a demon is no easy feat. The Inquisitor of the Sun God must truly be formidable, Casson muttered, his voice tinged with awe. Though he had heard of the Inquisitor's renown, even a named demon was an immensely powerful foe. To defeat such a being was a testament to the Inquisitor's strength. Alexandros nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Hayes was screaming internally. No, that's not what happened. When everyone else had fallen unconscious during the battle, she had not. Hayes had watched the entire fight between Kettle and the demon. That was why she alone understood the true extent of Kettle's power. Ashishiar was a named demon. Although she held hostages to gain an advantage, she had been powerful enough to defeat Aquez, the youngest Inquisitor, without much resistance. Yet Kettle had defeated Ashishiar, and the fight wasn't even close, it was overwhelmingly one-sided. Kettle had toyed with the demon as if she were nothing more than a plaything, crushing her skull, slicing her torso in half, and tearing her limbs to pieces. Aquez had only been there to deliver the final blow to a defeated opponent. Kettle's strength defied logic. It felt as though he didn't belong in this world. He possessed a power so overwhelming that one could mistake him for a dragon toying with its prey. Respect and trust came naturally to those who were strong, but Kettle's power surpassed what could be described as merely strong. At that level, he seemed more like an inhumane entity. More than that, there was Kettle's peculiar set of values. Hayes found herself increasingly unable to understand him. Casson spoke again. Now that you've reached C rank, what are your plans, Kettle? At that moment, the server approached. Though the server flinched at the sight of Kettle, she cautiously walked over and placed a dish on the table. We didn't order this, Kettle said, tilting his head. Ah no, it was nothing. I only did what was necessary. You don't need to worry about it, Kettle replied, waving it off. Still, the server repeatedly bowed before leaving. Kettle chuckled. Nothing has changed, Casson. As a C-rank mercenary and as the demon slayer, I will simply do what needs to be done. Is that so? Casson asked, finding Kettle's response somewhat curious. The kettle he knew didn't seem like someone who cared about fame or honor, yet now he appeared to place significant meaning on the recognition he had received. It almost made him seem like an ordinary person. For the first time, Kettle began to look human to Casson. Don't fall for it. Hayes screamed internally as she caught Casson's gaze. This man is a monster. Fame and honor mean nothing to him. Hayes knew that if Kettle wished, he could destroy an entire kingdom. It was all just an act. No one could truly grasp the depths of his intentions, no one but Hayes. And yet she couldn't say it aloud. The frustration was enough to make her feel like she might burst. What about you? What are your plans? Kettle asked. Well, we're still F rank, so there is not much we can do. For now, we will aim to become E rank and figure things out from there, Casson said, scratching his head. To be honest, I originally planned to just scrape by day to day until I died. But after meeting you, Kettle, I've changed my mind. I want to put in some effort and live a little better. I've always lived like that. How are you only realizing it now? You're truly a lowlife, Alexandros retorted, but Casson ignored him entirely. Kettle turned his gaze to Hayes. And what about you, W? Hayes squeaked, startled by the sudden attention. She stiffened, her back ramrod straight. What's wrong? Kettle asked curiously, noticing her reaction. Both Casson and Alexandros tilted their heads in puzzlement as well. Oh no, it's nothing, Hayes replied quickly, trying to suppress her racing heart. She alone knew the truth. No one else was aware of Kettle's true personality. If she betrayed any hint of her knowledge, it could lead to the inevitable death at Kettle's hands. That fear weighed heavily on her, forcing her to keep her emotions in check. She spoke as calmly as possible. I don't think I've changed. My only purpose is to serve Kelosia and follow the will of my God. Her response was appropriate for a devout follower, and Kettle nodded in agreement. Then, as if suddenly recalling something, he said, Come to think of it, I heard something from Aquez. Kettle paused briefly, searching his memory before continuing. Ah, right, Aquez mentioned that those who serve Kelosia are currently in a period of rest, with only high-ranking members active. What? Hayes's face betrayed her alarm. Kettle turned his gaze to the others. You all weren't aware of this. Nope, Casson replied, shaking his head. I can't say I've heard anything like that, Alexandros added. Such internal matters of a religious order rarely become public knowledge. The more persecuted a church, the more insular it tended to be. Kelosia's followers were among the most persecuted. For ordinary individuals, there was no way to know such details. Oh, Aquez must have been mistaken, Hayes said, forcing a smile. Our church is perfectly normal. I'm just an ordinary priestess. Is that so? Well, if you say so, then it must be true. Kettle dismissed the matter with little concern. After all, Aquez, as an inquisitor of the sun god, wasn't a follower of Kelosia. It was entirely possible for her to misunderstand the internal workings of another faith. Satisfied with his reasoning, Kettle moved on, but Hayes grew even more anxious. Does he already know everything? She wondered, is he just waiting for me to confess? Or is he merely toying with me? She imagined Kettle grabbing her head, his voice cold and unforgiving. You dared to deceive me. I'll crush your skull as payment. A shiver ran down Hayes's spine at the vivid mental image. Before long, the drinking session came to an end. Everyone departed with satisfied expressions, everyone except Hayes, who was left deeply unsettled. Good times, Kettle remarked. Back in his quarters, he lay on his bed, a look of immense satisfaction on his face. At last, he felt like he was truly becoming a part of this fantastical world. The thought filled him with excitement for the future, and he closed his eyes, eager for the adventures to come. At the end of the cave, the air grew heavy with the damp, musty smell. In the vast hollow chamber, a massive monster lay sprawled. Its thick brown skin glistened faintly under the dim light. Its muscular frame shifted as it scratched its belly with a massive hand, and the sound of its snoring echoed throughout the cave. That monster was an ogre. The ogre's snoring stopped abruptly. Its large, bulbous eyes blinked open, groggy from sleep, as it stared blankly at the ceiling of the cave. Drip, drip. Water droplets fell from above, landing with soft splashes. The ogre watched them idly before eventually drifting back to sleep. This was the ogre's life. The ogre didn't know how long it had been in this cave and how much longer it would remain there. It simply existed, neither truly alive nor truly dead, resembling more of an amoeba than a sentient being capable of willful action. Whether its existence was pitiful or contented was a question far beyond the ogre's meager intelligence to consider. As always, time flowed in a monotonous cycle for the monsterwake, stare blankly at the ceiling, and return to sleep. It was an endless, repetitive wheel of life. But today, something changed. Step, step. The sound of footsteps echoed through the cave. Startled, the ogre instinctively rose, its massive form lumbering upright. Yuah, the ogre growled. It saw the intruder. It was a human. Oh my, you're quite large, the human said with a wide grin, waving enthusiastically. Nice to meet you, ogre. For a brief moment, the ogre was taken aback. Though it had never encountered a human before, it possessed an innate understanding of humans. However, the human standing before it defied all expectations, was enormous, both in height and breadth. For a moment, the ogre wondered if this being was even human at all. However, there was no doubt it was human. Despite its dull mind, one thing was crystal clear in the ogre's head, the single, unshakable command imprinted in its mind, which was to kill every human who entered. The ogre's eyes, which had briefly shown confusion, filled with a murderous gleam. With a deafening roar, it bared its fangs. Rargh, the sound was monstrous, a primal cry that could make most humans collapse in fear. The ogre charged forward, its thunderous footsteps shaking the cave. Thump, thump, thump. As it closed the distance, the human stood motionless, as though his feet were rooted to the ground. The ogre assumed the human was frozen in fear, a twisted grin forming on its lips. Raising its massive fist, the ogre prepared to crush the human into an unrecognizable pulp. Rargh, confident in its victory, the ogre swung its fist down, but then the human raised an arm. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the cave as the impact unleashed a shockwave. The ogre froze in disbelief. Its massive fist had been stopped held firmly in the human's hand. "Oh my," the human said with a laugh, "you're definitely strong." The ogre was startled. It couldn't comprehend what just happened. The ogre was confident about his power. It knew humans couldn't possibly withstand its attacks. That was how it was supposed to be. Rargh. It roared, swinging its other fist. But the human nonchalantly raised his other hand and grabbed the ogre's fist. The ogre's second arm was caught effortlessly, its momentum stopped cold. Then, with a brutal twist, the human bent the ogre's arm back. Crack, Gurgh. The ogre let out a howl of pain, its muscles spasming as the human flung its body to the side. The ogre scrambled to its feet, clutching its injured arm. "You're quite sturdy, aren't you?" the human remarked cheerfully. Rargh, enraged, the ogre charged again, its guttural screams filling the air. But the human only smiled wider, as though he were having the time of his life. As the ogre swung its massive arm once more, the human caught it with ease. This time he didn't stop there. Gripping the ogre's arm tightly, the human pulled. The ogre's massive body was lifted off the ground and slammed repeatedly into the cave floor. Thud, 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 Gurgh. The ogre screamed in agony, thrashing in an attempt to free itself. Its muscles bulged, its arm swelling unnaturally as it mustered all its strength to escape. Intrigued, the human released his grip. Thud, the ogre staggered back, clutching its swollen arm. Fascinating, the human mused. Your arm grew suddenly. Is your muscle fiber structure different? It's truly remarkable to be this strong using sheer brute force. The ogre wanted the human to stop talking. Though it couldn't understand the human's words, it instinctively knew the man was toying with it. For the first time in its life, the ogre felt fear. However, it couldn't retreat. It wasn't the blocked cave behind it that trapped the ogre, it was the command etched into its very being. It needed to kill the human. It needed to kill everyone who entered this cave. Like an unrelenting compulsion, the directive drove the ogre forward. Letting out another desperate cry, it charged once again. The human, arms spread wide, welcomed it with a grin. "So this is an ogre," Kettle muttered to himself, his voice filled with unmistakable joy. Ogres were iconic monsters that symbolized raw strength in fantasy. They appeared in almost every work of the genre. Not only had he fought such a creature, but he had defeated it. There was no reason not to feel elated. Kettle was utterly satisfied. It's really fascinating. The ogre's strength was extraordinary, far beyond what its sheer physical mass should have been capable of. Unlike Ashishar, it didn't seem to use any sort of magic, yet it could display such overwhelming force. I'd love to study it, Kettle thought. With that thought in mind, he stepped over the ogre's corpse and proceeded to the end of the cave. Awaiting him, there was a reward, prepared for the one who could defeat the mighty ogre. Kettle's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Oh, before him was a plant, glowing with an otherworldly blue light. It grew from the hard cave floor as if it were the true ruler of this cavern. Intrigued, Kettle reached out and tapped the plant with his fingers. "So this is my reward," he mused, curiosity glinting in his eyes. Until now, the rewards had been simple valuables, but this glowing plant was something unique. It seemed fitting for a high-level dungeon to have such peculiar rewards. Kettle carefully took the plant and left the dungeon. Upon entering the guild hall, Rosa greeted him with a bright smile. "Welcome back, Kettle. How did the dungeon go?" "No issues at all. The ogre was rather entertaining," Kettle replied casually. "Entertaining, you say?" Rosa chuckled dryly. Ogres were among the higher-tier monsters. Their tough skin deflected arrows and swords, and their brute strength could topple massive trees with ease. To describe such a monster as merely entertaining was absurd to Rosa. Still, she had grown used to his antics over time. Holding up a stack of paperwork, she spoke. "I've confirmed the completion of the C-rank dungeon. Would you like me to process your reward now? Please do." "I have no idea what this thing is," Kettle said, handing her the glowing plant. "So this is your reward from the dungeon?" "It seems so. Just a moment." Rosa carefully inspected the plant, occasionally murmuring to herself. After a while, she let out a small sigh. "I'm not entirely sure what this is either. It looks like an herb related to alchemy or magic." Do dungeons often reward items like this?" Kettle asked. "Not always, but higher-tier dungeons rarely provide mere gold or silver. Magical items and artifacts are much more common." Interesting. For now, I'll return it to you. I can't appraise it myself, Rosa said, handing the plant back to him. In Kettle's hands, the soft blue glow of the plant seemed even more pronounced. How would I figure out what it is? Kettle asked. Typically, you'd take it to an alchemist or a mage, Rosa explained with a sheepish smile. But this is a small estate, so we don't have any high-level specialists like that. You'll likely have difficulty finding anyone here to appraise it, I see. Still, it's a reward from a C-rank dungeon. It's bound to be valuable. You should keep it for now. Understood. Kettle tucked the glowing plant into his pocket as Rosa pulled out a request board. So, will you be taking on another request? I'll take a look first, Kettle replied, picking up the request sheet and scanning through it. After a moment, he placed it back down with a disappointed expression. There's not much variety. Well, of course, Rosa laughed as if his complaint were ridiculous. You've been clearing 2 to 3 requests a day. There's no way we could keep up. It had been 2 months since Kettle had settled in the Barkin estate. In that time, he had hardly taken a single day off, accepting nearly every available job. As a C-rank mercenary, there were no restrictions on his requests, so he eagerly tackled any task that piqued his interest. Because of that, he had completed the majority of the estate's requests. This is a small estate, after all, Rosa continued. It's not like there are any grand requests to begin with. Honestly, even the C-rank dungeon you just cleared was an unusual occurrence. Most of the time, the highest we see is D-rank. Dungeons appeared where people gathered. The more populated an area, the higher the number and grade of dungeons that would manifest. For a remote estate like this, the variety of dungeons was naturally limited. The Ogre's Dungeon and the previous Maze Dungeon had been rare exceptions. A quiet life can be enjoyable in its own way. You've got some breathing room now, so why not take it easy? Rosa suggested. I won't argue with that, Kettle said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He loved fantasy. This small estate had provided him with endless joy over the past 2 months, but it only offered the basics, foundational elements of a fantasy world. There was little opportunity to delve deeper into the mysteries he yearned to uncover. Someone once said that familiarity breeds boredom. To truly learn magic and explore the mist, he knew he would eventually need to move on. Even Rosa had said as much. There was no one here capable of appraising an item like the herb he had found. In truth, he had yet to witness proper magic. Cardo's was little more than a distant memory now. For Kettle, magic remained an enigmatic and untapped force. Perhaps I'll enjoy a bit of leisure for now, as you suggested, Kettle said with a smile. Then his tone grew contemplative. But what should I do next? He hoped for some sort of change, something to shake up the routine. That night, after all the day's requests had been processed and the guild hall was preparing to close, the receptionists chatted among themselves, wrapping up their tasks for the day. Suddenly, the door swung open, drawing everyone's attention. A figure cloaked in a black robe stood at the entrance, his face obscured. The receptionists froze in place. The robed figure slowly advanced toward Rosa. She tensed immediately. She couldn't discern who this person was, but there was something unsettling about him. Her hand instinctively moved under the desk, hovering near the emergency bell. Just as she was about to press it, the man spoke. I have a request to make. The voice that echoed was that of an elderly man. Hearing it, Rosa realized something. This person held an air of nobility. There were distinct differences in tone and phrasing between nobles and commoners, and Rosa knew that this was no commoner. Rosa withdrew her hand from the bell. Still, something felt off. It wasn't unusual for nobles to wear robes to conceal their identities when submitting requests. Nobles often came to guild halls to handle matters they couldn't openly address. However, in such cases, they couldn't fully hide their aristocratic aura. This man's attire, however, didn't exude even a hint of nobility. His shabby, tattered robe made him look more like a beggar than a nobleman. What is your request? Rosa asked cautiously. Escort service, the old man replied. For 2 people, myself and a young girl. 2 people. Okay, where is your destination? The capital of the Denaian kingdom. Rosa's eyes widened in surprise. It was highly unusual for someone to request an escort to the Denaian kingdom, originating from the Barkin estate. There was no logical reason to make such a request from this remote, secluded region. I understand. However, we will need to verify your identity first, Rosa said. Here. The old man reached into his robe and pulled out a token. Rosa's eyes widened when she saw it. The token was intricately carved with a design of a sword and shield. It was unmistakably a token issued by the mercenary guild, a rare and prestigious symbol given only to trusted individuals. Your identity has been verified. I will now process your payment, Rosa said, her tone more respectful. The old man produced a small gold coin from within his robe. She took it and began the standard verification process. As she worked, the old man fidgeted nervously, his arms twitching. After a moment, Rosa returned. It's confirmed. This is pure gold, but it's only enough to hire 1 escort. What? The old man's voice was filled with dismay. Only 1 escort, yes. It's an escort request, after all, Rosa explained. Escorting someone means staying by their side throughout the journey, which involves countless potential risks. It's a completely different type of task compared to clearing a dungeon or 2. Naturally, the cost is much higher. Moreover, traveling to the Denayan kingdom is quite a distance. Depending on the conditions, it could take as long as a month. The cost reflects that. The old man couldn't refute her words. He hesitated before speaking cautiously. That may be true, but can't anything be done? I need at least 2 escorts. It's possible, Rosa said, but the quality of the mercenaries would be lower. Are you willing to accept that? For an escort mission, you typically want reliable individuals. A reliable mercenary would need to be at least D rank. Accepting just anyone would only increase the risks. The old man nodded after a moment of thought. I'd prefer someone skilled, he said firmly. In that case, one is all you can afford with this payment, Rosa replied. Even so, can't something be worked out? Why is he so cheap? Rosa thought. She couldn't hide her surprise. The old man's demeanor was pitiable. Initially, she had been wary, even frightened. However, the more they spoke, the more those feelings faded. The old man seemed desperate, completely lacking the composure and confidence one would expect from a noble. He looked like someone on the run. In a remote estate like this, it's hard enough to find mercenaries capable of taking on an escort mission. 2 would be nearly impossible. I'll do my best to arrange it, but, Rosa said, I understand. I will leave it up to you. Realizing further argument would be futile, the old man lowered his head in defeat and shuffled out of the guild hall. Creak. The door closed behind him. Rosa stared at the gold coin he had left behind. The coin was of remarkably high purity. Though small, it gleamed with a brilliant golden hue. Yet the edges of the coin were sharply filed, as if someone had deliberately tried to obscure its origin. Something tells me tomorrow won't be easy, Rosa muttered under her breath. The old man stepped out of the guild hall into the dark night. The world was shrouded in shadows, making it impossible to see even a step ahead. He moved cautiously, glancing around as if he feared someone was pursuing him. Eventually, he entered a dilapidated building that looked more like a stable than an inn. In Barkin Estate, there were 2 inns. One was the modest inn where Kettle stayed, typically used by mercenaries who had gained some footing. The other was this one, a place closer to a barn than an actual inn, meant for those struggling to earn even a day's wage. The old man entered the latter and approached one of its shabby rooms. He knocked softly on the door. Who is it? A woman's voice said, sounding wary. The old man responded in a low voice. It's your royal servant, my lady. The door creaked open. Inside stood a woman. Her golden hair shimmered faintly, even in the dim light. Her blue eyes, like sapphires, sparkled with an inner glow. She was beautiful, but her radiance was dulled by dust and grime. Her clothes were tattered rags, doing little to hide her regal bearing but tarnishing her beauty nonetheless. The woman's face was tense as she asked, how did it go? They accepted, the old man said. Thank goodness. How many can we hire? 1, my lady, just 1. The woman bit her lip hard. The old man bowed his head. I am sorry, my lady. We lack the funds to hire more. No, it's not your fault. It couldn't be helped. I deeply apologize for forcing you to stay in a place like this, the old man continued, his voice cracking. This money could have afforded you better accommodations, yet. The woman shook her head firmly. This is all we could manage. I don't need anything fancy, just a place to rest my body. What we need most is reliability. The Mercenary Guild guarantees that, doesn't it? If only I hadn't been foolish enough to fall victim to scams. The old man muttered bitterly. I'm not blaming you, the woman said, her voice soft but resolute. It wouldn't have been different even if I had acted myself. Old man choked back a sob, and the woman, seemingly affected by his emotions, sniffled as well. Overwhelmed, tears began to flow from both of them. Bang, keep it down. Suddenly there was a loud pounding on the wall, followed by an irate voice. Both the woman and the old man flinched and quickly stifled their tears. How long will it take? The woman whispered, her voice barely audible. I do not know, my lady, the old man replied, equally quiet. Finding someone trustworthy might take some time, I see. Then we will have to wait, she said with a resigned tone, beginning to tidy up her sleeping area. It was no bed, merely a pile of straw bound together. Let's get some rest. It's late and talking more will only disturb our neighbors. You've worked hard, Aaron. No, it's nothing, my lady, Aaron replied, his expression pained as he lay down on the makeshift bedding. Days passed, and each night Aaron visited the guild hall. However, each time Rosa shook her head. No luck so far, she said. Still nothing. This is a remote estate. It's difficult to find skilled mercenaries here. It would be best to remain patient. I see, Aaron muttered, unable to argue. Dejected, he shuffled back to his room. As he stepped inside, the woman looked up at him expectantly. What's the news? Aaron shook his head heavily without saying a word. The woman's face fell again. I'm sorry, my lady. This is troublesome. Our food supplies are running low. I've been rationing what we have, but we're nearly out. What about the reserves? Just enough to cover our journey to the Denayan kingdom. We will have to go without for now. Though food is a small issue in the grand scheme of things, the woman said with a bitter smile. Aaron's face twisted in anguish. It's my incompetence that has brought you to this. It's not your fault, Aaron, she reassured him gently. Still, her words did little to stop the tears that welled up in his eyes. Bang, the pounding on the wall came again, startling both of them into silence. Aaron bit his lip, his expression hardening with resolve. In a low voice he said, perhaps. We could consider approaching the lord of this estate only as a last resort. No, the woman cut him off sharply. We cannot trust anyone. Even hiring mercenaries is dangerous enough. We can't take more risks. Remember, Aaron, she continued, looking directly into his eyes. Remember why we abandoned our kingdom and fled. She bit her lip hard, her expression darkening. We couldn't even tell who was friend or foe. Even after all this time, there hasn't been a single rumor about us. Not even after we fled the kingdom together, the woman said sternly. I'm sorry, my lady. My resolve wavered, Aaron said, bowing his head deeply. The Danaan kingdom, will it truly be safe? She asked. The king of Danaan made a solemn oath when you were born, Princess Aline. The Danaan kingdom is a powerful nation and they will protect you. Perhaps, they might even aid us in seeking vengeance, Aaron replied. Aline clenched her teeth, her sapphire eyes glinting with raw fury. Aaron gazed at her, her golden hair and blue eyes a reminder of her royal heritage. Everyone in the kingdom had praised her beauty, and she had been beloved by all. For the sake of our kingdom's survival, you must live on, Princess Aline Mavrock. If even you are lost, our kingdom will be truly doomed. Aline nodded solemnly, though her expression was heavy. But a mercenary, can we really trust them? Mercenaries were by nature uncouth and disrespectful. She was a princess who had never conversed with such people. The thought of traveling such a long distance with one unnerved her. Sensing her unease, Aaron spoke with conviction to reassure her. You need not worry, my lady. That's what the gold was for, to ensure someone reliable and trustworthy is assigned to us. I see, that's a relief, she said, her voice softening as she lay down. Mercenaries were crude and disrespectful beings. She had never trusted mercenaries, yet the tales she had read painted them as brave, noble adventurers, and a part of her clung to that faint hope. I wonder who will escort us, she thought. As a sheltered princess, she couldn't help but harbor a faint, whimsical hope. It would be wonderful if they were like a handsome hero. With a small dream in her heart, she closed her eyes. What now? Kettle muttered as he scratched his stomach while lying on the bed. For the past few days, he hadn't visited the Guildhall. There simply weren't any requests left that piqued his interest. With plenty of money saved up, he decided to take Rose's advice and enjoy some leisure time. He explored the estate, taking in the sights and experiences it offered. However, the estate wasn't particularly large. He had tasted all the local delicacies, read every book in the library, and essentially exhausted all the entertainment available to him. I'm glad the citizens here don't treat me like an outsider anymore, but, Kettle thought, the people of the estate no longer avoided him or looked at him with fear. But even so, they didn't try to get closer to him either. The subtle sense of distance prevented him from forming any meaningful relationships. One of his fantasies had always been to drink and laugh with strangers at a lively tavern table, but such camaraderie still eluded him, leaving him somewhat disappointed. In the end, that strange, invisible boundary limited what he could enjoy in the estate. Have I become too accustomed to excitement? Kettle wondered aloud. He yearned for more excitement. He craved the thrill of fantasy. The white snowfield had been a terrible place, but at least it had been overflowing with stimulation. Speaking of which, I wonder how those guys are doing. He thought of his former companions, uncivilized, foolish barbarians of the white snowfield. They had never kept their distance from him. They had truly shared their lives and survived together in the harsh wilderness. I wonder what they're doing right now. They're probably living as foolishly as ever, but having fun all the same. I do miss them. Kettle's thoughts trailed off, and he quickly shook his head. No, no way. It was insane for him to miss the white snowfield. He had no desire to return to that hellish place ever again. The mere fact that he was reminiscing about it out of boredom felt absurd. It was a barbaric mindset. He had to focus on embracing the civilized world. He cleared his head. Even so, the fact remained had nothing to do. Lying idly, he suddenly thought of something. Come to think of it, are the quests gone for good? Ever since the moment he first became self-aware in the white snowfield, a quest window had always been there, accompanying him. At first, he thought it was some kind of lucid dream brought on by his obsession with the fantastical world. However, the bone-chilling cold that froze his very flesh and the monsters that tried to devour him had quickly shattered that illusion, proving that this was a harsh reality. The very first quest was to survive for a week, he recalled. After that, various quests had appeared, serving as a kind of guidepost for him as he adapted to being thrust into this brutal world from modern society. However, ever since he had escaped the white snowfield, no new quests had appeared. Were the quests only limited to the white snowfield? He thought the relentless notifications that had once felt so tiresome were now conspicuously absent. Kettle found himself missing them just a little. Were they my guide to this fantasy world? He stood up from the bed, determined. I'm sure there's something waiting out there now. Kettle decided to head to the Guildhall. He hadn't been there in days, and although the previous requests had all been mundane, perhaps something new had come in. As usual, Rosa greeted him warmly. Welcome back, Mr. Kettle. Did you get enough rest? I did, but now I'm bored. Got any new requests for me? Kettle asked, stretching his arms. Let me show you what we've got, Rosa replied, handing him the request sheets. Kettle skimmed through it one by one, muttering to himself, "There's nothing special. Are there no new dungeons?" "Dungeons don't appear that easily," Rosa said with a shrug. The appearance interval for dungeons was typically several months at the least, sometimes spanning years. If dungeons spawned every few days, the entire estate would have been overrun by now. As expected, there were no new dungeons. The remaining requests were mostly mundane tasks from the estate's residents, small errands that were hardly worth his time. Kettle, growing more disinterested, continued flipping through the sheets. His eyes stopped on something. An escort request. Oh, right. "I almost forgot about that one," Rosa said, scratching her head sheepishly. "What's an escort request?" Kettle asked. "It's just as it sounds. You escort a person or item safely to a designated destination," Rosa explained. Kettle's interest was piqued. "And that's it. Well, to be specific, the person or item must be delivered to a mercenary guild hall at the destination. If there's no guild hall, a guild representative will be waiting to confirm the delivery," Rosa continued. "Also, all the preparations for the journey, lodging, food, clothing, and so on are the mercenary's responsibility. And of course, any obstacles or dangers along the way must be dealt with as well." "That sounds like a lot of effort," Kettle commented. "It is, but the rewards are high," Rosa replied. The high cost of escort requests explained why the old man from before could only afford one mercenary with his gold coin. In addition to the physical effort, the preparation costs were significant, making such tasks unappealing to most mercenaries. Generally, only D-rank or higher mercenaries can take on escort requests. There are some special cases where E-rank mercenaries can take the job, but they need to be vouched by the guild, Rosa explained. She gave a wry smile. "But escort requests aren't very popular. They're a hassle, after all. The rewards might be high, but being dragged along for days or weeks on end and having to manage all the logistics made such requests unattractive to most mercenaries." "What are the criteria for the mission's success?" Kettle asked. "Ensuring the safety of the person or item until it reaches its destination. That's the basic requirement. Beyond that, it depends on the client. Even if there's minor damage, payment is often still provided," Rosa explained. She added in a quieter tone, "You remember how I mentioned that B-rank mercenaries aren't just about skill, but also about earning the trust of people with status? Well, that process often starts with escort requests. So it's like a stepping stone," Kettle mused. "That's one way to put it." Escort requests were expensive, so they were rarely commissioned by ordinary citizens. They were often used by nobles or other influential individuals to handle sensitive matters discreetly. Showing competence in such requests could pave the way to becoming a B-rank mercenary. Kettle studied the request sheet closely. Escort request, target, 1 woman, 1 elderly man. Destination, capital of Denian Kingdom. "Denian Kingdom, huh?" Kettle mused. "It's quite far," Rosa commented. Kettle stroked his chin. There was a peculiar scent about this request, and rather than deter him, it made him smile. "Can I take the request?" "What?" Rosa was taken aback. She had never imagined Kettle would be interested in an escort request. "You're saying you want to take this request?" "Yes, is there a problem?" "No, not exactly, but..." Rosa replied hesitantly. She sighed. "I have a bad feeling about this request. Something smells fishy." The Denian Kingdom was far from here, positioned in a direction that necessitated a more circuitous journey. Along the way were several larger estates, far more suitable for such a task. The mercenaries available there were also of higher caliber, yet the old man had specifically come to this remote estate at night to make the request. "This is dangerous," Rosa continued. "It's not a normal request. Yes, their identities were verified, so we accepted it, but I have no intention of processing it." Aaron, the elderly man, might have hoped Rosa would find him a mercenary, but she wasn't planning to. Quietly brushing off suspicious requests was part of a receptionist's job. "This one is bad news," she said firmly. "You're missing the point," Rosa, Kettle said, flashing a grin. "That's what makes it so fun." That makes it fun?" Rosa stammered. "Exactly." An old man dressed in shabby, tattered robes had issued an escort request at night for him, and a woman whose identity was still unknown. Kettle found the situation both suspicious and intriguing. The old man was likely a servant. The woman, without a doubt, was of noble lineage. That was why she remained hidden. The fact that the man came only at night implied a need to conceal their identities. They were being pursued and forced to hide. It didn't take much deduction. Kettle had read this kind of scenario countless times in his life on Earth, and it made his heart race with excitement. A noblewoman, cornered and pursued, with a loyal servant risking everything to protect her, and a mercenary prepared to come to their rescue was the quintessential fantasy storyline. He had experienced many quintessential setups in this world before, but this one was different. This was the protagonist's story. His heart pounded like that of a child on the brink of an adventure. The boredom of the past few days melted away entirely. "I will take this request." "Let's proceed," he declared. Well, I don't have a reason to refuse, but Rosa hesitated. Kettle's determination was too firm for her to argue further. Just so you're aware, you're a C-rank mercenary. The client might not have enough funds to cover your fee. Are you okay with that? No problem, Kettle replied confidently. In that case. Understood, I will inform the client and confirm with them. Please do. The name Denayan Kingdom tugged at Kettle's memory. He thought for a moment before it clicked. That's where Milena from the Akasha family is from. She was the ambitious woman he had met in the White Snowfield. Her family was a merchant house on the verge of collapse. Determined to save her lineage and secure her own power, she had braved the White Snowfield. Though Kettle didn't know the details, the occasional rumors suggested she had succeeded. If that's true, her mercenaries must have been B rank. He remembered the mercenaries who had escorted her. The Akasha family had been a reputable merchant house, after all. For such a family, only top-tier mercenaries would have sufficed. At the very least, they would have been B rank. I wonder how she's doing now, he thought. Milena was one of the few strangers in the White Snowfield with whom Kettle had shared meaningful conversations. He couldn't help but feel curious. Kettle reached into his pocket and pulled out a small ornament. It was a keepsake Milena had given him, promising a warm welcome should they meet again. This works out perfectly, he thought. Since he was heading to the Denayan Kingdom, he wanted to visit her. Anticipation bubbled within him. Kettle grinned, already looking forward to the journey. As the paperwork for the request was being finalized, Kettle suddenly froze. What's wrong? Rosa asked. Nothing, Kettle replied, shaking his head. Later, back at his lodging, Kettle stared into the empty air with a puzzled expression. Why is this appearing now? A translucent window floated before him. Quest 785. Escort the targets safely to the Denayan Kingdom. The quest window had always been by Kettle's side during his time in the White Snowfield. However, after leaving the snowfield, it had never appeared again. Kettle had assumed it was exclusive to that desolate place. But now, out of the blue, the quest window had reappeared. It wasn't limited to the White Snowfield. He muttered, furrowing his brow, a habit he had developed when deep in thought. Why now? He thought the timing was too sudden. It had been silent all this time, only to surface now. Is there something special about this escort request? Could there be a hidden reason for a quest to appear regarding my current targets? However, even Kettle couldn't be sure. He had never understood why or how the quests appeared. After mulling it over for a while, he shook his head. One thing he had learned from surviving in the White Snowfield was that worrying with insufficient information was utterly pointless. He already knew that the escort targets were hiding something, but he didn't know what. I'll find out as the mission unfolds, he decided. In the end, nothing had changed. He just needed to enjoy the escort request as it came. With that thought, he cleared his mind. Well then, time to prepare, he said cheerfully, standing up and humming a tune. That night, as the estate slumbered and the Guildhall prepared to close, Aaron arrived, as he always did. How about today? He asked, though he didn't expect much. Days of fruitless waiting had dampened his hopes. He was already bracing himself for the possibility of making the journey with just Aline. However, Rosa's reply made his eyes widen in shock. A mercenary has accepted your request. What? A C-rank mercenary, Rosa explained. He is known for diligently completing requests within this estate. There are no issues with his reliability. Will you accept him? A C-rank mercenary. Aaron was stunned. C-rank mercenaries were on a completely different level compared to D-rank. They were true elites, far stronger than most. He wondered why such a capable mercenary was in a remote estate like this. More importantly, he wondered why he had accepted this request. Sensing Aaron's unspoken questions, Rosa said calmly, I'm just here to relay the information. The choice is yours. What will you do? Of course I'll accept. Aaron exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency. Rosa, as if expecting this response, began filling out the necessary paperwork. Then we will arrange a meeting soon. You can discuss the details directly with the mercenary, she said. I understand, Aaron stammered before hurrying back to his lodging. Aaron practically burst into the room, startling Aline, who was lying on the makeshift bedding. Aaron, what's going on? Don't tell me. Have they found us? Aline asked, her voice trembling. The request has been accepted, my lady. Aaron exclaimed, his chest heaving from excitement. What? A mercenary has accepted the request. Someone has. Accepted it. Yes, and not just any Ionia C-rank mercenary. What did you just say? Bang. The neighbors pounded on the wall again, but this time neither Aaron nor Aline paid any attention. It's certain. Aaron continued, barely able to contain his joy. The only C-rank mercenary in this estate has accepted our request. Tomorrow we will meet him and finalize the details. That's incredible, Aaron, Aline said, her eyes sparkling. She knew what a C-rank mercenary meant. They were far stronger than D-rank. From her memories, they were around the intermediate level. Such a skilled individual would be a tremendous asset on their journey, but we don't have enough money to hire a C-rank mercenary. Aline began hesitantly. Don't worry about that, Aaron said confidently. The mercenary said he didn't mind. Really, I thought mercenaries were all supposed to be greedy. I don't know why, but this seems to be a very unusual case, Aaron admitted. For now, their biggest problem had been resolved. Both of them felt an immense wave of relief. Another loud thud on the wall finally reminded them to lower their voices. Whispering now, Aaron said, "We will meet the mercenary tomorrow. For tonight, let's get some rest. It's going to be a busy day." "Yes, of course," Aline replied, lying back down with a small smile on her face. A C-rank mercenary. She thought, in the grand scheme of things, they weren't among the strongest, but for her current situation, a C-rank mercenary was more than enough to provide the help they desperately needed. However, what truly made her heart race wasn't the mercenary's rank. The money Aaron had offered was barely enough to hire a D-rank mercenary, let alone a C-rank. Yet this C-rank mercenary had accepted their request, seemingly out of goodwill. It felt like something out of a fairy tale, a noble prince coming to rescue her. What kind of person will he be? She imagined a man with a slightly sharp demeanor, as mercenaries often had. Perhaps he would be covered in scars, but even that could seem heroic in its own way. Her face flushed slightly as her imagination ran wild. Aline waited with a pounding heart. It wasn't long before Aaron delivered the news. "The meeting time is set, my lady. It's going to be tonight. We are going to meet the mercenary directly," Aaron said. "Oh, all right," Aline said, nodding. "Do we know what kind of person he is?" "Not in detail, but from what I've heard, he has quite a good reputation. People say he is close to being a mercenary with strong morals," Aaron replied. "Strong morals, you say?" "Yes, my lady." Mercenary was known for helping others without asking for compensation. Even though he was a C-rank mercenary, he would take on menial tasks for the citizens of the estate. That kind of behavior was indeed close to that of a virtuous individual. A virtuous mercenary, Aline muttered quietly, deep in thought. Rosa refrained from mentioning anything related to the demon. After all, she fundamentally didn't trust Aaron. Yet, even without that factor, Kettle was an impressive individual. Because of this, Aline's feelings grew even stronger. Aaron noticed the emotions flickering in her eyes and chuckled softly. Seeing his smile, Aline responded with a faint, bitter smile of her own. "I know it's foolish of me to think like this, especially given that we're being chased by forces we can't even understand. I'm well aware of how naive I must seem," Aline admitted. "No, my lady. I think such emotions are even more necessary in times like this. You shouldn't treat your feelings as something sinful." Everyone needed comfort for their hearts. They had embarked on a perilous journey without anyone to trust. Aaron sought to reassure her. "I've also heard he has the qualifications to enter the Church of the Sun God. Surely that makes him someone worthy to trust." "That's truly remarkable," Aline exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. The Church of the Sun God did not accept just anyone. Only those with proven credentials and faith could set foot within their sacred halls. For a mercenary to have such qualifications, it was incredibly rare. Her anticipation grew even more. Later that night, when darkness had fully settled over the estate, Aline followed Aaron to the Guildhall. The doors opened and the two of them stepped inside. Rosa, who had been waiting, greeted them. "You've arrived. Is this the companion you mentioned?" "Yes," Aaron replied briefly. Aline nodded quietly, her demeanor calm yet resolute. Rosa narrowed her eyes, carefully observing her. "Damn it," Rosa cursed internally. Though the black robe concealed much, Rosa could still discern that Aline was a young woman. The shape of her jawline, barely beneath her hood, hinted at her striking beauty. Even the subtle movements of her body radiated an unmistakable elegance. Due to her profession, Rosa had encountered nobles a few times before, yet none of them had possessed such natural grace. This wasn't merely a noblewoman, she was someone of far higher status, and such a woman had come here, under the cover of night, wearing a robe and accompanied by only one servant, seeking the mercenary guild. Stench of trouble is overwhelming, Rosa thought grimly. If things went awry, Rosa, who had accepted the request, could end up being reprimanded. Despite her unease, there was little she could do since this was what Kettle wanted. Suppressing a sigh, she spoke. "The mercenary who will escort you will arrive shortly. Please wait here for a moment." "Understood," Aaron replied. Meanwhile, Aline tried to steady her rapidly beating heart. Her excitement about meeting the mercenary had grown almost unbearable. Before long, there was a knock at the door. "He's here," Rosa said calmly. "I will open the door," Aline offered hastily, rising from her seat and heading toward the door. Beyond that door was the mercenary who would guide and protect her. With hurried steps, she approached, her hand gripping the doorknob. The door creaked as it opened. Wearing a bright expression, Aline looked beyond the door. Then her smile froze. "What?" Aline was confused. Standing in front of her was a barbarian. The barbarian was massive. He towered over her by 3 heads. It wasn't just his height, his entire physique was enormous. His body wasn't bulky with fat, instead, it was composed entirely of muscle. Even though he wore relatively tidy clothing, it couldn't fully hide the sheer strength of his frame. "Oh, what do we have here?" "A beautiful lady," the barbarian remarked, his tone filled with intrigue. He looked down at Aline and smiled. "Pleased to meet you." "What is this? What am I even looking at right now?" Aline thought. Unable to process the situation, her confused expression made Kettle tilt his head. "Are you all right?" he asked, raising a hand. The movement of his hand snapped Aline back to reality. "Ah," she staggered backward, unsteady on her feet. Princess Aline, Aaron, startled, cried out. He hurriedly caught her and supported her. Are you all right? Aline couldn't reply properly. Her pale face betrayed her shock as she continued to stare at Kettle. Barbarian, Aaron exclaimed as he pulled Aline into his arms and retreated. His eyes burned with evident wariness. Who are you? Kettle stroked his chin and thought, it's been a while since I've faced this level of suspicion. After defeating Ashishyar, the people of the estate hadn't shunned him. While they hadn't exactly embraced him either, they no longer treated him with outright hostility. Because of this, it had been quite a while since he had encountered such blatant animosity and distrust. Even when I'm fully clothed, I'm still seen as just a barbarian. How unfortunate, Kettle remarked dryly. Haha, it's hard to hide the aura you carry, Rosa interjected with a wry smile. Kettle turned his gaze to Rosa. Rosa, are these the clients I'm supposed to protect? Yes, they are, she replied with a nod. She then turned her gaze to Aaron and introduced the mercenary. This mercenary's name is Kettle. He will be in charge of your escort. What? Aaron stammered, disbelief plastered across his face. A moment later, once he had collected himself, he immediately turned to Rosa. I demand a replacement. He is a barbarian. How could you let a barbarian be our escort? That's absurd. The word barbarian conjured images of rude and uncouth individuals. Barbarians were notorious for disregarding societal norms, operating purely on strength. They especially despised nobles, whom they deemed weak yet pretentious. Conflicts between barbarians and nobles were countless, some even resulting in the death of nobles. And now a barbarian was supposed to be their escort. Aaron vehemently protested. Well, I won't deny that perspective, Rosa admitted casually. She too held a similar view of barbarians and had not entirely shaken that prejudice, but he is different from the typical barbarian. I've mentioned before he's trusted even within the estate. There's no need to worry. Ridiculous, Aaron shouted, his voice filled with disbelief. A barbarian is supposed to escort us. He is to accompany us all the way to the Denayan kingdom, and I have to entrust the princess's safety to him. No way. The sheer anxiety of the situation made Aaron feel like his head might explode. How can you trust a barbarian? They're rude, uncivilized, and ignorant. Replace him immediately, Aaron shouted. Is that so? Rosa's expression darkened. A faint irritation flickered in her eyes. So what you're saying is that you doubt the decision of our mercenary guild. Her sudden shift in tone and the hostility in her words made Aaron freeze. Rosa smiled, but it was a cold, biting smile. Our guild promoted him to a C-rank mercenary. Surely, you know what it means to be a C-rank. C-rank was a grade that marked one as a true mercenary and the backbone of the guild. It wasn't a title given for skill alone, it required recognition, trust, and a proven track record. For Aaron to claim he couldn't trust Kettle was equivalent to saying he didn't trust the guild's judgment. Rosa had never held much affection for Aaron, and now he was openly questioning the guild's decision and insulting Kettle. The Kettle she knew was a kind and virtuous man. His personality was a little eccentric, sure, but he was far more courteous than most mercenaries. Rosa even felt a certain human fondness for him, and now he was being humiliated. It left her deeply annoyed. If you doubt the guild's judgment, I understand. We will refund your payment, Rosa declared. No, I'm not saying that, Aaron blurted out in a panic. Traveling without a mercenary was not an option. Only now did he realize that he had inadvertently insulted the guild itself. He had been so focused on Kettle's barbarian nature that he had lost sight of the bigger picture. At that moment, Aline, who had been silent, spoke up. I'll accept him. What, Princess Aline, but... A C-rank mercenary is someone who's proven their worth. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Exactly, Rosa agreed with a nod. Aline bit her lip. We cannot reject him. There is no valid reason to, is there, Aaron? No, there isn't, Aaron reluctantly admitted. Refusing the mercenary now meant they would have to journey alone. That would be far worse. They had no choice. Then it's settled. This discussion is over, Aline said. Aaron fell silent, his protest swallowed. All the while, Kettle had been seated, listening to the entire conversation. I feel like a ticking time bomb, he thought. He felt like he was a necessary evil, terrifying and unsettling, but something they had to accept for their own purpose. Rosa remained expressionless as she sorted through some documents. Then the request is confirmed. Your escort is officially hired. From now on, you can discuss the details directly with the mercenary. Directly? Aline asked. Princess Aline, I will handle this, Aaron offered. No, I'll speak to him myself. Aline stood from her seat and cautiously approached Kettle. She trembled as she walked. Fear threatened to overwhelm her, urging her to turn back, but she suppressed her emotions and forced herself forward. Pleased to meet you. My name is Aline, she said, her voice shaky. Ah, my name is Kettle. Nice to meet you, Kettle replied, nodding as he looked at her. She's like a squirrel, he thought. Even with her hood, her trembling was noticeable. She seemed very young, barely an adult. Her movements and demeanor hinted at a refined upbringing. Kettle's suspicions solidified further. There was a scent about hair, a very distinct one. Interesting, he muttered to himself, amused by how accurate his guess was. At his words, Aline flinched visibly. Ah, that won't do, Kettle realized. This woman was his client. They were going to travel together. If that were the case, he needed to earn her trust. Kettles softened his expression into as warm a smile as he could muster. You have my word so long as I am your escort, no harm will come to you. Eileen trembled even more. He's after me. She panicked, this barbarian. He is after my body. She could see it in his smile, a glimmer of something unsettling. Why is this happening? Eileen thought. Just before meeting him, she had been so excited. Like a young girl indulging in daydreams, she had imagined what kind of person he might be all day long. And the result was this brutish barbarian. She felt like crying. I have to travel with this barbarian for days. Her hopes and dreams shattered into the worst possible reality. Looking forward to working with you, Kettle said. Yes, me too. Eileen forced herself to respond, holding back tears.